They say that villains are only arrogant in the early stages. And later they are thoroughly beaten by the protagonist. And the first thing I did after becoming an invincible villain was to kick away the school beauty whom the protagonist had been infatuated with for 3 years. And I sent the male lead directly to prison. All because I appear to be a villain who only rose up through family background, but in fact, I had already awakened as a hidden profession, a rule creator. By defeating the protagonist and the female lead, I can earn rule points and create powerful rules. While the protagonist was still struggling to level up, I had already acquired countless powerful rules. At this moment I unexpectedly found that by merely cutting off Morong Shue's credit card, I caused a small part of her luck to decline and even absorbed her luck value. Rule points gained, 100,000. You should know the protagonist Lin Feng is an A-level mentalist, and creating a rule to counter that requires 100,000 rule points. Hearing this, I was excited because with the previous rule points I now have over 200,000. However, just as I was about to create a rule, the door to the sick room was suddenly kicked open. Accompanied by a delicate shout, an extremely beautiful girl walked in angrily. It was Morong Shue. Seeing the visitor, old Master Wu's face turned cold. You dare to come here? Do you really think my young master is easy to bully? Old Master Wu gave a cold shout. Instantly a terrifying aura burst forth, overwhelming the surroundings. This terrifying aura immediately made Morong Shue tremble with fear. Then she spoke, a mere servant dares to attack me. Ling Yan, this is your good steward? Hearing Morong Shue's words, old Master Wu's face changed slightly. Thinking that I treat Morong Shue's words as imperial edicts, he quickly looked at me. Seeing this, I sneered. Old Master Wu is the steward of my Ling family, he has watched me grow up. Morong Shue, what are you to dare insult him? Morong Shue looked at me in disbelief. Ling Yan, you dare to scold me? Then she continued angrily, from today onwards, do not come looking for me. I refuse to believe that the strong ones in the imperial capital won't intervene to save brother Lin Feng with his talent. However, at this moment I spoke up. Wait. Upon hearing this, Morong Shue immediately felt disdain, thinking, as expected, he can't let go of himself. If you regret it, then withdraw the lawsuit against brother Lin Feng now and let him out of prison, then I might temporarily forgive you. However, my next words stunned her completely. If you want to draw clear boundaries, then return all the gifts I've given you over the years. After saying this, I swiped my hand over the smartwatch and instantly a list was sent to Morong Shue's smartwatch. Upon seeing the contents of the list, Morong Shue felt a darkness before her eyes. The total value must be about 1 billion, right? You actually want it back? Are you even a man? Hearing this, I said, here are the videos of you receiving the gifts each time. You always said you would keep them for me. If anything is missing, I will sue you for illegal possession of assets according to the laws of this era. At this moment, Morong Shue finally saw me clearly. She hadn't expected that I had been calculating against her all along. Seeing this, I spoke, these videos, I merely recorded them as our beautiful memories. Alas, I misjudged you. Hearing this, the other medical staff also looked at Morong Shue with some disgust. Good grief, using a bootlicker's gifts to support another man. Old Master Wu, seeing my look of mixed sorrow and anger, had eyes red with fury, almost wishing he could go directly into the prison and kill Lin Feng and Morong Shue before him. Then I continued, 3 days, if you don't return everything within 3 days, I'll see you in the imperial capital court. Morong Shue simply said, you will regret this, and quickly left. After Morong Shue left, I turned to old Master Wu and asked directly, what crime will Lin Feng be sentenced for? Hearing this, old Master Wu slowly said, the lightest punishment would be the stripping of his cultivation and talents, but if you wish, young master, sentencing him to death is absolutely foolproof. Hearing this, I nodded and said, very well, let's proceed with that. Additionally, I do not wish for the Morong family to survive beyond 3 days. Hearing my words, old Master Wu also became excited. He had long wanted to do this, but he felt it was a pity that I had not awakened to my profession. Soon old Wu left the hospital ward, leaving Ling Yan alone. As he watched old Wu depart, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Supreme Will, open my professional backend. In his mind, Ling Yan summoned the Supreme Will. The so-called Supreme Will is the entity that bestows all people in this world with awakened professions, special abilities and talents. It assists everyone in utilizing their professions, somewhat akin to customer service. Buzz. Instantly an interface appeared before Ling Yan's eyes. Name, Ling Yan. Level, Martial Apprentice. Peak Vitality, 9.9. Soul, 1.0. Profession, Rule Creator. Unique, Technique, Federation's Top Body Refining. Decision, Unranked Proficient. Martial Skill, Federation Basic Boxing, Unranked Proficient. Rule Creation, none. Rule Points, 238,000. Observing his attributes, Ling Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This world is centered around martial arts. Martial arts represent the most formidable combat power in this world. The human race has developed for tens of thousands of years, expanding from ancestral Earth to the entire Milky Way. The ability of the people in this world to step into martial arts is entirely due to the possibility of awakening to a profession. In this world, people can awaken to a profession on any day after they turn 15. However, once they pass the age of 18, it becomes nearly impossible to awaken a profession. However, after Ling Yan traveled through time, he was extremely fortunate to awaken to a profession just as Morong Shui entered the room, and it was a unique profession at that, a unique profession, a level unheard of by Ling Yan. The lowest rank for professions in this world is E, followed by D, C, B, A, N, S. Each level is divided into 3 sublevels, minus, neutral, and plus. A psychic at the very least starts at A-. Only 1 or 2 psychics emerge each year on Yanlong Star. The lowest achievement is the War Emperor, and it's even possible to reach the realm of War God. This is why Morong Shui was so eager to please Lin Feng. Unfortunately, Morong Shui didn't know that a War Emperor is merely a bodyguard-level figure in the Ling family. According to the original plot, Lin Feng, due to numerous adventures, later upgraded to an SSS tier talent, becoming the strongest genius of the human race and even representing the human race along with geniuses from the other 3 major civilizations in the Galaxy Genius Battle. As for what happened later, Ling Yan didn't know because that dog of an author abandoned the story, and Ling Yan was so frustrated that he actually sent a few boxes of blades to him. Of course, the main reason Ling Yan was so weak was that he hadn't awakened to a profession. Before awakening a profession, the rules of this world meant that humans could not surpass the power of a martial apprentice, that is, they could not exceed the strength of 999 kilograms. There are only 2 ways to surpass the strength of 999 kilograms. One is to reach the age of 18 or older and completely give up on awakening to a profession, becoming a professionless martial artist. The second method is naturally to awaken to a profession. Once a profession is awakened, even at the lowest level, the level of life changes, thereby breaking the human limitations. Therefore, although Ling Yan was the young master of the most powerful family on Yanlong Star, he was still just a lowly martial apprentice before turning 18 and awakening to a profession. Forget it for now, let's focus on my profession first. I'm not even sure how many rule points are needed to create some powerful rules. Ling Yan, puzzled, asked the Supreme Will. He had casually checked on his smart wristwatch while he was talking to Morong Shui and the others. No one at this level has ever appeared in the history of the human race, but from the introduction he could easily create professions even beyond the SSS Plus level, a level that absolutely crushes SSS Plus by countless times. This is also why he had the confidence to suppress Lin Feng, the child of fortune. Having crossed over himself, Lin Feng was no longer the protagonist. Supreme Will, how many rule points do I need to create a rule where I am immortal? Ling Yan asked. Ding exceeds the total number of rule points by more than 10,000 times. Unable to calculate, the Supreme Will spoke. Well then, let's change it. Create a rule where I become the War Emperor, Ling Yan said directly. He figured to become a deity-level warrior, these rule points were definitely not enough. Ding, do you wish to create the rule that makes Ling Yan the War Emperor? After creation you will directly become an emperor level and your realm cannot change. Rule points needed, 100,000. A prompt sound came instantly. Ling Yan was speechless at this rule. Good grief, if this rule were created, wouldn't he be unable to advance from War Emperor to War God for the rest of his life? However, if becoming a War Emperor directly was not feasible, it seemed he could change his approach. Then let me gain the physical fitness of a War Emperor every day, Ling Yan said directly. Ding, this rule creation requires rule points, 1 billion. The prompt sound came. It was indeed possible, but this consumption was actually 10,000 times. It seems that having the strength of a War Emperor every day is indeed a bit forced. 1 a day in a month, that would be 30 times a War Emperor's combat power. In just a few days one could become a deity-level warrior, then lower the requirements. 1 War King level a day will do, Ling Yan said directly. The cultivation system of this world is Martial Apprentice, War Earth, War General, War King, War Emperor, War God, and Planet. An ordinary War Earth only needs to surpass 1,000 kilograms in strength to reach it, but out of 10 ordinary people only 7 or 8 can achieve this. The rest, even for a lifetime, may not be able to break the 1,000 kilograms strength barrier. Therefore, martial artists in this era are still quite popular, at least as long as you become a War Earth. Food and drink are naturally not a worry. Reaching the realm of a war god allows one to fly through the air, and with a wave of a hand mountains and rivers can be shattered. At the planet level, one can move mountains and fill seas, shatter continents, and even briefly survive in outer space. The strength can be said to be extraordinarily terrifying. Even at the War King level, possessing tens of thousands of tons of strength, to smash a building of dozens of floors with one punch is also an easy task. If he could grow the strength of a War King every day, Ling Yan's talent would shock the entire Longting star system. Ding, creating this rule requires rule points. 10 million. Unfortunately, the strength of a War King is also quite valuable. At least for now, it's still not enough. Ding, begin rule modification. You have a choice. Gain 10,000 kg of physical strength per day. That's equivalent to the strength of a first-level warrior general. Rule, physical growth LV2. Gain 10,000 kilograms of physical strength each day, along with corresponding speed and stamina. Rule points cost 100,000. Just as Ling Yan was preparing to continue his descent, a notification sound arrived at this moment. A warrior general a day. That will do, I choose you. Ling Yan's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this, the strength of a warrior general level. Already capable of crushing the current Lin Feng. The strength of a warrior general each day calculated as 100 times less powerful than the realm of a war king. It would take just 100 days to become a war king at 18. Even his father, once hailed as a supreme genius of Dragon Ascent Star, only achieved this much, right? Moreover, he could also demand a vast amount of resources from his father, and with enough resources, enhancing his strength would be as easy as flipping his hand. The Supreme will create this rule. Without hesitation, Ling Yan spoke out. Ding, command accepted, rule creation successful. A notification sound came instantly. Boom, in an instant a terrifying energy surged into Ling Yan's entire body. At this moment Ling Yan could clearly feel his whole body starting to heat up, and amidst this high temperature, the cells throughout his body began to rapidly strengthen. His strength was also quickly increasing. 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms. Soon Ling Yan's overall strength had already surpassed the limit, reaching a terrifying level of 10,000 kilograms. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Ling Yan couldn't help but clench his fist. Crack, crack, a crisp sound quickly came from between his bones. Is this what strength feels like? Indeed, it feels comfortable. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. This is the power a transmigrator should have. Congratulations on creating your first rule. Physical growth LV2. Gain 10,000 kilograms of strength every day. To upgrade the rule points needed, 1 million. Another notification sound followed. Hearing this, Ling Yan smiled slightly. Such growth-oriented rules could even be upgraded, but now that he had the strength, it was time to work on some life-saving measures. Ling Yan did not hesitate and began to create new rules. Create a rule that allows me to teleport instantly and also help me correct and list the rules I can now create with my current rule points. Ling Yan spoke. Since the Supreme Will could provide suggestions just now, it should also be able to provide appropriate advice now. Right, a Ding rule modification. You can create rules. Teleportation LV1. Rule 1. Can teleport within a radius of 10 meters. Daily usage limit, none. However, there must be at least a 10-second interval between two uses. Rule 2. Can teleport within a radius of 100 meters. Can teleport 100 times a day. Rule 3. Can teleport within a radius of 1,000 meters. Can teleport 10 times a day. Rule points needed, 100,000. Indeed, as Ling Yan thought, the Supreme Will listed 3 rule options. This 10-meter teleportation unlimited? Alas, if not for the 10-second interval, one could teleport tens of thousands of times in a blink of an eye. Covering several 100,000 meters, 10 seconds is enough time for a powerful being to annihilate me. Rule 1. Inch. Naturally, I pass. The subsequent rules 2 and 3 seem to cover similar total distances, but one allows 100 teleports. If used wisely, the final distance teleported would definitely exceed that of Rule 3. After all, teleporting short distances too many times is somewhat wasteful. Thus, I choose Rule 2. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and voiced his decision in his mind. Ding, rule creation successful. You have acquired a new rule. Teleport LV1 allows you to teleport within a 100-meter radius. You can teleport 100 times per day. Upgrade requires 1 million rule points. The Supreme Will responded instantly. At the same time, Ling Yan also perceived a mysterious and profound power, and his mind was filled with numerous methods on how to use this power. Out of curiosity, he directly used the teleport rule. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was Already high in the sky outside, however, before he could revel in his joy, he started plummeting towards the ground due to gravity. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Boom! Ultimately, with a loud crash, Ling Yan slammed hard onto the ground, creating a human-shaped crater outside the hospital. Damn, I forgot I can't fly. Ling Yan climbed out of the crater somewhat speechless. Luckily, he was now a one-star mighty warrior, otherwise that fall would have been fatal. Glancing around and seeing no one, Ling Yan teleported back to his hospital room. Supreme will make a rule that I can fly. Helplessly, Ling Yan had to speak to the Supreme will again. Ding, rule modification, you can create rules. Flying rule 1, flying LV1, you can fly, speed is your highest running speed. Reach the realm of War God to achieve up to 200% of your highest flying speed. Rule points needed, 1000. Rule 2, flying LV2, you can fly, speed is twice your highest running speed. Reach the realm of War God to achieve up to 400% of your highest flying speed. Rule points needed, 10,000. Soon the two rules appeared before Ling Yan, twice the flying speed, and it upgrades to 4 times after reaching the War God realm. Ling Yan looked at the rule and was extremely satisfied. Of course, his biggest thought was, what a bargain, truly a bargain. For just 10,000 rule points, nearly 100 million, he could have the flying ability of a War God level warrior. Thinking this, Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly chose to create flying LV2. Ding, rule creation successful. You have acquired a new rule, flying LV2. Upgrade requires 100,000 rule points. A notification sound then transmitted into Ling Yan's mind. By now Ling Yan had spent 210,000 rule points. With 28,000 rule points left, Ling Yan didn't plan to save them. After all, I am the son of a planetary-level strongman. Should I not also choose a rather impressive profession? Moreover, with such a powerful profession, it will be much easier to ask Dad for money in the future. This thought made Ling Yan's lips curl up slightly in a smirk. With money, he could rapidly enhance his own strength, and that was definitely a good thing. Thinking about it, Ling Yan started pondering over which professions were powerful. A mentalist, he had inquired before, an A-level mentalist was quite expensive, needing 100,000 rule points. After all, only 1 or 2 mentalists emerge from a planet each year, making this rarity quite high. A value of 100,000 wasn't considered too expensive, whereas 10,000 rule points could create 2 B-level skills. His father's awakened profession was that of a flame demon warrior, possessing 2 talents, flame control and combat enhancement. However, these 2 talents were extremely rare overlapping types. Each talent taken separately was just a B-level profession, but when combined, they reached above S level. If he could also get 2 professions to B-level and merge them, his final talent would be the same as his father's, and mentioning this wouldn't arouse any suspicion either. Moreover, this talent would absolutely crush Lin Feng at present. Creating rules would allow him to control flames and possess an extremely strong combat talent. Without hesitation, Ling Yan issued the creation command. He also wanted to create some more sophisticated rules, but alas, he didn't have enough rule points. Ding, rule modification, you can create rules. Flame control rule 1. Flame control LV1, you can control the power of flames and unleash 200% flame damage equivalent to D-level talent. Required rule points, 1000 rule points. Rule 1, flame control LV2, you can control the power of flames and unleash 400% flame damage equivalent to B-level talent power. Required rule points, 10,000 rule points. Ding, rule modification, you can create rules. Combat Genius rule 1, Combat Genius LV1, you will possess a strong combat talent, boosting your overall combat power by 200% equivalent to D-level. Required rule points, 1000 rule points. Rule 1, Combat Genius LV2, you will possess a strong combat talent, boosting your overall combat power by 400% equivalent to B-level. Required rule points, 10,000 rule points. A series of notification sounds transmitted into Ling Yan's mind. Listening to these notifications, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. No wonder they say that professionals are several times stronger than ordinary martial artists. This is just D-level, and it can already unleash 200% of combat power. How could an ordinary martial artist withstand this? Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. Of course, in the later stages, the enhancement of martial arts and techniques on strength is also terrifyingly strong. If the profession isn't strong enough, following up with martial arts talent still holds the hope of crushing those with higher professions. However, the effort required would likely need to be exponentially greater. Therefore, it can be said that no one with a high-level profession would have weak combat power even without practicing any techniques or martial arts. since he had enough rule points, there was no need to create LV1 rules. After all, the power of level 1 flame and combat talent are merely equivalent to D-level talent. Even if combined, they would only elevate Ling Yan's vocational talent to a B level. Ding rule. Creation successful, you have obtained new rules, Flame Control LV2 Inch Combat Genius LV2. Upgrading these two rules requires 100,000 rule points. Instantly a notification sound followed, boom, in a flash countless memories flooded into Ling Yan's mind like a torrent, not only containing the knowledge of how to use the power of flame but also a vast amount of combat memories. In that moment Ling Yan seemed born for battle, mastering all the newly created rules instantaneously to perfection. This combat genius, it even has this effect: now I don't have to worry about not being able to control my power if it suddenly surges in the future. Ling Yan smiled with satisfaction. The next moment Ling Yan's new attributes also appeared before his eyes. Name: Ling Yan Martial Arts Level, War General 1-star Soul Level, Low Level Martial Apprentice Vitality, 100, 10,000 kilograms, Soul, 1.0 Occupation, Rule Creator, Unique, Cultivation Technique, Federation Basic Tempering Decree, Proficient, Martial Skill. Federation Basic Boxing, Proficient, Created Rules, Physical Growth LV3, 10,000 kilograms per day, Upgrade needed, 1 million, Instant Movement LV3. Within 100 meters 100 times/day, Upgrade needed, 1 million, Flying LV2, 200% 100,000, Flame Control LV2, 400% 100,000, Combat Genius LV2, 400% 100,000, Rule Points, 8410. Looking at his own attributes, Ling Yan's eyes flickered. The power of a 1-star war general was by no means weak. At his age it was extremely rare. After all, he had just turned 18. To reach the level of a 1-star war general, one would have to awaken their profession by the age of 15 and at least have an A level vocational rank. Take Lin Feng for example. He had awakened his profession half a year ago, and with the resources fed by Morong Shui and his A talent, he had just elevated his realm to 5-star war soil. As for his soul realm, he had just reached 2-star war soil, but because of the strength of a spirit master, ordinary peaks of war soil might not be his match. But Ling Yan also possessed immense talent, and with two types of talents combined, his level was no less than S-. Even if fighting someone of the same level, Lin Feng was definitely no match for Ling Yan, let alone being completely outclassed by him. The feeling of being powerful is truly great, feeling the surge of immense power within his body. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. Beep beep beep, you have an incoming video call, would you like to answer? Just then Ling Yan's smartwatch beeped. Ling Yan looked, and it was actually from his own father, Ling Xiaotian. Honestly, his father's name also definitely fits the main character template. Plus, with that terrifying talent, he had no idea how many beauties had wanted to offer themselves to him from a young age. It was ultimately his own mother who brought him down. A pity, since she had died years ago in a beast-tide attack. Ling Yan opened a video at the thought, and instantly a middle-aged man dressed in black and red armor appeared in front of him. Beneath the resolute exterior, his eyes shone like stars, clearly a super handsome man in his youth. Dad, I thought you had forgotten about your son, Ling Yan said with a slight smile upon seeing Ling Xiaotian. Hearing his son, Ling Xiaotian felt helpless inside. Not far from Yanlong Star was a spatial rift from which powerful star beasts constantly emerged. As the Star Lord, he had to intervene whenever he encountered star beasts of the 5th or even 6th order. It was because of this that he was rarely at Yanlong Star, leaving old Wu to take care of Ling Yan. This ultimately led to a lack of security in the original master, particularly the lack of maternal love, which finally made him fall for a girl like Morong Shui who liked to play hard to get. In the end, he licked boots so much that it led to the destruction of his family. Of course, the downfall of the Ling family was not because Lin Feng was so formidable. Rather, Ling Xiaotian encountered several powerful 6th order star beasts in a future star beast riot and died fighting these beasts together. This allowed Lin Feng, the second strongest in Yanlong Star, to instantly become the top young master, replacing Ling Yan. Afterward, through gradual encroachment and assassination, other strong members of the Ling family were gradually killed, leading to the complete downfall of the Ling family, and Ling Yan was slapped to death by Lin Feng while groveling to Morong Shui. However, Ling Xiaotian immediately began to check on Ling Yan's injuries and was relieved to see that Ling Yan was alright. When he learned that Ling Yan was nearly killed, he was so angry that he turned 2 6th order star beasts, causing the riot into ashes, causing all the warriors guarding the starry sky to gasp in shock. My son, I know all about it, I've already ordered that. If Lin Feng is not sentenced to death, I will secretly have someone kill him. But most importantly, that Murong Shui is not a good woman, you should stay away from her, Ling Xiaotian said, looking seriously at Ling Yan for once. Over the past 3 years he had been heartbroken hearing from Uncle Wu that his son had become a sycophant. Despite his repeated attempts to counsel him, he was too guilty to speak harshly to Ling Yan, which led to the current situation. In the original story, the predecessor already resented his father and rebelled by cursing him out upon hearing his words. He even said nonsense about not caring and only wanting to marry Morong Shui, which distracted Ling Xiaotian so much that he was ultimately ambushed by several sixth-order star beasts and perished. Fortunately, the current Ling Yan was not that foolish sycophant. Don't worry, Dad, after this incident I've seen through that woman, she's just a gold digger. As for Lin Feng, you don't need to intervene, I will deal with him myself. Ling Yan gave a slight smile. Are you kidding me? Ling Xiaotian is targeting Lin Feng? The guy is the main character, isn't that just feeding him experience points? Such a so-called protagonist is a child of destiny, you can't kill him unless you exhaust his luck. To put it bluntly, without being a creator of rules myself, just knowing the plot is probably not enough against him, I'd likely just die. However, after hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Xiaotian looked at him incredulously as if trying to find traces of jest on Ling Yan's face. Yener, you don't have a fever, do you? Listening to Ling Yan calling everyone a dog, Ling Xiaotian, somewhat in disbelief, walked up and touched Ling Yan's forehead. Although he was a holographic image, the technology of this era could already synchronize touch. Am I really that stupid, Dad, to be played by others and still lick their boots? I've figured it all out in this life and death situation. As your son, why can't I find a good woman on Yanlong Star? Why must I chase after Murong Shui? Ling Yan helplessly slapped his father's hand away. With that, Ling Xiaotian finally breathed a sigh of relief, his heart brimming with endless excitement and joy. It's good that you figured it out. Oh, and Wu Bo has already told me about your professional awakening. Don't be discouraged, even without a profession many have grown into gods of war. Our human race's Supreme Council even has a strong being who has become a supreme existence in the galaxy realm. You still have hope, even if your martial arts talent isn't great. Being my son, even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you, Ling Xiaotian said with domineering confidence. Hearing this, Ling Yan's mouth twitched. How trashy am I to only qualify as a prodigal son? Actually, I do have a profession. Ling Yan had to speak up, feeling helpless. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Xiaotian was stunned. Seeing Ling Yan's helpless expression, Ling Xiaotian thought perhaps Ling Yan was embarrassed to admit his profession level was too low, so he had to claim he had none. Don't be afraid, son, a low profession level is still better than none. Boom. However, Ling Yan didn't waste any more words and suddenly erupted with a terrifying force of flames. The intense heat enveloped the room, instantly causing the temperature in the sick room to skyrocket. Flame power, and it's B grade just like mine. Seeing the intensity of the flames before him, Ling Xiaotian exclaimed with surprise. Although having only flame power might not count as genius, it was still quite impressive. With the Ling family's resources, at least he could become a god of war. Not only do I have flame power but also B-grade combat skills. My profession level should be about the same as yours, Dad, Ling Yan said with a slight smile. B-grade flame power and combat skills might each only increase combat power by 400%, but when combined they can unleash a terrifying 16 times combat power. And this 16 times combat power boost is exactly the strength of an S-grade talent. It's really rare to have such combat skills that can be stacked on top of any profession. This kind of subsidiary profession, whenever it appears, can definitely give birth to a super genius. If it were any other two professions, such as the power of flames and the psychic mind master, even if someone awakened to an S level in both, their enhancements in strength could not stack. Thus, their overall combat power would only be slightly stronger than a typical S-. They would stand no chance against an S+. However, Ling Yan, who possesses the ability to create rules, can use an incredibly low amount of rule points to create various low-level professions that can stack with each other. This allows Ling Yan's power to explode exponentially. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Yan mention that he also has a talent in combat skills, Lin Xiaotian's face changed rapidly. Even as the strongest prodigy of the Flame Dragon Star, he couldn't control his expression at that moment. A talent in combat skills too? Does that mean talents can stack? Truly worthy of being my son Ling Xiaotian to have the same talents as me. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He trusted Ling Yan's words unconditionally, and besides, Ling Yan had also demonstrated his talent for flames. Even without combat enhancement, he was a B-level genius, which was quite impressive. With him as a father, he could definitely train Ling Yan into a godlike warrior. By then he wouldn't have to worry about Ling Yan's future. "Good son, tell me what reward you want, just speak up. I'll make sure you have enough resources," Ling Xiaotian said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. He really did need some things: origin stones and other items containing origin energy. No, not just origin energy, any high-level energy would do. Right, the bodies of star beasts contain a lot of origin energy. Inside a star beast there is a beast core that also contains origin energy, but unfortunately, unlike origin stones, the origin energy in these beast cores cannot be directly absorbed. They need to be processed into potions. Therefore, even though they contain the same amount of origin energy, they are much cheaper than origin stones. Moreover, the bodies of star beasts themselves contain a lot of origin energy. It's just unknown how much remains after the beast's death. "Dad, I need some star beast bodies and beast cores. The higher the level, the better. Of course, a large quantity of lower levels is also good." Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly asked his father. Hearing Ling Yan's request, Ling Xiaotian was momentarily stunned, but soon after he laughed. "You ask for anything else and it might be difficult, but beast cores and star beast bodies of tier 5 and below, that's easy. Give me a couple of days to handle the recent surge of star beasts and I'll have someone send a batch to you." Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Xiaotian immediately smiled. As a guardian of a star beast rift, he had no shortage of star beast bodies, although most of them had to be sold to provide for the families of the deceased warriors. The bodies of the star beasts he personally killed were all his, so he had plenty of tier 5 star beasts. As for what Ling Yan wanted these for, he didn't care at all. If his son wanted them, he would give them. Why ask what for? Then thanks a lot, Dad. Ling Yan felt indeed calling him dad was not in vain. Life as a second generation was indeed blissful. "Okay, take good care of yourself during your recovery. I've asked Uncle Wu to send you some resources for your training. You have just awakened to your profession. It's best to wait until you level up to the rank of War General before venturing out. This world is quite dangerous. It won't be long, a month at most should be enough." Hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but smile and give his instructions. To be honest, he had been waiting for 3 years for this day to provide Ling Yan with the resources to properly cultivate. After all, training a son is like a high-level player starting a new account. There's a special feeling to it. It's just that this new account was banned right at the beginning, which was frustrating. Now that the account is unbanned, he's definitely going to pour experience into it generously. Ling Yan also felt that having support really makes a difference. The rank of War General, which ordinary people could never reach in their lifetimes, could be achieved in just a month with enough resources. Actually, this was also to avoid damaging Ling Yan's foundation, otherwise he could be fed to the rank of War General in just one day. But that would essentially ruin him. After exchanging a few words, Ling Yan ended the video call. He wondered how Lin Feng was doing. If he wasn't mistaken, Lin Feng was probably still being beaten up. Ling Yan was a bit puzzled. Speaking of Lin Feng, Ling Yan had almost forgotten him. Because of his attempted murder in the prestige of the Ling family, Lin Feng was directly imprisoned in the highest security prison in the capital. He was placed in a high-risk cell where even the least dangerous inmates were war generals. This guy, thinking he wasn't like these criminals, didn't show them any respect. Therefore, from the moment he entered, he had been well taken care of by the other inmates. In the original story, Morong Shui had spent a lot of Ling Yan's money to bribe the prison guards to move Lin Feng to a single cell. Ling Yan also knew that now that he had stopped this kid's credit card, he might not survive the beatings. Ling Yan couldn't help but be a bit curious about this. Beep beep beep. Just then, an urgent call notification rang. Ling Yan looked at it, and it was Morong Shui. Guessing what it was about, Ling Yan directly opened the video call. "Ling Yan, what is going on? Why did you stop my card?" However, as soon as the video opened, what awaited Ling Yan was Morong Shui's scolding. Ling Yan ignored her and looked past her in the video. Sure enough, Morong Shui was outside a prison formed by energy beams. Inside the prison, a group of powerful inmates were beating Lin Feng. At that moment, although Lin Feng desperately unleashed his telekinetic powers, the power gap was too large and his telekinesis had no effect on these hardened criminals. Instead, it only angered them more, and they beat him even more joyously. Tisk tisk, Lin Feng seems to be enjoying himself quite a lot. he seems to really like it here, Ling Yan remarked mockingly. Ling Yan, you haven't answered my question yet, why did you stop my card? Hearing Ling Yan's mockery, Morong Shui was almost furious. She had noticed Lin Feng being brutally beaten every time she came to visit him, and just recently she finally negotiated a deal with the prison head and the guards not to lay hands on Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, when the card was swiped, there wasn't a single penny left. Enraged, the criminal began to brutally beat Lin Feng. The prison guards didn't bother to intervene. After all, these were death row inmates, and if they died, it would merely save the Federation resources. Your card, Morong Shui, are you out of your mind? Isn't that card mine? Since when did it become yours? Ling Yan also withdrew his gaze and looked at Morong Shui as if he was looking at someone foolish. At these words, Morong Shui trembled with anger. Boom! Just then, a loud noise erupted, and Lin Feng was violently slammed into the energy beam wall. The strong impact forced him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Lin Feng, Morong Shui screamed and ran over immediately. Cough, cough, cough. I'm all right. Lin Feng coughed a few times from behind the beam, his eyes burning with anger as he glared at the felons in front of him. Tisk, 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 Lin Feng, it seems you are quite comfortable here. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned around furiously, only to see Ling Yan's projection on the ground through a video, laughing sarcastically at him. Ling Yan, seeing Ling Yan mocking him, Lin Feng's eyes reddened with fury. He was convinced that Ling Yan had arranged for someone to teach him a lesson. At that moment, his resentment reached its peak, and Ling Yan offered no explanation, merely glancing at Morong Shui beside him. Morong Shui, didn't you want to save your brother Lin Feng? What now? Too stingy to spend your own money? Or did you want to use my money to save Lin Feng? No way, right? Do you think Lin Feng would accept my money? You're insulting his dignity. Ling Yan looked incredulously at Morong Shui. Morong Shui, is he telling the truth? I would rather die than take his money, Lin Feng said, looking at Morong Shui with a frown. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, Morong Shui's face turned frantic. It's not like that, brother Lin Feng. I didn't intend to use Ling Yan's money, I used my own. It's just that I can't gather enough right now. Morong Shui quickly defended herself. She had been very cautious when she made the video call to Ling Yan, afraid that Lin Feng would find out she was using Ling Yan's money. In the original story, since Ling Yan never spoke of it, Lin Feng had no idea that Morong Shui's money to save him came from Ling Yan. If he knew, his fragile pride would have been shattered long ago. Sure enough, Lin Feng looked somewhat better upon hearing this. Can't gather enough money? Then why did you promise? Now look, these people are even happier beating me. And isn't it strange, isn't your Morong family the richest in Hebei City? How can you not gather enough? Could it be that the Morong family doesn't want to save me? Also, just the other day your father came to me and said to keep an eye on you, not to let a guy from a small place like Lin Feng take you away. Unfortunately, Ling Yan said helplessly, even playing the original video, believing it was a challenge from his future father-in-law, how could he not record it? Indeed, watching the video, there was Morong Shui's father skillfully persuasive. Though Ling Yan spoke politely, Morong Shui's father referred to Lin Feng directly as a country bumpkin, a lowly pig, among other filthy terms. These words shattered Lin Feng's fragile dignity, crushing it underfoot. Lin Feng looked at Morong Shui, and disgust immediately surfaced in his eyes. Coming from a slum, Lin Feng had always despised the wealthy, essentially harboring a resentment for the rich. He had thought Morong Shui and her family were different, yet to them he was nothing but a lowly creature. What exactly are you trying to do, Ling Yan? Brother Lin Feng, you must not believe him, he's deceiving you, it's all fake. Morong Shui panicked. Ha ha ha, fake. This is a high-grade recorder from 365 Corporation, producing holograms that even the top hackers of the Human Federation cannot alter. At this moment, a prisoner at the back couldn't help but mock. People love spectacles. If they had other diversions, why would they beat Lin Feng daily for entertainment? You're talking nonsense. You and this Ling Yan are definitely in cahoots. Morong Shui burst out angrily. Enough. At this moment, Lin Feng also shouted lowly. He struggled to his feet. Miss Morong, I Lin Feng am not worthy of your family. From now on you needn't bother with my affairs. Lin Feng's gaze was cold as he looked at Morong Shui before him. After speaking, he turned and looked back at the prisoners. Even if it killed him, he would never accept charity from Morong Shui or her family again. Watching this, Ling Yan couldn't help but remark, truly befitting a protagonist, such thick skin. After taking so much, now he says he doesn't want it. Truly the same character as the heroine. Ding, congratulations, you have decreased the protagonist's affection for the heroine by 3%. 3% of the heroine's fortune has dissipated, ding, absorbing fortune, you have earned rule points, 300,000, just then a notification sound followed, another loss of fortune, and this time a whopping 300,000. If 3% is 300,000, then Morong Shui must have a total of 10 million fortune points. To absorb 10 million fortune points, one would need source stones worth 100 billion star coins. 100 billion could cultivate a war god, Ling Yan thought to himself, marveling. Knowing that Morong Shui is only the initial heroine and later hardly features at all, even by the end of the unfinished book Ling Yan read she hadn't been overthrown, indicating her lower status as a heroine. If this 3% equates to 300,000, what about the later heroine or hero? Wouldn't that be explosive? But for some reason so far Lin Feng's fortune hasn't decreased at all. It seems these setbacks are merely stepping stones on his path of growth, only damaging his future could possibly reduce his fortune. Moreover, Morong Shui had only lost a fraction of her luck. There was still a possibility that old flames could be rekindled between the two. As long as I completely eliminate Morong Shui, I refuse to believe that your luck, Lin Feng, won't decline, Ling Yan scoffed in disdain. Or perhaps worse than death. Morong Shui, isn't it time you returned my soul jade pendant? It even has the Ling family crest on it. You using it to flirt with your dear Lin brother? How bold of you! I must say you really have some nerve. I wonder if Lin Feng knows that the item he wears around his neck every day is mine, whether it irks him or not. At that moment Ling Yan's voice echoed again. What? This belongs to you? Hearing Ling Yan, Lin Feng's face darkened instantly. He quickly pulled out the jade pendant from around his neck and saw indeed there was a family crest engraved inside it. The crest was identical to the one on Ling Yan's clothing. Instantly Lin Feng realized that he had been using Ling Yan's belonging unwittingly. Who wants your stuff? Although reluctant, Lin Feng disdainfully threw the jade pendant away. Buzz! Suddenly a figure in a black robe appeared and caught the jade pendant in a flash before disappearing. This person was naturally sent by Elder Wu to keep an eye on Lin Feng to prevent him from escaping or being killed. Don't want it? The belongings of the Imperial Ling family aren't something just anyone can handle. Without this jade pendant, I don't see how you'll withstand the beating coming your way. Ling Yan smirked slightly, seemingly hinting at something. However, upon hearing the words Ling family, the other prisoners in the jail changed their expressions drastically. The Ling family? Which Ling family? In the entire Imperial City, isn't there only the speaker's Ling family? The Imperial Ling family? Is he Ling Yan, the young master of the Ling family? Hiss. How could this be possible? The young master of the Ling family, with a father who was a planetary-level powerhouse, got his girlfriend stolen by a country bumpkin. This woman must be out of her mind, to leave a prosperous young master for such a poor lad who can't even scrape together a few star coins. Suddenly all the prisoners exclaimed. The meaning behind their words shocked both Morong Shui and Lin Feng. The speaker? What's that? Simply put, he's the ruler of the Yanlong Star. Ling Yan is his son. Morong Shui looked incredulously at the man who had been courting her for years through the projection. You're from the Imperial Ling family? Morong Shui stuttered. Even Lin Feng, who prided himself as a favored son of heaven, was utterly astonished at this moment. The legend of the speaker is known to everyone on Yanlong Star. Awakened S-grade talent at 15, became a war king at 18, ascended to war emperor by 22. By 30 he reached the war god realm and could easily defeat veteran war gods. At 45, the speaker advanced to the planetary level, hailed as the once in a century genius of Yanlong Star. And this was only the record of Ling Yan's father. The Ling family has been home to strong individuals for generations. Every one of them was a great hero who protected the human race. Even Lin Feng had grown up listening to the deeds of the Ling family and once regarded Ling Yan's father as his role model. But now, the son of that very family was standing right in front of him. And just moments ago Lin Feng had almost killed him. Impossible! How can you be a member of the Ling family? You must be an imposter. Lin Feng roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot and slightly crazed. Ling Yan, however, remained calm and dismissive. And nobody like me having such a distinguished family. My family's name is not something anyone on the Yanlong Star would dare to impersonate. Enough of this nonsense anyway. You Lin Feng won't be alive for much longer. Morong Shui, remember the 3-day deadline I gave you. If you forget, don't blame me for not showing any classmate solidarity. With a sneer, Ling Yan glanced indifferently at Morong Shui and then abruptly ended the video chat. But before leaving, he gave a certain look to the criminals around. Boy, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? A mentalist, huh? Well, we'll let you know that no matter how talented, if you offend the wrong people, you're just a dead man. With that, all the surrounding criminals, including the warlord-level leader, stood up and moved towards Lin Feng. "You'll regret this," Lin Feng panicked, shouting in anger, but the next moment all he faced was a brutal beating. Without the soul jade to enhance his mental powers, his strength plummeted and he was quickly bloodied and beaten to the ground. As for Morong Shui, she had already stopped paying any attention to Lin Feng. At that moment she was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. Why is he the young master of the Ling family? How is this possible?" Morong Shui's face was pale and distraught. She also thought of the soul jade she had given to Lin Feng. If that item bore the Ling family's mark, then it must at least be a war emperor's weapon. Instantly regret surged through her, lamenting that she had given such a valuable item to Lin Feng. But it was too late, the item had already been reclaimed by the Ling family. Initially, she had approached Lin Feng partly due to the protagonist's aura he carried and partly because of his talents, which might one day make him a war god. But that was just a possibility. Now that Ling Yan had revealed his identity as the great young master of the Ling family, she knew that even a war god was merely a servant in the Ling family. If Ling Yan had been the discarded son of some planetary-level strong family from another planet, she wouldn't have been so regretful. After all, discarded sons generally aren't favored in great families and certainly don't have the allure of a war god's wife. But the chairman only had one son, Ling Yan. Even as a good-for-nothing, he was under absolute protection from the chairman, and she had just managed to make an enemy of such a significant figure. "No, Ling Yan couldn't possibly give up on me. Revealing his identity now must be a way to pull me back to his side. If I just show him a little favor, he will surely come back and continue to pamper me." Suddenly a spark flashed in Morong Shui's mind. Thinking back to how Ling Yan had tried to please her over the years, a gleam returned to her eyes. A confident smile spread across her face. Without hesitation she quickly left the prison, completely disregarding Lin Feng, who was being brutally beaten amidst a crowd behind her. Of course, as she reached the main gate she didn't forget to shout loudly, "Brother Lin Feng, wait for me here, I'll go raise some money and find someone to save you." Her sorrowful voice reached Lin Feng's ears, who was being pummeled. His disdain for Morong Shui instantly faded. After all, it was the Morong family who looked down on him, not Morong Shui herself. "Sister Morong, I won't let you down, I will survive," Lin Feng vowed determinedly in his heart. Under the merciless beating of these strong men, Lin Feng's body was bloodied and his bones shattered before he finally passed out completely. This is the advantage of being a psychic, they don't faint easily. However, because of their strong soul perception, the pain they endure is even more terrifying. Seeing him pass out, the other prisoners finally stopped. It wouldn't be fun if he were beaten to death. This is a tier 4 healing potion, enough for him 100 times over. Just don't die. Just then a hidden strong man threw out a bottle of healing potion. The gang leader hurriedly caught it. "Tier 4, only a war emperor is qualified to use tier 4 healing potion." Hiss. "What deep grudge must this be, didn't you hear? He stole a woman and even killed to cover it up, but why steal from the top young master of our imperial city? That's practically seeking death." "Ha ha, I was just getting started, boss, hurry up." In an instant, all the prisoners were shocked, but the next moment they were filled with regret and ecstasy because they could start beating him again. Indeed, after using the healing potion, Lin Feng, who had just fainted, quickly woke up. Before he could react or think too much, terrifying punches and kicks landed on his body again. After a brutal beating, Lin Feng's bones were shattered. Screams echoed in the entire prison for a long time. However, no one knew that this crazy beating was being broadcast into a hidden room. In the room, an old man floated in the void, frowning at the image of Lin Feng. "Are you sure this kid's psychic power is much stronger than that of an ordinary psychic? To me, he seems just like a regular A-grade psychic," the old man said impatiently to a middle-aged war god next to him. "No, I saw him earlier today. He was able to fight back and forth with these war generals and wasn't beaten too badly. Moreover, his psychic strength was much stronger than it is now, at least an A+ level." The middle-aged war god was also baffled, and he quickly pulled up the video from Noon. Indeed, in the footage, Lin Feng, who had just entered, was able to contend with these war generals using the strength of a war earth. With such soul strength, he indeed reached A+ level, a talent that must not be allowed to die. His mantle has yet to be passed on. Offending the Ling family for such a genius is not out of the question. At worst, I'll go apologize to Lin Xiaotian myself. After all, as a powerhouse with planetary-level strength, apologizing would make it hard for the other party to outright reject. Indeed, the elder was a formidable half-step planetary-level warrior. He was also a powerful spiritual telepathist, and even the slightly weaker planetary-level warriors might not match him. Could it be that he had concealed his true talents? Fast forward, let's see when he began to hide his capabilities. However, the elder was still puzzled and soon began instructing someone next to him. The middle-aged war god did not hesitate and quickly fast-forwarded the footage. Soon the scene where Ling Yan retracted the 4th-tier War Emperor's weapon, the Soul Jade Ju, appeared. So it was because of the War Emperor's weapon, alas. Indeed, how could such a small place produce an A+ genius? I thought too much. Seeing this, the elder was immediately disappointed and sighed helplessly. An A+ talent in other professions would appear perhaps once every few years on Yanlong Star, and a spiritual telepathist might not even emerge for decades, not to mention A+. Even if Lin Feng was A level, it would be a tough decision for him. Sadly, he was only A and had offended the Ling family, which was also a dash. Such a genius, if he wished, could easily find someone to take as a disciple. There was no need to offend the Ling family for him. Moreover, this young man's nature did not seem to be good. Stealing from the young master of the Ling family was one thing, but he even committed murder to silence others. Such a person with malicious intent absolutely cannot be accepted. Thinking this, he directly left the prison without paying any further attention to Lin Feng. Amidst being beaten and reviving repeatedly, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if he had lost something profound. Suddenly his heart began to throb violently. This pain was more terrifying than being brutally beaten many times, and it even prevented him from fainting. In agony, he began clutching his heart and convulsing wildly on the ground, frightening the people around, who quickly scattered. Could it be that they went too far and this young man was going to die? If he died, that would be no fun at all. In the imperial city, Ling Yan stood in a garden filled with rare fruits. Even the cheapest fruit here was worth hundreds of thousands of star coins. These fruits densely filled the courtyard, some of which were even worth billions each and were priceless. Unfortunately, Ling Yan noticed that although these fruits also contained source energy, they held less than source stones of equivalent value. Perhaps he should sell these fruits and exchange them for source stones? Ling Yan stroked his chin, pondering. Selling all these fruits could bring in hundreds of billions, which could buy tens of millions of first-tier source stones equivalent to tens of millions of rule points. Such a massive amount would definitely boost Ling Yan's strength significantly. However, he soon abandoned this idea. His father had already promised to send him a batch of corpses and beast cores. By then the rule points would not be few, and handling so many fruits would take too much time, at least a month or two, to sell them all. Compared to corpses, that was too little. Ding, congratulations, you have disrupted the protagonist's first chance to be apprenticed, slightly slowing down his growth rate. Luck decreased slightly. You have absorbed the power of luck, gaining rule points, 1 million, the moment Ling Yan heard the prompt, his eyebrows raised. It seemed that Lin Feng's cheap master had abandoned him. But why was there only a slight decrease in his fortune? Ling Yan frowned. A slight amount of fortune meant that the opportunity to take Lin Feng as a disciple was now cut off, and it seemed to affect Lin Feng minimally. It looked like he had overestimated Lu Yan. The man was useless, Ling Yan scoffed disdainfully. However, it was just a sliver of fortune, and yet it could still earn 1 million rule points? It appeared that Lin Feng's fortune was hundreds of times larger than that of Morong Xued, the initial female lead. It seemed he still needed to focus on the protagonist. As for the supporting characters, he would deal with them if possible, or else wait. Just a sliver of fortune meant that Lin Feng couldn't be killed off yet. Ling Yan was somewhat speechless. Indeed, the protagonist was hard to kill. It seemed that before the verdict could even be pronounced, this young man would be released. However, Ling Yan was very curious about how exactly this young man would be released. Never mind, he thought, let's not worry about that for now, let's upgrade the rules or create some powerful ones. 1.3 million rule points should not be wasted. Ling Yan didn't dwell on it anymore and then shifted his gaze to his own attributes. Name: Ling Yan, martial arts level 1-star, general soul level, low-level martial apprentice, vitality 100, 10,000 kilograms, soul 1.0, profession, rule creator, unique. Cultivation technique, Federation's top body tempering decision, proficient, martial skill, Federation basic boxing, proficient, created rules, physical growth LV3, 10,000 kilograms per day. Upgrade requires 1 million, teleportation LV3, within 100 meters 100 times/day. Upgrade requires 1 million, flying LV2, 200% 100,000, flame control LV2, 400% 100,000, Combat Genius LV2, 400%, 100,000, rule points. 1.308 million. His strength was not bad, gaining 10,000 kilograms of power per day was enough for a rapid increase in his power. Although upgrading tomorrow could make him a war king, he would then lack enough rule points. Moreover, in this world it seemed that martial strength was not as powerful as soul strength, just like Lin Feng, who could unleash such powerful strength at the same level. Ling Yan also pondered this. The power of a psychic was very clear to him. Most importantly, Lin Feng would have a lot of opportunities later, and these opportunities required a psychic to trigger. Since he was not a psychic, how could he snatch these opportunities? And without snatching the opportunities, how could he affect Lin Feng's fortune, creating rules to become an A+? Psychic required how many rule points? Ling Yan spoke to the system, having asked before becoming an A needed 100,000, ding, an A+ psychic needed 500,000, S needed 1 million. Upon hearing Ling Yan's inquiry, the system instantly responded. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows at the reply. This price seemed not too expensive after all. An S psychic power could unleash 1000% of his soul's combat power, which in the early stages was almost enough to kill enemies above his level. Moreover, this combat prodigy can be enhanced equivalent to reaching a 40-fold increase in strength. This 40-fold enhancement in power is already comparable to a typical SS tier talent. If the news of an SS tier were to spread, the Flame Dragon Star would surely boil over, considering that S tier talents usually appear only once in decades, not to mention SS tier, the supreme will. How many rule points would it take to create a rule that allows one to gain the soul strength of a war general every day? Ling Yan then asked. Having the level of A mentalist naturally requires soul power, otherwise the strength would still be weak. Ding, just like with physical growth LV3, it requires 100,000 rule points. Facing Ling Yan's confusion, the system spoke up. That's also okay, let's count one. Now that both soul cultivation and martial cultivation are covered, there are still 200,000 rule points left. Ling Yan frowned as he looked at the remaining rule points. 200,000 is neither too much nor too little. What type of rule should be created then? Suddenly, as he glanced at the attribute table, his eyes lit up. Right, my strength has increased so rapidly the techniques and martial skills simply can't keep up. Can the system create a rule for quickly learning techniques and martial skills? Ling Yan spoke to the system. Ding, rule creation possible. Automatic enlightenment. Automatic enlightenment LV1, gain 1 year of cultivation experience and techniques per day. Rule points needed 10,000 plus martial skills experience cost 20,000. Automatic enlightenment LV2, gain 10 years of cultivation experience in techniques and martial skills per day. Rule points needed 100,000 inch plus martial skills experience cost 200,000. Automatic enlightenment LV3, gain 100 years of cultivation experience in techniques and martial skills per day. Rule points needed 10 million inch plus martial skills experience cost 20 million. Instant learning LV1, can instantly master a first tier technique or martial skill to perfection. Rule points needed 10,000, can only learn first tier techniques. Instant learning LV2, can instantly master a second tier technique or martial skill to perfection. Rule points needed 100,000, can only learn second tier techniques, and so on. LV3 requires 1 million rule points, can instantly learn third tier techniques. LV4 needs 100 million rule points, can learn fourth tier. The system quickly provided two rule options, instant learning and automatic enlightenment. Ling Yan stared at these two rules but fell into deep thought. If there were enough rule points, naturally both would be chosen. However, for now only one can be selected. Although instant learning is good, 100,000 can only choose to learn second tier techniques, but the techniques and martial skills of the Ling family, let alone second tier, even 4 or 5 tiers, are plentiful. Learning only second tier seems somewhat undervalued. Now 200,000 rule points can just make a LV2 automatic enlightenment, equivalent to having 10 years of learning experience every day. 10 years, even if it's rubbish, could proficiently learn up to third tier techniques and martial skills, right? Ling Yan pondered for a moment and eventually felt that automatic enlightenment was more worthwhile. Most importantly, even though the second tier techniques and martial skills are also used by war generals, Ling Yan still felt they were undervalued. After 10 years of daily practice, I have acquired enough experience to master any martial arts or combat techniques of level 4 or below in a short amount of time. Even reaching proficiency, let alone mastery, shouldn't take much time at all. The enhancement of martial arts and combat techniques on one's strength is truly terrifying. The presence and proficiency of combat techniques can determine an individual's ultimate combat power. Some martial arts prodigies can even defeat higher-level professionals with lower-level skills, so I decided to create a rule that would allow me to control S-grade telekinesis. Additionally, I created the rules for Soul Growth LV3 and Automatic Enlightenment LV2. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and immediately spoke to the system. Ding, command received. Starting rule creation, estimated consumption, 1.3 million rule points, please be prepared. A notification sound also reached Ling Yan's mind at this moment. However, at that moment a profound and mysterious force entered Ling Yan's mind, and in an instant he felt as if his soul had momentarily left his body. Ling Yan began to oversee the entire Ling family from a godlike perspective. The next moment Ling Yan's soul swiftly returned. Finally, the soul directly entered the sea of consciousness. At this time Ling Yan saw a giant flaming orb like the sun slowly burning in the sea of consciousness. Above the sun, endless blue soul power began to rapidly converge, eventually forming a telekinetic light orb several times larger than the fireball. Through this orb Ling Yan could clearly feel that he could easily manipulate an invisible force. He slowly opened his eyes. His thoughts turned towards the end of the orchard hundreds of meters away, and instantly a fruit emitting a fiery red aura was enveloped by an invisible force and plucked from the branch, flying towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan caught the fruit in his hand. Is this telekinesis? Truly magical. No wonder even the warlords of the Emperor realm didn't realize Lin Feng had attacked me. Ling Yan felt somewhat emotional. Fortunately, now this silent and deadly power was under his control, otherwise if this power was in the hands of his archenemy, Ling Yan wouldn't dare to appear before Lin Feng so casually. After all, if the other party killed him with the protagonist's halo, they might still escape the pursuit of the Ling family. My soul strength has now reached the level of a war general, coupled with an S-grade psychic level. Even ordinary war generals of the 7th or 8th level are no match for me. With the addition of my combat genius, a 40-fold enhancement is enough for me to instantly kill an ordinary war general of the 10th level. Ling Yan estimated and came to this conclusion. Of course, this assumes that the opponent's cultivation techniques and martial arts are not of a high level. Boom. However, at that moment a terrifying flood of memories surged into Ling Yan's mind, instantly adding a full 10 years of experience in practicing the Federation's basic body tempering technique and the Federation's basic fist technique, and this experience was equivalent to non-stop practice. An ordinary person practicing for over 3 hours a day is considered diligent. Practicing 2 different methods would mean double the time, 6 hours. Yet Ling Yan was even lazier, barely managing an hour of practice in total each day. This meant that the 10 years of his practice equated to over 200 years of his previous efforts. Coupled with the fact that both techniques he practiced were rather substandard, 10 years of training experience instantly brought these techniques to a masterful level, an ethereal and transformative state. Note, proficiency levels are beginner, skilled, master, great achievement, ethereal mastery. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power unleashed. Unfortunately, due to the low level of the martial techniques, there was almost no improvement in Ling Yan's strength. To fully unleash his strength, a warrior must use martial techniques and methods of at least the 2nd order. It seems a visit to the family's library is due. Ling Yan thought, his eyes flickering slightly as he then opened his attribute table. Name: Ling Yan. Martial level: 1-star warrior. Soul level: 1-star warrior. Vitality: 100, equivalent to 10,000 kilograms. Soul: 100. Profession: rule creator. Unique method: Federation basic body refinement. Ethereal mastery: martial technique. Federation basic boxing. Ethereal mastery, rule creation. Physical growth LV3, 10,000 kilograms per day 0/1 million. Soul growth LV3, 100 soul strength /day 0/1 million. Automatic enlightenment LV2, automatically gains 10 years of training experience per day 0/20 million. Instantaneous movement LV3, within 100 meters 100 times /day 0/1 million. Flying LV2, 200% 100,000. Telekinetic control LV3, 1000% 0/10 million. Flame control LV2, 400% 100,000. Combat genius LV2, 400% 100,000. Rules points, 0.8 million with 1.3 million rules applied. Ling Yan's strength had increased 2 to 3 times compared to before, although not significantly. However, it is foreseeable that once Ling Yan learns higher-level techniques his strength will leap qualitatively. At that moment Ling Yan seemed to sense something and looked towards the entrance of a nearby orchard. Just then a figure appeared walking on air. "Young master, there is a message. Lord Lu Yan has left the prison." The newcomer was Old Wu, who spoke respectfully to Ling Yan after entering. "Good, I know." Ling Yan nodded slightly. He had already known this from the system. Prompt. As for the Ling family's investigation, Lu Yan naturally knew about it. After all, unless Ling Yan's father himself came, no one in the Ling family could detect Lu Yan. His blatant departure was to show the Ling family that he had no connection with Lin Feng. This also meant that the path for Lin Feng to become a disciple under Lu Yan was now completely severed. "Young master, why pay attention to Lord Lu Yan? Could he possibly take Lin Feng as a disciple?" Old Wu was also puzzled. After all, Lin Feng was a rare mentalist. In recent years Lu Yan has been continuously searching for a successor. Previously, there was a chance this old man was always on the lookout for suitable disciples, but now one shouldn't even think about it, as the weakest spirit manipulators are at the A level. If he really wanted to settle, he would have already taken one on. Why bother finding a criminal who has offended my Ling family? Ling Yan smiled slightly. He knew the original plot. Lu Yan was the first character to catapult Lin Feng into prominence. If it weren't for the misjudgment of Lin Feng's talent due to the Soul Jade Jude, this old man would have taken the boy as his disciple today. And it was because in the original story Ling Yan didn't pursue Lin Feng, making the boy think it was his master who saved him. Although Lu Yan later discovered the existence of the Soul Jade Ju and regretted it, having accepted him as a disciple, he naturally could not fail to teach him. Moreover, as Lin Feng encountered some adventures later on, his talent began to improve. Lu Yan then began to teach him everything he knew, eventually enabling the boy to grow strong enough to completely destroy the Ling family in a short period of time. Thinking of this, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Ling Yan's heart. Although Lu Yan did not take Lin Feng as a disciple in this life, there was no guarantee they wouldn't end up together later. If possible, he himself might have to employ some tactics to kill this old man. After all, killing a not too minor supporting character could also plunder quite a bit of luck. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Old Wu also felt emotional. Ling Yan was now much more stable in both speech and action than before, just like the old master. Beep beep beep. However, just then Old Wu's smart wristwatch started beeping. Hearing the alert, Old Wu frowned immediately and opened the wristwatch to take a look. However, the contents seemed to disturb him. He cautiously glanced at Ling Yan beside him. "What's the matter?" Ling Yan asked casually after biting into a third-grade fire cloud fruit. The fruits containing source energy did taste pretty good. Once he had extra rule points, he would get some that could accelerate the growth of spiritual fruits. This way, there would be a lot of high-level spiritual fruits to eat. At the same time, they could also be sold for money, since these expensive items could certainly bring in a good profit. "Miss Morong is here. She's at the entrance of the manor. Should I let her in?" Looking at Ling Yan, Old Wu hesitated a bit, because if Ling Yan saw Morong Shui acting like a sycophant again, "Let her in. I want to see what she wants to do after being scolded like that." Ling Yan said, his interest piqued. He had made himself very clear. Could this woman really not understand? "All right, young master." Hearing Ling Yan's words, Old Wu breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Ling Yan truly had no interest in Morong Shui. Meanwhile, outside the Ling family's manor, Morong Shui stared dumbfounded at the towering gates of the huge mansion, looking like a country bumpkin. Although her family was the richest in Kaiyun City, they had only risen to wealth in the past 2 years. In the capital, any family within the second ring was much more affluent and powerful than hers. However, within the entire imperial capital there exists only one family that dominates, the Ling family, in a place as precious and expensive as the imperial capital. The Ling family's estate spans tens of square kilometers. Such a terrifying expanse reminds Morong Shui of the time she first took Ling Yan to her home and warned him to be careful not to damage the plants lest they couldn't afford the compensation. Looking back now, she realizes it was she who was the poor one. Gazing at the manor before her, any lingering thoughts Morong Shui had about Lin Feng completely vanished. "I must become the young madam of the Ling family. All this wealth will be mine." Morong Shui couldn't help but clench her fists in determination. Buzz! Just then the energy barrier at the Ling family's gates suddenly disappeared, and an elderly man with a cold gaze appeared walking on air. It was Elder Wu. The sight of Elder Wu treading the air shocked Morong Shui. The old man she used to scorn was actually a war god-level figure. How could this be possible? "My young master has allowed you to enter," Elder Wu said coldly to Morong Shui. Without much ado, Hearing his words, a spark of hope lit in Morong Shue's eyes. Surely Ling Yan still couldn't let go of her. Good, lead the way. Instantly Morong Shue regained her arrogant demeanor. Over these 3 years she had thoroughly figured out Ling Yan's personality, a little sweetness from her and he would surely come groveling. Watching her actions, Elder Wu couldn't help but snort disdainfully inside. If not for the young master's orders, Morong Shue would have been secretly dealt with long ago. As the steward of the strongest family on the planet, he was no kind soul. Buzz, as Elder Wu turned around, the tiles under Morong Shue's feet began to levitate. Is this a third-tier levitation platform? Morong Shue was somewhat startled. The material alone must cost millions per piece, and looking around, all the tiles in the plaza were made of these levitation platforms. The cost of these platforms alone was astronomical. Buzz. In an instant, as a wind-breaking shield emerged above the platform, Morong Shue and Elder Wu sped towards the Ling family estate at a high velocity. Along the way, Morong Shue saw the Ling family's levitating martial arts fields, aerial gardens, and various other luxurious scenes typically only seen in movies. Her astonishment and horror never ceased. By the time they reached the Ling family's orchard, her shock had peaked. Everywhere she looked, there were rare fruits that even the family elders would hesitate to eat. Just a few steps in, Morong Shue spotted an orchard of fiery red trees bearing the Huayan fruits. Her great-grandfather had received one from the mayor for his 180th birthday, and he had smiled for days, hardly daring to even touch it. Yet here hundreds of these trees were planted, and as they ventured deeper, the fruits became even rarer, with over a dozen fifth-tier fruit trees coming into view. Morong Shue couldn't help but swallow saliva. Fifth-grade fruits, a single one was valuable enough to make a war god wince. There were dozens on this tree, weren't there? Soon they arrived at the fish pond at the end of the orchard. Ling Yan was seen casually feeding the fish with some firecloud fruits. The sight immediately made Morong Shue feel dizzy with frustration. Such waste, it was just too extravagant. Even the War King would hesitate to consume those fruits, yet Ling Yan was feeding them to fish, a total squander of resources. At that moment she already saw herself as the young mistress of the Ling family, thinking that Ling Yan was literally wasting her inheritance. Master Ling, Miss Morong has arrived. Old Wu spoke respectfully to Ling Yan. Ling Yan, are you really so wasteful? These firecloud fruits are so precious, how can you just use them to feed fish? Morong Shue shouted at Ling Yan. However, as soon as she spoke, not only Old Wu but also Ling Yan were stunned. They exchanged glances, both faces filled with astonishment. This person, is she alright? I use my own family's fruits to feed my own family's fish. What's it to you? Ling Yan retorted sharply. What kind of heroine are you? No wonder you got ignored later in the story and never got your due. Morong Shue was momentarily lost for words at Ling Yan's response. You came to see me so soon. Are you ready to pay back the money? Ling Yan spoke while tossing the remaining half of a firecloud fruit into the water. Splash! Instantly a swarm of koi surged forward and devoured the fruit in less than a second. Hearing Ling Yan mention money, Morong Shue's face grew even uglier. The resources Ling Yan had given her were worth over 1 billion star credits, money she could not possibly come up with. She even dared not tell her family, for they were unaware that she had accepted so many resources from Ling Yan. If these resources were used for the family business, it could have taken their business to a new level. Ling Yan, do you really have to push me this far? You weren't like this before. I can't believe you would ignore our years of friendship just for money. Morong Shue suddenly acted as if she was heartbroken. If it were the old Ling Yan, he would have been completely flustered and then tried to appease her, offering even more resources. Friendship? Did you think about our friendship when you teamed up with Lin Feng to attack me? What was I before? A fool doting on you. Sorry that Ling Yan is dead. If you have nothing else, you better go prepare the money, or perhaps hire a good lawyer. That might reduce your sentence. Ling Yan mocked her mercilessly. Morong Shue's expression stiffened upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Ling Yan to be immune to her usual tactics. However, she didn't give up but looked helplessly at Ling Yan. Stop joking, Ling Yan, aren't you still pursuing me? Just confess to me now and I'll be your girlfriend. Morong Shue blinked at Ling Yan, her face full of expectation. If I confess, you really agree? Ling Yan questioned, his voice laced with irony. Ling Yan was baffled. Yes, if you confess your feelings, I might reluctantly agree to be with you, but that's just for starters. Your future actions will determine the rest. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Morong Shue's smile faintly returned, her demeanor once again filled with pride. It seemed Ling Yan was indeed moved. Wu Lao, who was standing by, was also taken aback. No way, is the young master really going to confess? Ha, this is hilarious. However, the next moment Ling Yan burst into hysterical laughter. This laughter completely dumbfounded Morong Shui. Confess to you? Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're worthy of my confession? Ling Yan laughed so hard he was nearly in tears. This woman truly had shattered his perceptions. Listening to Ling Yan's mockery, Morong Shui's temper flared. I am after all the school beauty of number 7 middle school, and I've awakened a grade B profession. I'm now at the 4th level of the combat earth. Moreover, my Morong family is the wealthiest in Kaiyun City. How do I not qualify for you to confess to me? Morong Shui fumed, spouting all the things she was proud of in one breath. Pfft. At her words, not just Ling Yan but even Wu Lao couldn't help but laugh out loud, hearing this. Morong Shui grew even more infuriated, thinking to herself that once she became Mrs. Ling, she would definitely teach this old fool a lesson. Tisk tisk tsk, so these are the things you've been so proud of all along. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. When he first met Morong Shui, she wasn't as repulsive as she was now. It was only after the Morong family's business grew significantly with a few casual remarks from Ling Yan that Morong Shui became increasingly arrogant. Aren't these enough? Morong Shui said haughtily. Enough? How little you must think of my Ling family. Ling Yan was somewhat speechless and continued before Morong Shui could say more. Let's not talk about the entire Yanlong Star, just within Kaiyun City your beauty wouldn't even rank in the top 5, right? If I just give the word beauties from the top 10 of Yanlong Star, all with talents above grade A would break their necks trying to be my girlfriend. These geniuses and beauties blocked my way during my travels in Kaiyun City, forcing me to take shelter. You, a mere school beauty of a small town's number 7 middle school with a grade B talent, what face do you have to boast? Morong Shui's face stiffened at Ling Yan's disdainful words. It was then she realized that the Ling Yan in front of her was no longer the rich second-generation heir she had in mind. The son of the chairman, he was surrounded by beautiful and talented women. But my family's conditions are not bad. Morong Shui bit her lip, speaking somewhat awkwardly about her Morong family. Being the wealthiest in the city was her biggest confidence booster over the years, yet speaking these words also somewhat disheartened her because compared to families in the capital, especially the Ling family, the Morong family was far behind. Even some decent fruits here could probably bankrupt the Morong family. However, she regained some confidence shortly afterwards. My father brought the nearly bankrupt Morong family to the wealthiest in Kaiyun City in just 3 years. Given 30 years, he might well become the wealthiest man on Yanlong Star. Miss Morong, how do you think your family became the richest in Kaiyun City? It was simply because I took the young master to your house one time, and seeing how poor your family was, he casually remarked how hard your life was. That's when I arranged a few unwanted small deals for your Morong family. Unfortunately, your family couldn't handle even that. These small deals, with such high profits, ended up in losses. If it hadn't been for me secretly supporting and funding you, those losses would have been enough to doom the Morong family forever. Mr. Wu, standing by, was speechless at hearing about the Morong family. None of them had the knack for doing business. Without the young master's protection, they would have been gone long ago, yet they dream of being the wealthiest. Impossible. Everything the Morong family has was built by my father alone. How could it be thanks to you? Without my father's hard work, the Morong family would have gone bankrupt 3 years ago. Your Ling family may be powerful, but don't act as if the Morong family owes you anything. Hearing Mr. Wu's words, Morong Shui immediately burst out in anger. In her view, Ling Yan was trying to take all the credit himself. How could she possibly believe that? You talk about Morong Quan. Do you know why your Morong family almost went bankrupt at the beginning? If it wasn't for him, your Morong family's business might not be big, but it wouldn't have gone bankrupt. That old fool has little ability but a big temper, offending almost 90% of the peers in Kaiyun City within less than a year of becoming the chairman. Mr. Wu sneered and threw out some of Morong family's financial reports along with logos of companies that had collaborated with the Morong family. These companies were all shell companies created by Mr. Wu specifically to give orders and money to the Morong family. Speaking of Morong Quang, he was speechless, wondering how such a foolish person could ever be considered for the role of chairman, probably because they were afraid their family would not collapse fast enough. Enraged, Morong Shui opened these financial reports, but when she saw that all the registering names were Mr. Wu's, she was completely stunned. Over these 3 years, her uncles and aunts had been saying her father was just incredibly lucky, as if people were rushing to give him money. She always thought it meant her father was good at making money, as if others were simply handing it over. Now, it seemed there really were people giving money to her Morong family. Yes, her family's fortune truly began after Ling Yan visited her home. At that moment Morong Shui felt utter despair, realizing that all her pride in front of Ling Yan was just like a clown's. He might have liked her probably just out of a momentary curiosity to try out a poor girl like her, and here she was, foolishly flaunting the little charity he offered in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan, I was wrong these years. I think I truly like you, but I was just afraid you'd look down on me. Can you forgive me? Can I be your girlfriend? Finally seeing the situation clearly, Morong Shui, with tears streaming down her face, stepped forward to take Ling Yan's hand. However, Ling Yan merely lifted his right hand slightly upon witnessing this scene. Buzz! In an instant, a tremendous force swept Morong Shui off her feet, sending her flying. Thud! The next moment, Morong Shui tumbled awkwardly to the ground nearby, rolling several times. Is this telekinesis? How is this possible? Upon seeing this scene, Elder Wu's pupils shrank dramatically, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked towards Ling Yan. I'm sorry, but my clothes are quite expensive. You wouldn't be able to afford them if you dirted them. Moreover, the Ling family has withdrawn all support for your Morong family. I guess your family will be bankrupt soon. Go back and enjoy your last 2 days as the daughter of the wealthiest man. Ling Yan spoke calmly. Are you really being so heartless, Ling Yan? Morong Shui, dismayed, struggled to her feet and looked at Ling Yan with a face full of grievance and confusion. She did not understand why the once utterly compliant Ling Yan had become so ruthless now. As for being swept away, she thought it was Elder Wu who had made the move. Elder Wu, I don't want to see her again. Ling Yan spoke again, his tone still calm. Only then did Elder Wu come back to his senses. Miss Morong, please leave. He then said sternly to Morong Shui. Though reluctant, Morong Shui had no face to stay any longer. With a cold huff, she turned and stormed out of the garden. After Morong Shui had left, Elder Wu looked at Ling Yan with some astonishment. Young master, that telekinesis just now. Elder Wu's voice trembled slightly. Just an accidental awakening of my ability, nothing serious, Ling Yan responded, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, for the current Ling Yan, telekinesis was merely a tool for seizing the opportunity from Lin Feng, SSS, a psychic master. The young master is actually a psychic master. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Elder Wu exclaimed incredulously, but the next moment his face lit up with ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could the master's son not awaken any ability? A psychic master, ha ha ha, excellent. Elder Wu laughed excitedly. For a moment he could barely contain his power, enveloping the entire Ling residence in his formidable martial presence. At the entrance of the Ling house, Morong Shui, who had just walked out, was immediately overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure and collapsed to the ground. Although this aura quickly dissipated, the rising Morong Shui was sure that Ling Yan was making things difficult for her on purpose. Ling Yan, how could you treat me this way after all these years of my kindness to you? Just you wait, from today on I will never bother with you again. Frustrated, Morong Shui cursed a few more times at the Ling family's gate before leaving with a grimace. Of course, all this was of no concern to Ling Yan. By the way, when is my college entrance exam? Suddenly Ling Yan recalled this detail. He remembered that, in his previous life, having been taken as a disciple by the strongest psychic master of Yanlong Star, Lin Feng had shown brilliantly in the college entrance exam, ultimately entering the highest academy of Yanlong Star as the top scholar of his province. Ironically, the president of the top academy on Flame Dragon Star was none other than his own father. It was because of the title of provincial top scholar that Lin Feng was eligible to participate in the resource battle held jointly by Flame Dragon Star and over 30 neighboring planets. During this battle, Lin Feng succeeded in his first talent advancement by killing and absorbing the beast core of an extremely rare mutant psychic-type star beast, although he himself did not need the beast core of this mutant psychic-type star beast. He absolutely couldn't let this young man take it. Young master, there are only 10 days left until the college entrance exam. With your current talent, it seems you don't even need to take the exam to enter the top academy of Flame Dragon Star. Wu Lao said, opening his mouth in doubt. Of course, what he was most worried about was Ling Yan's strength. If he has just awakened his profession, even with training 10 days' time, would at most bring him to about the 8th level of the Battle Earth. However, he remembered that the descendants of the major families on Flame Dragon Star had awakened A+ talents 3 years ago. After 3 years of resource infusion, they had already reached the 4th or 5th level of Battle General. Although the young master is a psychic master, his talent is probably just a dash. What if he can't even make it into the top 100 of the college entrance exam? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? No, if people knew about this, they would think that the young master entered the top academy only because of his father's connections. Prepare yourself, we're returning to school tomorrow. Ling Yan waved his hand and issued the order directly. Wu Lao, hearing his young master's words, could only helplessly nod and go to prepare the resources. Moreover, such great news as the young master's awakening of his profession should be promptly informed to the old master. Just as Wu Lao was about to contact Ling Xiaotian, he received a message from him, essentially saying that since Ling Yan had awakened his profession, some cultivation resources should be prepared for him. It was then that Wu Lao realized that Ling Xiaotian had known about Ling Yan's awakening all along. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiaotian was aware of the talent being S-level Flame Battle Earth, whereas he knew it as a level Psychic Master. Still, seeing the resources prepared by the old master for Ling Yan, Wu Lao was still shocked. Truly worthy of the old master such generosity. These resources should be enough for Ling Yan to cultivate to the level of War God, right? Late at night, Morong Shui returned to Kaiyun City. Standing at the gate of the Morong family's mansion, she couldn't help but feel disdainful. After seeing the luxurious estate of the Ling family, her own Morong family's mansion seemed rather petty. No wonder Ling Yan said she was pitiable the first time he came to her house after her family had made their fortune and expanded the estate by dozens of times. If the Morong family of the past were compared to the Ling family, they might seem no better than beggars. But now her heart was cold. The original bootlicker Ling Yan had inexplicably become the son of the chairman of Flame Dragon Star, and Lin Feng had been thrown into prison because of her. For a moment she began to doubt whether she had chosen wrongly by choosing Lin Feng. Get lost, where did this beggar come from, daring to bump into my Morong family? However, just at this moment a roar emanated from the Morong residence. In the next instant 3 figures were thrown out by the Morong family's guards like discarded sacks. The 3 landed on the ground lifeless. What happened? How could there be fatalities inside the home? Morong Shui, already in a foul mood, coldly snorted upon witnessing the scene. Hearing that it was Morong Shui, the guards hurriedly plastered smiles on their faces. It turns out to be the young miss. This family, we don't know where they came from, insisted that you are their son's girlfriend. The master was furious and had us beat them, but who knew these lowlifes couldn't take it and were beaten to death. The guard explained helplessly to Morong Shui. However, upon hearing the guard's words, Morong Shui's expression slightly changed. She quickly walked forward and turned over the bodies. The faces she saw instantly turned her pale. It was Lin Feng's parents and his lame brother. How could this happen? Morong Shui panicked. She knew very well Lin Feng's temperament. If he found out that her family was responsible for killing his entire family, he would never let her go. But the next moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng had offended Ling Yan and was as good as dead. Perhaps she didn't need to be so fearful. You all take their bodies to the Tianfu Community Building 3, apartment 1203 in the slums. Remember, don't let anyone find out it was the Morong family's doing. Morong Shui casually instructed the guards. Then, with a look of disdain, she wiped her hands with a handkerchief. She certainly didn't want to give anyone a handle against the Morong family at such a critical time. Understood, miss. The guards, upon hearing this, wasted no time in carrying out Morong Shui's orders. The news of the death of all 3 members of the Lin family spread throughout the neighborhood early the next morning. The news reached the principal of 7th Middle School, who used his connections to send the news to the prison. After all, Lin Feng had not yet been fully sentenced, so the news successfully reached the prison. Upon learning that his entire family had died, Lin Feng fainted. In shock, Ling Yan, who was originally planning to return to school, also received this news before his departure. Oh, Lin Feng's entire family is dead. Ling Yan's brow furrowed upon hearing this. In the original story, the Lin family was indeed wiped out, but not at this time. Then his expression darkened. Wait, in the original story, with every family member's death, the protagonist gains a surge in strength and talent. With the entire family gone, how much will his strength and talent increase? Ling Yan was speechless. Trouble, young master. Just then old Wu's anxious voice came from outside, followed by him flying over at high speed. What happened? Has Lin Feng been released from prison or what? Ling Yan asked upon hearing old Wu's words. Ah, young master, how did you know? I got the news at the first instance. The anxious old Wu was completely baffled. Tell me what exactly happened, Ling Yan asked calmly, not bothering to respond. He indeed wanted to see just how powerful Lin Feng's protagonist's halo could be. Young master, I received news this morning that Lin Feng's entire family was murdered, and soon after word came from the prison. Upon learning of his family's demise, Lin Feng suffered a mental breakdown. Unexpectedly, within an hour he erupted in rage and killed all the inmates in his prison. The family's covert guards who were present estimated that his spiritual realm had reached the peak of the Battle Earth stage. Moreover, it's possible. As Master Wu spoke, his tone grew heavier. Possible what? Ling Yan asked calmly. Just the peak of Battle Earth. Lin Feng is not that impressive. Ling Yan himself has already reached the second level of the Battle General realm. He is far stronger than Lin Feng. It's possible that his telekinetic powers have mutated, possibly reaching an A+ level. Master Wu spoke gravely. However, as soon as he spoke, Ling Yan scoffed disdainfully. His entire family sacrificed and he only reached this level. It seems I overestimated Lin Feng. Ling Yan spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Master Wu was stunned. Known young master, shouldn't you be upset and exclaiming, this is impossible? Why such an expression? Has Lin Feng's talent increased or has someone intervened to save him? Ling Yan ignored the somewhat confused Master Wu and spoke slowly. Ah, yes, that's right, Lu Yan, that old man, upon hearing about the incident, immediately went to the prison and took Lin Feng out. For this he even used the Yen Dragon Star Medal of Honor. Master Wu explained the situation gravely. The Medal of Honor is a tradition of Yen Dragon Star awarded to those who make significant contributions to the star. This medal is not only a symbol of strength and status but also serves a purpose. It can be used to exempt one's descendants or disciples from a prison sentence as long as the crime isn't treason or causing significant harm to humanity. Clearly, although the opponent almost killed Ling Yan in this era, if one survives, it is just considered a severe injury. One Medal of Honor is more than sufficient for this crime. Goodness, that Lu Yan is indeed generous like a protagonist. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. With the Medal of Honor used up, Lin Feng is not only out of trouble but likely to return to school soon, and with his talent a bright future awaits him. However, Ling Yan soon laughed. He remembered that this Medal of Honor was later used by Lu Yan to save Lin Feng after he killed a foreign genius and was discovered. Now that it's been used, one wonders how Lin Feng will escape danger in the future. Ding, congratulations host, because of your lawsuit against Lin Feng, Lu Yan had to use a Medal of Honor, weakening Lin Feng's fortune slightly. Ding, congratulations host, because Lin Feng's family was sacrificed prematurely, reducing the effect of the sacrifice and impacting his future growth, his fortune weakened slightly. Ding, congratulations host, you have absorbed the power of fortune, receiving 10 million rule points. Just then a notification sound suddenly echoed in Ling Yan's mind. The luck has decreased again, and by as much as 10 million. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That's quite a significant reduction in luck. But then he let it go, thinking about the original story where Lin Feng's entire family dies one by one, each death boosting his talents and strength significantly. 3 deaths made Lin Feng's powers surge, elevating him a whole major realm from S to SS level. Now it had only gone from A to A+. A substantial decrease in luck indeed. Ling Yan also figured out why previously when Lu Yan ceased taking disciples it only cost 1 million in luck, because Lin Feng was delayed by just 1 day in becoming a disciple. Truly, the protagonist's halo is terrifying, and Lu Yan couldn't escape becoming Lin Feng's master after all. And it seems Lu Yan ultimately gets killed by Lin Feng, boosting Lin Feng's talents yet again. It's risky being relatives or friends with the main character there. Practically sacrificial material. Alright, I've got this. No need to tell my father about Lin Feng's situation, I'll handle it. Let's go back to school for now. After all, I'm still a student, I can't just skip classes willy-nilly, Ling Yan said nonchalantly. But young master, since the Lin family was murdered, won't he think that you were behind it? Yet old Wu was somewhat worried. Previously Lin Feng was nothing in his eyes. But now he vaguely felt that Lin Feng was no ordinary person. Who else could awaken their talents after having their entire family perish? Upon hearing this, Ling Yan also frowned. Yes, although he wasn't afraid of Lin Feng, being framed was indeed annoying. He remembered from the original story that last night Lin Feng's family went to seek Morong Shui, who reassured them repeatedly that Lin Feng would be fine before they left. However, due to his own interference, Morong Shui returned home late last night. The Lin family probably encountered Morong Quang instead. Considering Morong Quang's dislike for the boy who influenced his daughter and Ling Yan's relationship before Lin Feng awakened his professional talents, he probably wanted the boy dead. Of course, those sent to kill Lin Feng were instead killed by Lin Feng, who possessed psychokinetic powers, and the blame fell squarely on Ling Yan. After all, in Lin Feng's view, only Ling Yan would have reason to harm him, which is why when he saw Ling Yan make a move, he didn't hesitate to retaliate. So clearly the Lin family was killed by Morong Quang. Ling Yan, knowing first of Lin Feng's imprisonment and his daughter wanting him to help, but he had no power to do so. Interesting, the female lead's family sacrificed the male lead's entire family. Would Lin Feng die of rage if he knew? Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh at the misfortune. without hesitation he instructed old Wu to hire a top-tier hacker to hack into the Morong family's surveillance and retrieve the footage of last night's events. Once Lin Feng comes knocking, he'll send the footage to the boy. Thinking about this, he felt it was going to be supremely thrilling, and when old Wu got the footage and saw that the Lin family was indeed killed by Morong Kuang himself, his expression changed drastically. Oh dear, young master, this. He was so shocked he couldn't even speak. Let's go. Lin Feng probably returned to school by now. Let's go watch the show. Ling Yan laughed gleefully at the disaster. Mr. Wu nodded repeatedly. At this moment the gossip-loving soul within him soared to the skies. He couldn't wait to see Lin Feng's expression next. Without hesitation, a massive floating warship spanning dozens of kilometers appeared above the Ling residence with a surge of fluctuations. The moment the warship appeared, everyone in the capital was shocked, staring up at the sky. Seeing that it was over the Ling family, they quickly took photos and checked in with envy. Young master, let me take you up, Mr. Wu said respectfully. No need. Ling Yan waved his hand, and then with a gesture of telekinesis to Mr. Wu's astonished gaze, he shot up into the sky towards the warship. No, even if one has telekinetic powers, shouldn't they be at least a war general to have the ability to fly? Mr. Wu was utterly dumbfounded. A psychic is arguably one of the earliest professions that can achieve flight among all careers. As long as one's mental strength reaches war general, they can fly. Of course, the higher the rank, the easier it is to achieve flight. For instance, Lin Feng, now with an A+ talent and at the peak of war soil realm, could probably fly by now. Hearing about Lin Feng's A+ talent seemed to barely bother the young master. Could it be that the young master's talent surpasses A+? Suddenly, this thought struck Mr. Wu. Instantly, Mr. Wu got even more excited. A psychic of the same level is much stronger than other professions of the same level. The power of telekinesis is just too eerie and mighty. With that thought, he hurriedly followed. As a butler, although extremely curious, Mr. Wu refrained from asking questions. Soon the two of them entered the warship. Buzz! The next moment, amidst a spatial fluctuation, the warship transformed into a streak of light and vanished from above the Ling residence, Kaiyun City 7th High School. It was during break time and students were resting in the martial arts field while starting to discuss Lin Feng and Ling Yan's affairs, as their issues had become widely known. Did you hear? Lin Feng's whole family was killed. Yes, that Lin Feng who awakened as a psychic. Oh, I heard about it. Lin Feng really had it rough, first opposing the rich second generation's bullying and being thrown in jail, and now his whole family got killed. What, Lin Feng's whole family was killed? Could it be Ling Yan? Obviously, who else but Ling Yan would have such a grudge against Lin Feng? It's despicable. Ling Yan always flaunted his wealth, but who knew he was so ruthless, even going as far as to kill an entire family? Alas, I heard the Ling family has significant influence now that Lin Feng is also locked up. I guess Morong Shui will have to marry Ling Yan. It's always the rich who get the good stuff. Isn't it supposed to be the pigs getting the cabbage? Pigs refer to those unattractive rich guys, but although Ling Yan is a bit of a beast, you can't deny he's as handsome as they come. Yeah, a tall, cold, fair-skinned, handsome guy. If he chased me, I'd be on my third child by now. Why bother with Lin Feng making such a fuss? Yeah, you should have pursued me from the start. Wait a minute, weren't we discussing how pitiful Lin Feng is? How did you all get so off track? Voices of discussion swept through the entire martial arts field. Most people, unaware of the truth, were angrily condemning Ling Yan and the Ling family for their malevolence. However, a small group of women, guided by appearances, expressed their admiration for Ling Yan. Meanwhile, Morong Shui stood silently in a corner of Class 7-3's martial arts field. Everyone looked at her distressed appearance, all assuming that Morong Shui was worried about Lin Feng. Alas, poor Morong Shui. Yes, the man she liked dared not let Ling Yan find out, and just after finding out he was thrown into prison. Yes, how pitiful. Almost everyone looked at Morong Shui with sympathy. Unfortunately, at this moment Morong Shui's mind was filled with memories of her encounters with Ling Yan since they first met. Perhaps impressed by the wealth and power of the Ling family, Ling Yan, who once seemed like a sycophant, now appeared deeply affectionate. It's undeniable that Ling Yan is truly handsome. After all, his family has been strong for generations, and the primary quality for a strong man's wife is beauty, followed by talent. Hence, generations of genetic optimization had made Ling Yan the undisputed top heartthrob since his school days. Now, Morong Shui wished she could slap herself. How could she not have been moved by such a handsome, devoted young man from such a terrifying family background, and instead fancied the utterly ordinary looking Lin Feng? She must have been under some spell by Lin Feng, a mental manipulator. It had to be. How detestable! If not for him, she could have been Mrs. Ling by now. thinking this Morong Shue's heart filled with loathing for Lin Feng reaching a peak. But now, how could she win back Ling Yan's heart? Morong Shui couldn't help but sigh deeply, her face showing her pain. The students around her, seeing this, thought she was even more worried for Lin Feng and became even more indignant. Ladies and gentlemen, an announcement. Just then, the familiar voice of the principal suddenly reached the ears of all the students in class 7-3. Even the people around the martial arts field looked over. They saw the principal descending slowly from the sky on a first-level floating platform. However, as he landed, everyone incredulously watched the figure standing behind the principal, a young man in black battle armor, the very ordinary Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng. It was actually Lin Feng. How could this be? Wasn't Lin Feng imprisoned? How could he have been released? Could it be that he was released? Ling Yan didn't pursue the matter. Suddenly, everyone was abuzz and people from nearby classes all ran over to watch the excitement. Lin Feng? How could this be? How was he released from prison? However, seeing this scene, Morong Shue's entire demeanor changed dramatically, her face showing disbelief as she stared at Lin Feng. Seeing her expression, a flicker of warmth passed through Lin Feng's heart. Shuer was indeed worried about me. Her surprise at seeing me was unmistakable. Indeed, who would have thought that Lin Feng would become a disciple of Master Lu Yan and successfully escape from the Ling family's clutches? Shuer, I'm back now, and with me here, Ling Yan wouldn't dare to disrespect you again. In Lin Feng's heart, he had already imagined himself as Morong Shue's savior. Little did he know, at that moment, the only thing on Morong Shue's mind was that her Morong family had killed Lin Feng's entire family. If he were to find out, her Morong family would certainly gain a formidable and ruthless genius as an enemy. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news. Seeing so many students gather around, the principal was visibly delighted. However, he didn't see the flicker of murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes behind him. His entire family had died, and yet the principal was still speaking of good news, a path the principal seemed destined to regret. Our school student Lin Feng has successfully advanced his professional level and is now a powerful A+ grade professional. Moreover, he has also reached the realm of a half-step war general. Let's congratulate Lin Feng. The principal couldn't help but lead the applause excitedly. However, as soon as he spoke, all the students, including Morong Shui, were shocked and turned to look at Lin Feng, an A+ level psychic master, and a half-step war general. How could this be possible? Still, the students instinctively began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The applause resonated throughout the campus. Morong Shue's face turned even paler. And at that very moment, with a calm demeanor, Lin Feng walked past the principal, and under everyone's gaze he moved towards Morong Shui step by step. Thinking that Lin Feng was coming to harm her, Morong Shui frightened, stepped back and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. However, he didn't think much of it and extended his right hand with deep affection. Shuer, I'm back, Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone around was deeply moved by this scene, although the heroine's expression was somewhat odd. You, how could you possibly be out? Morong Shui asked incredulously, stuttering. Lin Feng simply thought she was concerned about him. I have taken refuge with the strongest psychic master of Yanlong Star, Master Lu Yan. He rescued me. Don't worry, I didn't escape from prison. Now that I have enough backing, I'm no longer afraid of the Ling family. The account of my family being assassinated by the Ling family will surely be settled once I become stronger, Lin Feng whispered in a voice only he and Morong Shui could hear. After speaking, his expression turned extremely cold, as if he were a ghoul that had just walked out of hell. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, there was not a trace of happiness in Morong Shue's heart, only endless fear. Master Lu Yan, the second strongest person on Yanlong Star who can kill a 6th-order star beast, Morong Shui said with a trembling voice. She was in despair. How could her Morong family afford to offend such a powerful figure? Yes, that's him. With my master present, even the Ling family wouldn't dare to move against me again, Lin Feng said proudly. Upon hearing the words, Morong Shui shivered, but her eyes lit up immediately after. Seeing that Ling Yan's attitude towards her didn't seem promising, her chances looked slim, but Lin Feng's favorability towards her had greatly increased due to a casual promise she had made earlier to come to his rescue. Moreover, Lin Feng now not only possessed extraordinary talent but also had a master so powerful that even the Ling family dared not offend him. These conditions already surpassed Ling Yan's. After all, marrying Ling Yan, who was considered useless, would only bring her a few years of glory. Now, believing that the Ling family was responsible for the death of his family, why shouldn't she turn the tables? All she needed to do was to take care of the few guards in her family who knew the truth and delete all home surveillance footage. Who would suspect that it Was her Morong family who killed Lin Feng's entire family? Thinking of this, tears started streaming down her face. Whimpering, she cried out, "I knew it. I knew you could do it, brother Lin Feng." In an instant, Morong Shui began to cry uncontrollably. Lin Feng, moved yet somewhat helpless, forgot to help Morong Shui up, making her sit on the ground crying, which was somewhat embarrassing for her. She continued to cry to cover up the awkwardness while internally cursing Lin Feng for his stupidity. Let's give a round of applause for our fellow students. Lin Feng and Morong Shui. Fortunately, at this moment, the principal quickly spoke up to ease their embarrassment. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause filled the air. Buzz, however, just then an anomaly occurred. The sky was suddenly obscured and a giant shadow covered the land for tens of kilometers around. Everyone in Kaiyun City instinctively looked up. Even Morong Shui, still sitting on the ground crying, couldn't help but raise her head. But this sight made every student and citizen of Kaiyun City widen their eyes in disbelief. A massive warship large enough to obscure the sun hovered above the city precisely over the 8th middle school. 6. A 6th-tier warship. "This is a 5th-tier warship," exclaimed the principal. "What, a 6th-tier warship? Even planet-level powerhouses might not possess such a ship. How could this be?" Such a vessel was said to be owned only by the speaker of the Yanlong Star, and rumor had it he owned more than one. What kind of important person could possibly be visiting Kaiyun City? Could it be the speaker himself? At this moment, all the students trembled with excitement, some even exclaiming they'd be willing to die if they could just ride on it. However, two people in the crowd looked uneasy. One was Morong Shui. As she gazed at the warship in the sky, her face showed longing. She knew all too well that this was a Ling family spacecraft, and had she been smarter initially, a single sentence might have gained her a place on that formidable warship. The other was Lin Feng, whose expression was extremely grim. He knew that Ling Yan, the man who had killed his family, was inside that ship. His anger was intense, yet the most significant fact was that even his own master did not possess a 6th-tier spaceship. Indeed, his master could not afford it. The price of a 6th-tier spaceship was terrifyingly high. Even ordinary planetary-level powerhouses couldn't afford such a vessel. Although his master possessed planetary combat capabilities, he was definitely at the bottom of that realm. All he could do was envy. Angrily, he snorted and lowered his head, refusing to look anymore. However, the next moment, he saw the longing expression on Morong Shui's face. Instantly, a sense of humiliation surged in his heart. Sensing his gaze, Morong Shui quickly lowered her head, pretending to be frightened as she saw that it was indeed Lin Feng observing her. Lin Feng, it was him. He had arrived. Morong Shui trembled with fear. Her acting skills instantly deceived Lin Feng. Thinking she was just scared, although Lin Feng felt something was off, he didn't think much of it. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Feng quickly comforted her. TSK, such excitement, and there's even applause. What is it to welcome my arrival?" Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone immediately realized that two figures were rapidly descending from the spaceship. These figures stopped abruptly above the martial arts field. At the sight of these two figures, all the teachers and students were shocked, their eyes wide open. "Ling Yan, is that Ling Yan? And SSS, flight without support, is that flight without support? Could Ling Yan be a war god level powerhouse? Nonsense, didn't you see the powerhouse behind him? Was it the servant from before who brought him? SSS. Even if someone brought him, that's a war god level powerhouse. The only people in Yanlong Star who could have a war god as a servant are from the chairman's family. Wait, could Ling Yan be the young master of the Ling family? Right, how did I not think of that? The chairman's surname is also Ling. Is Ling Yan really the young master of the Ling family? Impossible, how could this be?" In this moment, even without further proof, everyone had already guessed Ling Yan's identity as the young master of the Ling family. All the students were utterly astonished. Ling Yan was the son of the planetary-level powerhouse Ling Xiaotian. At this moment, they all subconsciously looked towards Lin Feng and Morong Shui. Seeing the gazes of the people around him, Lin Feng trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. At this moment it was unclear whether it was the grudge of having his family killed or the fury of Ling Yan stealing all his limelight that almost made him lose control and attack Ling Yan. This time he was fully confident that he could obliterate Ling Yan on the spot. "Isn't this classmate Lin Feng? I heard you were released and came to congratulate you. It's just that I heard your family has all died. It really is too bad. Who knows what kind of monstrous person would do such a thing." Ling Yan also noticed Lin Feng's murderous gaze. however he didn't care and instead spoke with a tone of regret which to everyone else seemed more like mockery, mocking Lin Feng as if he knew that Lin Feng, despite knowing that Ling Yan had killed his family, wouldn't dare to make a move. Ling Yan. Lin Feng roared in anger upon hearing Ling Yan's words. Boom! In an instant, a violent surge of psychic power burst out around him. Under the uncontrolled surge of psychic power, it blasted directly onto all the surrounding students except for Morong Shui. With a series of thuds, in an instant hundreds of students in the training arena were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. It's important to note that this was just a fraction of the unleashed psychic power. Had it been fully released, these students, who at best were only at the first or second level of the Battle Earth tier, would have been obliterated on the spot. However, perhaps as a vent for his recent resentment towards the principal, Lin Feng's psychic power intensified significantly when it hit the principal. With a loud thud, even the principal, who was at the 7th tier of Battle Earth, was blasted away, vomiting blood. Lin Feng, shouted Morong Shui from the side, and only then did Lin Feng regain control of his power. The surrounding students, terrified, picked themselves up from the ground, looking at Lin Feng with fear in their eyes. Was this the power of a true strongman? Just then Ling Yan couldn't help but start clapping. Lin Feng, what a spirit! You dare not touch me but lash out at your classmates instead. Such spirit truly befits an A+ grade genius. Ling Yan's mockery was laden with sarcasm. Being a master of psychic power himself, he knew well that Lin Feng's psychic power, although slightly out of control, couldn't possibly have caused such injuries. It was clearly intentional. Indeed, upon hearing this, the gaze of the surrounding students shifted towards Lin Feng, now tinged with anger. Yeah, why don't you take on Ling Yan? Why bully us ordinary students? Ling Yan, don't talk nonsense, Morong Shui quickly retorted, her voice carrying across the sky to Ling Yan. Brother, Lin Feng was just provoked by you to the point of losing control of his psychic power. It's your excessive actions that caused the injuries, not to mention you killed his family and still provoke him like this. However, Morong Shui, who was already set on hitching her wagon to a stronger ally, furiously scolded Ling Yan. Her words made some students frown. Yes, Lin Feng's entire family had been murdered, and being provoked by Ling Yan, his actions were somewhat understandable. Out of control, a fine out of control indeed, where you could clearly determine that you couldn't touch the closest one to you, yet the farthest the principal took the worst hit. Is this really losing control, or is it revenge? Ling Yan smirked, his words piercing through Morong Shui's defense. And who said I was the one? Who killed Lin Feng's family? What evidence do you have? I might as well say it was you, Morong Shui, who killed Lin Feng's family. With just one sentence, Morong Shui's face turned deathly pale. Could it be that Ling Yan knew something? But at that moment, no one cared about her reaction. Hearing Ling Yan's words, the surrounding students also began to realize something. Yeah, why is it that Morong Shui, who was so close, was unharmed, but all of us were hit? We only had minor injuries, but the strongest among us, the principal, who was the farthest, received serious injuries. This doesn't make sense. When did the principal ever offend Lin Feng, or us for that matter? Could it be because we just congratulated him on his release from prison? He just lost his entire family. Perhaps congratulating him was a bit inappropriate. Damn it, I knew something was off. In an instant everyone's gaze turned hostile towards Lin Feng. No one would remain unresentful after being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. For no reason. I don't even want to argue about right or wrong anymore. Ling Yan, you have the blood of my entire Lin family on your hands. Even if I die, Lin Feng, I will seek vengeance. You better pray that you can hide under your family's protection for the rest of your life. After all, you're nothing but a good-for-nothing without even a job. At this moment, Lin Feng looked like he had no interest in bickering with Ling Yan anymore. His eyes bloodshot, he stared at Ling Yan and spoke coldly as if he didn't care about dying right then for his family. Only when he mentioned the word good for nothing did a sense of superiority inexplicably surge in his heart. Yes, although he couldn't yet match Ling Yan's background, his talent definitely crushed Ling Yan. As long as he worked hard enough, he believed that one day he would definitely surpass the Ling family, then Ling Yan's end would come. As for his harsh words, he wasn't worried, since his own master was a powerhouse not much inferior to Ling Xiaotian. He felt that the Ling family wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. His unmasked words, however, caused a small part of the students to feel extremely indignant. Having talent is so great. They had sympathized with Lin Feng before, but it seemed this guy was no good either, always bullying the weak with his strength. However, most of the students chose to forgive him after these words, even feeling sympathy for him. If it were them having their family killed and then being congratulated, they would probably be angry too, right? TSK TSK TSK. But listening to Lin Feng's righteous words, Ling Yan just laughed. Truly a filial son, but I'm curious, since you're so filial, why is the first thing you do upon returning to Kaiyun City not to collect your parents' and brothers' bodies but to show off here? What is showing off in front of your classmates more important than collecting your family's bodies? Your family's bodies must still be lying at home unattended, right? Ling Yan mercilessly crushed the filial image Lin Feng had barely established. In an instant everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. His family hasn't been buried yet. Nonsense, they were just found dead this morning. How could they be buried so quickly? No way, his family hasn't even been buried, and the first thing he does out of jail is to come to school for a romance. I just thought he and Morong Shui were a good match. I've heard of dancing on graves, but talking about love over them is a first for me. Wait, there aren't even graves yet? Is this filial piety? Probably just lip service, right? In an instant, all the teachers and students looked at Lin Feng with extremely strange eyes. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Lin Feng immediately glared coldly around, frightening those who were still talking into silence. But this only made them resent Lin Feng even more. Always venting his anger on ordinary people, why not confront Ling Yan if he's so capable? Such a petty victory, and comparing him to Ling Yan, who likes to flaunt his wealth at school. Now it seems that what was flaunting for the son of the speaker was probably the poorest lifestyle Ling Yan could imagine, right? Under such circumstances, Ling Yan faced almost everyone with a pleasant demeanor except for the men who were close to Morong Shui, which could be chalked up to jealousy. If it were any other scion, those boys would have disappeared long ago, but they were still among the crowd discussing. This comparison finally made them realize something. Ling Yan was indeed the image of the perfect wealthy young master in every young girl's heart. Devoted, modest, handsome from a wealthy background, and even a little jealous like a puppy. This was simply the image of a dreamy CEO. And as for the rumors of Ling Yan wiping out Lin Feng's entire family, who had proof? Given Lin Feng's character, he likely had many enemies. If Ling Yan were truly a bully, why would Lin Feng still be alive? They didn't believe the Ling family feared Lin Feng's previous status as an A-level mentalist. Even now, as an A-plus mentalist, if the Ling family wanted to eliminate him, it would merely take a word. In this era, intelligence was generally not low. Almost everyone could sense that something was amiss. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't refute because he found himself without any reason to argue against Ling Yan, leaving his family's bodies unattended and confessing to Morong Shui at school first thing. Even if he tried to justify it, it likely wouldn't convince the onlookers. As for Morong Shui, she would have normally jumped out and created a scene by now, but at this moment she was silenced by a hint from Ling Yan, afraid to speak further, not knowing if Ling Yan truly held something over her family. If Ling Yan did expose it, the first person to harm her would definitely be Lin Feng. The young master has indeed changed, silencing others with just a few sentences, and at this moment old master Wu looked rather pleased. It seemed that over the years it was Morong Shui who had held Ling Yan back. Ling Yan speaking so much now does nothing but hide that you are nothing but a waste, even with the Ling family's resources. And I, now an A-plus level mentalist and almost a warlord, have an unlimited future. From now on you can only look up to me. In a fit of pique, Lin Feng could only bring out the last of his advantages over Ling Yan. As he spoke, his expression became proud. This arrogance, while annoying to those around him, was undeniably true. An A-plus mentalist was at the minimum a god of war. Of course, reaching the planetary level was unlikely, as that was the domain of S-class geniuses and above, and if Ling Yan's profession was inadequate even with the Ling family's support, he couldn't reach the god of war level. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Feng's ambition wasn't just to be a god of war, but a planet. Witnessing Lin Feng's proud demeanor, Ling Yan simply laughed. These protagonists all share one trait: extreme self-confidence. In their eyes, a small starting point is enough to surpass everyone. Unfortunately, Ling Yan was prepared to let him know that his pride in front of Ling Yan was nothing but a mere illusion. As Ling Yan calmly stepped forward, hovering slightly above the ground, he looked down at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, since you're so eager to kill me, I shall give you a fair and just opportunity. Do you have the courage to face me in a life and death arena? No reliance on any external forces or backing powers. Ling Yan spoke calmly, however his words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds, reverberating with shock. Everyone turned incredulously towards Ling Yan. A life and death battle with Lin Feng? How could Ling Yan dare to do this? Just days ago he was merely a martial apprentice, and even with the Lin family's resources infused into him, it was impossible to reach the pinnacle of battle prowess in just 2 days. Was Ling Yan seeking death? Everyone knew the life and death arena wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. Once initiated, it was a fight to the death. Even if killed, the Lin family couldn't retaliate against Lin Feng. No young master. Old Wu was terrified and quickly tried to intervene. Yet, upon hearing Ling Yan's proposal, Lin Feng trembled with excitement. "Ha ha, Ling Yan, since you've said it yourself, why should I hesitate?" Lin Feng shouted, fearing that old Wu's pleas might make Ling Yan reconsider. If Ling Yan was willing to initiate such a battle, then Lin Feng could settle scores with him sooner and deal with the Lin family in his own time. "Young master, don't agree," old Wu was frantic. Although he knew the young master also had the skills of a spirit manipulator. Accidents could happen. How would he face the elder if something went awry? No matter, just a mere Lin Feng, a mud-legged peasant. Ling Yan scoffed dismissively, then reached into the void with his right hand. Buzz! Instantly a spherical object appeared in his hand, a storage ring. Hiss! Equivalent to a fifth-order divine weapon. The storage ring, indeed worthy of the chairman's son. Yes, this ring alone could probably buy the entire Kaiyun city. Upon seeing something suddenly appear in Ling Yan's hand, all the students gasped in envy and astonishment. Lin Feng, eyes burning with desire, contemplated in his heart, killing Ling Yan might not be wise, as offending the Lin family would not bode well for him. Perhaps he could persuade Ling Yan to trade his life for the storage ring? The thought of owning such a ring excited Lin Feng immensely. Meanwhile, Ling Yan casually tossed the sphere onto the martial arts field. Buzz! The next moment the sphere burst into a dazzling light and an energy arena appeared in the center of the field. This is a divine warrior arena, and I have set it to life and death mode. It will not disappear unless someone dies or accepts surrender. Even a divine warrior would need 10 breaths to break it, Ling Yan explained. Hiss! Ling Yan is serious. Once this divine warrior level arena is activated, no one can alter its settings. It seems this truly will be a fight to the death. Yes, indeed, a fight to the death. This will be interesting. Do you all really enjoy watching such spectacles? What if Ling Yan gets killed? Exactly. Ling Yan is so handsome, nothing better happened to him. Lin Feng was absolutely despicable, accepting the challenge so eagerly. It was as if he couldn't wait to kill Ling Yan. He showed no regard for the camaraderie among classmates. In an instant, all the students burst into intense discussion. However, at this moment, the support for Ling Yan had surprisingly increased. At the very least, no one wanted Lin Feng to win, not even Morong Shui. After all, though Lin Feng's death would mean she'd miss the chance to become the wife of a war god, if one day Lin Feng discovered that the Morong family had killed his entire family, her fate would be even more tragic. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was unaware that his actions had turned everyone against him, where previously he had been well liked by all. Alright, hurry up. Lin Feng couldn't wait any longer. Without hesitation, he leaped into the arena. Young master, Mr. Wu looked at Ling Yan anxiously. But Ling Yan, without saying much, took a step and soared into the air, flying towards the arena. Thud thud. Soon after, Ling Yan gently landed on the stage. Beep beep beep. The war god level arena was activated, the mode set to a fight to the death, no surrender. Just then, a chilling voice echoed out of nowhere, making everyone's bones turn cold. The usual energy barrier turned a blood-red color with the activation of the deathmatch. Ha ha ha, Ling Yan, oh Ling Yan, you shouldn't have challenged me to a deathmatch. I know you must have relied on your family's resources to boost your strength at the cost of your potential, right? Sadly, you don't know. I've already seen through your level. A second-tier war commander, right? At that moment, Lin Feng laughed arrogantly. His laughter caused everyone to look incredulously at Ling Yan on the arena. A second-tier war commander? How could that be possible? But then they realized, yes, the Ling family, being the strongest in the Yanlong stars, certainly had the capabilities. No wonder he was confident enough to challenge Lin Feng. You might be strong, but without a profession you can't compare to me. Even if you're a second-tier war commander, you're no match for me. Because my half-step war commander's realm is of the soul, not just martial, Lin Feng arrogantly declared. As a powerful mentalist, he could easily see through an opponent's strength. He had long recognized Ling Yan's physical strength at the second-tier war commander level. In his view, Ling Yan must have thought that his own half-step war commander level was merely a martial realm. For a mentalist, the strongest power at half-step war commander was still just that, as mentalists require soul realm strength. Moreover, Ling Yan's forcibly enhanced strength would probably be defeated even by the weakest war commander. Oh, is that so? Ling Yan laughed, looking utterly unconcerned. Well then, let me use your head to honor my family. Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned blood red, full of Fury, boom, in an instant a terrifying force of mental power spread out in all directions, and in a moment a massive pressure crushed down on Ling Yan. Ling Yan felt the pressure. It was roughly equivalent to the power of a mid-phase war general's second layer, around 25,000 kilograms. Lin Feng was at the War Earth limit, possessing a strength of 9,999 kilograms. With an A+ level professional skill, he could boost his combat power by 800%, allowing him to unleash a force of 79,991 kilograms. Even a war general of the 6th layer couldn't match this, as starting from the war general level each advancement in realm increased strength by 10,000 kilograms. However, after reaching the 5th layer, each minor realm required an increase of 50,000 kilograms. That meant one needed a strength of 100,000 kilograms to reach the 6th layer, 150,000 kilograms for the 7th layer, 200,000 kilograms for the 8th layer, 250,000 kilograms for the 9th layer, and 300,000 kilograms for the 10th layer. To ascend to the War King realm, one would need to elevate their strength to a massive 1 million kilograms, making a War King 1st layer 100 times stronger than a War General 1st layer. Faced with Lin Feng's current power, Ling Yan could only think how weak it seemed. After all, now capable of unleashing a pure mental attack of 200,000 kilograms due to his status as a War General 2-layer, and with his terrifying combat experience as a fighting genius, Ling Yan could escalate this 200,000 kilograms of power into 800,000 kilograms of damage. With such strength, he was nearly unmatched within the War King realm. Of course, this was assuming the opponent hadn't practiced any powerful techniques, as Ling Yan hadn't yet had the chance to learn any techniques or martial skills. How about that? Can't handle it? This is merely 30% of my power, Lin Feng said with a proud laugh. In his view, Ling Yan must now be fully aware of the gap between them. Wow, I'm so scared. How about I give you my storage ring and you spare my life? Ling Yan sarcastically put up a frightened front, casually waving his storage ring. Even this perfunctory acting was clearly mocking Lin Feng. Feeling scared now? Good, just hand over the storage ring and I'll spare your life. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Lin Feng was thrilled. His mind was solely focused on Ling Yan's storage ring, completely missing the mocking expression on Ling Yan's face and even maintaining an air of magnanimity. Ha ha, spare my life? Aren't you supposed to be avenging your family? What now? Is your family's vengeance worth less than a storage ring? Ling Yan burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing Lin Feng's words. The students below, upon hearing this, looked up at Lin Feng in the sky with utter disdain. Lin Feng's classmates were particularly disgusted. Damn, Lin Feng can even say such things. Is he still human? Yeah, his father's killer is right before him and he's ready to give up revenge for some trinket. Really, I remember him telling me once how hard it was for his parents to support his martial arts training, and now he's willing to give up his revenge for some stuff. Yeah, the instructor was moved to give him a lot of subsidies, and we even donated to him. What a waste, might as well have fed a dog. All the students were quietly cursing Lin Feng as they watched him in the sky. Ling Yan, how dare you play me? It was only then that Lin Feng realized that Ling Yan was just teasing him, and he roared in anger. So what if I played you? You were almost popping your eyes out over my storage ring. Did you want it that badly? Too bad, not just you, even the teacher behind you probably can't afford one without going broke. After all, a pauper found by a pauper master. Ling Yan laughed mockingly. Lin Feng's face looked as if he had swallowed something disgusting. Ling Yan, I will kill you. In an instant, Lin Feng roared, his mental power surging toward Ling Yan like a mighty tsunami. However, in the next moment, this power, which could have crushed a common warrior of the 5th layer, dissipated as if it had vanished into thin air. Moreover, Lin Feng was horrified to discover that he couldn't control his psychokinesis, feeling as if he had returned to his pre-awakened state. What's happening? Where is my psychokinesis? Lin Feng screamed in terror. He panicked as his psychokinesis was his only reliance, and now it had disappeared without a trace, making him more miserable than if his entire family had died. I don't know how Lu Yen ever took in such a jumpy specimen like you. Shut up! Ling Yan, watching Lin Feng's frantic screams, casually slapped towards the void. Boom! Instantly, the terrifying force of flames transformed into a giant handprint and harshly crushed down on Lin Feng. Still in shock, Lin Feng felt the scorching air and looked up. Boom! Unfortunately, in the next moment, the 10-meter-wide fiery handprint smashed down on him. The scorching handprint, carrying terrifying force, shattered all Lin Feng's bones. His black martial arts uniform was also blasted into ashes. His body, scorched by the flames like charred coal, lay lifeless on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the entire school erupted, everyone shocked and incredulous at this sudden development. Fire Combat Earth, Ling Yan has awakened a profession and it's Fire Combat Earth. Wow, it's said that the chairman is an S-rank Inferno Combat Earth, and as his son, it seems normal for Ling Yan to awaken a similar profession, so strong, really strong Lin Feng was knocked out with just a slap. Before young Master Ling Yan was so handsome, a capable young Master Ling Yan is even more handsome. I really like him. Meanwhile, the crowd burst into excited discussions. Among them, some looked up into the sky at Ling Yan, whose eyes shone brightly. I never realized how handsome Ling Yan was. What was I thinking before going after Lin Feng, that short, awkward, poor guy? No, I must win back Ling Yan's heart, she thought, her mind once again set on Ling Yan. Anyone knowing her thoughts would be utterly baffled by her fickleness. As for Lin Feng, aside from Morong Shui, no one cared whether he was dead. Even Morong Shui hoped that Lin Feng would just die now. However, Lin Feng's faintly heaving chest let Ling Yan know that the boy wasn't dead yet. It wasn't that Ling Yan lacked the power to kill him, but in the instant his flaming palm print was about to crush down Ling Yan, inexplicably felt a surge of palpitations. It was as if killing Lin Feng would also bring about his own demise, therefore he had to withdraw much of his power. This protagonist's luck is just nauseating. Ling Yan was somewhat speechless, however he soon laughed, realizing that the stronger the opponent's luck, the greater the benefits he would reap after suppressing it. Ding, congratulations, you have defeated the protagonist, causing cracks in his proud heart. Luck damaged. Ding, you have absorbed the power of luck and received rule points. 1 million. Sure enough, another million rule points credited. Exciting. Cough, cough, cough. However, just then Lin Feng, lying on the ground like charred coal, started coughing and struggled to his feet. His burned face revealed a pair of eyes filled with anger and hatred, and also a trace of fear. Oh, still not dead, huh? Looks like I need to hit harder. Wonder if you can still resist another slap? Ling Yan smiled slightly, slowly lifting his right hand. At this gesture, Lin Feng, scared like a frightened puppy, took 2 steps back. The students below, seeing this, all laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Lin Feng gave a cold look downward. What, don't want to die? If you don't want to die, then kneel down and bark like a dog. That way I might spare you. Otherwise, don't bother about having your family collect your body. I'll take care of collecting the bodies of your entire family. Ling Yan pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. At this moment, Ling Yan's demeanor had completely become that of a villain, yet almost everyone around him listened to Ling Yan's words without any disgust. Perhaps this was due to the strength and the previous dislike for Lin Feng. Ling Yan, do you really intend to be so merciless? Lin Feng, shaking with rage, looked at Ling Yan and spoke sternly. Merciless? This is a life and death arena. If it were me who lost, would you spare my life? Stop pretending like I'm bullying you. I am bullying you. 3 seconds. If you don't kneel in 3 seconds, see you in your next life. Ling Yan looked at Lin Feng with a sneer and without further ado raised his right hand. Boom. Instantly, a larger and more terrifying flaming palm print, filled with even more horrific power of flames, condensed over the entire arena. Seeing the terrifying palm print with a diameter of over 20 meters, Lin Feng's heart sank. He knew he couldn't possibly catch this blow. At that moment, his life flashed before his eyes like a slideshow, from his childhood of not having enough to eat to finally awakening his psychic powers, and then the support from Morong Shui that had brought him this far. 3. Ling Yan's voice, like that of the Grim Reaper, slowly came. 2. Then the countdown continued. Ling Yan was already poised to strike down. No, I can't die. If I die, who will avenge my parents and my brother? Lin Feng roared. Yet, what he thought more about was his recently awakened talents and the good days just starting. How could he possibly die here? At last, Lin Feng finally knelt before Ling Yan. Woof, woof, woof. The next moment, humiliating barks escaped from his mouth. Crack. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a shattering sound coming from his heart. Ding, host humiliates the male lead, causing the male lead's fortune to slightly dissipate. Ding, congratulations, you have absorbed 9 million fortune points. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in Ling Yan's mind. 9 million, a full 9 million, adding the previous 1 million makes it exactly 10 million rule points. That means Ling Yan now has 20 million rule points. With so much, Ling Yan didn't even know how to spend it all. Awesome. However, it also highlighted that everything Lin Feng talked about filial piety was nonsense. Humiliating him once was better than sacrificing his entire family to the heavens. Such a person is simply disgusting. What kind of absurd author could write such a vile protagonist? TSK, you really do sound like a dog, huh? Maybe we shouldn't call you Lin Feng anymore. How about Wang Feng, huh? Ling Yan laughed heartily, and with a wave of his hand, whoosh, instantly, the god of War-level arena floating in the air dissipated. Lin Feng, who had his telekinetic powers sealed by Ling Yan, didn't react in time and plummeted towards the ground. Boom! Finally, with a loud crash, Huang Feng, or rather Lin Feng, smashed hard onto the martial arts field and passed out. Of course, whether he was really unconscious or just pretending, no one knew, but playing unconscious was definitely Lin Feng's best option right now. The surrounding classmates, fearing they might catch some bad luck, quickly backed away. Ling Yan then stepped into the air and descended to the ground. Young Master Yu, when did you reach the rank of a war general, and when did you awaken the power of flames? I had no idea. Old Wu trembled with excitement upon seeing Ling Yan descend. With the realm of a second heaven war general plus being a psychic and possessing the power of flames, Ling Yan really could shine in the college entrance examination. Calm down, keep it low-key, it's just a mere war general, no need to make such a fuss. Ling Yan said calmly, I'm sorry, young master, I'm just too happy. Old Wu said with an embarrassed smile. Old Wang is taking a few days off, I'll come back to school during the college entrance exam. Ling Yan then addressed instructor Wang not far away. Alright, young master Ling. Old Wang quickly nodded and then hurriedly marked Ling Yan's attendance with perfect scores. TSK and Lin Feng's family, who knows who killed them? It's really pitiful, don't they understand that the misfortune should not extend to family members? Ling Yan glanced at Lin Feng being carried away by a medical robot and slowly opened his mouth. After speaking, however, he cast a meaningful glance at Mu Rongshui nearby. That look made Mu Rongshui's heart tremble, but then she mustered up the courage and walked towards Ling Yan. What, not taking care of your brother Lin Feng anymore? Ling Yan asked Mu Rongshui teasingly. Instantly, the eyes of the surrounding students turned towards them. Ling Yan, you misunderstand, you and I have always been opponents in martial arts class. These past few days, if you need to catch up on the lessons you missed, you can ask me for help. As for classmate Lin Feng, Morong Shui and he have always been just classmates, never a couple, Morong Shui hurriedly explained with a righteous tone. At this moment, all she wanted was to immediately disassociate herself from Lin Feng, at least in front of Ling Yan. However, her words baffled the surrounding classmates. Weren't they just sweet on each other moments ago? How did they suddenly revert to being just normal classmates? Really, you are quite generous to a normal classmate, aren't you? You gave him half of the resources I gave you, and you even handed over the Zhan Huang weapon I gifted you. Would a normal classmate go as far as to risk jail to strike me for you? Your normal classmate relationship sure seems extraordinarily close. Ling Yan spoke with disdain. A Zhan Huang weapon to Lin Feng? Tisk, didn't you hear it was a gift from the young master Ling Yan? Probably it's easy to give away things that aren't yours, right? But a Zhan Huang weapon could buy several Morong families, couldn't it? Does Morong Shui have a hole in her brain? Tisk, one moment sweet nothings and the next a complete denial of relation, probably because she saw Ling Yan, the heir of the Ling family. Otherwise she used to cling to Lin Feng during martial arts class and ignore young master Ling. As classmates, they all knew Morong Shui's shift well, so it was clear to even a fool what she was thinking now. It's not what you think, Ling Yan. Listen to my explanation. I didn't know that was a Zhan Huang weapon. Morong Shui became anxious upon hearing this. Enough, I don't have time to argue with you, Mr. Wu, let's go home. Unfortunately, Ling Yan had already lost interest in listening and simply ignored her. Saying this, he soared into the sky with Mr. Wu disappearing into the horizon. Watching Ling Yan disregard her completely, Morong Shui huffed angrily and then turned to walk towards the school exit. Where are you going, Miss Morong? You're still in class, Mr. Wang shouted after seeing her, but Morong Shui ignored him, which made Mr. Wang feel quite disrespected, and he marked her absence several times on the attendance list. Deep in the night at the Lin residence, Lin Feng, who was nearly recovered, knelt in the living room looking at the deceased bodies of his parents and brother, overwhelmed by grief and rage. Buzz! Just then an elderly man flew in from the balcony, landing slowly behind Lin Feng. I heard you had a life and death battle with Ling Yan today, and that you lost. The elderly man was Lu Yan, who spoke calmly, though there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Yes, teacher, it was Ling Yan who insisted on a fight to the death. Also the grudge for murdering my family, I cannot let it go unavenged. But Ling Yan not only resorted to tricks but also relied on the resources his family provided him, otherwise there's no way I could have lost to him, Lin Feng said, clenching his fists tightly, his face full of defiance, believing firmly that Ling Yan had cheated. Otherwise, how could his psychic powers be rendered useless? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Yan's brow furrowed and he looked at the angry, bowed head of Lin Feng, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. If he didn't know the full story, he might indeed think that Ling Yan was the instigator. But just when Lin Feng was defeated, he had received all the video evidence. In the video, Ling Yan not only displayed an extremely terrifying strength, but his control over the power of flames was also incredibly proficient. His foundation is solid. This is not something that a second generation who merely leverages family resources can achieve. Lin Feng's loss was not at all unjust, yet he still hasn't realized this. However, considering that the opponent's entire family had perished, Lu Yan still refrained from reacting. I've told you before, do not provoke the Ling family. They are not only the heroes of our Yanlong star, but their influence is also deeply entrenched. As the only son, Ling Yan's achievements after awakening his talent will not be inferior to the old man. Now that I have resolved the grudge between you and him, if you stir up any new enmity, even the old man of the Ling family will not be able to save face for me anymore, Lu Yan solemnly warned Lin Feng, and upon hearing these words, Lin Feng was shocked and looked at his master in disbelief. He didn't expect that after being beaten, his master was not only not preparing to seek justice for him but actually wanted him not to provoke Ling Yan. This look made Lu Yan feel instantly uncomfortable. Did you hear me? Lu Yan barked sharply, and a terrifying aura instantly awakened Lin Feng. Only then did he remember that it was his master who had saved him. I understand, master. I will definitely not provoke him carelessly again. Lin Feng nodded hurriedly, and Lu Yan also nodded slightly in response. The college entrance exam is just a few days away. Remember to work hard. Your performance in the college entrance exam is very important. Although with Ling Yan present you might not be able to become the top scholar of the province, I have already used my connections to secure you a spot in this year's 100 Stars talent battle. If you can shine in the talent battle, the benefits you will receive are substantial. Lu Yan then shared this very important news with Lin Feng. Teacher, the 100 Stars talent battle? What is that? Lin Feng asked, somewhat confused after hearing this. It's a powerful competition hosted collectively by over 100 star systems including Yanlong Star. In this event, all the talented graduates will participate. It includes talents of grade S and above, and the top 10 talents will receive massive resource rewards that are enough to cause a qualitative leap in your abilities. Of course, these are minor details. If you achieve good results, you also have the chance to participate in the assessment for Longting Academy, Lu Yan slowly explained. What? I can participate in the assessment for Longting Academy? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Lu Yan's words. Longting Academy is the highest educational institution in the Longting star system, which rules over millions of life-bearing planets including Yanlong Star. The strongest among them, the Dragon Emperor, has already reached the galactic realm. Such powerhouses can easily destroy a solar system with a wave of their hand, so now your urgent priority is to strive hard. Here are some resources, make good use of them. I will soon be heading to the Starry Sky battlefield to assist the speaker in repelling the invasion of the Starry Sky beasts. I won't be able to return for a while, Lu Yan said, and with a wave of his hand a large amount of resources appeared in front of Lin Feng. Seeing so many resources, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Or had he ever seen so many good things? Thank you, teacher, I will definitely work hard. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately bowed to Lu Yan in gratitude. Lu Yan nodded slightly, then left the Lin family home. Ding ding ding. Just then the doorbell rang at Lin Feng's home. Checking the smart door viewer, Lin Feng was surprised to see Morong Shui. He quickly opened the door, and there stood Morong Shui crying as if her tears were raindrops. Shui, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked worriedly upon seeing her tears. Brother Lin Feng, the Ling family is demanding all their resources back. But I've already spent mine. If I ask my father for more, he'll definitely think I gave them to you. Morong Shui said, her face filled with worry. Still considering Lin Feng's fragile pride, both knew well that most of Morong Shui's resources had been given to Lin Feng. Indeed, at her words, Lin Feng's face darkened. He knew that if Morong Quang found out, he would definitely come to reclaim the resources. Although if he knew about Lu Yan being his teacher, he might try to ingratiate himself with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng would never allow anyone the chance to humiliate him. It's just some resources. My master has already given me plenty for cultivation. Tell me, how much did he give you? I'll give you that much right now, Lin Feng declared proudly. That's great. I knew brother Lin Feng would have enough. Being Master Lu Yan's disciple, Morong Shui exclaimed excitedly and immediately showed him the list that Ling Yan had given her, which unbeknownst to Ling Yan had the quantities multiplied several times over. Lin Feng initially scoffed, but his expression turned grim as he read the list. How could there be so much? Lin Feng wanted to say that the resources he had were not even a tenth of what was on the list, but he couldn't bring himself to say it in front of the girl he liked. Trying to appear generous in front of Morong Shui, he casually remarked, "It's just a small amount of resources. What has Ling Yan been doing these past 3 years feeding beggars?" Lin Feng scoffed and pointed to the boxes of cultivation resources on the coffee table in the living room. Seeing this, Morong Shui gasped, "Wow, so much stuff, this is just enough." Lin Feng, feigning magnanimity, replied, "Take them, these are but a tiny fraction of what my teacher gave me. Brother Lin Feng is the best." Morong Shui cheered, then tapped her smart wristwatch and a group of guards rushed in like bandits and moved all the items. However, Lin Feng didn't notice that these guards couldn't help but sneer when they saw the bodies lying in the living room. They were the ones who had dealt with the 3 bodies the night before. "Brother Lin Feng, I should go now. See you during the college entrance exams." Morong Shui flashed a sweet smile and blew a kiss to Lin Feng, the man deeply embroiled in grievances, before swiftly leaving with all her guards. When did this girl become so fiery and impulsive? Lin Feng mused, yet a fond smile lingered on his face. However, the smile soon turned into a grimace of pain. He hadn't even started using those resources, and now they were all taken away. But at least now in front of Ling Yan, Morong Shui had no leverage and he could openly be with her. Lin Feng chuckled with relief, thinking that if he married Morong Shui, all the Morong family's wealth would likely be his, a worthy trade indeed. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed from the doorway. Lin Feng's face turned pale as he swiftly turned to look. His expression soured instantly at the sight of a strikingly handsome young man standing at his doorstep. "Ling Yan, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng growled, his whole body tensing up. Lin Feng, I never thought you'd stoop to being such a lapdog, completely played by Morong Shui, and you don't even realize it." Ling Yan shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you upset because Morong Shui no longer has any debts towards you and you can't morally bind her anymore?" Lin Feng retorted disdainfully. Ling Yan just laughed outright. "You think Morong Shui still likes you? The moment she knew I was the heir to the Ling family, she's been trying non-stop to become the young madam of the Ling household." Lin Feng laughed mockingly. "Ling Yan, have you lost your mind because you can't win Morong Shui's heart? That's just pathetic." But the next moment Lin Feng couldn't laugh anymore. Ling Yan casually tapped on his smartwatch and instantly videos of Morong Shui visiting the Ling household to find Ling Yan and what she did after Lin Feng was severely injured and taken away earlier that day played on the screen. The images shattered Lin Feng's illusion of Morong Shui, who he believed was pure and only had eyes for him, revealing her as a gold digger willing to climb the social ladder by any means. "This can't be real, it's fake," Lin Feng yelled in disbelief. "This is just the appetizer. Here's the list I originally gave to Morong Shui," Ling Yan said, showing Lin Feng a bill and videos of every gift he sent to Morong Shui. The contents on the videos and the bill made Lin Feng's vision go dark, as the list Morong Shui showed him was only a fifth of the actual contents. "It must be you forcing her, or the Morong family pushing her. Otherwise Shui would never do this to me." Lin Feng clenched his fists, unable to believe that the one person he trusted most could do this. Even with the truth right in front of his eyes, he still chose not to believe it. "Stop deceiving yourself," he said solemnly. "Do you really think she would spare you a glance if you hadn't awakened as a psychic master? And would she look at me if I weren't the young master of the Ling family? We're just like you, we're merely tools she uses to climb higher. We've both been used by her," Ling Yan said, gazing deeply at Lin Feng. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Lin Feng fell silent. Seeing this, Ling Yan felt the timing was right. "If you don't believe me, come with me and watch a play, then you'll understand everything." Ling Yan suddenly smiled slyly at Lin Feng. "What play?" Lin Feng asked, wary of Ling Yan, fearing it might be a trap set by him. For some reason, ever since he was nearly killed by his own hands, the man who once seemed like a foolish sycophant in his eyes had become surprisingly wise, able to make arguments that were hard to refute. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it in broad daylight. But seeing that you two were schemed against by Morong Shui, I stayed my hand as a way to avenge the time you almost killed me. Now we're even. The play is nothing but the truth about the death of your entire family. If you're interested, follow me." Ling Yan spoke slowly, and after finishing he soared into the night sky. "What? The deaths of my dad, mom and brother?" But Ling Yan's words exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Grinding his teeth, he hurriedly followed Ling Yan. As Ling Yan had predicted, Lin Feng also possessed the ability to fly, though he needed the aid of an object like sword flying. Now Lin Feng was using a black longsword, the only item he hadn't given to Morong Shui. As for why Ling Yan could fly, Lin Feng merely thought that it was because Mr. Wu, the war god, was protecting him. However, as they flew, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. "This isn't the way to Morong Shui's house, is it?" He snorted coldly. Unfortunately, Ling Yan did not answer him and continued to fly. Although Lin Feng didn't want to believe it, he still followed. Soon the two arrived above the Morong residence. Ling Yan casually tapped on his smartwatch and all of Morong's detection and surveillance equipment were taken over. The two landed directly on the roof of the Morong house. From the rooftop, looking through the glass, they could see into the Morong family's living room. Puff puff puff. In the living room, with each flash of cold light, heads fell to the floor. Even as the heads of the guards hit the ground, they still looked incredulously at Morong Quang. It's your fault for seeing what you shouldn't have seen, Morong Quang, holding a sharp blade, scoffed disdainfully. Then, glancing at the resources beside Morong Shui in the living room, he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, a worthy daughter of mine. To think that Lin Feng gave you all these wonderful things. Morong Quang looked at Morong Shui with admiration. Of course, that fool, I just call him Brother Lin Feng and he gives me everything, just like you said, Dad, just a simple country bumpkin from the countryside. As long as you maintain his ridiculous self-esteem, he would even die if asked. Morong Shui lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, her voice dripping with disdain. Unbeknownst to her, every word she spoke was being overheard by Lin Feng, who was outside. At that moment, Lin Feng's fists clenched and his face turned icy cold. However, as a disciple of Master Lu Yan, if he found out that it was her father who had killed his parents, wouldn't he annihilate the Morong family in revenge? Morong Shui, suddenly feeling a twinge of worry, voiced her concerns. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. My entire family was slain by Morong Quang? What on earth is happening? In that instant, Lin Feng was not only filled with boundless anger but also immense confusion. Why would Morong Quang kill his entire family without any reason? And Morong Shui knew about it. Sighing, Morong Quang muttered to himself about the absurdity of the situation. Imagine their son goes to prison and they come to my daughter for help. They don't even consider who they are. Indeed, Lin Feng is not from the same world as us. What idiots! If it weren't for your idea to frame Ling Yan, our whole family might have been killed by now. And that kid, what luck he has! Not only did he become a disciple of Master Lu Yan, he's even attained the strength of a 5th-level warrior. Morong Quang couldn't help but curse under his breath, but then he couldn't help but quietly admire Lin Feng's mother still has such charm. This comment, though unheard by Morong Shui, was clearly caught by Lin Feng and Ling Yan. PFF, overhearing this, Lin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Anger surged within him and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The sound of his blood spitting rang loudly in the quiet night. What was that noise? Morong Quang's face changed drastically as he roared. Morong Shui's complexion also shifted as she quickly stood up and looked around. The rest of the Morong family rushed outside, trying to understand what had happened. Boom! Suddenly a powerful psychic force blasted all the windows of the Morong residence to smithereens. Countless shards of reinforced glass shot towards the people inside like rain, embedding into the bodies of the weaker Morong family members, turning them into porcupines. Only Morong Shui, terrified and trembling, remained unharmed. Who is it? Which senior has come to our Morong residence? Please spare us. My daughter is a classmate of the Ling family's young master and Master Lu Yan's disciple. Please show mercy. Bloodied and terrified, Morong Quang scrambled up from the ground, frantically begging for mercy. His demeanor was truly sickening. Who dares attack my Morong family? Show yourself, I'll have Lin Feng's brother and young Master Ling kill you, shouted Morong Shui, who had never truly experienced the fear of death, furiously. Tsk tisk tisk, are you asking Lin Feng and me to commit suicide? Just then a mocking voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's face turned pale. The next moment she saw Ling Yan and Lin Feng, who she thought would be sworn enemies, flying down from the sky together. The only difference now was that Ling Yan's eyes twinkled with mirth, whereas Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, a boundless desire to kill erupting from him. Lin Feng, Ling Yan? Upon seeing the two appear, Morong Shui immediately trembled with fear, panic setting in as she realized they must have heard what she had just said. Morong Quang, my parents and brother have no grudge against you. Why would you want to kill them? Lin Feng ignored Morong Shui, his voice icy as he spoke to Morong Quang. Seeing both Ling Yan and Lin Feng arrive together, Morong Quang was utterly despaired. No, brother Lin Feng, you must believe me. It was all Ling Yan framing me. He forced me and my father to say those things. Sobbing, she continued, he said if we didn't do as he told us, he would kill my entire family and then force me to be with him. Just kill me, Ling Yan, even in death, I will never be with you. However, Morong Shui suddenly saw an opportunity, quickly turning her innocent gaze towards Lin Feng. Slap! Unfortunately, the next moment an invisible slap struck Morong Shui's face. She was spun around several times by the terrifying force, and when she fell to the ground her face was mangled, her blood staining her clothes. TSK Morong Shue, did you think I was safer than Lin Feng? The one who had struck her was Ling Yan. Ah, the pain and disbelief made her scream in terror. Lin Feng, however, merely watched everything with cold detachment. The heroine's luck was now zeroed out, meaning Morong Shue's heroine persona no longer had any effect on him. Reflecting on their interactions over the years, Lin Feng finally realized that Morong Shue was the one who had been manipulating him. And Ling Yan all along. Shame and resentment surged in his heart. It hurt so much. But at that moment Morong Shue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly clutched her chest in agony, her face contorting as she began convulsing wildly on the ground. A golden light visible only to Ling Yan shot up into the sky before entering his body. Ding, Lin Feng had completely lost hope in Morong Shue. Heroine's luck zeroed out. Ding, absorbing luck value. You gain rule points, 9.6 million. At that moment a notification sound reached Ling Yan's ears. TSK, only so many rule points, this heroine really isn't worth much. Ling Yan sneered upon hearing it, but then again she was merely a resource in the early stage. Once Lin Feng reached the level of War Emperor she wasn't that useful anymore. 1,000,000 rule points, also equivalent to 100 billion star dollars. Thinking this, Ling Yan was reassured. Morong Shue, from today onwards there will be no more Morong family in this world. Watching Morong Shue rolling on the ground, Lin Feng remained unmoved. Boom! However, the next moment a terrifying force suddenly struck the massive mansion of the Morong family. The force, like a huge hammer, instantly reduced the entire Morong residence to rubble. Above the ruins, Lin Feng looked down at the scene below, feeling no sympathy or pity, even thinking it was not enough. Suddenly Lin Feng felt an excruciating pain in his heart. With a scream he plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Immediately a golden light burst forth from Lin Feng's body and was absorbed by Ling Yan. Ding, you controlling the male lead have killed the first female lead. The protagonist's destiny is damaged. This greatly reduces the growth rate of the male lead. Congratulations, you have absorbed the power of destiny and earned 50 million rule points. A notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. In an instant Ling Yan's total destiny surged to an alarming 79.6 million, 80 million inch, enough for Ling Yan to create an extremely powerful rule or upgrade several other rules by several levels. 50 million inch. Who knew how much of the male lead's destiny that was? Looking down at Lin Feng, Ling Yan raised his hand to try something. Buzz! However, just as he lifted his head he felt enveloped by an ominous aura, as if he would die the next second he made his move. Such robust destiny this male lead possessed. But it was all good. Without resources in the female lead, and with me hoarding resources, I wonder how you will rise again. Without hesitation Ling Yan gathered all the resources from the ruins with a thought. Ding, congratulations on absorbing a massive amount of origin force. You have earned 570,000 rule points. A notification followed. Ling Yan's rule points now exceeded 80 million. Not bad, better than nothing. Ling Yan smirked slightly. As for Lin Feng, Ling Yan immediately stroked his chin, then he dialed 110. It's funny, after tens of thousands of years across different worlds, the emergency number remained the same. Hello, is this the police? There's been a major incident. Someone has wiped out the entire Morong family. Yes, the wealthiest Morong family. I've subdued the perpetrator. Please hurry over. I'm afraid he might escape and kill again, Ling Yan urged over the phone. Half an hour later, Ling Yan sat leisurely in the Kaiyun City police station, sipping the 1,000-year-old Longjing tea brewed by the chief himself, who had parachuted in from the provincial office. Thanks to young Master Ling for subduing the criminal, and for providing video evidence. Such individuals will definitely be brought to justice. Our alliance's laws will surely give Mr. Morong's family justice, the chief spoke righteously. Then I am relieved. Although Lin Feng always seemed foolish, I didn't expect him to do something so heinous. Please, Chief, do not be lenient, otherwise I will have to ask for intervention from the capital, Ling Yan said with a pained expression. Hearing this, the chief instantly understood. Oh, this is a vendetta against Lin Feng. But hearing the capital, his expression grew solemn. No problem, I will restore justice to the world, the chief declared righteously. If it weren't for the sight of his belly fat, Ling Yan might have believed him. In this era, to still be able to eat like this, Ling Yan was somewhat speechless. Ling Xiao, I feel that he should at least be sentenced to life or be sent to the Star Beast battlefield. What do you think? Asked the director with a chuckle. After all, Lin Feng is an A+ level psychic master, and this sentence is already quite severe. Are you joking, director? Lin Feng is my good Friend, Ling Yan suddenly became serious upon hearing this. The director's face changed, thinking he had made a mistake. It seemed that Ling Yan was bringing Lin Feng to surrender to seek a lighter sentence. So, what do you think? The director didn't dare to speculate further. Increase the sentence, Ling Yan said indifferently. At these words, the director immediately wiped his sweat. All right, I will definitely convey your message. At the very least, it should be the death penalty. The director quickly replied. Hearing this, Ling Yan smiled satisfactorily. Good, I'll leave it to you. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, this young man's master is Lu Yan. Yes, the strongest psychic master of Yanlong Star, Lu Yan. But I trust that you, director, will handle this impartially. He patted the director's shoulder slowly, but with these words the director's flattering smile instantly stiffened. What, a disciple of Master Lu Yan? His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Tsk tisk tisk, his sense of justice is still not strong enough. Ling Yan shook his head at the sight. Then using psychokinesis he glanced at Lin Feng, who was still unconscious in the energy prison, and smiled slightly. This time he was curious to see how the young man would get out. Last time it was only by sacrificing his entire family's fortune that Lu Yan saved him, but this time it might be difficult. Meanwhile, Ling Yan ignored all this and returned directly to the capital. Originally he came back to Kaiyun City only to deal with the Morong family's affairs. Now that the Morong family had been destroyed by Lin Feng, he could go back and enjoy himself. Meanwhile, 300 million kilometers away from Yanlong Star, a massive desolate planet quietly floated in space. In the far north of this barren star, a terrifying spatial rift appeared in the sky, thousands of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters across. This rift, the largest in the small asteroid system of Yanlong Star, is known as the world of class transfer, and countless spatial rifts also appear on every exploratory planet. Even stars have rifts, though any star beast that blindly rushes out from these rifts on stars is instantly incinerated. Of course, any star beast that survives a star is a creature of terrifying stature. On the other side of the rift, however, there were huge warships docked. These warships, the largest stretching tens of kilometers and even the smallest over a kilometer long, housed a total population of 10 million, essentially forming a massive city. Suddenly a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth, and a gigantic beast hundreds of meters tall burst through the rift, roaring furiously. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly a series of flying swords tore through the void. Pft, pft, pft. These flying swords pierced through the giant beast's head at incredible speed. Subsequently, the flying sword pierced into the giant beast's brain and stirred madly. With a painful roar, the massive body of the beast heavily crashed to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, dozens of flying swords burst out with ear-piercing sounds of sword cries, swiftly exiting the beast's head and then floating slowly around an elderly man in white robes. This man was none other than Lu Yan. Soon after, several small fighter jets emerged, speeding towards the carcass of the 5th-tier peak star beast and dragging it towards the largest 6th-tier spaceship. Lu Yan also followed these small fighter jets back into the spaceship. Just as he entered the cabin, buzzing sounds filled the air as warriors from the Flame Dragon Star approached at high speed. Haha, truly worthy of Master Lu Yan to have taken down a 5th-tier peak star beast so swiftly. Yes, indeed, such strength, truly befitting the second strongest of Flame Dragon Star. With Master Lu presiding, the star beast Fisher is safe for the time being. In no time, all the warriors started to heap praise on Lu Yan. You flatter me, I still have much to learn compared to our speaker. Lu Yan responded, stroking his beard and smiling modestly. Buzz. Just then, a middle-aged man, enveloped in flames, treading on the void, slowly approached. The newcomer was Ling Xiaotian. Master, on behalf of all the people of Flame Dragon Star, I thank you for assisting at the Star Beast Fisher, Ling Xiaotian said calmly to Lu Yan. His tone was neither salty nor bland, which puzzled the surrounding warriors, who remembered Ling Xiaotian's previously warm treatment of Lu Yan. Mr. Speaker jests, guarding humanity is our duty, there's nothing to thank here, Lu Yan internally sighed, aware of Ling Xiaotian's intentions. Despite his displeasure, Ling Xiaotian still tried to be persuasive, considering Lu Yan's significant contributions to Flame Dragon Star. I know you're eager to find a successor, Master, but not everyone is suitable for careful guidance. Your newly accepted disciple has been caught again for slaughtering an entire family. Ling Xiaotian then relayed the news he had just received from Ling Yan. What? How is that possible? Hearing this, Lu Yan's face changed dramatically. I've just arrived at this Starfisher. How could that boy be in trouble again? Didn't I just bail him out this morning? The surrounding warriors furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Lu Yen had been searching for a successor for decades, and it seemed he had finally found one, but according to the speaker, the successor didn't seem to be a good person. This is the message from Flame Dragon Star: the nature of the incident is severe, you see to it. Ling Xiaotian then sent the video to Lu Yen. Lu Yen quickly opened it, and indeed the footage showed Lin Feng slaughtering the Morong family. Evil disciple, seeing this, Lu Yen couldn't help but curse in anger, his whole body trembling. He had given countless instructions before leaving, yet in just a few hours the boy had caused such a disaster again. Pfft. With that thought, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in a fit of rage. Master Lu, are you alright? If the disciple is such a disappointment, just expel him from the sect. Isn't the 100 Stars talent battle coming up soon? You could find a prodigy from another planet to teach. Yes, there's no need to ruin your health over such a disciple. The surrounding war gods hastily consoled Lu Yen. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head at the scene. A 5th-tier war god could live up to 500 years, yet 99% of them never die a natural death, most perishing in battle. Thanks to Lu Yan's formidable strength and excellent life-preserving techniques as a psychic, he was still thriving well into his 400s. For the past century, Lu Yen had been searching for his successor. Oddly enough, though a plus-level psychics were rare on Yanlong Star, one had appeared in the last 100 years. This powerful individual had already reached the realm of War Emperor and was wholeheartedly devoted to Yanlong, even earning tremendous military achievements while governing a major city. Yet for some reason Lu Yen had never taken a liking to him. Now he had chosen Lin Feng instead, even going so far as to oppose his own Ling family for Lin Feng's sake. Could it be because my grandfather once stole the love of Lu Yan's life? Surely not, that was centuries ago. Could he still remember? Ling Xiaotian was speechless at the thought. Perhaps Lu Yen saw a bit of himself in Lin Feng. Both from humble beginnings, both fell for the same girl who eventually chose the young master of a great clan. Shaking his head, he decided to leave Lu Yen be. His own son had awakened a powerful profession. Lin Feng could no longer harm his disciple. Right, he almost forgot he hadn't yet dispatched the resources promised to Yenner. Remembering Ling Yen, Ling Xiaotian recalled this oversight amid the recent flurry of events. He quickly made arrangements. Soon a 5th-tier warship was loaded with a massive amount of star beast corpses and cores and set off towards Yanlong Star. Hours later, as dawn broke, the warship steadily hovered above the Ling family estate. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, a torrent of star beast corpses rained down from the sky, piling up into a huge mountain of bodies in the courtyard of the Ling family estate. Why is it so noisy? Can't one get some sleep? Ling Yan, who had just gone to bed, was rudely awoken by the noise and went out to the balcony. Instantly, a strong stench of blood hit his nostrils. Stunned, he looked down to see a massive pile of corpses amassed like a mountain of flesh on the grand plaza of the Ling family. Did they really bring so many at once? Ling Yan was baffled. The pile contained not only the bodies of 2 5th-tier star beasts but also a large number of 4th-tier and 3rd-tier creatures, along with a few 2nd-tier and 1st-tier ones. Watching the pile, Ling Yan felt somewhat speechless, wondering how the Supreme Will would absorb the primal energy later, and if after the absorption the disappearance of the star beast bodies might expose them. Young Master, here is the beast core that the Master has sent over. At that moment, Elder Wu also approached respectfully. Behind him, 2 warriors of the Emperor level carried a huge box over. With a thud, as the box landed, Elder Wu immediately opened it. Then a box full of blue crystal cores appeared before Ling Yan. So many? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows. These crystal cores were all blue, but the energy contained within each was different. A 1st-tier beast core was the size of a fingernail cap and light blue in color. The higher the tier of the beast core, the larger and deeper in color it became. There were also 2 5th-tier beast cores. Ling Yan glanced at them, noting their basketball size and deep blue color. The master said that these beast cores and the star beast corpses are worth about 200 billion. If it's not enough for the young master, you can always ask him for more later, Elder Wu said with a smile to Ling Yan. Elder Wu was just saying this. After all, in his view, no matter what Ling Yan needed these beast cores for, surely this many should be enough, right? Then I'll start using them, Ling Yan said, waving his hand and storing all these beast cores into his storage ring. Then he had a servant bring in the corpse of a 2nd-tier star beast. Supreme Will, can this star beast corpse be absorbed? Ling Yan spoke up. Ding, detected 2nd-tier 3-star star beast vital force, proceed with absorption. Indeed, a prompt sound came. Absorb. Ling Yan did not hesitate and immediately spoke. In an instant, a faint red energy surged out from The star beast's corpse and this energy swiftly entered Ling Yan's body. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the vital force of a second-tier 3-star star beast. You have earned rule points. 3. Another prompt sound followed. However, these 3 rule points not only didn't disappoint Ling Yan but rather surprised him. So many. 3 rule points would require 30,000 star coins worth of source stones to match, yet a common second-tier 3-star star beast's corpse is valued at around 10,000. After all, a second-tier 3-star star beast can be killed by a triple-layered war general. Just by venturing outside the city to the Star Beast Rift for a month, you can typically kill several second-tier star beasts. The most expensive part of a star beast is its flesh, followed by the beast core. Together, a second-tier 3-star star beast is roughly valued at about 20,000. That means the monthly income of a single-layered war general is a comfortable 30,000 to 40,000 star coins, equivalent to a monthly income of 200,000 to 300,000 in a previous life. If one pushes harder, this amount could even double. Not to mention higher-tiered war generals and even more powerful war kings. Just the corpse of a third-tier 1-star star beast alone is priced between 200,000 to 300,000 star coins. Ling Yan calculated that with the same amount of money, if not spent on source stones but on star beast corpses instead, it could buy more than twice the rule points. Then Ling Yan took out another beast core, also a second-tier 3-star one. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the primal force of a second-tier 3-star beast core. You have earned rule points. 3. Indeed, he also received 3 rule points, and the price of a second-tier 3-star beast core was slightly cheaper than the corpse, but they're almost 700 to 800 per piece. With this thought, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. If calculated this way, wouldn't the bodies and cores of these beasts valued at over 200 billion provide at least 50 million rule points if fully absorbed? After a quick calculation, a spark flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. Supreme will absorb all the beast cores. Without hesitation, Ling Yan issued the command in his mind. Buzz! In an instant, all the beast cores in Ling Yan's storage ring transformed into streams of energy that surged into his body. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing a tier 3 2-star beast core. You have gained 200 rule points. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing a tier 4 5-star beast core. You have gained 50,000 rule points. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing a tier 4 6-star beast core. You have gained 100,000 rule points. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing a tier 5 7-star beast core. You have gained 15 million rule points. With each notification sound, Ling Yan's mind was flooded and his rule points soared wildly. In just a moment, the total number of rule points had already broken through 100 million, reaching 108 million. Indeed, having the heritage of a family makes things awesome. Next would be those beast bodies, Ling Yan thought to himself, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as the bodies of these beasts were also quite valuable. Eventually, he estimated that his rule points might reach 130 million. Boom! However, just then one of the beast bodies next to him suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of ashes. This scene left Ling Yan in silence. After the vital energy of the body was absorbed, it turned into ash. If used in public, this would definitely cause a sensation. Ling Yan felt somewhat helpless. This was going to be troublesome. What a pity my storage ring is a bit small. It can't even hold 2 tier 2 star beasts. Ling Yan felt helpless. The storage ring only had a volume of 100 cubic meters, which if mentioned would surely evoke envy and jealousy among many. You see, 100 cubic meters can hold a lot, as the storage rings used by ordinary late-stage warriors of war typically only have about 10 cubic meters. And Ling Yan, previously just an ordinary person, having a storage ring of 100 cubic meters truly shows how much Ling Xiaotian valued him. But 100 cubic meters is just a space less than 4 to 5 meters in length, width and height. A tier 2 star beast stands 3 to 5 meters tall. These higher level star beasts, one beast could be hundreds of meters tall, not to mention his own storage ring. Even the highest grade storage rings currently made by the human race could hardly hold a few beasts. Right, the pharmacists seem to be able to refine a powerful star beast into a vital energy elixir, and in this era, pharmacists seem to be very much in demand. In my Yanlong star, there's only one tier 5 pharmacist, and even my father has to go in person and plead with him to prepare an elixir. Suddenly Ling Yan thought of this. If he became a pharmacist, dealing with these star beast bodies would be much more convenient. At least after refining them into vital energy elixirs and storing them in the storage ring, no one would notice anything amiss. Certainly Ling Yan could also create a personal space But if he could make a gigantic star beast disappear out of thin air, Ling Yan figured that it would be even more terrifying than directly absorbing its vital energy. Supreme will set a rule that allows me to gain 100 years of alchemy experience every day. How many rule points would that need? Ling Yan pondered for a moment before speaking out loud. 100 years of experience as an apothecary, he estimated, should be enough to reach the 4th rank before the high-level exams, right? After all, nowadays the strongest 5th rank apothecary on Yanlong Star, who was also a war god level powerhouse, was just over 400 years old when he became a 4th rank alchemist. He was only in his 60s. Of course, becoming an apothecary required talent. Those with great talent could learn in one day what took ordinary people 10 days or even 100 days. But Ling Yan was not short on time. Lacking talent, then stack up the time. The strongest alchemist on Yanlong Star reached the 4th rank in just over 50 years. Then Ling Yan would use 10 times the time. If 10 times wasn't enough, then 20 times, 30 times. Of course, he could easily create a rule to make himself a 5th rank or even a 6th rank apothecary, but he guessed it would be the same as before. Once the rule was established, he would be stuck as a 5th or 6th rank apothecary for life. Ding! Detection of a creatable rule. Automatic alchemy. LV1, gain 1 year of alchemy experience per day. Rule points needed, 30,000. LV2, gain 10 years of alchemy experience per day. Rule points needed, 300,000. LV3, gain 100 years of alchemy experience per day. Rule points needed, 30 million. LV4, after creation, gain 1,000 years of alchemy experience per day. Rule points needed, 3 billion. LV5, after creation, gain 10,000 years of alchemy experience per day. Rule points needed, 300 billion. A notification sound followed into Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing this, the corner of Ling Yan's mouth twitched. Goodness, 100 years costing 30 million, that's not cheap at all. More terrifying than automatic enlightenment. Create a LV3, but after thinking it over, Ling Yan still felt it was worth the price. Ding! Rule creation successful. You have gained a new rule. Automatic alchemy LV3, gain 100 years of alchemy experience automatically every day. The rule will automatically connect to the human race's pill medicine database and begin learning automatically. Ding! Automatic alchemy LV3 triggered. You have gained 100 years of alchemy experience. And just then, 2 notification sounds came. Boom! Suddenly a torrent of violent memories flooded into Ling Yan's mind like a deluge. The memories contained all the pill recipes currently recorded in the human race's database, with the highest grade reaching the 8th rank pill, Buzz. At the same time, Ling Yan felt his consciousness momentarily detach from his body. When he regained consciousness, he had already arrived in a void space, and in this space there was only a huge alchemy furnace. Before Ling Yan could react, his body automatically began to concoct a 1st rank potion. The human race's database contained thousands of types of 1st rank potions. In this void space, Ling Yan began his journey of relentless learning, diving into the art of potion making, a craft refined from ancient alchemical techniques discovered by humanity in a secret realm. The production of lower-tier potions had been mechanized, making them affordable and simple to learn. However, the complexity of potion making escalated dramatically from the 3rd tier onward. 3rd tier potions required the infusion of specific alchemical inscriptions during the concoction process, driven by a power known as source energy. Moreover, the alchemist must adapt the inscriptions in real time, based on the changing properties of the ingredients, a feat beyond the reach of current human technology, thus skyrocketing the prices of higher tier potions. A potion of the lowest quality in the 5th tier could cost billions, a price only payable by the combined bounty of several low-tier 5th stage star beasts. Even for Ling Xiaotian, purchasing a top-tier 5th tier potion was a painful expenditure. It was evident that if Ling Yan could advance his alchemy level, his earning potential would be tremendous. The money spent now was a mere drop in the ocean. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully become a 1st tier junior potion master. In just 1 month within this void space, Ling Yan had elevated his skills to that level and mastered hundreds of 1st tier junior potions, achieving a 100% success rate in their creation. After all, a month here was a relentless, sleepless month, equivalent to the 4 to 7 months of learning typical for an apprentice alchemist. This was particularly significant in a field where material costs were prohibitive and training an alchemist was a luxury only the great clans could afford. Most alchemists spent nearly all of 10 years on theoretical research, but theory could never surpass practice. 1 practical attempt was worth 10 theoretical ones, with his basics solidified. Ling Yan quickly mastered the middle first-tier potions in less than half a month. Over the next 2 years he transformed from a novice into a superior second-tier potion master, all through the massive stockpiling of ingredients. Now he was ready to tackle third-tier potions, which were several levels more challenging than the first and second tiers. Extensive practical experience was crucial for mastering the various alchemical techniques and inscriptions required at this level. For Ling Yan, practice was what he did best. In this simulated environment he never ran out of ingredients. Through countless failures he nearly deciphered every possible reason a potion could fail, learning to avoid these critical pitfalls and ensuring the high quality of his final products. 10 years later Ling Yan became a junior third-tier potion master. 30 years later he reached the high-quality level, and 100 years later he successfully ascended to become a junior fourth-tier potion master. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully become a 4th-grade junior apothecary. A century of experience has been instilled. As Ling Yan spent a full 100 years in this void space, a notification sound followed. Buzz! In the next instant Ling Yan's consciousness left the space. At this moment Ling Yan felt that while all the memories from the space remained intact, they seemed as if they had just passed in a moment, causing no abnormalities to him. Sensing the vast knowledge contained in his mind, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that this type of experience installation rule could be so powerful. It seems that after this upgrade of rule level it's time to learn some high-level techniques and martial skills. Thinking this, the corners of Ling Yan's mouth slightly lifted, but for now he decided to deal with all the star beast corpses first. Then he went directly to the balcony, and with a surge of psychic power Ling Yan soared into the sky, landing atop a nearby massive mountain of flesh. Young master, do we need to preserve these star beast corpses? At this moment Elder Wu also flew over and respectfully asked, so many corpses, if not dealt with, will probably all rot in a few days. No need, I will handle it. Ling Yan waved his hand upon hearing this, and then he saw his right hand suddenly strike out towards the void. Boom! In an instant blazing flames burst forth like a flood from his hands, the ferocious fire engulfing the bodies of second and third tier star beasts and pulling them into the sky. Young master, what are you doing? Elder Wu was somewhat stunned. Elder Wu, do you know of the legendary chosen apothecary? Ling Yan asked with a slight smile, speaking slowly. Chosen apothecary? I've heard of it. It's a special profession. After awakening, one's talent for medicine refining greatly increases, allowing one to rapidly advance their apothecary level. But isn't the minimum level for a chosen apothecary at least S-? Even the strongest apothecary on our Yen Dragon Star is only a plus, Elder Wu slowly explained. Of course, being an apothecary is a special profession. It's not that you can't learn medicine refining without an apothecary profession, but having a profession certified by the Supreme will not only speeds up the learning process but also increases the success rate of refining, among other things. But young master, why do you ask? Do you need to concoct some elixirs? Shall I find you a couple of 4th grade apothecaries? Elder Wu asked Ling Yan, slightly puzzled. 4th grade? I am already a 4th grade apothecary, why would I need others? Ling Yan replied with a slight smile, casually explaining, I see, then never mind. Elder Wu nodded slightly, but then suddenly froze. Wait a minute, young master, what did you just say? Elder Wu hurriedly asked. However, before Elder Wu could react, Ling Yan's hands were already rapidly forming one alchemical handprint after another. Buzz, buzz, buzz. These handprints, driven by the source force, transformed into mysterious runes that swiftly flew into the flames. The next moment, the bodies of the demonic beasts instantly began to melt. Strangely, the corpses of these monstrous beasts melted at a terrifying speed, including their bones, fur and scales, all dissolving rapidly into a huge blood orb. Hissing sounds followed as Ling Yan unleashed new purification runes. In an instant the blood orb began to evaporate wildly. Thick black smoke billowed from within it. Eventually, what remained of the blood orb was crystal clear, reduced to the size of a basketball. It's important to note that this orb was formed from the bodies of hundreds of second and third tier celestial beasts, bodies that combined could fill a large building. What's going on? This seems to be the purification technique of an apothecary. Could the young master have awakened to the profession of a pharmacist? For a moment old Wu was shocked. Although he did not fully understand how apothecaries concocted their potions, he knew enough to recognize that this blood orb resembled the most basic Qi blood potion. Qi blood potions, depending on the tier of celestial beast corpses used, vary in level. Typically, a first-tier celestial beast can produce a first-tier Qi blood potion. Consuming it allows martial artists to quickly recover their damaged Qi blood. The impurities are removed, making absorption straightforward in minimizing side effects. Qi blood is equivalent to a martial artist's strength and stamina, and if injured, consuming Qi blood can also facilitate rapid recovery. Furthermore, consuming large amounts of Qi blood potions or higher level ones can cause a short-term surge in Qi blood levels, granting immense strength. However, the downside is potential harm to the body, though it can be healed as long as one survives. As such, Qi blood potions are among the highest selling potions due to their relatively low cost and simple raw materials. Of course, their popularity is also due to the simplicity of their production process. And now Ling Yan has actually concocted a Qi blood potion, and it appears to be of high grade and quality, at least a third-tier potion given there were third-tier celestial beast corpses involved. The young master is a third-tier apothecary, an 18-year-old third-tier apothecary. This truly is divine providence. Old Wu was so moved that he wept with joy. For years Ling Yan had been unable to awaken his profession, which never seemed to bother him, but old Wu was incredibly anxious, even more so than Ling Xiaotian, though he knew worrying was futile. Now not only did Ling Yan possess a plus-level psychokinetic power and the power of flame, he had also demonstrated the skills of a third-tier apothecary. If word got out, he would easily qualify for entry into the Dragon Ascension Academy. Whoosh! Ling Yan, however, paid no heed to old Wu, and with a wave of his hand the huge blood-colored orb in the sky vanished. He absorbed the Qi blood value from the potion and slowly spoke to the Supreme. Will ding, massive Qi blood value absorbed. You have earned rule points, 84424. The notification also echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing the prompt, Ling Yan's eyebrows immediately raised. It's almost like direct absorption. As expected, it works. Now I can directly absorb the vital energy from the corpses of demonic beasts in front of others. Ling Yan laughed with satisfaction. Keep it coming. Without hesitation, Ling Yan struck out with his palm again into the void. Boom! Instantly, a majestic torrent of flames like a flood engulfed a mountain of corpses. Within these vast flames, one corpse after another was incinerated into ashes by Ling Yan. However, what caused Ling Yan's brow to furrow was that these fourth-tier star beast corpses were unaffected no matter how he incinerated them. It seems that even the corpses of fourth-tier star beasts cannot be refined, even high-level third-tier star beasts cannot be melted. This was troublesome. Even if my realm has advanced to that of a war king, facing these fourth and fifth-tier star beast corpses is still futile. Upon realizing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh deeply. But Ling Yan was merely experimenting. For now, the only way to obtain 4th and 5th tier star beasts was through his father. Thus, there was no need to worry about being unable to incinerate high-level star beasts in front of others. Once he had the strength to kill them, he naturally would have the ability to refine them into vital energy potions. Wu Bo, activate the shielding array. Also get all the servants out of the Ling family. Ling Yan said to Wu Bo without hesitation upon thinking this through. Hearing Ling Yan's instructions, Elder Wu's expression immediately turned solemn. Understood, young master. Elder Wu nodded gravely. The next moment, he tapped a few times on his smart wristwatch, sending out a series of messages. Boom, 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 boom. Simultaneously, for huge dragon pillars suddenly rose around the entire perimeter of the Ling family. Buzz, 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 buzz. The next moment, these dragon pillars suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. This dazzling light shot up into the sky and finally converged above the center of the Ling family's airspace. Buzz! The golden light instantly spread out, transforming into a massive hemispherical dome that enveloped the entire Ling family within it. From inside the dome, it was clear to see the outside, but from the outside, it was impossible to see in. Then Elder Wu soared into the sky. Under his lead, all the members of the Ling family were driven out of the Ling family's protective array. At the same time, all surveillance equipment within the Ling family was shut down in that instant. Young master, everyone has been expelled, Elder Wu reported via video call. By everyone, he naturally included himself. Ling Yan trusted Elder Wu. As for absorbing the vital energy from these star beasts, even if others knew, Ling Yan could simply claim that his awakened profession was one that allowed him to devour vital energy to enhance his strength. This type of profession was not unheard of among the human race. Even the most powerful one had become a galaxy-level superpower, ruling over hundreds of thousands of life-bearing planets. Of course, that powerhouse's professional rank had only reached S+, therefore, once we reach the boundaries of the galaxy, its usefulness diminishes significantly. Otherwise, not to mention the galaxy, even reaching the Star River realm would be easily achievable. Although there are precedents, Ling Yan is not prepared to reveal himself just yet. it's better to stay hidden when possible. His talent is at the S, even S plus level, which normally wouldn't draw too much attention. However, if this talent were of the devouring type, other civilizations might fear it and attempt to assassinate him frantically, as such talents grow too quickly. A slight mishap and he could become a super powerhouse of the human race. Before anything else, Ling Yan needs to accumulate some extremely powerful rules. Supreme will absorb the vital energy from these corpses. Without hesitation, Ling Yan spoke into the void. Boom! In an instant, the Supreme will activated, a torrential flood of vital energy crazily surged into Ling Yan's body. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the vital energy of a 4th tier 1-star star beast. Rule points plus 11,451. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the vital energy of a 5th tier 3-star star beast. Rule points plus 3.21 million. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the vital energy of a 3rd tier 5-star star beast. Rule points plus 514. With each notification, Ling Yan's rule points rapidly increased. Soon his rule points once again reached 100 million. Eventually, the total number of rule points stopped at 105 million, as if the 30 million spent previously didn't even matter. A full 100 million rule points, surely enough to upgrade all my rule levels significantly? Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth. He glanced at all the rules he had created. Rules: physical growth LV3, 10,000 kilograms per day, 0/1 million, soul growth LV3, 100 soul strength/day, 0 to 1 million, automatic enlightenment LV2, gain 10 years of cultivation experience per day, 0/20 million, teleportation LV3, within a radius of 100 meters 100 times/day, 0/1 million, flight LV2, 400% 100,000, telekinesis control LV4, 1000% 0 out of 10 million, flame control LV2, 400% 100,000, combat genius LV2, 400% 100,000, automatic alchemy LV3, 100 years per day 3 billion. Currently almost all rules are useful. Originally, flight LV2 could only increase the flight speed by 200%, but because Ling Yan created telekinesis control, it essentially means he can already fly, so the flight speed increased to 400%. This quadruple flight speed is sufficient for Ling Yan's current needs. There's no need for an upgrade, but physical and soul growth are priorities. 10 million can create a rule that allows gaining 1 million kilograms of strength and 10,000 degrees of soul strength every day. If these two rules are successfully created, the strength I can gain in a day will already be at the level of a war king, and that's for both physical and soul strength. With only 8 days left until the college entrance exam, at the very least I can reach the 5 levels of the war king realm. At that moment, Ling Yan thought that grabbing the top spot at the national college entrance exam for Xinglong Star would be a breeze. He stroked his chin, pondering his next moves. Moreover, the auto-enlightenment needed an upgrade too. It would require 20 million to gain 100 years of cultivation experience daily. Also, the battle genius ability had to be enhanced, since upgrading it would boost all other rule enhancements, definitely offering the best value for money. For survival, the teleportation ability also needed an upgrade. The Supreme will elevate the rules physical growth and spiritual growth to gain the prowess of a war king level martial artist and a psychic master daily. Furthermore, enhance the auto enlightenment to gain 100 years of cultivation experience daily. Also, upgrade battle genius telekinesis and flame control to LV5. Teleportation was also upgraded to LV5, boosting 2 levels. Ling Yan slowly issued these commands. Ding! Command accepted. Initiating upgrades on all rules you created. The Supreme will responded to Ling Yan instantly. Ding! Rule: physical growth level increased to LV5. Gain 1 million kg of strength daily. Cost: 10 million. Upgrade requirement: 1 billion. Ding! Rule: spiritual growth level increased to LV5. Gain 10,000 points of spiritual strength daily. Cost: 10 million. Upgrade requirement: 1 billion. Ding! Rule: auto enlightenment level increased to LV3. Gain 100 years of experience in cultivation techniques and martial skills daily. Cost: 20 million. Upgrade requirement: 20 billion. Ding! Rule: battle genius telekinesis flame control level increased to LV5. Enhance overall combat power by 1,500%. Battle genius can be combined with the other 2 rules. Cost: 30 million. Upgrade requirement: 10 billion per type. In an instant, a series of notification sounds Arrived, finally, only the grand finale of the teleportation rules remained. Ding rule, teleportation level increased to LV5. Rule 1, can teleport within a radius of 1000 meters. Daily usage limit, none, however, there must be at least a 5-second interval between uses. Rule 2, can teleport within a radius of 10,000 meters, can teleport 1000 times a day. Rule 3, can teleport within a radius of 100,000 meters, can teleport 100 times a day. Rule 4, can teleport within a radius of 1 million kilometers, can be used once a day. Rule point cost, 10 million. Inch further upgrades require 10 billion rule points. Please select the upgrade direction. You can choose Rule 4 and any one of the other 3 rules simultaneously, but it requires an additional 10 million rule points. As before, there are 3 upgrade directions. Rule 1 allows unlimited teleportation within 1000 meters, but the interval has now been reduced to 5 seconds. Although it's much better than the previous 10 seconds, it's still too long. In real combat, one might need to teleport dozens or even hundreds of times per second. While Rule 2 and Rule 3 remain the same as before, one allowing farther single distances and the other more frequent uses, all things considered 1000 times a day still seems most cost-effective. 1000 times a day enough to cover a distance of 10,000 kilometers at once. Only this time, there was an additional Rule 4. Using the ability only once a day seems somewhat terrifying. A staggering distance of 1 million kilometers, Ling Yan contemplated that with such power he could instantly leap from Earth to the Moon. He wondered how far this rule would evolve with further upgrades. Perhaps it would eventually reach a level where interstellar travel was possible. However, akin to teleportation, there was no immediate need for it. Spending an extra 10 million to acquire it seemed unnecessary. Let's wait and see. Ling Yan ultimately decided not to opt for Rule 4, choosing instead Rule 2, which offered the best cost effectiveness. In an instant, Ling Yan spent a whopping 80 million rule points, leaving him with 25 million rule points. Should I save these 25 million? Ling Yan pondered, stroking his chin, thinking it wise to keep them for emergencies. After all, wouldn't it be frustrating to find himself in a situation requiring rule points and not have any? Boom, boom. However, the moment Ling Yan exited the back end, a surge of ferocious power immediately flooded into his body. In an instant, he felt his strength and soul wildly surge. Within a short time, his strength, initially 20,000 kilograms, quickly soared to 50,000 kilograms, then 100,000 kilograms, 200,000 kilograms, 500,000 kilograms, and finally alarmingly over a million kg. It wasn't just his physical strength, his soul power also intensified. His telekinesis, previously covering a mere 10 meters, now extended to a full kilometer. Within this kilometer, his telekinetic force could unleash a force of 15 million kilograms. With the addition of his combat genius, this 15 million kilograms of telekinetic force could instantly split into dozens of streams, thereby exploding with the destructive and combat power equivalent to 200 million kilograms of ordinary strength. At this moment, Ling Yan could even contend with some non-professional war emperors. Of course, the reason they were non-professional was that combat professions could enhance combat power, and those reaching the war emperor level were mostly above B+ grade, with many even reaching a grade or higher. Moreover, if an opponent practiced a 4th-tier technique or martial skill, Ling Yan wouldn't stand a chance in a single round against them. Yet even so, Ling Yan's combat power in the War King realm was nearly invincible. Besides, now Ling Yan had the experience of 100 years of practice. Each day learning a 4th-tier technique or martial skill was ridiculously easy for him, not to mention, given a few days, he could quickly master even 5th-tier techniques and martial skills and upgrade his level. By then, facing a war emperor, Ling Yan would also have a fighting chance. A base strength of 1 million kg was indeed formidable. Imagine if he threw a punch, he could shatter a 100-meter-tall building, couldn't he? Feeling the immense power within his body, Ling Yan couldn't help but crack a slight smile. If he were using his telekinesis, he could reduce all buildings within a kilometer to dust. He was practically a walking embodiment of Eastern rapid delivery, moving a step closer to becoming a high-level martial artist capable of devastating destruction. It was time to visit his old man and acquire some techniques and martial skills. Touching his chin, Ling Yan smiled slightly. Outside the Kaiyun City police station, Lin Feng followed behind Lu Yan, his face showing signs of weathering with his head hung low. The master and disciple exchanged no words. It was only when they returned to Lin's house and saw the decaying and foul-smelling corpses of Lin Feng's family that Lu Yan's heart, initially filled with anger and disappointment, finally softened. He too had lost all his family members early on, a tragedy that had catalyzed his awakening as a psychic master. This was why, despite initially deciding not to take Lin Feng as his disciple after learning of his offense against the Ling family, Liu Yan ultimately could not hold back. The life experiences of the two were strikingly similar, almost as if reborn. With a deep sigh, Liu Yan waved his hand and coffins appeared in the Lin household. Lin Feng's family's bodies were soon properly contained. "Master, I was wrong." Lin Feng, witnessing this, couldn't help but let tears flow and he knelt heavily on the ground. "Get up," Liu Yan said slowly. "You were avenging your family. You did nothing wrong. I did the same when I was your age. The only mistake was getting caught on the spot." Hearing Liu Yan's words, Lin Feng's mind was flooded with the image of Ling Yan's smile, which seemed to say everything was under his control. Humiliation, anger and resentment surged in his heart. "Ling Yan, it's all because of him. I fell into his trap." Lin Feng spoke coldly. "People in the capital say that the speaker's son is dull and incompetent, but we were all deceived by his facade. After all, he is her descendant. How could he possibly be foolish?" Liu Yan shook his head helplessly, his expression growing serious. "Lin Feng, now that you have avenged your great revenge and settled your grievances with the Ling family, it's best not to provoke the Ling family unless necessary. Ling family is not as simple as you think. People only know of Ling Xiaotian, a planetary-level powerhouse from Shilong Star, but they don't know that Ling Xiaotian's grandfather had 5 sons split into 5 branches. The eldest son is Ling Yan's grandfather on Shilong Star, but the other sons are planetary-level leaders on other planets, and that's just the generation of Ling Xiaotian's father. Planetary-level powerhouses can live for 1,000 years. It's said that the Ling family might even have an ancestor at the galactic realm, but it's all speculation. The waters of the Ling family are very deep. My previous warning against provoking Ling Yan was not out of fear of Ling Xiaotian, but because the Ling family is too terrifying." Liu Yan's solemn words left Lin Feng completely dumbfounded. The hatred he had for Ling Yan suddenly turned into a deep shock. The Ling family had other planetary-level powerhouses and possibly even the top galactic realm powerhouses of the human race. If he once thought his A+ level as a psychic master might one day reach the planetary realm, now he fell silent. Even if he became a planetary-level powerhouse, what then? Facing the Ling family, he still felt like an ant. "I understand, teacher. I will definitely not provoke Ling Yan ever again." Lin Feng took a deep breath and finally spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Liu Yan also nodded slowly. "Focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Don't go out until it's time for the exam." After giving a couple of pieces of advice, Liu Yan provided Lin Feng with some cultivation resources before leaving. These resources were significantly more than before. For Liu Yan, these resources worth tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, were not much. The star beast he killed last night alone could fetch hundreds of billions if sold. Of course, the bulk of it would go to the Federation, but even so, he could still pocket 700 to 800 billion. On the other hand, Ling Yan, who had just obtained some techniques and martial skills from his father, quickly learned from last night's police chief that Lin Feng had been released. The reason was quite simple. The murder of Lin Feng's entire family by the Morong family had been thoroughly investigated. The Morong family had violated the Federation's genius protection law. The law stipulates that killing the family members of a genius without cause would result in capital punishment, and even if the genius retaliated and killed the entire offending family, no blame would be pursued. Therefore, although Lin Feng had slaughtered the entire Morong family, he received little punishment. His master had paid a fine of 100 billion inch, and with it, the matter was considered closed. Well, it seems this A+ level genius is indeed a genius. Ling Yan shook his head helplessly, not even absorbing a bit of the luck power. Of course, even if he had absorbed it, it definitely would not have been more than what he gained from letting Lin Feng kill the entire Morong family. However, looking back, Ling Yan was no longer interested in Lin Feng's bit of luck, at least not for now. But he definitely wanted to snatch this kid's luck, and not just snatch it, but snatch it fiercely. The reason was simple. If he didn't drain this kid's luck, he couldn't kill him. If he couldn't kill this kid, Ling Yan wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Never mind, in a few days, after the college entrance exams are over, it will be time to snatch Lin Feng's great luck. Without this adventure, this kid would probably suffer greatly. Ling Yan thought this, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Ling Yan didn't want to trouble Lin Feng, mainly because this kid often came to cause him trouble. Taking his things and hiding while sneaking a laugh was one thing, but to go so far as to almost kill his former self in a fight, if not to kill you, then who? Anyway, better to focus on cultivating techniques first. Ling Yan then pulled up the 5th tier techniques and martial skills he had gotten from his father. He had obtained two techniques, both 5th tier, one of which was a martial technique called Crimson Flame Golden Body Art, a fire attribute cultivation technique. After practicing, it allows one to use the power of fire to forge a golden body, significantly enhancing one's physical strength and power. As it was a 5th tier technique, just reaching the beginner level could enhance physical strength by 250%. Mastery could increase it to 300%, proficiency to 350%, and at the major achievement stage it could enhance physical strength by 450%. If cultivated to the level of transcendence, it could even achieve a staggering 600% enhancement in physical strength. This technique is undoubtedly one of the favorites among the war gods of the fire element. Unfortunately, among these war gods, not even 1 in 1,000 achieves major success, let alone reaching the transcendent state. The gap between major success and transcendence is truly terrifying. For every 10,000 who achieve major success in a technique, perhaps not even one reaches transcendence. It can be said that to increase the physical strength by 600% is extremely difficult, almost to the point of impossibility. Martial skills are similar in this regard. Techniques directly enhance physical strength, while martial skills are akin to the innate abilities of a combat genius, boosting explosive power directly. The difficulty of cultivating a 5th tier martial skill is immense, and ordinary war gods may take decades just to grasp the basics. However, within the 500-year lifespan of a war god, as long as one is not extremely untalented, most can master a 5th tier technique and martial skill by the age of 400 or so. The remaining technique Ling Yan has is named soul condensation. After cultivation, it can refine the soul to be of higher quality and more resilient, thereby unleashing more powerful soul force. For the current Ling Yan, this naturally means unleashing more potent telekinetic power. Following this are several martial skills. The 5th tier fire attack skill is the heavenly fire handprint, and the movement skill is flame walking 9 heavens, which uses the power of flames to increase speed. Then there's the defensive skill, Crimson Flame Golden Body, which complements the Crimson Flame Golden Body technique. Combined, they are said to be comparable in defense to ordinary 6th tier skills, which suits Ling Yan well since he is rather cautious. Ling Yan doesn't know if it's true, but he certainly wouldn't underestimate it, as his own father recommended it and had practiced it himself. There are also soul-based attack skills. The 5th tier telekinetic internal martial skill, Mind Spike. When unleashed, it can transform telekinetic power into a spike to attack the enemy, causing terrifying piercing effects. Later, it can be combined with a conical weapon for a spiral tearing effect. This move is Lu Yan's trump card and also recommended to Ling Yan by Ling Xiaotian. Ling Yan is well aware of this. The Mind Spike had provided Lin Feng with a tremendous boost in combat power in the early stages, even allowing him to effortlessly defeat stronger opponents. Previously, I even thought I could compete against a war emperor who had cultivated techniques and martial skills, but now it seems I had overestimated myself. Without learning these techniques and martial skills, I would only be able to compete with ordinary S-tier talents even among war kings. Looking at these introductions of martial skills and techniques, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. Supreme will use automatic insight to learn these techniques and martial skills. Without hesitation, Ling Yan then spoke. Ding. Command accepted. Beginning learning. A prompt followed immediately. Buzz. The next moment, a flood of memories rushed into Ling Yan's mind, and with these memories Ling Yan felt his consciousness being pulled out of his body once again. He found himself in the same space he had been in when learning alchemy, only this time he was here to learn these techniques and martial skills. As is widely known, the lower the level, the harder it is to learn higher level martial arts and techniques. For instance, an ordinary person at the War Earth realm might spend over a decade attempting to master a 2nd tier technique or martial skill and still fail to grasp the basics. However, once they advance to the war general level, the scenario changes dramatically. They might master it within 2 to 3 years. Currently, although Ling Yan has reached the War King realm, the gap between him and the 5th tier techniques and martial skills is terrifyingly vast. Generally, only war gods practice 5th tier techniques and martial skills because if a war emperor were to spend the same amount of time, they might master the 4th tier to a high degree or even achieve major success, whereas they would only just begin to grasp the 5th tier. Moreover, a newly learned 5th tier technique might not even be as powerful as a well-mastered 4th tier one. Therefore, in cultivating techniques, one cannot merely look at the level, it must also match one's own realm. This is why, after handing Ling Yan these 5th-tier techniques and martial skills, Ling Xiaotian also selected 3 sets of 2nd, 3rd and 4th-tier techniques and martial skills for him. The intention was clear: Ling Yan should not overburden himself, and Ling Yan chose to learn them all. After all, he gains 100 years of cultivation experience in each type of technique and martial skill every day, and that's each one individually, not collectively. Let's say there weren't just 20-odd techniques and skills, but 20,000 Ling Yan would still be able to learn them concurrently. Indeed, now at the War King realm, learning 2nd-tier techniques and martial skills is a walk in the park for him. In less than 5 years, Ling Yan mastered these 2nd-tier techniques and skills to an extraordinary level of prowess. Here 5 years is equivalent to 20 or 30 years of cultivation for an ordinary person in the outside world, no, even more, because one person doesn't just cultivate a single technique or skill. At a minimum, a person would cultivate one technique and one martial skill, and some even cultivate one technique and several martial skills, yet a person's energy is limited. By this calculation, a year of cultivation here for Ling Yan could even match 7 to 8 or 10 years of cultivation for an outsider. Thus, achieving extraordinary mastery in 5 years is not as absurd as it sounds. Achieving extraordinary mastery in 2nd-tier techniques and skills could also enhance combat effectiveness by 240%. Initially, that is more than enough. However, it took Ling Yan 15 years to master the 3rd-tier techniques and skills to a similar level, enhancing his combat strength by up to 300%. Then came the 4th and 5th tiers. The 4th-tier techniques and skills were challenging, taking 100 years just to reach major success, enhancing his strength by 360%, already surpassing the extraordinarily mastered 3rd-tier techniques. And yet the 5th-tier skills only reached proficiency, enhancing strength by 300%, still not surpassing the 4th tier. But Ling Yan estimated that in the next few days he would have enough time to elevate his 5th-tier technique to extraordinary mastery. After all, not only would Ling Yan's strength improve, but he would also reach 800 years of study. It would be absurd if he couldn't achieve extraordinary mastery by then. Of course, this is mainly because Ling Yan's level is still too low. Fortunately, he did not ask his father for 6th-tier techniques, for at his current realm, maybe 10 days would only suffice to grasp the basics. Ling Yan couldn't help but think it was somewhat of a reluctant compromise. Nonetheless, gaining entry was a start. He then sought out Ling Xiaotian to obtain the 6th-tier cultivation techniques and martial skills for his practice. For anything else needed, Ling Xiaotian would have to spend money to acquire them. With the funds available, it might be better to use them to buy corpses for Ling Yan. Having asked for so many techniques and resources all at once, Ling Yan felt it wasn't appropriate to ask Ling Xiaotian for the corpses of star beasts any longer. When the time came for the 100 Stars talent battle, there would be events involving hunting star beasts, and Ling Yan could hunt them down himself. It would be a good opportunity to see if he could collect rule points quickly, relying on his own capabilities. After all, once his own strength was sufficient, he would have to rely entirely on his own efforts. In the later stages, not to mention his own father, even the entire human race might not be able to supply the rule points he consumed. Having resolved the matter with Morom Shui, Ling Yan found himself with little to do in the following days, spending his time fishing at home every day. He used the fruits from the orchard to refine pills, an idyllic life indeed. As for Lin Feng, Ling Yan did not pay much attention. That young man was probably still buried in cultivation at home. It was a pity, though he was probably just reaching the 1st level of the warrior general stage. Meanwhile, Ling Yan had already reached the 5th level of the warrior king stage, mastering all the 5th-tier techniques and martial arts to a profound degree. Over the next few days, Ling Xiaotian continuously sent several spaceships worth of star beast corpses. Sometimes it was a couple of 5th-tier star beasts, and at other times there was even a peak 5th-tier star beast. Altogether, these significantly increased Ling Yan's total rule points to an impressive 150 million, and that was after Ling Yan had spent 10 million to upgrade his Flying Heaven rule to level 5. Profile of Ling Yan: Martial Arts level, Warrior King 5th layer, Soul level, Warrior King 5th layer, Vitality, 80,000, equivalent to 8 million kilograms, Soul, 80,000. Profession: Rule Creator, Unique, Pharmacist, 5th order lower grade. Techniques: Crimson Flame Golden Body, Profound Mastery, Soul Condensation, Profound Mastery. Martial Skills: Great Heavenly Fire Handprint, Profound Mastery, Crimson Flame Golden Body, Profound Mastery, Flame Treading 9 Heavens, Profound Mastery, Mind Piercing Spindle, Profound Mastery, Rule Creation, Physical Growth. LV5, 1 million kg/day, soul growth LV5, 10,000 soul strength/day, automatic enlightenment LV3, 100 years of cultivation experience/day, instantaneous movement LV4, within 10,000 meters 1,000 times/day. Flying Heaven LV5, Mind Control LV5, Flame Control LV5, Combat Genius LV5, Automatic Medicine Refinement LV3, 100 years per day, rule points, 150 million. Now Ling Yan's combat prowess was utterly unmatched by those even a major realm above his own below Warrior Emperor 5th layer. Even his pharmacist level had reached the lower grade of the 5th order with a consistent success rate of 100% in refining lower 5th order medicines, a feat not even ordinary 6th order pharmacists would dare claim. Ling Yan's overall strength was now beyond reproach. Remarkably, this was the achievement of less than 10 days since he became an Awaken Rule creator. However, Ling Yan's progress in strength was expected to decline significantly unless he found a new source of energy or unless Lin Feng's luck took a severe downturn. Sighing at the boredom of leisure, Ling Yan lamented the lack of things to do. Life was indeed enjoyable but got somewhat dull over time. Maybe he should go find Lin Feng for some fun. He regretted killing Morong Shwed the fool. Watching her make foolish remarks every day had been quite entertaining. Ling Yan felt a bit helpless. At this moment he began to understand why his predecessor had been so fond of Morong Shui. After all, such a foolish woman added spice to a boring life. Beep beep beep. Just then an urgent video chat notification sounded. Ling Yan glanced down. It was Ling Xiaotian, his father. What did he want? Ling Yan was a bit stunned. Then he opened the video. Buzz. Instantly a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and a heroic stature appeared before him. Yener, have you had breakfast? Seeing Ling Yan leisurely lying on a beach chair wearing big floral shorts and sunbathing, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing his son so relaxed made him feel his efforts weren't in vain. I've eaten, old man. What do you want? Ling Yan asked somewhat speechlessly. His father was not strict at all. No wonder his predecessor was so ineffectual. But then again, Ling Xiaotian was the only male heir for 3 generations, and since Ling Yan's mother had died early, naturally all of Xiaotian's love was poured into Ling Yan. However, Ling Xiaotian was a man of great responsibility, so he spent most of his time guarding the largest star beast Fisher on Yen Dragon Star. Just a moment, there's something I need to talk to you about. Ling Xiaotian hesitated. Oh, what is it? Ling Yan asked casually. Well, your grandfather once had a good friend. They were comrades who had risked their lives for each other. Later, one took control of Yen Dragon Star and the other took control of Xian Water Star, Ling Xiaotian began explaining. However, hearing about his grandfather's life-risking comradeship, Ling Yan's head began to ache. Surely he had just been complaining about being bored. Was this going to bring trouble? Ling Yan knew about Xian Water Star. It was a planet even larger than Yen Dragon Star. The planet had no fewer than 5 planetary-level powerhouses. Controlling such a planet implied that this so-called friend was no weakling. Of course, his own father was probably even stronger, since Yen Dragon Star was special, being the originating planet of the Ling family. Only the eldest members of the Ling family were entitled to live there. Moreover, because Yen Dragon Star had one of the strongest star beast fissures discovered among hundreds of life planets, its guardians needed to be extremely powerful. Wait, get to the point. Seeing Ling Xiaotian not coming to the point, Ling Yan suddenly sprang up. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Xiaotian became a bit embarrassed. Cough. Well, after your grandfather saved that friend's life, they promised that if they each had children, a boy and a girl, the children would marry each other. Well, the speaker of Xin Shui only had one son and your grandfather only had me. So there was no marriage alliance formed in our generation. However, he has a granddaughter, and the moment he knew you were a son, he arranged a betrothal when you both were just born. Unfortunately, your grandfather died in battle over a decade ago, and I had forgotten about this arrangement. But last month, the speaker of Xin Shui contacted me saying he was preparing to have you meet his granddaughter. I initially brushed it off, but just now the speaker told me his granddaughter is already on her way here and she should be arriving at Yen Long Star very soon. Of course, son, you can go and see her first, and if she doesn't catch your eye, then it's okay to call it off. Ling Xiaotian helplessly explained the situation. Sure enough, Ling Yan was completely stunned when he heard this. Goodness gracious, an engagement and a betrothal from childhood? You've got to be kidding, Dad, this is all so sudden, isn't it? Ling Yan was somewhat speechless. Boom. Just then, a thunderous roar of engines came from the sky. This sound was heard not just by Ling Yan but by everyone in the imperial capital, causing everyone to look up puzzled into the sky. Ling Yan and Ling Xiaotian's apparition looked up and saw a huge spaceship slowly descending from the sky bearing the family crest of the speaker of Xin Shui's family. It was indeed a 6th-tier spaceship from the speaker of Xin Shui's family. It seems the speaker really values his granddaughter to give her the only 6th-tier spaceship they have. Seeing this, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but remark, "Is a 6th-tier spaceship that valuable?" Ling Yan asked, puzzled as he already had one. "What are you talking about, boy? Of course it's precious. One of these ships costs 1 trillion star coins to purchase, and you also have to book many years in advance. The one you would belong to your grandfather. Otherwise, do you think you, who were just an ordinary person before, could casually use a 6th-tier spaceship?" Ling Xiaotian was somewhat speechless upon hearing his son's words. His own 6th-tier spaceship took many years and the slaying of countless 6th and 5th-tier star beasts to acquire. If only he had Ling Yan's luck earlier, he'd have taken off long ago. "Oh, I see, I underestimated the value of a 6th-tier spaceship before," Ling Yan said resignedly. "Alright, I have other matters to attend to, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, even if you don't like the girl, don't be too rude, as she is the granddaughter of your grandfather's good friend. Ling Xiaotian is a busy man, and if Ling Yan isn't mistaken, the Star Beast rampage will occur just after the national exams in 2 days. By then he might also have to take a trip to the battlefield. I understand, go ahead with your business, be careful when fighting Star Beasts. The Star Beast rift has been growing stronger each year. Don't chase after a Star Beast when it shows weakness, it might be a trap." Ling Yan waved his hand nonchalantly, but his words hinted at something to Ling Xiaotian. Ling Xiaotian, though he remembered, did not pay much attention to it. "My son has finally learned to care for others, how touching," he thought to himself, visibly moved. "Don't get me wrong," his son Ling Yan interjected with a matter-of-fact tone, "if you kick the bucket, my good days are over. TCH, you rotten kid, is that any way to talk about your old man? Fine, I got your message, logging off now." With a twitch of his lips and a roll of his eyes at his son, Ling Xiaotian logged off. Click. The spaceship in the sky opened a hatch and several figures rapidly descended towards the ground. However, upon reaching the protective formation of the Ling household, they were stopped. "Young master, the son of the speaker of Xin Shui Star Sikong Wu along with his daughter Sikong Yenran requests an audience. Shall we let them in?" Wu Bo approached Ling Yan respectfully to ask. Just hearing the name made Ling Yan's mouth twitch. "Something's off, this is really off. Could it be that my last name is Xiao?" Ling Yan felt dejected. Then he suddenly remembered that his mother had passed away and the storage ring she had given him before her death might contain a soul. Damn, could there really be a soul inside this ring? Ling Yan wondered incredulously, but then it seemed like this entity hadn't absorbed any of his essence. Wait, I might be overlooking something." Ling Yan fell into deep thought and began to carefully search through the original owner's memories. Sure enough, he quickly noticed something amiss. Damn it, over the years spirit stones have been mysteriously disappearing from this storage ring and the original owner just ignored it? Ling Yan was dumbfounded. In his memories he recalled a seemingly trivial detail: spirit stones placed in the ring would diminish over time, sometimes even a 2nd-tier spirit stone would disappear. However, the foolish original owner never paid any attention to these losses, since they were minor and the stones were of little importance or concern to the original owner. Even if noticed, it was assumed to be a memory error. 3 years, exactly 3 years. This means today's arrival of the spaceship wasn't for a sentimental visit. With this realization, Ling Yan's eyes gleamed. "Supreme Will, you can absorb soul power, right?" Ling Yan suddenly spoke in his mind to the Supreme Will. Ding, yes, high-level soul power detected, proceed with absorption. As soon as Ling Yan spoke, the Supreme Will responded. "There really is a soul. How many rule points can I get after absorption?" Ling Yan's eyes brightened at the prospect of free gains. Ding, detected soul is only a remnant. Extremely weak and still in slumber. Its power is less than 1/1000th of its peak. Absorption will yield rule points, 500 million. The prompt sounded, and Ling Yan was stunned. 1/1000th of a soul can yield 500 million rule points. Where did this remnant soul come from? It absolutely can't be human. At that moment Ling Yan was truly shocked. This ring, my grand old ring, is really something else. Ling Yan quickly channeled his soul force into the storage ring to begin his exploration. Indeed, within a jade pendant, Ling Yan detected a faint trace of soul force. Could this be the old man from his ring? Why was this not mentioned in the original story? However, Ling Yan soon found himself in a dilemma. should he directly claim the 5 billion rule points or wait until he was awakened to decide? Ling Yan pondered. Never mind, let him wake up first. Given the strength of his soul, at least for now, he is unable to defeat me or take possession of me. Ultimately, Ling Yan decided to leave it be. Young master, if you do not wish to see them, shall I send them away? At this moment old Wu spoke to Ling Yan. Seeing Ling Yan deep in thought, he thought Ling Yan did not want to meet the people from the Sikong family. Let them come in. Ling Yan waved his hand dismissively. Very well, young master. Old Wu nodded respectfully, then immediately opened the erase restriction. Meanwhile, outside the Ling family's array, humph. The Ling family sure puts on quite an air making us wait. So long. A middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back looked calmly at the Ling family's residence shrouded by a massive array. This man, named Sikong Wu, was the eldest son of Sikong Shin Shui. Is this the Ling Yan house you've been talking about, Uncle Sikong Wu? It looks somewhat decent. Next to Sikong Wu, a young man dressed in a white robe spoke calmly, though his tone carried a hint of disdain. Young Master Luo, you are a genius from the Longting Academy and a descendant of the Sword Saint. Naturally, you wouldn't think much of such a tiny planet. Sikong Wu quickly flattered the young man. Hearing Sikong Wu's words, the young man remained unimpressed. He had heard enough flattery. If it weren't for suppressing Ling Yan, he wouldn't have come here. As for why he wanted to suppress Ling Yan, that had something to do with Sikong Yenran. Standing next to him, there stood a cold and aloof young woman on a floating hoverboard beside him. Her fair skin and haughty gaze exuded an air of superiority, especially when looking at Yen Long's star, which was only about the size of their ancestral star. She felt even more disdainful. In the minds of almost everyone, the larger the planet, the stronger its guardians generally are. Yen Long's star was not only small but had only one speaker, which they naturally attributed to weakness. After all, the most powerful space rift on Yen Long's star was almost unknown to outsiders. Under the protection of the Ling family, there had never been any incidents, so there was no need for support from other planets. Besides those who had visited the Star Beast Rift, naturally not many others were aware of it. Sikong Yenran had met Luo Chang'e 2 months ago when she and her mentor went to Shin Shui Star to recruit disciples. At that time, Sikong Yenran had just awakened her talent a month ago and had already reached the 9th level of the War General realm. Now, she had even reached the 3rd level of the War King realm. However, upon meeting Sikong Yenran, Luo Chang'e, who had awakened the SSS Plus profession of destined great antagonist, received a prompt from the highest will. Sikong Yenran turned out to be one of the heroines he had been desperately searching for. After a year of awakening to his role, he finally found someone identified as a protagonist. By either winning over Sikong Yenran or by suppressing or even annihilating the male lead, he could gain antagonist points, which could be used to enhance his realm or exchange for a multitude of resources. That's why he began his fervent pursuit of Sikong Yenran. Unfortunately, she didn't think much of him at all. Before encountering any protagonists, Luo Chang'e's profession was as useless as trash. He was only able to enter the prestigious Longting Academy because of his great-grandfather, who was a stellar-level powerhouse. Such powerhouses get one spot every 100 years, and since he was the only heir in his family, he was able to get in. After a full year and a massive infusion of resources, this so-called young master Lu barely reached the 1st level of the Battle Emperor realm. However, his actual combat prowess was not even comparable to an ordinary battle king. Having no special profession and only a 3rd-tier cultivation technique, his strength was only enough to bully ordinary people or newcomers who had just awakened their talents. How could Sikong Yenran, who regarded herself as a favored child of heaven with such poor talents, ever look up to him? Yenran, remember your purpose for coming here. You've awakened an S-rank Xian water spirit body and have already been pre-admitted by the Longting Academy. Based on the information gathered before, this Ling Yan is nothing more than a wasteful 2nd generation. After meeting him, make sure not to take a fancy to him and resolve your engagement quickly. Sikong was solemnly advised. Sikong Yenran, Dad, what are you even saying? Even if he's handsome, how could I possibly fancy such a wasteful rich 2nd generation? Sikong Yenran was speechless and rolled her eyes at her father. But as soon as these words were spoken, Luo Chang'e couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why did these words seem to describe him? Young Master Luo, I'm not talking about you. After all, you're not handsome either. Seeing Luo Chang'e's misunderstanding, Sikong Yenran immediately explained calmly, but her words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Luo Chang'e's heart. Once I suppress that waste Ling Yan and gain the antagonist points, just watch how I'll deal with you. On the surface, Luo Chang'e calmly fanned himself with a folding fan. wearing a slight smile, but inwardly he was cursing furiously. I'm just reminding you, remember that, Sikong was said helplessly, seemingly with some concerns. Buzz, just then the formation slowly opened, Old Wu appeared in front of them. The three of you, I am the butler of the Ling family, you can call me Old Wu. Our young master has invited you. Old Wu spoke cheerfully to the trio of Sikong Wu. After finishing he gestured for them to follow with a welcoming hand. Young Master Luo, please go ahead first. Sikong Wu hurriedly let Luo Changda step forward. Seeing this, Old Wu raised an eyebrow, unsure of the young man's identity. However, it seemed he was still a battle emperor, but his aura was somewhat unstable, likely due to forcibly using resources to level up. Snap! Luo Changda unapologetically closed his folding fan and, stepping onto a floating platform led by Old Wu, flew towards the direction of the Ling family villa. Soon, the group arrived in the Ling family's living room. Where is Ling Yan? I need to see him. Sikong Yenran didn't mince her words and spoke with a haughty tone as she entered. Yo, isn't this my fiancé? What brings you here? At this moment a mocking voice came from behind in the Ling household. Then a young man dressed in a black martial arts uniform appeared, walking out with a smile. His extraordinary demeanor and strikingly handsome features even made Sikong Yenran freeze for a moment in awe. She was so stunned that she didn't even react to Ling Yan calling her his fiancé. Not just Sikong Yenran, but even Sikong Wu and Luo Changsong standing nearby were dumbfounded by Ling Yan's unbelievably handsome appearance. Are you Sikong Yenran? Can't wait to look at me, huh? You're also 18 now, shall we go get a marriage certificate right now? Seeing Sikong Yenran staring blankly, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, I spent 1,000,000 rule points to enhance my demeanor and appearance to the utmost. Tell me, are you mesmerized or what? Ling Yan felt immensely proud inside. Indeed, seeing Ling Yan like this, Sikong Yenran, who initially wanted to break off the engagement, blushed instantly. She opened her mouth but ultimately couldn't utter a single word. Witnessing this scene, Luo Changsong couldn't sit still anymore. Damn it, wasn't it agreed to be an engagement-breaking plot? Why aren't you speaking now? Sikong Yenran, didn't you always say you weren't swayed by looks? Go on, break the engagement. Luo Changsong roared in his heart. This era is tens of thousands of years after the 21st century, naturally having ancient internet novels, and Luo Changsong, after assuming the role of a destined great villain, was very familiar with ancient internet novels about breaking engagements and face-slapping plots. This was exactly why he followed Sikong Yenran here. It was supposed to be a plot about breaking an engagement. Why has it changed now? Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Sikong Wu came to his senses and coughed loudly a few times to signal. Sikong Yenran. After all, Ling Yan's appearance and demeanor had a terrifying effect on women. With this reminder, Sikong Yenran finally snapped out of her shyness. Ling Yan, I'm here to break off our engagement. I've been admitted to Longting Academy and we are just people from two different worlds. Sikong Yenran took a deep breath and then coldly said with a resolute look. However, as the words left her mouth, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in her heart. By saying this, Ling Yan, who she had thought about for over a decade, would no longer be related to her, but for the sake of reaching the peak of martial arts, she must remain undistracted. What would break off the engagement? However, before Ling Yan could respond, Old Master Wu exclaimed in surprise. Young Master, when did you get engaged? How come I didn't know? Following that, Old Master Wu looked at Ling Yan completely baffled. Even Ling Xiaotian had only recently learned about Ling Yan's engagement after receiving news from the Xian Shui Council chairman. Wu Lao naturally didn't know about it either. I just found out about the absurd arranged marriage set up by my unreliable grandfather and that woman's unreliable grandfather. Look, it's clear she's not interested in me. Ling Yan casually shrugged his shoulders, an action and expression that completely baffled Luo Changda standing next to him. Can you not take this so lightly? This is about breaking off an engagement. Aren't you supposed to come out and shout about injustice like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west or something? Are you even the protagonist? Luo Changda couldn't help but complain inwardly. Meanwhile, Sikong Yenran stared at Ling Yan's indifferent demeanor, lost in thought. On her way here, she had imagined all scenarios, such as Ling Yan furiously roaring, cursing at her, or perhaps challenging her to a duel. However, she had never expected Ling Yan to be so indifferent, and learning that Ling Yan had also just found out about having her as his fiancée, she fell completely silent. Since she was young, her grandfather had told her that he had arranged a fiancé for her whose grandfather and father were both super handsome and extraordinarily talented and powerful. Her betrothed Ling Yan, as a descendant of these people, was definitely not bad either. moreover he spoke a lot about the old days with Ling Zhan and his adventures. Thus, from a young age Sikong Yenran had been full of curiosity about Ling Yan, whom she had never met. The two had actually met once more than 10 years ago at Ling Yan's grandfather's funeral. At that time, she saw the child crying bitterly at the funeral and felt an inexplicable heartache, but later her father started teaching her that as a girl she should also prioritize martial arts in a world where only the strong are respected. From then on she trained in martial arts crazily, even pushing beyond human limits. Fortunately, hard work pays off and she acquired the mystical water spirit body and S-level talent that would easily allow her to become a planet-level strong person in the future, possibly even reaching the galactic realm given enough opportunities. That day, after many years, she received news of Ling Yan again. Unexpectedly, the Ling Yan she had dreamed of one day coming to marry her as a strong person had turned into a frivolous young master known only for chasing girls and being a sycophant. That day she completely lost hope in Ling Yan. Moreover, Sikong Wu always wanted her to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, so he suggested breaking off the engagement, not letting a frivolous young master like Ling Yan hold her back. Thus she came bearing 18 years of various expectations and thoughts about Ling Yan. Only now did she realize that her 18 years of valuing this marriage arrangement was just her own wishful thinking. Ling Yan had been unaware of it from the beginning. In that moment her eyes reddened. Looking at Ling Yan, her vision gradually blurred. This change confused Ling Yan. What's going on? Why is she crying? Wasn't she the one who proposed breaking off the engagement? Don't cry, okay? Look, I agree, isn't that enough? Why are you still crying? Originally Ling Yan had prepared himself for a dramatic confrontation, but he suddenly lost interest, helplessly speaking up. Come on, it's been thousands of years since people chose their own lovers. It's not the age of feudal superstition anymore. If we break off the engagement, so be it. If I become strong enough, people will only mock the Sikong family for lacking foresight. Have you really decided? Sikong Yenran looked at Ling Yan, her tone gradually becoming somber. Aren't you the one who came to break off the engagement? Do I have to fight you to make it happen? Ling Yan said indifferently. Fine, if you win we break off the engagement, if you lose we break it off too. However, what baffled Ling Yan was Sikong Yenran suddenly speaking coldly, and with a clang a long sword appeared in her hand. Well said. Luo Chang'e, standing to the side, suddenly brightened up, finally seeing things get back on track. Although the scenario was different from the novels, he knew he finally saw his chance. What? Are you crazy? You agreed to the breakup and so did I. Why do we still need to fight? And whether I lose or win we still break up. What's the difference? Ling Yan was speechless. Did this woman have a problem? Sister Yenran, let me handle this. No need for you to take action over such a trivial matter. And just then Luo Chang'e, with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, stepped forward. And who are you? What era is this, dressed in a white robe with a folded paper fan? Are you cosplaying as an ancient person? Ling Yan couldn't help but start complaining. This guy, does he also have a serious problem in his head? Ling Yan, be careful with your words. This man is a descendant of the legendary Luo Ju, the Sword Saint Luo Chang'e. He's also a student at Longting Academy, and if you provoke him, even your Ling family could be doomed. Sikong Wu hurriedly warned Ling Yan. Although he didn't want his daughter to marry Ling Yan, he also did not want his father's close friend's family to be destroyed. What? Luo Chang'e, hearing this name Ling Yan was instantly stunned. Supreme will grant me a rule, let me instantly see through all the details of my enemy. Remember I said all. Instantly Ling Yan spoke to the Supreme will in his mind. Dinged, command accepted. Rule creation, rule of vision LV1. See through all information of beings at the same level as oneself. Creation needed, 1 million, LV2, see through all information of beings not more than one major realm above oneself. Creation needed, 100 million, LV3, see through 2 major realms. Creation needed, 1 trillion. Instantly a new rule appeared before Ling Yan, create LV2. Without hesitation Ling Yan responded in his mind, ding, command accepted, creation successful. Instantly a notification sound reached Ling Yan's mind, and in a flash unseen by others, the power of the rule surged into Ling Yan's eyes. For a moment Ling Yan's eyes turned golden, a color only he could perceive. In an instant all information about Luo Chang'e appeared in Ling Yan's sight. Name, Luo Chang'e, martial level, battle emperor 1st level, soul level, battle earth 3rd level, chi and blood, 1 million, 1 billion kilograms, soul, 30, occupation, destiny's great antagonist, SSS+, martial technique, battle king method, 3rd tier proficient, sword technique, Luo water sword technique, 3rd tier proficient, Villain points, 1000, equivalent to 1000 rule points, relying solely on suppressing the protagonist to gain villain points. Description: Career Destiny's Great Villain. One of the special classes you can earn corresponding villain points by suppressing the so-called protagonist who is certified by the Supreme Will. An SSS plus Career Destiny's Great Villain can only exchange for realms and ranks not exceeding SS plus in other regular professions and cannot exchange stackable professions. Exchangeable items can be for yellow grade items not exceeding the 9th order of the galaxy. Realm. Note: Luo Chang'e is also a protagonist, a villainous type of protagonist, and suppressing him can dissipate his villain points. Seeing Luo Chang'e's attributes, Ling Yan instantly felt relieved. He thought he was facing some formidable villain, but it turned out to be just a minor character among villains. However, on second thought, wouldn't this dog-like fellow consider me as the protagonist and prepare to suppress me? Ling Yan felt disdain but was somewhat puzzled at the same time. Ding, the so-called protagonist is the one who surpasses the luck of their own race. The upper limit of these protagonists is also capped due to the race they belong to. Historically, anyone who could lead or enhance the strength of their race has been the protagonist of their era. So you are the absolute protagonist. Confused about this, the Supreme Will also gave Ling Yan a hint. With this revelation, Ling Yan suddenly understood. The protagonist of the era. This was easy to understand, like the founding monarchs or emperors of ancient times who were also protagonists of their eras. Thinking about it this way, aren't there too many protagonists? But that's what makes it interesting. Ling Yan thought to himself and smiled. An SSS plus Career Destiny's Great Villain is indeed terrifying, but Ling Yan just asked the Supreme Will and he only needs enough rule points to create a rule where he becomes the Career Destiny's Great Villain. This means his own rule creator far surpasses the level of the Career Destiny's Great Villain, at least one level above. After all, the professions that the Great Villain can exchange for can only reach SS plus and there are many restrictions. Of course, Ling Yan guessed that it far exceeds just one level. After all, the unique profession doesn't mean there's nothing above SSS plus. According to the settings of this world, there are other civilizations outside the Milky Way, and these civilizations surely have many more geniuses who are even more defiant and even surpass several levels above SSS plus. But the meaning of unique is just one. Being called unique, it definitely stands above all professions. Luo Xiao, this is my matter, you don't need to intervene. But after hearing Luo Chang'e's words, Sikong Yenran coldly spoke up from the side. Her words immediately darkened Luo Chang'e's face. If you make a move and mess up Ling Yan, how could Ling Yan possibly strike back at himself? Right, humiliation. As long as I wait for Ling Yan to be defeated by Sikong Yenran and then furiously humiliate him, I can gain villain points. Suddenly Luo Chang'e had a bright idea. Since Yenran's sister is planning to teach this kid a lesson herself, then I won't make a move. After all, this trash isn't worthy for me to draw my sword. Luo Chang'e instantly stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance. Unfortunately, the expected scene of Ling Yan angrily challenging him to a duel did not happen. Ling Yan did nothing more than glance at him, much like a clown would. The look was one of naked disdain, the same kind other genius members of various families had once given him. Damn it, kid, what are you staring at? It seemed the painful memory of being looked down upon had suddenly rekindled Luo Chang'e's anger, causing him to shout furiously at Ling Yan. Do you think you are like a dumb dog? With your strength built only by medicines, you dare to be arrogant here, acting as if you're not worthless without a profession. Did a donkey kick your brain? Ling Yan simply smirked disdainfully. Kid, you're seeking death. Sure enough, Luo Chang'e, who had been continuously mocked since he turned 18, finally snapped. With a roar, he gripped the air and a long sword materialized in his hand, slashing fiercely towards Ling Yan. Clang! In an instant, as the sound of the sword burst forth, a terrifying sword aura hundreds of meters long slashed down towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan, seeing this, Sikong Yenran couldn't help but exclaim in alarm, ready to intervene. But Luo Chang'e's action was too swift, even she couldn't stop him. This sword. Watching the sword slash down towards him, Ling Yan seemed stunned for a moment, as if frozen in shock. But the next moment he let out a scoff. What a trashy sword! With a wave of his right hand through the air, boom, with a loud explosion, the sword aura instantly burst apart, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. This sudden turn of events left Sikong Yenran and Luo Chang'e completely dumbfounded. This is telekinesis. The well-informed Sikong Wu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. telekinesis. Ling Yan has a profession and at least it's an A-grade spirit psychic. In an instant, Si Kong Yen was also staring at the calm-faced Ling Yan in shock. Impossible, how can this be? You haven't even been disengaged. How can you possess such strong power, and why is it not the power of flames? Meanwhile, Luo Chang'e was screaming in frenzy, power of flames, you mean this, upon. Hearing this, Ling Yan suddenly smiled meaningfully and then clenched his right hand towards the void. In an instant a cluster of purple flames ignited in his hand. As the purple flames appeared, Luo Chang'e staggered backward and fell to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Si Kong Wu and Si Kong Yen were equally astonished, unable to utter a word. Wasn't it rumored that Ling Yan was a talentless waste with no profession? How could he now conjure purple flames? Purple flames, which only evolve when the level of flame talent reaches S grade, and Ling Yan also possesses telekinesis, completely contrary to the rumors. Not just them, even old Master Wu was watching Ling Yan in disbelief. Purple flames, S grade flame power, dual profession talent, how is this possible? The young master's flame power is actually S grade. Old Master Wu couldn't help but exclaim, but then his old face crinkled with excitement. Young master, you have surpassed the old master. There is hope for reaching the stellar realm in the future. Si Kong Wu and Si Kong Yen finally reacted when they heard old Master Wu's exclamation. No wonder Ling Yan was rumored to be useless. Even the steward of the Ling family was unaware of Ling Yan's talents, let alone outsiders. Even his own family kept it a secret. Just how patient was Ling Yan? It's known that ordinary geniuses, once they awaken their abilities, wish the whole world knew about it, yet Ling Yan kept his hidden so deeply. One could imagine the resilience of his character. Such a person would definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Did this also mean that the rumors of Ling Yan being a useless sycophant were just a disguise? For a moment Si Kong Yen staggered and nearly fell. From the terrifying strength Ling Yan had just displayed, she knew she was no match for him. After all, although Luo Chang'e was annoying, his strength was formidable. Currently Si Kong Yen was not his match, as his level was apparent. Even Luo Chang'e was toyed with by Ling Yan as if he were an ant. How strong must Ling Yan be? Ding, congratulations, you have caused Luo Chang'e to have a mental breakdown. Villain value slightly decreased. Ding, you have absorbed the villain's power, gaining rule points 100 million. At that moment a notification sound followed. Good heavens, Ling Yan exclaimed. How could someone so useless drop a whole 100 million in villain value just by having a mental breakdown? Ding, the stronger the protagonist, the greater the contained fortune and villain power. If Lin Feng had possessed the Battle Emperor realm initially and caused the death of his whole family, he could have gained at least 10 billion in fortune. However, the next moment the Supreme Will responded to Ling Yan. At this, Ling Yan was dumbfounded. What a loss! If only he had known, he would have let Lin Feng become stronger before suppressing him. It's fake, it must be fake. How could it be purple flames? At this time, seeing Luo Chang'e's soulless demeanor, Ling Yan couldn't help shaking his head. Is this all it takes to be a villain? With that thought, Ling Yan slightly waved his right hand. Swish, instantly a streak of purple firelight slashed through the void. Smack! The next moment a hand formed of flames harshly slapped Luo Chang'e, rolling him several times on the ground. And yet the flames continued to fiercely burn his face. My face, my face. In agony, Luo Chang'e covered his face and rolled around on the ground. How about that? Are these flames real or fake? Ling Yan stepped forward, placing a foot on Luo Chang'e's face. With this level of strength, and you still want to suppress me? This so-called suppression is nothing more than beating me up and stealing my ring. Too bad, this guy's strength is too pathetic. Ding, congratulations, you have beaten up and humiliated Luo Chang'e. His villain value has decreased. Ding, you have absorbed the villain's power, gaining rule points 700 million. Another notification sound followed. Good heavens, just a casual fight and you can gain several 100 million. Luo Chang'e is much better than that waste Lin Feng. Lord Luo, Si Kong Wu exclaimed at this scene, immediately preparing to step forward to save Luo Chang'e. Mr. Si Kong, perhaps it's best not to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation, right? However, the next moment Elder Wu appeared before Si Kong Wu with a hearty laugh, and a terrifying aura of a war god of the 8th heaven burst forth. This fearsome presence immediately turned Si Kong Wu's face dark. A servant of the Ling family is actually a war god of the 8th heaven. Although the Si Kong family rules over Xian Shui Star, they must still treat those above the 5th heaven of war god with respect. Ling Yan, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Si Kong Yan frowned as she watched Ling Yan stepping on Luo Chang'e's face. The Luo family is quite powerful after all. What? Feeling sorry for him, I knew you were in a hurry to see me to call off the engagement. It seems you've taken a liking to him. Indeed, with a sword saint of the stellar realm as its backbone, the Luo family is indeed much better than my humble Ling family. But your taste is also quite poor, isn't it? Even if you're after wealth, at least find someone with talent. Look at this boy, he's nothing but trash. Upon hearing Si Kongyan's words, Ling Yan couldn't help but scoff. Although he didn't really care about being dumped as a man, he needed some face, and he couldn't just accept being humiliated with a smile, could he? Ling Yan, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Si Kongyan's eyes immediately reddened and her complexion turned pale. Keep your composure, calling off the engagement was your idea, wasn't it? Now you start crying instead. My words are to be taken at face value. Ling Yan spoke calmly, and then with a fierce kick he struck Luo Chang's stomach. Puff! Instantly, a large mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Luo Chang's mouth, and he was sent flying crashing heavily into a nearby wall, creating a huge crater. This is still thanks to the high quality of the Ling family's house. Ordinary war kings fighting inside wouldn't damage it at all, otherwise this impact alone could have shattered this villa. Ding, congratulations, you have severely beaten Luo Chang'e. His villain value has decreased. Ding, you have absorbed the villain's power, gaining 300 million rule points. Unfortunately, this time Luo Chang'e has passed out, although he didn't release many rule points. It's still 300 million. In total, that's already 1.1 billion rule points, proving Luo Chang'e is indeed quite valuable. It's just that it might not be possible to farm more rule points from him for now. After all, this boy probably has been drained dry. Alright, take this boy and leave. Since the engagement is already called off, I'm afraid you're no longer welcome. Of course, this engagement wasn't called off by your Sikong family, but because I Ling Yan looked down upon your so-called heavenly favored daughter. Ling Yan was in a rather good mood, but since they came to call off the engagement, there was no need to be polite. With it, he waved his hand as if shooing a fly away. At these words, Si Kongyan's heart trembled and she took a deep look at Ling Yan. At this moment, for some reason, the image of Ling Yan began to overlap with the domineering and unparalleled genius she had imagined for so many years. Unfortunately, the domineering attitude that Ling Yan displayed was directed towards himself. Sensing Si Kongyan's gaze, Ling Yan frowned slightly. From her eyes, he felt he could see a hint of affection. TSK. As expected, this woman was only in love with the idea of a genius. If he had still been the useless person he once was, perhaps today he would have been beaten up and had his ring stolen, losing his last chance to turn the tables against Lin Feng. Ling Yan quickly guessed the reason. Thinking about it, he also understood why this part wasn't mentioned in the original story. After all, Lin Feng was the protagonist, and it seemed that on the eve of the college entrance examination, the original owner had disappeared for a while and hadn't troubled Lin Feng, probably because he had been severely beaten by Luo Chang'e and was recuperating. What, you don't want to leave? Ling Yan looked at Si Kongyan calmly. Si Kongyan bit her lip and then, without hesitation, turned and left on a floating board. Watching his daughter's lonely figure departing, Si Kongwu was instantly furious. Ling Yan, is this how you treat guests? Si Kongwu roared. Wu Bo see the guest out. Ling Yan had no desire to waste words. Boom, old master Wu didn't waste words either, and instantly an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Please, old master Wu said coldly, Ling Yan, you will regret this. Today you've provoked the great young master of the Luo family and they will not let you go. Watching Ling Yan, Si Kongwu finally growled a warning, then instantly flew to Luo Chang's side, picked him up and flew into the sky. Watching their departing figures, Ling Yan's lips curved slightly upwards. The Luo family? Sword Saint, interesting. Ling Yan was not concerned at all. If he didn't know the strength of the Ling family, he might have had some reservations, but unfortunately for them, the Ling family was even stronger. Young master, the Luo family sounds very powerful. Should we contact the main family? Old master Wu was somewhat worried. No need, there's no need to trouble the main family. I don't believe that so-called Sword Saint of the Luo family would dare to lay a hand on a disciple of the Ling family. Ling Yan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the Luo family. Having gained 11 billion rule points, it was naturally time to plan how to use them well. Moreover, Luo Chang'e was too weak, he needed to send him a big gift to help him. Otherwise, how could he increase his strength and earn more villain points? Or really, why must he worry about these people? Why can't these so-called protagonists be a bit smarter? Supreme Will, can you create a rule that after use prevents others from perceiving my existence even if I stand right in front of them? Ling Yan slowly spoke to the Supreme Will. Ding command accepted rule established, merge with heaven and earth LV1, after use those whose realms are lower than yours cannot perceive your existence, creation needs rule points, 1 million, LV2, after use those no more than one major realm higher than you cannot perceive your existence. Creation needs rule points, 100 million, LV3, after use those no more than two major realms higher than you cannot perceive your existence. Creation needs rule points, 1 trillion. Soon the new rule appeared before Ling Yan, and looking at the rule points needed for its creation, Ling Yan did not find it excessive. This rule is different from others, it operates on a hierarchical basis. Being one major realm higher than Ling Yan, you must understand that after reaching the planetary realm, the gap in strength between each major realm can be more than 1,000 times. 1,000-fold difference in strength can be created with just 100 million rule points, making this rule more cost-effective. As for those two major realms, it's even more ruthless. Moreover, there are many levels of realms after the planetary realm, and the higher these realm levels, the greater the disparity. However, this rule is divided by realm, thus it is unimaginable how terrifying this rule will be once Ling Yan reaches the pinnacle of his realm. Creating LV2 integration with the universe, Ling Yan didn't waste any words and directly spoke to the Supreme Will. Ding command accepted rule creation successful, rule points spent, 100 million. Instantly a system prompt sounded in Ling Yan's mind. At the same time, Ling Yan's mind also gained knowledge about the usage of this integration with the universe rule. By using it, Ling Yan would completely merge into the universe and become part of the rule, and the rule, it transcends all things in the world. Even if someone is powerful enough to sense the existence of rules, they cannot detect Ling Yan's presence unless their level surpasses his by one major realm. Of course, Ling Yan's own strength also needs to be sufficiently strong, otherwise those who can feel the existence of rules might be many major realms stronger than those at the planetary level. Right, I'm stepping out for a bit. After saying this to old Wu, Ling Yan immediately tapped his foot and flew up into the sky heading towards Kaiyun City. On the Seacombe family's spaceship, Luo Changa's face was extremely unsightly. As the eldest young master of the Luo family, he also had bodyguards. Unfortunately, the Luo family is not like the Ling family. The Ling family has only one son, Ling Yan. Moreover, Ling Xiaotian pays great attention to Ling Yan, so not only does he have old Wu, a mighty war god of the 8th heaven, as a protector, but there are also imperial level guards in secret. Since Ling Yan was attacked by Lin Feng, he even switched to a guard who was a war god of the 3rd heaven. It can be said that the protection for Ling Yan is extreme. However, although Luo Chang'e is also a great young master and was given plenty of resources to grow, it was only to prevent him from embarrassing the Luo family when he went out. Therefore, even though the bodyguard assigned to him was only a war god of the 5th heaven, this level of protection is actually normal. A war god of the 5th heaven, a few more realms up and he would be at the planetary level, where each is a super powerhouse capable of guarding a planet. Unless it's a major young master specially cultivated by the family, even a family like the Luo family wouldn't provide much support. A war god of the 5th heaven as a bodyguard trying to save Luo Chang'e from old Wu's hands is still a bit short, useless, simply useless. Such an old man actually made you and Seacombe Wu, that useless fool, too scared to act. What use are you? Luo Chang'e, seething with anger, furiously berated the guard standing before him. The guard, feeling the heat of his fury internally, thought bitterly that if only Luo Chang'e hadn't insisted on showing off and acting the fool, would he have ended up being beaten. Of course, such thoughts the guard dared only keep to himself, for showing even a hint of dissent could lead to severe punishment by this young master, who had more than a dozen ways to mete out discipline. Master, shall I inform the family? Perhaps they could send someone to properly teach the Ling family a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't our Luo family's reputation be utterly ruined? The guard quickly suggested to Luo Chang'e. Nonsense. Do you want the other members of our family to laugh at me? Luo Chang'e snapped back at the guard upon hearing this. At that moment, Luo Chang'e, who fancied himself as a grand villain, completely lost his composure. Usually he could face any ridicule, whether overt or covert, with a smile. After all, he possessed an SSS plus villain destiny just by finding and suppressing the protagonist. He could increase his villain points and thus boost his own strength and talents. But who would have thought that the first protagonist he met would literally grind him into the dirt? How could he maintain his composure under such humiliation? Did this not prove that his profession was worthless? As for conquering Seacombe Yenran, even a fool could see that she had no interest in someone with no talents like him. If he couldn't defeat Ling Yan, everything was useless. Do I Really have no choice but to have my family suppress the Ling family? Luo Changa's face turned incredibly sullen. If it wasn't necessary, he definitely didn't want to resort to using his family's power. Ding, detection of other protagonists within a 100-kilometer radius. Would you like to proceed with guidance? However, just at that moment, the Supreme will transmitted a notification sound. Hearing this, Luo Changa's previously dark expression rapidly changed to one of immense excitement and joy. Other protagonists on this tiny planet of Yanlong Star there. Our other protagonists. Luo Changa was thrilled. Guide me. Without hesitation, he spoke to the Supreme Will in his mind. Directions were instantly issued and a golden thread appeared before Luo Changa. The thread pierced through the spaceship, extending towards the outside world. Accompany this young master for a walk. Seeing this, Luo Changa opened his folding fan. The embarrassment on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by his usual calm and unflappable demeanor. Saying this, Luo Changa stepped on his hoverboard and flew out of the spaceship. The guard, seeing this, did not hesitate and quickly followed. Atop a mountain in the imperial capital Linfeng, with a face full of humiliation, was being held up by Ling Yan. Ling Yan, death before dishonor. What exactly do you intend to do to me? Linfeng asked resentfully. Just minutes ago Ling Yan had suddenly appeared in his home, knocked him unconscious, and when Linfeng awoke he found himself already transported to the imperial capital. In less than 10 days you've grown quite fast, haven't you? I didn't expect you to have reached the 7th level of the warrior realm. Looking at Linfeng in front of him, Ling Yan stroked his chin and began to speak with a sense of reflection. His words made Linfeng's face grow even uglier. To help him perform well in the college entrance exams, Linfeng's master had sought out the strongest alchemist on the Flaming Dragon Star, who had crafted a 5th-grade soul-tempering elixir at great expense. After taking it, one could significantly enhance their soul's strength, and as long as the soul's talent was sufficient, there would be no side effects. Clearly, as the protagonist, Linfeng's talent was exceptional. Not only did he suffer no side effects, but he even advanced his soul realm to the 7th heaven of the warrior level. Initially, Linfeng thought that with his improved talent he could at least fight Ling Yan to a standstill, if not defeat him. However, he was now as helpless as a chick in Ling Yan's grasp, barely able to fight back. At that moment, he began to doubt himself. Could he truly ever surpass Ling Yan in this lifetime? Ding, main character suppressed, luck reduced. Ding, you have absorbed the force of luck, gaining rule points, 100 million. However, just then another notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Hearing this, Ling Yan could not help but feel that increasing his strength was indeed beneficial. Just a little effort and his luck had increased so much. However, considering this, Linfeng's luck value must be higher than that of Luo Changa. But then again, Luo Changa had never used his profession even once, purely a waste, relying on his family. It's normal for him to have so little luck now. Ling Yan, you've already said that our grievances were over. Why are you still so aggressive? Could it be that just because you are the eldest young master of the Ling family you can bully others without restraint? Linfeng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger as he stared at Ling Yan. Bully you? Upon hearing this, Ling Yan burst into laughter. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying force instantly struck Linfeng's back. The horrifying psychic force made him kneel on the ground as he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. This terrifying power shocked Linfeng. He was forced to kneel down, unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength. Moreover, his psychic power, just like before, seemed to disappear instantly. Compared to this, the humiliation he felt was nothing. What kind of technique is this, that my psychic power is utterly useless in front of him? At this moment, Linfeng's fear reached its peak. He could rise from humiliation, but psychic power was the only ace up his sleeve for his growth so far. So, I am bullying you? Who told you that our grievances ended just because I beat you up once? Back then I, the young master, was nearly killed by you, a lowly commoner. This account, you think it's that easy to settle? Ling Yan smiled gently, but this smile appeared demonic in Linfeng's eyes. Ding, the main character Linfeng has developed a fear of you. Luck decreases. Ding, you have absorbed the power of luck and gained rule points, 300 million. Simultaneously, a notification sound transmitted into Linfeng's mind. Tisk, 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 free rule points, indeed exhilarating. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. He then glanced up at the sky. Since the protagonist has arrived, I shall not be an eyesore here any longer. Luo Changa, oh Luo Changa, you must put in some effort for me. Ling Yan's lips slightly curled upwards. Bang! Suddenly a force fiercely struck Linfeng's neck and he instantly rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Ling Yan, without wasting words, lightly tapped his foot and instantly vanished from the spot. Of course, Ling Yan didn't truly disappear, he hid himself and directly took cover several kilometers away. With such a distance and the passive integration into the environment, even beings at the 6th or 7th level of the God of War could not detect his presence unless they carefully inspected his location. Soon, two streaks of light flew over at high speed. The two figures were none other than Luo Chang'e and his guard. They too spotted Lin Feng lying on the ground bleeding from his mouth. He is the protagonist. Seeing Lin Feng lying on the ground nearly lifeless, Luo Chang'e was excited yet somewhat puzzled. Ding, yes, the protagonist's luck is strong, please be careful in your approach. Hearing Luo Chang'e's confusion, the Supreme Will responded to him instantly. Hearing this, Luo Chang'e smiled. Since the luck is strong, wouldn't suppressing him grant me even greater antagonist points? Go wake him up. Luo Chang'e calmly ordered his guard. Yes, young master. The guard nodded and quickly went down to administer a bottle of healing potion into Lin Feng's mouth. Instantly, under the effect of the healing potion, Lin Feng's injuries rapidly healed. This kid is actually a 7-layered war general and a psychic, quite a talent. Luo Chang'e, shaking his fan, also descended. His guard quietly stood behind him. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, after coughing a few times and spitting out a large amount of clotted blood, Lin Feng slowly stood up. After standing, Lin Feng cautiously looked around and upon noticing Ling Yan's absence, he finally relaxed. May I ask if it was you two who saved me? Lin Feng will surely repay this life-saving debt in the future. Feeling the effect of the healing potion within his body, Lin Feng knew he was saved by the two individuals before him. Therefore, he hurriedly thanked the distinguished-looking Luo Chang'e and his companion. However, Luo Chang'e didn't even glance at the young man. Instead, he began to examine Lin Feng's background. In just a moment, Lin Feng's entire history from birth to the present was investigated thoroughly. After all, these were recorded in the files. Unexpectedly, he is related to Ling Yan. Looking at this storyline, Ling Yan was actually a tragic side character before, but isn't Lin Feng the protagonist? How come he was subdued by Ling Yan, a mere side character? As Luo Chang'e delved into the files, he wasn't just shocked to see Lin Feng being suppressed by Ling Yan like a dog, but also that Lin Feng had actually killed the entire family that had been supporting him with resources. This plot twist had Luo Chang'e quite baffled. He had never come across such a novel with these twists before. However, one thing was certain: Lin Feng was undoubtedly a genuine genius and a struggling male protagonist. Over the past year, Luo Chang'e had studied many ancient internet novels summarizing numerous methods to suppress male protagonists and strategies to conquer female protagonists. For someone like Lin Feng, the best method of suppression was extreme humiliation. In his view, for a male protagonist from the lower classes, face was everything, and the second thing was poverty. By seizing his resources and killing his backers, this male protagonist would essentially be ruined. Then it would be time to unleash a wave of brutal torture on the young man, instilling fear in his heart. Finally, he would be killed. Luo Chang'e would then reap a tremendous amount of villain points, which was a most delightful prospect. In just a few seconds, Luo Chang'e had formulated a complete suppression plan for Lin Feng. TSK, what's this? I, the great young master of the Luo family, saved your life, and all you offer are mere words of future repayment. The medicine I gave you was a 5th-tier healing potion. However, Luo Chang'e simply waved his fan and spoke dismissively, which made Lin Feng pause. Following this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. If it weren't for the 4th-tier healing potion he had received from Ling Yan during a beating in prison, he might have believed Luo Chang'e's nonsense. That potion was barely 2nd tier at best. It was shameless to claim it was 5th tier, but remembering that the other party had saved his life, Lin Feng clenched his teeth and swallowed his pride. I indeed do not have a 5th tier potion, but here is a 4th tier potion, Lin Feng said, his voice laden with pain as he handed over the 4th tier healing potion his master had given him to save his life. In his view, the other should be satisfied, as exchanging a 2nd tier for a 4th tier was clearly a huge gain. However, Luo Chang'e's expression instantly darkened. Damn it, you dare to deceive me with this trash? Zhang Long, teach him a lesson. The guard, inwardly despising such behavior, felt the young master was regressing more and more after being taught a lesson by Ling Yan, yet as a guard he dared not disobey. He quickly grabbed Lin Feng by the neck and started pounding him into the ground relentlessly. Lin Feng had no chance to resist and was brutally beaten down on the ground. In a moment, blood flew everywhere. Ding, congratulations, you have brutally beaten the protagonist Lin Feng, earning his deep-seated hatred. You've gained 1 million villain points. A notification sound followed at that moment. Hearing this, Luo Chang'e trembled with excitement. He had spent a year studying and had almost fully grasped the value of villain points. These 1,000,000 villain points were enough to create an S-tier talent for himself, thinking that he could finally become a genius. Luo Chang'e knew that his moment to soar had finally arrived. Ding, congratulations, because of your actions Lin Feng was severely beaten by the villain, causing his luck to decline, and you have earned rule points, 100 million. However, at the same time, several kilometers away from Lin Feng and Luo Chang'e in the void, Ling Yan also heard this notification sound. TSK. As expected, the villain value gained by this fated major antagonist isn't obtained through absorbing luck, could it? Be that his profession isn't capable of absorbing such high-level energy as luck? But this means as long as it's because of me that Luo Chang'e suppresses Lin Feng, any luck dissipated during the process is mine. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh thinking about this. It's truly exhilarating. Of course, it's a bit tough on Lin Feng. He was brutally hammered for a good 10 minutes. But the only outcome aside from Lin Feng hating Luo Chang'e even more was that Luo Chang'e himself got no benefits whatsoever. It seems that beating him up can only get me so much villain value. I must try other methods. Seeing this, Luo Chang'e waved his hand signaling Zhang Long to stop. Zhang Long then dropped Lin Feng, who was battered and full of holes, and demanded his storage ring. Immediately after Luo Chang'e saw the storage ring Lin Feng had just received from his mentor. Originally Lu Yan planned to give it to Lin Feng later, but seeing Lin Feng's good performance and terrifyingly fast improvement, he happily gave him the storage ring that once belonged to a slain foreign powerhouse. Damn it, who are you and why are you targeting me like this? Upon hearing that the other party wanted to snatch his storage ring, Lin Feng panicked. This was the only valuable thing he had on him. Unfortunately, in front of Zhang Long, he was no match and was slapped to the ground, rolling several times, and soon his storage ring was also taken. Ding, the protagonist Lin Feng has lost a significant amount of growth resources. This has impaired his growth speed. You earn villain points, 3 million. And at this moment a notification sound also reached Luo Chang'e's mind. Instantly hearing the notification, Luo Chang'e trembled with excitement. 3 million, this is 3 million, he was finally going to soar. When the time comes, he must brutally torment Ling Yan and kill his entire family. Only then can he erase the hatred of being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Ling Yan. But what he didn't know was several kilometers away. Ding, the protagonist Lin Feng has lost a significant amount of growth resources. This has reduced his growth speed and luck. Ding, you have absorbed the power of luck, earning rule points, 300 million. Ling Yan's rule points skyrocketed by a massive 300 million, and in terms of value, one of Ling Yan's rule points is equivalent to one of Luo Chang'e's villain points. Effectively, all the work was done by Luo Chang'e, but the benefits were 100 times greater for Ling Yan. Targeting you? You think someone like you, who came from some backwater place, is worthy of being targeted by this young master? Let me tell you the truth, I am the young master of the Luo family, and my Luo family even has a star-level powerhouse. Dreaming of revenge? You'll never be able to in this lifetime. Overjoyed, Luo Chang'e burst into laughter, and with each maniacal laugh, Lin Feng, lying on the ground, trembled with rage. His feud with Ling Yan stemmed entirely from the meddling of Morong Shuet, that deceitful woman. Despite this, Ling Yan had never stolen his resources or humiliated him to such an extent. Yet the man before him had attacked without cause, and in this moment Lin Feng's hatred for Luo Chang'e reached its peak. Even you dare to insult me? If that's the case, then neither of us needs to live. Finally, Lin Feng lost control. Boom! Instantly his overwhelming psychic power transformed into a massive axe that viciously chopped towards Luo Chang'e's neck. Psychic power, silent yet incredibly difficult to defend against, and Lin Feng's sudden burst of attack caught everyone off guard, including Zhang Long standing next to Luo Chang'e. Splat! The axe mercilessly struck Luo Chang'e's neck, blood spraying forth instantly. A deep, bone-exposing wound was cleaved into Luo Chang'e's neck. Clutching his bleeding neck and with eyes bloodshot, Luo Chang'e stared in disbelief at Lin Feng. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Fortunately, as a first-level war emperor, although his power was artificially enhanced using resources, he was still a war emperor. Thus, even under Lin Feng's sneak attack, his head was not severed. Young master! In a moment of terror, Zhang Long cried out. He quickly retrieved a 4th-tier healing potion from Lin Feng's storage ring and fed it to Luo Chang'e. After drinking the potion, Luo Changa's wounds began to heal rapidly, and surviving the ordeal, his face was filled with venomous hatred. Kill him for me," he screamed furiously at Lin Feng. "Boy, die." Without hesitation, Zhang Long waved his hand. Boom! In an instant, a terrifyingly powerful giant blood handprint formed, covering the sky and smashing down towards Lin Feng. Seeing the giant handprint, Lin Feng gave a wry smile. "So, I am still to die, am I? Who dares harm my disciple?" Just then, a furious roar came from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a devastating psychic power formed a giant spiral cone that thundered down from the sky. It instantly shattered the giant blood handprint, but the psychic cone, unstoppable in its destructive force, continued to bear down on Zhang Long mercilessly. "No good. Is this the limit of a war god psychic master?" Zhang Long's face turned pale. This terrifying power was beyond his ability to withstand. He thought of fleeing, but then remembered his entire family was under the Luo family's protection. If he ran, they would all die. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth and fiercely threw Luo Chang'e away. "Young Master Luo, avenge me!" Zhang Long roared. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the psychic cone struck Zhang Long, and he, a 5th-level war god, was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. The thought spike slammed into the earth in the very next moment. Boom! With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the thought spike exploded, its terrifying power spreading in all directions, threatening to obliterate Lin Feng. However, in the blink of an eye, an elderly man appeared before Lin Feng, scooping him up and soaring into the sky. Instantly, the dreadful power of the thought spike enveloped the spot where Lin Feng had just been standing. The ripping force instantly covered dozens of kilometers around, turning the mountains near the capital into dust under its fearsome might. Even Lingyan had to use teleportation to escape the blast radius. The destructive force raged for several minutes before gradually dissipating, and the dust in the air took over 10 minutes to settle. What was revealed was a crater thousands of meters deep and 70 or 80 kilometers in diameter, roughly the size of a city of millions. Witnessing this, Lingyan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Was this the formidable power of a war god at their peak? It was almost as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. If this had occurred closer to the capital, the strike would have likely killed millions. Nonetheless, even at this distance, the affected population was no less than 10,000. As for Luo Chang'e, he was engulfed by the explosion in an instant, as Zhang Long had thrown him out at a speed that couldn't match the spread of the blast. Fortunately, as the eldest son of the Luo family, he possessed a protective jade amulet that could withstand a strike from a planetary-level powerhouse. However, after this strike, his protective amulet was completely destroyed. At this moment, he lay in the depths of the crater, terror-stricken, staring at the sky as Lu Yan, holding Lin Feng, descended before him. You dare lay a hand on me? I am Luo Chang'e, the eldest son of the Luo family." At that moment, Luo Chang'e panicked. His protector had been defeated by a single move of the opponent, and seeing the terrifying crater around him, he knew the old man before him possessed planetary-level strength. Upon hearing Luo Chang'e's words, Lu Yan's face turned colder, his eyes filled with even more intent to kill. The Luo family was well known, one of the most famous families in the Longting star system, a super clan with stellar-level powerhouses. He hadn't expected his disciple to provoke such a formidable force, but now that he had made his move, there was no turning back. It might be better to kill this so-called young master right now, than take Lin Feng and leave the human territories to wander the universe. With this thought, Lu Yan was ready to kill. "Master Lu Yan, it is really you. What exactly happened here? I thought I recognized your energy just now. Did someone dare to provoke you?" Just then, a group of war god-level powerhouses flew in from all around. Upon seeing Lu Yan and Luo Chang'e, they all frowned, uncertain of the situation. "I am Luo Chang'e, the eldest son of the Luo family, the Sword Saint Luo family from the Longting star system. Please save me." The two disciples killed my guards and even planned to silence me by killing me. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Changsong couldn't contain his excitement and shouted loudly. He believed that once people around recognized his identity, they would never allow Lu Yan to harm him. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the faces of all the warriors around him changed dramatically. In the next moment, several warriors surrounded Luo Changsong, protecting him securely. "Master Lu, I'm sorry, but this matter is of great importance, and we need to investigate thoroughly before proceeding." Yes, we should wait until we have confirmed everything." The warriors quickly tried to console Lu Yan, whose face was extremely unsightly. It was clear to everyone that it must have been Luo Changsong who had severely beaten Lu Yan's disciple and almost killed Lu Yan in retaliation. but they all knew that if Luo Changsong were truly to die here, they would all be in trouble. As for Lu Yan being angry, it's not like he could kill them, right? After all, they knew who the good guys and the bad guys were. The saying that good people deserve to be bullied is not false. Indeed, seeing so many warriors blocking his way, Lu Yan, who had originally planned to kill to silence them, could only sigh in resignation. To kill Luo Changsong, he would have to kill everyone around him, which he couldn't bring himself to do. Alas, perhaps this is my fate. Lu Yan sighed deeply. Then, carrying Lin Feng, he turned and walked away without any reluctance. As they watched Lu Yan's lonely figure departing, the warriors felt a complex mixture of emotions. Tsk, thankfully I was smart to call Lu Yan over, otherwise Lu Yan wouldn't have been able to finish the job so quickly. Now that he has offended the Luo family, Lu Yan might as well be done for. Meanwhile in the void, Ling Yan was laughing. Indeed, Lu Yan had come because Ling Yan had sent him a message. When he went to find Lin Feng, he had sent Lu Yan a real name message. Yes, a real name message. He did it so that Lu Yan would know his words were genuine. After all, as Lin Feng's archenemy, Lu Yan would definitely not believe that Ling Yan's message about Lin Feng's impending death was false. Indeed, the opponent arrived in a very short time. Ding, Luo Changsong's guard was killed and his luck slightly decreased. You have gained a rule point, 100 million. Note: Luo Changsong's protective value is very low. If you choose to kill him now, the opponent will have to consume a lot of luck to survive. Just then a notification sounded. However, Ling Yan was unconcerned about the mere 100 million rule points, as he knew that the real jackpot would probably be when Lu Yan was killed. As for killing Luo Changsong now, joking, didn't the message say that killing Luo Changsong now would require the opponent to consume a lot of luck to save himself? Although it would require a lot of luck, the opponent would definitely not die, and the person he sent out would probably die, unless he went himself. Ling Yan was confident that his own luck could overwhelm the opponent's, but after all, the opponent was the protagonist and had not yet grown strong. Killing him wouldn't yield much luck, so it might be better to bide his time. Moreover, this kind of thing is naturally impossible to do by oneself. The best method is to have someone else handle it. Who hates Luo Changa the most nowadays? It's definitely Lin Feng. However, Ling Feng's current strength is lacking unless Lu Yan sacrifices to the heavens. Buzz! Just then an abrupt change occurred. The spot where the God of War level powerhouse had died suddenly shot up a beam of green light which instantly surged into Ling Yan's body. Ding! Congratulations player for absorbing the life force, you have gained rule points, 5 million. A notification sound instantly reached Ling Yan's mind. What's this? Life force? Can this also be absorbed? Ling Yan was immediately dumbfounded upon hearing this. This amount was equivalent to the full vitality of a god of war with 5 heaven strength. Unfortunately, Lu Yan had directly destroyed the opponent's body, so naturally the vitality could not be absorbed. But having the life force was already excellent, an unexpected gain. It seems that one must occasionally visit the battlefield to freeload on life force. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile at this thought. By the way, I wonder how many rule points Lu Yan would drop if he died. At the limit of a god of war, it should be around 30 million rule points, right? Even a little is still something. Thinking of the grand spectacle of Lu Yan's sacrifice, Ling Yan didn't want to miss it. With that thought, he immediately disappeared from the spot with a flick of his foot. On Yanlong Star, atop a secluded mountain, Lu Yan slowly descended to the mountain peak. He glanced at Lin Feng in his hand and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Never did I, Lu Yan, expect that after a lifetime of cautious and diligent work, not daring to offend the powerful and even having the woman I loved marry someone else, I would end up offending those I could in my old age to protect my disciple. Lu Yan smiled helplessly. However, he didn't blame Lin Feng much, knowing that Lin Feng was an exceptional talent and such talents would inevitably attract trouble from the powerful, whether he liked it or not. With that in mind, he directly took out a bottle of healing potion and fed it to Lin Feng. Fortunately, under the effects of the healing potion, Lin Feng quickly recovered. As Lin Feng regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yan in front of him. Master! Seeing it was his master, Lin Feng quickly stood up. At this moment he knew all too well that he had once again been saved by his master. Master, I've caused you trouble again. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, speaking somberly to Lu Yan. Having been Lu Yan's disciple for only a few days, he had already caused several troubles for Lu Yan. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with guilt and even more so with anger towards Ling Yan, towards Luo Changda. If it weren't for those rich second generations looking for trouble, how could he possibly have provoked them? It's okay, none of it matters anymore. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Lu Yan simply smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't mind. Seeing Lu Yan's reaction, Lin Feng thought that Lu Yan meant that Luo Chang'e and his family clan were not much of a big deal. Lu Yan could still provoke them. This also eased Lin Feng's mind a bit. This is your master's storage ring, take good care of it as it contains resources I've accumulated over hundreds of years. They are not plentiful, but they are enough for you to reach the realm of a war god. I had hoped to teach you more, but alas, time is short, Lu Yan said with a smile as he handed the storage ring to Lin Feng. Watching this, Lin Feng was completely stunned. Master, what are you doing? Lin Feng panicked, realizing his master was speaking as if these were his last words. Child, the path of cultivation is full of countless setbacks. Only those who have experienced and overcome these setbacks can become true powerhouses. What doesn't defeat you will only make you stronger. Lu Yan did not explain further but continued to instruct patiently. Master, I understand, Lin Feng said solemnly after hearing Lu Yan's words. Lu Yan smiled slightly, then tapped a few times on his smart wristwatch. Buzz, instantly a spaceship sped towards them at high speed, hovering above them. I have asked an old friend to take care of you, my spaceship will take you to him. From now on you just need to train hard with him. Lu Yan patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Master, what exactly is happening? Please tell me, Lin Feng urgently pleaded, his complexion changing dramatically. Buzz. However, in the next moment a dazzling tractor beam burst forth from the spaceship in the sky. The beam instantly enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, under the power of the tractor beam, Lin Feng was pulled rapidly towards the sky. Master, let me go, I won't leave, Lin Feng shouted anxiously, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Child, although you and I have been master and disciple for only a little over 10 days, I am confident you will reach the peak of the martial path. Remember, do not seek revenge against the Luo family for your master's sake. Lu Yan spoke calmly as he watched Lin Feng being taken away. The Luo family, Luo Chang'e, it's him. But why? Upon hearing the words Luo family, Lin Feng's expression turned icy cold. It must have been because of him that his master had offended the Luo family. Boom! Just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from the sky. This dreadful aura instantly enveloped hundreds of kilometers, causing all creatures and humans within it to kneel in terror. Lu Yan, you dared to lay a hand on someone from my Luo family. Do you realize the gravity of your crime? The next moment, a thunderous shout fell from the sky, followed by a gloomy old man in a black robe descending from the heavens. From the moment Luo Chang'e's guard was killed, the Luo family had dispatched a powerful elder, the very Luo Xia, before them. Using a 6th-tier spaceship's spatial jump feature, he had traveled thousands of light years in under an hour to arrive here. The Luo family really isn't going to let me go, sending even a planetary-level powerhouse. Seeing the old man, Lu Yan could only smile helplessly. You old thing, if you dare to touch my master, I will make sure your Luo family is buried with him. Lin Feng burst out in anger the moment he saw the elder appear. Such guts you have, kid. Well then you can die, Luo Xiao sneered upon hearing Lin Feng's words. With that said, Luo Xiao sent a palm strike soaring through the air towards Lin Feng. Boom! In an instant, a massive dark handprint, thousands of meters in diameter, smashed down towards Lin Feng with a destructive force. Buzz, however, at that moment a gigantic psychic spike exploded in the void. Rumble! In a blink, the two attacks collided and the enormous handprint burst open in the sky. A terrifying tidal wave of energy spread in all directions. However, when the energy struck the spaceship, it was blocked by an invisible psychic force. Lin Feng looked closely and saw that it was his master standing in front of the spaceship. Pfft! But in the next instant, Lu Yan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Master! Seeing his master vomiting blood, Lin Feng roared with blood-red eyes. Leave quickly, Lu Yan growled, and in the next moment the power of the tractor beam surged, instantly pulling Lin Feng into the spaceship. Buzz! The next moment the spaceship rapidly flew towards the sky amidst fluctuations. Luo Xiao, seeing this scene, did not stop them. I might as well kill Lu Yan first, then go after that brat, he thought with a cold laugh. Het. Truly worthy of being a psychic master, such strength to block my attack even at the very limit of a war god, Luo Xiao sneered coldly. His laughter made the surrounding space seem several times colder. Thanks for the compliment, but let's see the real deal in action, Lu Yan spoke calmly. Buzz, 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 buzz. The next moment, as his psychic power burst forth, psychic spikes also began to form around him. Luo Xiao sneered coldly, and the next moment the terrifying aura of the 4 layers of the planet instantly erupted. In an instant an extreme power emanated from him. In the next moment Luo Xiao disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Lu Yan. Suddenly, as Luo Xiao extended his palm, it instantly pierced through Lu Yan's chest. Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, not having seen his opponent's movement nor sensed it with his psychic powers. Pity, though. Powerful as a psychic master without S-class talent, you're nothing special. To reach the planetary realm, did you think my talent would be less than S-class? Luo Xiao scoffed disdainfully. The next moment Luo Xiao directly withdrew his hand from Lu Yan's chest, blood sprayed out instantly, Lu Yan's strength vanished instantly. This was the feeling of life passing. I overestimated myself. Yes, to become a planetary realm who isn't a genius. Lu Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and bitterly said. He had always been extremely proud, considering himself a strong planetary realm fighter. Indeed, he had the combat power of a planetary realm, but only today did he truly understand the vast gap between the planetary realm and the war god. Although I cannot kill you, I wonder if a spirit manipulator who self-destructs can harm you. Suddenly Lu Yan's lips curled slightly upwards. As soon as he spoke, Luo Xiao's pupil shrank in an instant. Damn madman, Luo Xiao cursed angrily and did not hesitate to turn around and run. Buzz, however, just as he turned around, Lu Yan's body surged with endless soul power. In an instant, soul power gathered around his body, forming a massive soul projection. The projection looked up at the departing spaceship in the sky. Boom. The next moment, the soul projection exploded violently. In an instant, a silent breeze spread out in all directions. The explosion of a soul is different from that of a physical body. The breeze seemed harmless, merely rustling the grass lightly, but in reality, any living being touched by this breeze would have their soul instantly shattered and obliterated. Even the grass and trees that seemed unharmed would completely wither in just a few days. Feeling the breeze attacking him, Luo Xiao burst out at his fastest speed in shock. Unfortunately, the speed of the soul explosion was even more terrifying, and in an instant Luo Xiao was enveloped by the breeze. Boom! Instantly Luo Xiao felt as if his soul had been fiercely hammered. Damn it! The intense pain made Luo Xiao scream in agony, and he lost control of his body, plummeting to the ground at high speed. Boom! Finally, with a thunderous crash, Luo Xiao's body heavily struck the earth, creating a huge crater. In the crater, Luo Xiao twisted in pain on the ground. The soul is the most vulnerable part of any warrior. Any injury could cause immense pain. Although Lu Yan's strength was much lower than his, the impact of the explosion directly caused his soul to tear into many cracks. The pain of a shattered soul was unbearable. For a moment, he could hardly use his strength. Meanwhile, Ling Yan, hidden in the void, clearly saw this scene and raised an eyebrow. Boom! However, at this moment, a profound soul fluctuation suddenly came from the distant horizon. Ling Yan's eyebrow raised again. He recognized this soul fluctuation. It was Lin Feng's. It seems that witnessing his master's death had greatly stimulated this young man, causing his soul to mutate again. Unexpectedly, his talent had directly upgraded by 2 minor realms from A+ to an S-level spirit manipulator, and it seemed even his spiritual power had reached the level of a battle king. This youngster's master's sacrificial effect was not weak this time. Ling Yan's eyes flickered slightly. However, with Lu Yan's death, Lin Feng now had no relatives left. In his previous life, these people's death had directly led Lin Feng to grow into an SS-level talent. This time, it was only S-level, a significantly reduced effect. For the time being, this youngster had no one else to sacrifice. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Life force absorbed, rule points obtained, 30 million. Ding! The protagonist Lin Feng's master is dead. Protagonist's luck greatly falls. You've earned rule points, 1 billion. Just then a notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. In an instant, Ling Yan's rule points surged to over 20 billion, a total of more than 20 billion rule points. He wondered whether after using these he could kill the creature before him. Suddenly Ling Yan's gaze turned towards Luo Xiao, who was nearly unconscious. This man was a 4th-level planetary powerhouse from the Luo family, and even just by absorbing his life force and vital energy, Ling Yan could gain at least 8 billion rule points. Furthermore, it might even damage Luo Chang's fortunes. Previously, a war god level guard could yield 1 billion in fortunes. Wouldn't this 4th-level planetary being provide at least 5 billion or even more? Supreme will create a rule that can ignore the enemy's defenses. It would be best if it could break through the defenses of this wretched creature before me. Without hesitation, Ling Yan spoke to the Supreme Will. Ding! Creation of rules. Armor piercing rule has 2 directions. Direction 1, LV1, can break any level of defense not exceeding the host's enemies. No usage limit. Creation requires rule points, 1 million. LV2, can break any level of defense not exceeding the host by 1 major realm. No usage limit. 100 million, LV3, can break any level of defense not exceeding the host by 2 major realms, no usage limit, 1 trillion, direction 2, LV1, can break any level of defense not exceeding the host's enemies, daily usage limit, 10 times, if the level exceeds the host and is within 1 major realm below, daily usage limited to 1 time, if exceeding 1 major realm above, the maximum armor-piercing effect is 80%, the higher the level the weaker the effect, requires rule points, 1 million, LV2, can break any level of defense not exceeding the host by 1 major realm. Daily usage limit, 10 times, if the level exceeds the host by 1 major realm and is within 2 major realms below. Daily usage limited to 1 time, if exceeding 2 major realms above, the maximum armor-piercing effect is 80%, the higher the level the weaker the effect, requires rule points, 100 million. In an instant a series of notifications sounded in Ling Yan's mind. Hearing this, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. This direction 2 of the armor-piercing rule was undoubtedly the most suitable rule for him so far. Supreme will if my realm reaches the first level of War Emperor and I add on direction 2's armor-piercing LV2 inch. How much armor value can I reduce from the person before me? Ling Yan asked directly. Hurry up or this creature is going to recover. Ding can break 40% of the armor. The Supreme will replied instantly. Only 40%? It seems that this old creature is still too powerful. Ling Yan frowned. Breaking 40% of the armor, doesn't that mean there's still a full 60% left? Although the opponent's soul strength was not as formidable as his martial realm, it was still stronger than the soul strength of a typical first-level planetary spirit manipulator. Otherwise Liu Yan's soul self-destruction would definitely have annihilated him. In the realm of the Battle Emperor, breaking through the remaining 60 defense points proved to be a challenging task for Ling Yan. Ding, penetrating 40% means your attack will inflict real damage at 40% of its power. However, the Supreme will that knew of Ling Yan's misunderstanding corrected him instantaneously. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan's eyes narrowed in an instant. 40% real damage, real damage. Ignores the opponent's armor. For a moment Ling Yan smiled. Even if it was only 40% of the damage, it would still significantly impact the opponent. If one move doesn't work, then 10 moves. If 10 moves don't work, then 100. With that in mind, the Supreme will upgraded the passives, soul growth and physical growth. Let my soul strength and physical power reach a new Battle Emperor level every day. Also create a new direction for armor breaking LV2, Ling Yan immediately issued. The command, Ding command accepted, passive, soul growth and physical growth upgraded to LV7. Physical power gains daily, 100 million kilograms of strength, soul strength increases daily by 1 million, rule points spent, 1 billion, Ding creating passive, armor breaking LV2, rule points spent, 100 million. In an instant 2 notification sounds transmitted into Ling Yan's mind. Boom, suddenly a terrifying force spontaneously transmitted into Ling Yan's body. At this moment Ling Yan's strength, which had already reached 8 million kilograms, began to crazily increase. The strength of his soul also surged rapidly at this moment. In just a blink Ling Yan's physical and soul strength surged by more than tenfold. Previously achieving this level would have taken at least 100 days, but now after upgrading the rules it took only a moment. In an instant the terrifying power of the Battle Emperor filled Ling Yan's entire body. He directly opened his attribute table. Name, Ling Yan martial arts level. Battle Emperor soul level, Battle Emperor vitality, 1.08 million, 100 million kilograms. Soul, 1.08 million. Profession, rule creator, unique, pharmacist, 4th order superior, techniques, crimson flame golden body technique, 5th order transcendent, soul condensation, 5th order transcendent, martial skills, heavenly fire palm imprint, 5th order transcendent, crimson flame golden body, 5th order transcendent, flame tread 9 heavens, 5th order transcendent, thought spike, 5th order transcendent, created rules, physical growth LV7, 100 million kg/day 0/10 billion. Soul growth LV7, 1 million soul strength/day 0/10 billion. Automatic enlightenment LV3, gains 100 years of cultivation experience daily 0/2 billion. Teleportation LV4, within 10,000 meters 1,000 times/day 0/1 billion. Flight LV5, 1,500% 0/1 billion. Telekinesis LV5, 1,500% 0/1 billion. Flame control LV5, 1500% 0/1 billion, Battle Genius LV5, 1500% 0/1 billion, Automatic Alchemy LV3, 100 years per day 3 billion, True Sight LV2, 1 trillion, Merging with the Heavens and Earth LV2, 1 trillion. Armor Breaking LV2, 1 trillion, Rule Points, 280 million. Looking at his attribute table, Ling Yan was filled with confidence at this moment. I just can't believe this damn thing won't die, Ling Yan snorted coldly and then vanished into thin air using teleportation, disappearing into the void. Damn it, I didn't expect to be caught off guard in such a trivial place. If the other members of my family knew that I was severely injured by a war god, they would laugh their heads off. At this moment Luo Shao was writhing in pain on the ground. Overwhelmed by the agony, he could only distract himself by thinking of other matters. The Luo family really went all out, even bringing in a powerhouse of the 4th celestial level. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to die here today. Just then a mocking voice came from in front of Luo Shao. With a start, Luo Shao, enduring the pain, slowly opened his eyes only to find a young man standing before him. Boy, who are you? For some reason, upon seeing Ling Yan, Luo Shao felt a tremendous fear. This fear made him feel as if death was right beside him. Indeed, it was Ling Yan. Me, I suppose I'm an enemy of your esteemed Luo family, here to collect some interest, Ling Yan said, his lips curling slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he spoke, the area around Ling Yan began to vibrate intensely and numerous mind-piercing spears began to form around him, frighteningly amounting to a total of 50 mind-piercing spears at the level of transcendental mastery. How is this possible? Luo Shao, seeing these spears, finally understood why he felt such fear. The mind-piercing spear is well known, although it is a psychokinetic martial technique. Rumors say that if cultivated to perfection it can carry soul attacks. Unfortunately, even Lu Yan hadn't achieved this level. The soul attack power carried by the mind-piercing spears at the level of transcendental mastery was equivalent to the same level of soul attack type martial arts cultivated to the same state. This was one of the reasons why Lin Feng relied on this technique to wreak havoc in the later stages. However, now this move was under Ling Yan's control. Moreover, what terrified Luo Shao the most was that he couldn't move at all. With his soul severely damaged, he couldn't even control his own body. It was like a computer where all the hardware was fine but the software system had completely crashed, rendering the computer merely a decoration. This was the situation for Luo Shao now. And the young man before him could deploy a 5th level transcendental skill he must be a psychic master of the planetary realm. Right at this moment he knew he was doomed. Damn, a planetary realm of this age, even the entire human civilization might not produce a few in a year. How could I possibly encounter such a genius? Luo Shao roared in anger, but in the next instant Luo Shao suddenly perceived Ling Yan's realm without any concealment, and it was merely the 1st celestial level of War Emperor. In an instant he was stunned. Wait, you're a War Emperor, and just the 1st celestial level? Kid, are you joking? A mere War Emperor daring to take on me, a 4 celestial level planetary realm? I'm 100 times stronger than even a war god of the 4th celestial level. Luo Shao laughed in disbelief and anger, astonished by the audacity of his opponent. Compared to the War Emperor, he is almost tens of thousands of times stronger, and this young man actually dares to strike at himself. How utterly ridiculous! Although he is paralyzed due to a severe soul injury, the opponent's moves surely cannot breach his defenses, even if the opponent is using a soul attack. So you've discerned my realm. Unfortunately, even if you have, what can you do about it? Death still awaits you. Ling Yan offers a slight smile, then with a gentle wave of his right hand, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant 50 mind-piercing spears speed towards Luo Shao with incredible velocity, bearing down on him fiercely. Mere trinkets. Although the power of these 50 mind-piercing spears seems tremendously terrifying, Luo Shao simply sneers coldly. Such power could even obliterate a war god, but he is of the planetary 5th heaven. The opponent's attack cannot possibly harm him, thus he doesn't even bother to resist, just waiting for the attack to hit him. Buzz, however, at that moment a strange and invisible force suddenly envelopes Luo Shao. Wait, something's not right. The moment Luo Shao feels the force, his eyebrows furrow, but in the next instant his face dramatically changes. No, why has my physical strength diminished? Luo Shao cries out incredulously. Unfortunately, before he can react, a succession of incredibly powerful mind-piercing spears bombards him, relentlessly exploding with a destructive fury. Boom boom boom, in an instant earth-shattering explosions erupt. The physical impact of the psychic attack is bearable, although it brutally blasts off a layer of Luo Zhao's skin, it doesn't harm his essence. However, what truly terrifies Luo Xiao is that the mind-piercing spears suddenly penetrate his sea of consciousness, directly targeting his soul core with frenzied impacts. Boom, boom, boom. In just a moment, all the mind-piercing spears strike Luo Xiao's soul. A series of silent, thunderous noises reverberates through his sea of consciousness. The terrifying explosions and agony instantly cause Luo Xiao to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His spirit immediately wilts. Impossible, how can you hurt me? This can't be, this absolutely can't be. Luo Xiao, drenched in blood, can't help but roar in anger. Never mind the soul, even his physical body has been bombarded until not a single patch of skin remains intact. But Ling Yan doesn't waste words with him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, another massive surge of psychic power erupts. Again, 50 more mind-piercing spears are formed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 50 more mind-piercing spears tear through the void, ruthlessly charging at Luo Xiao. Damn it, boy, the Luo family will surely avenge me. Luo Xiao sees this and roars in despair. Unfortunately, in the next moment, he is struck by the mind-piercing spears. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, thunderous sounds ring out, and Luo Xiao's body is blasted, damaging yet another layer of his epidermis, while his soul directly loses 1/10 of its integrity. Bang! However, the 1/10 of the soul that was depleted suddenly explodes, directly turning into countless soul fragments. Yes, Luo Xiao's soul has exploded. As the soul burst, Luo Xiao's vitality dissipated in an instant. He fell motionless without even a struggle. Buzz! Then a green surge of life force soared from Luo Xiao's body into the sky, eventually merging into Ling Yan's body. Ding, congratulations, you have absorbed the life force and gained the power of rules. 400 million. Ding, the Luo family has lost a major member. Luck damaged. You have absorbed 500 million points of luck. A prompt followed. He died so quickly, Ling Yan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Was this thing that fragile? But then again, it seemed about right. Even the soul of the mighty one in his storage ring was barely alive after shattering. The old man before him was just a planetary-level pure martial artist. His soul wasn't very strong. 1/10 of damage was almost like the entire soul had cracked. It would be strange if he didn't die. Absorb his vital energy. Without hesitation, Ling Yan spoke to the Supreme Will. As he uttered his words, an invisible blood-red energy instantly surged out of Luo Xiao. The next moment, the crimson energy directly entered Ling Yan's body. Ding, congratulations, you have absorbed the vital energy and gained the power of rules. 400 million. Another prompt followed. Just from killing this planetary-level powerhouse from the Luo family, Ling Yan had directly gained a total of 1.3 billion rule points, a bloody fortune indeed. Though he had spent over 20 billion, those expenses were inevitable, and now he had almost made half of it back. Indeed, it was more profitable to target these so-called protagonists for rule points. Unfortunately, such opportunities were not many. Ling Yan sighed helplessly. After all, if a planetary realm powerhouse could act, Ling Yan would be killed in an instant without the chance to fight back like now. But now, with his complete set of attack methods, Ling Yan felt he could instantly kill a war god's limit if he combined the teleportation rule with a surprise attack. Of course, that was provided the opponent wasn't someone like Lu Yan who cultivated the soul. Ling Yan glanced at his total rule points, which had reached a whopping 1.5 billion. 15 billion. Though he could now upgrade his passive abilities like telekinesis, he decided to save up for an automatic enlightenment upgrade. If he could upgrade the level of this technique, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. If he upgraded the automatic enlightenment once more, he estimated he could learn 6th-tier techniques and martial skills in a short time. Ling Yan thought of this, his lips curving slightly upwards. This time, both major protagonists had suffered significant losses and probably wouldn't trouble him for a while. Pity, but just as well as he could take a couple of days to rest and enhance his realm. After glancing at the desolate land around him, Ling Yan didn't linger and disappeared from the spot with a teleport. Meanwhile, the Luo family had completely exploded. A powerful being of the Luo family, a 4th-tier planetary level, had died, and it had happened on Yen Dragon Star, a remote planet. In an instant, the patriarch of the Luo family, the sword Sei Luo Ju Xian, was consumed by a thunderous rage. The planet where the Luo family resided trembled violently under his fearsome aura. The countless martial artists living on the planet shivered in terror, clueless as to what could have possibly incited such fury in the venerable sword saint. Have you found out what happened? Who dares to slay a planetary-level powerhouse of our Luo family? Are they seeking death? Luo Ju Xian bellowed within the grand hall of the Luo family, his voice so terrifying that the clan elders below trembled in fear. Ancestor, we have found out. It was the guardian of Luo Chang'e who fell on the flame dragon star, leading Elder Luo Shao to go to his aid only to meet his own end as well. The family head of the Luo clan, also Luo Chang'e's grandfather, stepped forward and spoke with trembling fear. Chang'e, you mean your useless grandson? Upon hearing this, Luo Juxian frowned and snorted coldly. The moment the ancestor spoke, the family head of the Luo clan broke out in a cold sweat, knowing well that having a useless grandson had long been a point of ridicule among the other branches of the family, if not for his strength, which was second only to the ancestor in the Luo family. Just the reputation of having a useless grandson could have cost him his position. Yes, ancestor, the family head of the Luo clan responded helplessly, nodding his head. Spending his days causing trouble instead of cultivating. Is he still not dead? Luo Juxian snorted coldly. He's still alive. When Elder Luo Shao died, I sent him a message to inquire about the incident and he was still alive. The family head hurriedly nodded and then recounted the details of the incident. He also reported all the information that had been gathered on Lu Yan and Lin Feng. What, a mere war god dares to lay hands on a direct descendant of my Luo family? Does this Lu Yan wish to die? But that doesn't make sense. According to you, even though Lu Yan is a war god level psychic, Elder Luo Shao was not weak either. How could he possibly be counter-killed? Hearing that someone who attacked the Luo family was just an unknown psychic, Luo Juxian was momentarily struck with a mix of anger and laughter, yet also puzzled. Ancestor, could it be the doing of the flame dragon star's lord? That star seems to host a powerful star beast rift, and the strength of the star lord guarding the flame dragon star must be considerable. Suddenly one of the Luo family elders, who glanced coldly at the family head, spoke out. At his words everyone nodded. Regardless of whether he is the Star Lord or not, anyone who dares to harm a member of my Luo family does not deserve to live. Who among you will go and extinguish that flame dragon Star Lord for me, and bring back that useless Luo Chang'e while you're at it? Luo Juxian commanded, his voice filled with an icy snort. Impossible, ancestor, we must not act against the flame dragon Star Lord. However, hearing this, the family head of the Luo clan hurriedly shouted, a mere remote star's lord, and my Luo family should fear him? Luo Xinghui, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? No wonder our Luo family has been looked down upon these years. With a cowardly family head like you, how can our Luo family ever thrive? As soon as Luo Xinghui spoke, another elder, Luo Xingjue, immediately snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. If it weren't for Luo Xinghui's talents slightly surpassing his, the position of family head would have belonged to their lineage. As expected, once these words were spoken, Luo Juxian, who usually secluded himself and rarely appeared, suddenly turned cold. Could it be that during his absence the Luo family had actually been looked down upon by other clans? Xinghui, if you don't wish to hold the position of family head, there are plenty of others who do. Luo Juxian spoke coldly. But elder ancestor Ling Xiaotian really shouldn't be provoked. He might be connected to that person from the martial venerate star system. Upon hearing the elder ancestor's words, Luo Xinghui quickly shared the results of his investigation. He had indeed suspected Ling Xiaotian before, but the more he investigated, the more terrified he became. It turned out that the Ling family from Yanlong Star had produced a supremely powerful figure several generations ago. However, the mere mention of the martial venerate star system caused everyone from the Luo family to sharply intake their breath. The martial venerate star system, one of the 10 most powerful star systems within the human domain, was guarded by the 10 strongest protectors of the human race. They were well acquainted with martial venerate, as he was the top genius of the human race 3,000 years ago and had become a domain powerhouse before the age of 300. Now, 3,000 years later, he was undoubtedly one of the top 10 formidable beings among the hundreds of domain powerhouses within the human domain. His talent was said to be the greatest since the legendary martial god, the first genius of the human race. However, martial venerate was extremely mysterious, seemingly sealed off by the upper echelons of the human race. No one knew which planet he was born on nor his past. From the moment he became famous, he was known only by his code name, Martial Venerate. It was only after he became a domain powerhouse that the world came to know of such a super genius. Naturally, his talent was so immense that he was hidden by the human race's higher-ups right after his awakening. But how could such a powerful being possibly be connected to Longting Star? Wait. Yanlong Star, wasn't this planet called by another name before? Suddenly Luo Juxian urgently asked. Yes, elder ancestor, 2,000 years ago Bluewater Star was renamed Yanlong Star, and it was recorded that a great war occurred between our race and foreign races that same year. Marshal Venerate's companion the Yanlong died in battle, thus I suspect, the reason for the renaming was because Ling family's ancestors Yanlong died protecting our race and the higher-ups then ordered the name change. However, these messages were sealed and almost no one knows that Marshal Venerate's ancestral star is in such a remote place, let alone the inhabitants of Yanlong Star themselves, who could hardly imagine that the renowned Marshal Venerate was born on their planet, Luo. Xinghui said helplessly, if it hadn't been for this investigation leading to Ling Xiaotian, he probably would never have uncovered these matters. Yet as soon as these words were spoken, all the elders of the Luo family changed their expressions dramatically. Even Luo Juxian frowned deeply. Marshal Venerate had hidden his familial existence so well that not even the world knew he had descendants. If the Luo family were to really come knocking, it's likely they wouldn't even know how they died. Despite it seeming like there's only a small difference between the star realm and the stellar realm, in reality, the difference in strength is as vast as heaven and earth. Not to mention comparing someone like me at the 4th level of the stellar realm to martial masters who were at least at the 8th or 9th level of the star realm, let the death of Luo shall be the end of it. Moreover, no word of today's events should leak out. If it does, it will be treated as treason. Ultimately, Luo Juxian took a deep breath and spoke sternly. His words made the air around him seem several times colder, causing everyone in the family to nod hurriedly in fear. From then on, this matter was completely concluded, and the Luo family dared not delve deeper into the affairs of Lin Feng and his disciples. They only had one message: for Luo Changde to hurry back. If this youngster offends the Ling family again, there will be trouble. Of course, they didn't know that Luo Changde had already deeply offended Ling Yan. One day later, outside the main planet of Dragon Rise, a 5th Order spaceship flew at an extremely fast speed and finally entered the atmosphere of the main star of Dragon Rise. Dragon Rise's main planet is the administrative star of the Dragon Rise star system, which rules over millions of life-bearing planets including Yen Dragon Star. The diameter of Dragon Rise's main planet is 1.87 million kilometers, about 100 times that of Earth, and its volume is a terrifying millions of times larger. The livable area is also tens of thousands of times that of Earth. Moreover, because it has a very advanced anti-gravity system, the gravity of the planet is only about 70 to 80 times that of Earth. Of course, 70 to 80 times the gravity is not something ordinary people can live under, so to live on this planet one must either reach the level of War King or wear anti-gravity clothing. If an ordinary person were to try, they would be instantly crushed into mush by the strong gravity. Even though the requirements are so high, the population living on this planet still reaches over 1 trillion. Apart from the most powerful Dragon Rise imperial capital, there are tens of thousands of cities, large and small. The most powerful 100 cities are each ruled by the strong of the stellar realm. Hundreds of star realm beings, including the supreme Dragon Rise Emperor, live on this planet. At the same time, the most powerful educational institution, the Dragon Rise Academy, is also located on this planet. This 5th Order spaceship under automatic piloting finally landed in a large city on Dragon Rise Star. In a manor, this manor's owner is known as Elder Tianyan, who is the most powerful spirit master in the entire Dragon Rise star system, a great power of the stellar realm. He is also the master of Master Lu Yan. Buzz. After Lu Yan's spaceship landed here, the door of the spaceship slowly opened. Then Lin Feng, with eyes full of red blood and an extremely cold face, walked out. A terrifying soul fluctuation was subtly pulsing around him. Lin Feng looked around the garden without a ripple in his heart. He had faced a lot of setbacks recently, and naturally his temperament had grown significantly, no longer the reckless youth he once was. Buzz. Just then a surge of psychic energy rippled through the air and a youth about Lin Feng's age emerged, walking on air from a colossal castle deep within the manor. The moment Lin Feng saw the youth, his pupils shrank in recognition. The youth was at the 1st level of the Battle Emperor and his psychic power had reached an S+ level. In that moment Lin Feng discerned his opponent's realm and felt a profound heaviness in his heart. On his way here, Lu Yan had prepared him with a video explaining why he was summoned. Lu Yan's acquaintance was none other than his own grandmaster. Of course, Lu Yan had only had the fortune to meet him once. Though a grand disciple, the old master Tianyan had countless disciples, not thousands, then at least 8,000, among whom Lu Yan was hardly notable. However, Lu Yan had recently recognized Lin Feng's exceptional talent and vast potential for growth. That was why, although he could have fled with Lin Feng, he chose not to leave. He sacrificed his life to fully unleash Lin Feng's potential. Thus, Lin Feng might become a disciple of the venerable Tianyan and possibly even ascend to a stellar-level superpower in the future. Knowing all that Lu Yan had done, Lin Feng's resentment towards Luo Chang'e grew even more intense. He resolved to grow stronger at all costs. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he annihilate the Luo family and avenge his master. You must be Lin Feng, right? I didn't expect such a talent to emerge from a remote little planet. The master has been waiting inside for a long time. If you pass his assessment, you will become his 130th disciple. The youth addressed Lin Feng with a flicker in his eyes, not concealing his talent, as Lin Feng was doing the same. Upon realizing that Lin Feng was also an S-level psychic master, the youth felt somewhat disdainful. While an S-level psychic master wasn't necessarily weak, it was probably not enough to qualify for apprenticeship under the master. Thank you for enlightening me, senior brother. Lin Feng quickly bowed in gratitude. Don't call me senior brother just yet, you haven't been accepted as a disciple. According to seniority, I would be your granduncle. Sadly, Lin Feng's words were cut off by the youth. The youth spoke to Lin Feng in a mocking tone, sending a chill through Lin Feng's heart. Though the words were mild, the tone and expression clearly showed disdain. In that moment, Lin Feng's already fragile self-esteem suffered another blow. You look down on me? What does S+ mean anyway? A high professional level doesn't mean high talent. Lin Feng silently vowed to make this youth see him in a new light. The next moment, under the youth's lead, he entered the towering castle. Upon meeting the old master Tianyan, the latter dispensed with pleasantries. An S-level psychic master introduced by someone else might not have warranted a second glance, but Lu Yan was his own disciple and the youth before him was the sole disciple Lu Yan had desperately protected. Master Tianyan thus gave Lin Feng a chance to be assessed, which comprised 3 tests. The first test was to evaluate his talent. Although an S-level psychic master was just passable, Tianyan directly approved him. The second test was to measure explosive power. This explosive power naturally refers to how much stronger a person's burst of power is compared to the most common martial artists of the same level. The explosive power of an S-level psychic is generally 15 times that of an ordinary martial artist. However, Elder Tianyan's standard required reaching a full 20 times that amount, essentially meaning that the talent level had to be at least S+. Theoretically, Lin Feng should have been unable to meet this criterion, yet to Elder Tianyan's surprise, Lin Feng's recent anomaly in his psychic powers not only elevated his level as a psychic but also awakened a combat genius type of occupational talent in him. Although this only increased his explosive power by 150%, when applied to an S-level psychic, it astonishingly resulted in a terrifying 23 times the explosive power. The third test was to assess overall combat ability. Clearly, with the passive skills of a combat genius, Lin Feng easily passed the test. From then on, he became the 130th disciple of Elder Tianyan. The 129th disciple was the very youth who had brought him here. The youth's name was Junyi. He and Lin Feng were freshmen of the same year, but Junyi had awakened to an S+ psychic 2 years prior. He had relied on his own talents and progressively trained to reach the realm of a battle emperor, a concept completely different from those like Luo Chang'e, who merely piled resources to advance. Unfortunately, his genius only classified him as a minor prodigy, far from the protagonist template. Indeed, if not for Lin Feng, even Luo Chang'e's talents could reach SSS+, and if the author didn't abandon the story, Lin Feng would definitely achieve a talent level above SSS+. Returning to the main point, after becoming a disciple of Elder Tianyan, Lin Feng truly began to soar. Elder Tianyan immediately sent a message to the Luo family's patriarch. He demanded that the so-called young master of the Luo family come and apologize to his disciple Lin Feng. If the apology wasn't sincere enough, he wouldn't mind paying a visit to the Luo family himself. Upon receiving this message, the patriarch of the Luo family was so infuriated that he burst into curses, but the thought of Elder Tianyan's formidable power immediately made him cower. Although both were star-level powerhouses, one was at the 3rd level and the other at the 8th, if Elder Tianyan wished, the Luo family patriarch wouldn't stand a chance against him. Additionally, the video Lin Feng had previously recorded clearly showed how Luo Chang'e was looking for trouble. Annoyed, the patriarch furiously summoned Luo Chang'e back. "Grandfather, why are you in such a hurry for me to return? Is it because of Elder Luo Zhao's matter?" Luo Chang'e had just disembarked from the spaceship and saw the extremely unpleasant look on Luo Xinghui's face. Luo Chang'e, puzzled, spoke up. By then, Luo Chang'e had already traded for an S-level occupation, having killed Lin Feng's protector and earned a full 10 million villain points. An S-level occupation was exactly the price. the occupation he exchanged for wasn't just any other, it was the same one awakened by his ancestor Luo Juxian, the sword spirit body. Although Luo Juxian's occupation level had reached SS- and his was only S level, it was still quite impressive. Once he accumulated enough villain points, he would be able to exchange them for an SS plus class profession. By then, coupled with a massive upgrade in realms, his future would definitely surpass the strongest warrior of the human race, the martial god. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all about the family elder making things difficult for him, given that he was a direct descendant. Now equipped with an S-class professional rank, he was considered the strongest genius in the Luo family in nearly a century. Surely the family elder wouldn't dare to harm him. Do you know about this Lin Feng? Luo Xinghui said gravely to his grandson. Oh, you mean that waste from the flame dragon star? What about him? Luo Chang'e was startled at first, then laughed. In his view, since Lin Feng's master had been killed by him, Lin Feng couldn't stir up any trouble anymore. Even if Lin Feng encountered some fortuitous opportunity, it would only serve to provide him with more villain points. He had taken Tianyin the Elder as his master, and the Elder had just confronted the family elder to seek justice. Remember to behave when you meet the family elder. However, Luo Xinghui's words immediately made Luo Chang'e's face turn as ugly as if he had eaten dung. Elder Tianyin, taking a disciple, how is that possible? By that guy. Although the other party was an A-plus mentalist and considered a prodigy on the minor flame dragon star, how could he possibly become a disciple under Elder Tianyin? This meant that he could no longer rely on his family's power to suppress that boy. It was equivalent to cutting off Luo Chang'e's source of villain points. Perhaps he could only go and farm points from Ling Yan now. But now that he possessed a profession and had reached the level of battle emperor, he could easily crush Ling Yan. When the time came, wouldn't he explode with even more villain points? It would be best to annihilate the Ling family on the Flame Dragon Star entirely. By then he could at least exchange for an S+ class profession, possibly even an SS-. But now that he had offended Lin Feng and his master Elder Tianyin, his family elder would definitely punish him if he couldn't get out of bed for 10 days or 2 weeks. How could he continue his conquests over Ling Yan? Grandfather, I have awakened the sword spirit body, an S-class sword spirit body. Without hesitation, Luo Chang'e burst out with his talent. Before Luo Xinghui's expression could even change dramatically, Luo Chang'e's aura surged explosively. Clang! Instantly a heaven-shaking sword intent burst forth from his body. The ear-piercing sound of the sword's cry spread throughout the Luo family at that moment. The elders of the Luo family and even Luo Juxian felt this soaring sword intent. A sword spirit body, and an S-class or higher. When did the Luo family produce another sword spirit body? This is great news. If it's someone from my lineage, then the position of family head should be mine. Haha! In no time all the elders rushed towards the direction of the helipad. Even Luo Juxian quickly arrived. However, when everyone saw that the person who had awakened was Luo Chang'e, everyone in the Luo family was dumbfounded. And those elders who had always wanted to replace Luo Xinghui looked extremely ugly at that moment. Haha, worthy of being my grandson. I didn't expect him to awaken the sword spirit body. Great joy, elder. Seeing the elder arriving, Luo Xinghui immediately burst into ecstatic laughter. Well done, you have not shamed the Luo family. Luo Juxian nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the scene. Ever since Luo Juxian became a stellar realm powerhouse over 2,000 years ago, the Luo family had seen less than 10 individuals with S level talent or higher. None of these 10 were sword spirit bodies, which meant that Luo Juxian's sword techniques had not been passed down. But now, with the emergence of Luo Juxian as a sword spirit body, his sword techniques could finally be inherited. Of course, while they might not reach his own achievements, becoming a swordmaster of the 8th or 9th celestial layer of a planet was more than feasible. After all, Luo Juxian had relied on himself, and now Luo Chang'e had the entire Luo family as his backing. With Luo Juxian's full guidance, there was even a slight possibility of reaching the stellar realm. Thank you for the compliment, ancestor. Luo Chang'e couldn't help but smile proudly upon hearing Luo Juxian's words. However, his smile soon faded. But you still need to apologize to Lin Feng, the disciple of Elder Tianyin. It's better to have fewer enemies, especially since his talent is not inferior to yours, perhaps even greater. It's best to maintain a good relationship with him. Luo Juxian spoke calmly. His words instantly stiffened the previously proud Luo Chang'e. I I understand, he said, but thinking of Elder Tianyan's power, Luo Changbo could only grit his teeth and nod. The very next day, under the guidance of Luo Xinghui, Luo Changbo went to Longtung Star to apologize to Lin Feng. Not only that, but he also compensated Lin Feng with a wealth of resources enough to advance into the planetary realm. Unfortunately, from the hateful look in Lin Feng's eyes, Luo Changde knew this man would hold a grudge, but constrained by his family's lack of power, Luo Changde had to accept the situation bitterly. Damn it, if I had known the ancestor was so useless, I would have sought an S-level psychic or perhaps a rare profession and then found those powerful masters in desperate need of disciples. Now not only was he humiliated by Lin Feng, but his reputation as a villain was also ruined. Luo Changbo cursed Lin Feng countless times in his heart, but in the end he could only return home dejectedly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng watched Luo Changbo leave feeling anger but more so satisfaction. Finally he had the qualifications to crush these arrogant young masters. Next it was time to settle accounts with Ling Yan. Also, for some reason, when Lu Yan mentioned the 100 Stars talent battle, Lin Feng felt compelled to participate. Now, with the college entrance exams approaching, this feeling grew stronger. After discussing his plans to return to Yanlong Star for the exams and the talent battle with Elder Tianyan, Lin Feng boarded Lu Yan's spaceship and set off towards Yanlong Star. This time he intended to show Ling Yan what a real powerhouse background was. Today was indeed a grand day for the entire human civilization, as it was the day of the human martial arts examination. For thousands of years, the martial examination has been held on the same day for the entire human race. Young master, it's getting late. Aren't you preparing to go to school yet? Old Wu said helplessly, standing beside Ling Yan, because at this moment Ling Yan was still sunbathing on the pool at home. Oh, there's no rush, there's still half an hour left. That's enough time for me to get to school, Ling Yan said nonchalantly. This martial examination is also known as the college entrance exam. As long as one scores well, they can enter a university of their choice. In these universities, not only are there numerous high-level martial artists as mentors, but a wealth of resources are also distributed. Even purchasing cultivation resources is cheaper than outside. This is one of the privileges given to the youth by the human race. Thus, entering a university is highly coveted even by the top families' young masters who would do anything to get into the best institutions. However, Ling Yan was indifferent. Whether he attended this school or not made no difference to him, as his strength and experience needed no guidance. But without taking the exam, he wouldn't be able to participate in the 100 Stars contest, nor could he join the prestigious Dragon Ascend Academy. This would mean missing out on Lin Feng's fortunes or encountering other protagonists. Of course, if he could enter a top university, it was foreseeable that Ling Yan would also gain access to a plethora of resources and even freeload some rule points. Why not do it? Therefore, Ling Yan naturally would not miss out on participating. Ding! Because of you, Luo Changde went to apologize to Lin Feng, causing the villain's persona to collapse and a loss of fortunes. Ding! Congratulations, you have received rule points. 1 billion. A notification suddenly rang in Ling Yan's mind. At the sound of this notification, Ling Yan opened his eyes in confusion. What's this? Luo Changde apologizing to Lin Feng? Isn't he supposed to be the major antagonist? Why would he apologize to the protagonist? Ling Yan was utterly baffled, it seemed. Luo Changde had lost his mind. Villains should be villains, not apologizing to protagonists without a reason. This only meant that Lin Feng must have found a new powerful backer, definitely stronger than the so-called Sword Saint Luo Juxian. However, Ling Yan quickly realized, every time Lin Feng was suppressed he would use his fortunes to gain backers and strength. This time was certainly no exception. Among Lin Feng's backers in the original story, some were stronger than Luo Juxian, and now the only possible strong backer he could have must be the Elder of Heaven's Evolution, a mentalist of the stellar realm. Indeed, this was the man I had my eyes on. He managed to win over this old fellow so quickly. Knowing the plot, Ling Yan quickly guessed who Lin Feng's current backer was. Of course, within the human race, Lin Feng had even stronger backers, such as the strongest among humans, the martial god. Unfortunately, Lin Feng certainly couldn't reach him now. It seems this college entrance exam is going to be interesting. With that thought, Ling Yan no longer waited and flew directly up from the surface of the pool. Wu Bo, it's time for the college entrance examination. Ling Yan gave a slight smile and spoke up. Kaiyun City's 7th middle school, above the martial arts field, there were 100 huge testing instruments. Each testing instrument was as big as a house and could measure several indicators, among which the 3 most important ones were the martial realm's measuring standard, chi blood value, the strength standard for soul cultivation, soul strength, and the third indicator was explosive power. Explosive power represents how many times you can multiply your combat ability within the same level of realm. Of course, these 100 testing instruments were only the lowest level first-tier instruments capable of testing explosive power below the level of a third-tier war general. However, at the very center of these 100 instruments, there was a fourth-tier testing instrument. Towering several tens of meters high, this fourth-tier instrument could test the highest explosive power below the level of a third-tier war god. Even A-level geniuses who have reached the 10th level of the War Emperor realm could use this machine, since the chi blood value of the War Emperor realm was 10 times weaker than that of the War God realm. Realm division. War soil corresponds to first-tier items with 1 to 9 levels. War general corresponds to second-tier items with 1 to 10 levels. War king corresponds to third-tier items and the remaining levels. War Emperor, War God, planetary, stellar, galactic realms, and star. River realm are also from 1 to 10 levels. The War King's base attributes are 100 times stronger than those of a War General. Each advancement in a major realm increases the base attributes by 100 times, and this fourth-tier testing instrument was naturally meant for Lingyan's use, transferred from the provincial city. After all, Lingyan's student registration had always been at Kaiyun City's 7th middle school. Because of Lingyan, the entire province's high-ranking officials had all come and sat in high seats watching the students below. The principal of the 7th school was sitting excitedly at the edge, all smiles. Such an opportunity to sit with important figures was indeed rare. Has young Master Ling not arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, the examination will start. Could something have delayed him on the road? At this moment, the president of the Provincial Martial Artists Alliance glanced at the time and expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. The Martial Artists Alliance, being the strongest organization of the human race, was founded by the strongest human, the War God, and all the high-level humans. As the president of the provincial city's Martial Artists Alliance, his status was even higher than that of the provincial governor. Moreover, to become the president of a province, one must have reached the realm of a War God, albeit only the first level of that realm. His worried statement made everyone frown and look towards the principal. The principal, who had been all smiles, suddenly felt the pressure of the war emperors and war gods present and began to sweat profusely. Boom! However, just at that moment, a loud engine roar came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a gigantic spaceship spanning several kilometers slowly descending from the sky. A fifth-tier spaceship? It must be young Master Ling arriving. Upon seeing the spaceship, the principal instantly burst into excited shouts. The president and others immediately brightened up and stood up hastily. A fifth-tier spaceship? Even the president couldn't afford one, despite being the most powerful person in the province. The province where Kaiyun City is located is quite remote and small, so he could be the president just by being a first-level war god. In other provincial cities, he wouldn't even rank in the top 10. Therefore, now that they were about to meet the son of the speaker, his heart was also filled with immense excitement. Everyone hurriedly stepped on their flying platforms and quietly waited at the entrance of the spaceship. The sight of the fifth-tier spaceship also caused a buzz among the students below. It's young Master Ling coming back. Haha, I didn't expect to see young Master Ling again. But didn't young Master Ling arrive in a 6th-tier spaceship last time? Why is it a 5th tier this time? Are you silly? That 6th tier must have been the speaker's. This 5th tier must be young Master Ling's own. My dad said he'd buy me a hover car if I got into college, and I was so happy, but here young Master Ling is already flying a 5th-tier spaceship. It's so infuriating to compare. Alright, we know you've got a hover car, no need to show off. The chatter spread throughout the campus. Up in the sky, the president sighed after hearing this. According to his salary and earning level, it would take him 300 years of not eating or drinking to afford a 5th-tier spaceship, and yet young Master Ling, still so young, already had one. Indeed, was this the privilege of being from a great family? Click. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, the spaceship's door slowly opened. A young man dressed in black battle armor, hands behind his back and feet stepping on thin air, walked out from inside the spaceship, followed by an expressionless old man. The old man, like Lin Feng, was also walking on air, a clear sign of at least war god level strength. Zhao Xian couldn't even sense the old man's aura, which certainly meant he was a powerhouse above the 5th level of war god. This must be the steward of the Ling family that the principal mentioned. However, the moment the principal saw the young man, his face instantly changed drastically. Li. The principal stammered in shock. This must be young Master Ling Yan. I am Zhao Shen, the president of the Provincial Martial Artists Association. I've heard so much about you, and indeed your reputation is well deserved." Meanwhile, President Zhao Shen quickly went forward with a cheerful smile. Instantly, the originally haughty expression on Lin Feng's face turned icy cold. He looked at the president with eyes flickering with disgust and anger. "The president, here to receive Ling Yan, very well, mistaking me for Ling Yan. This president is truly seeking his own death." The next moment he turned his gaze towards the now pale-faced principal, his expression growing even colder. "Principal, how come you can't recognize me from Ling Yan, that wastrel, after just a few days? Or is it that you deliberately brought these people to humiliate me?" Lin Feng spoke calmly. His words caused the faces of President Zhao Xian and the other high-ranking officials to drastically change. "What's going on? Isn't this young Master Ling?" Zhao Xian's face turned ugly as he looked towards the principal. He had brought such disgrace upon himself. In that moment, the principal was sweating profusely. How could he have known that Lin Feng would return? Was it Lin Feng imprisoned for annihilating the Morong family? How could he be free of this? This Lin Feng, he was the one who had wiped out the Morong family in Kaiyun City, the principal hurriedly explained to the chairman. However, as soon as he spoke, the chairman and everyone else's expressions drastically changed. Lin Feng, it was him. He was Lin Feng, the disciple of Master Lu Yan. Hadn't Master Lu Yan recently died in battle? Could this spaceship belong to Master Lu Yan? This Lin Feng was rumored to be an A+ grade psychic master and a supreme genius, but he had disappeared after Master Lu Yan's death. It was said that he had offended some powerful figures, and yet here he was daring to return. Instantly, the strong figures around recalled Lin Feng's details. The death of Lu Yan had almost spread throughout the high ranks of Yanlong Star, as Lu Yan was the second strongest on Yanlong Star. Consequently, a grand funeral was held for him by Chairman Ling Xiaotian, which was even broadcast globally just yesterday. Hearing this, the principal sweated even more. Lin Feng was Master Lu Yan's disciple. How did he not know this? But now that Master Lu Yan was dead, who was this war god standing behind Lin Feng? And it seemed as if Lin Feng was the leader. Humph, his master had died, and he hadn't even attended the funeral. I heard that Master Lu Yan died because this young man had offended some powerful figures. What face did he have to return, if Master Lu Yan knew this from his grave? Just then, amidst the high ranks, a middle-aged man couldn't help but snort in indignation. Although his voice was very low, it was heard by everyone around. Indeed, after hearing his words, everyone's expression subtly changed. Master Lu Yan had made outstanding contributions to Yanlong Star in his lifetime, yet now, after his death, even his only disciple did not attend his funeral, which was somewhat indefensible. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly, and he couldn't refute it because he indeed had not returned. At that time he had been busy receiving benefits from Luo Changde to enhance his own strength, just to come back and show Lin Feng some color, to let him know what a real young master was. Boom! However, just at this moment, a majestic aura suddenly blasted against the chest of the person who had spoken. Spurt! Before the man could react, he was struck by a terrifying force and a large mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. He plummeted straight from the sky. Boom! Eventually, with a thunderous roar, the peak-level warrior was blasted deep into the ground, falling unconscious. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Zhao Xian's face turned even darker. "Esteemed Senior, you attack a member of my guild unprovoked. Do you think my martial alliance is easy to bully?" Zhao Xian snorted coldly. As the chairman, if he didn't speak up when his people were attacked, he might as well not sit in this position of chairman. Boom! However, in the next moment, the elder stepped forward. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A profound power formed a vast domain of water within 100 miles radius. Everyone, including Zhao Xian, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, almost falling from the sky. A planet-level powerhouse? How is this possible? Zhao Xian's face turned deathly pale. Merely from the pressure alone, he was seriously injured, and he could feel the domain power of a planet-level powerhouse emanating from him. Everyone who heard this was in disbelief, their eyes wide open. A planet-level powerhouse? How could such a formidable person be under Lin Feng's command? What on earth was going on? The elder then slowly began to speak. Young Master Lin Feng has now become a disciple of Tian Yan, the top psychic master of the Longting star system, and I, the Lord of Blackwater Star, am young Master Lin Feng's guardian. I do not want to hear any more discussions about the young master. Do you understand? Lord Blackwater Star looked coldly at everyone present. His words sent shockwaves through the hearts of Zhao Xian and others. Tian Yan? The number one psychic master of the Longting star system, a super powerhouse of the stellar level, his strength was formidable, ranked within the top 30 of the entire Longting star system. And such a powerhouse had taken Lin Feng as a disciple. Everyone was in disbelief looking at Lin Feng, who had regained his proud demeanor. The principal turned pale, realizing he had offended such an entity, but he didn't even know how he had offended Lin Feng. He remembered that he had helped deliver the news of Lin Feng's family's death, and later this young man had confronted him directly. He was completely confused, thankful only that the world's medical technology was advanced enough to save him. At that moment, a sound of engine fluctuation came from the sky, and a huge shadow that covered the sun and sky enveloped the earth. This sound was clearly not as loud as Lin Feng's spaceship's engine, probably because it had noise reduction technology. Previously, when Lin Feng's spaceship landed, some weaker students even felt their blood surge and nearly vomited blood. However, this time there was no such anomaly. Not to mention a fifth-tier spaceship, even flying cars had this feature. This comparison clearly showed who was superior. Suddenly, all the students felt even more disdain towards Lin Feng's recent actions. I noticed last time that Lin Feng has changed. Turns out he had a powerful backing. No wonder he's so arrogant. Just a petty person showing off. Ling Xiao is much better, truly a person raised by a prestigious family, unlike Lin Feng, who lacks proper upbringing. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? All the students below started discussing fervently, looking up at Lin Feng in the sky. Their eyes were filled with disdain, though recalling the recent encounter of the strong man from the Provincial Martial Arts Alliance, they dared not show it openly. Although they were whispering who was Lin Feng now, his realm had already reached the 3rd level of the War King. Moreover, he was an S-level spirit manipulator, and he caught every word these people said without missing a beat. Were these people seeking death? For a moment, a hint of infuriated murderous intent flashed through Lin Feng's eyes. Well, isn't this our great genius Lin Feng? How come you've been beaten by Luo Chang'e so badly that even your master died, and now you're looking for a new backer? However, just then a mocking voice came from the sky. Click. The next moment, the door of the spaceship in the sky slowly opened, and Lin Feng along with Master Wu descended from the sky. Ling Yan instantly saw through Lin Feng's capabilities and was surprised to find that this young man had also awakened the talent of a combat genius. But it was also expected, as in the original story, this young man also relied on his combat genius and powerful spirit manipulation to ultimately crush all the geniuses of the human race. Now, although this process was expedited, neither his spirit manipulation nor his combat genius level was close to what was described in the original work. Upon seeing Ling Yan, the fury in Lin Feng's eyes could no longer be contained. Ling Yan, if it wasn't for your kidnapping me last time, how would I have ever clashed with Luo Chang'e? If not for you, how could my teacher possibly have died? Lin Feng's body burst forth with a terrifying aura in an instant. This aura made even those in the War Emperor realm feel a bit of horror. War King Triple Heaven, was it Lin Feng just 18 years old? And he had only been a commoner who joined under Master Lu Yan just a few days ago. How could he have advanced to this realm so quickly? Suddenly this doubt surfaced in everyone's minds. If he were to stay under the old man Tianyan for another year or two, and she would at least reach the War Emperor level, and even before he was 30 he could definitely reach the War God realm. What, Lin Feng, are you planning to fight me again? How about another life and death match? I'll let you use one hand, but this time if you lose, don't just bark like a dog. Even imitating a pig won't spare you. Death will be waiting for you then. Ling Yan spoke calmly, but his tone turned ice cold as he finished speaking. This cold tone reminded Lin Feng of the humiliating scene where he had previously barked like a dog, which filled him with intense shame and inexplicably made him shiver all over. A feeling named fear emerged from his mind. Yes, he was afraid. Repeatedly chastised by Ling Yan, he had developed an indelible fear of him in his heart. Humph! How dare a spoiled scion of the small Yanlong star be so rude to a disciple of the old man Tianyan? Is this how your family taught you? However, at that moment the Lord of Blackwater Star stepped forward, his body bursting forth with a terrifying aura as he pressed towards Ling Yan. Unfortunately, as his aura enveloped Ling Yan, it disappeared into nothingness in an instant. In a moment the Lord of Blackwater Star was horrified to find that all the water elements in his body were suddenly unresponsive. What is happening? Why can't I summon the power of my water element? Blackwater Star Lord shouted in alarm, and the next moment his body plummeted towards the ground under the shocked gazes of all present. With a thunderous crash he landed heavily on the earth. however his incredibly strong body naturally remained unharmed. It's gone, really gone. What is happening? Blackwater Star-Lord, now unable to feel the force of his vital energy, panicked and bellowed in terror. This scene caused Lin Feng's face to change dramatically because he had experienced this sensation before in front of Ling Yan. Is it you, Lin Feng? What exactly did you do to Blackwater Star-Lord? You used this dirty trick on me before. How else could I have possibly lost to you? Lin Feng furiously shouted at Ling Yan. At his words, Blackwater Star-Lord suddenly looked up in horror at Ling Yan. Was his power sealed by Ling Yan? He is known as the Blackwater Mysterious Body, a powerful S-grade water element profession. After reaching the realm of War God, all his water elements had completely merged with his vital energy. Now, having reached the second level of the planetary realm, his water elements and vital energy were indistinguishable from each other. However, now that he couldn't summon his water elements, it meant he couldn't summon his vital energy either, rendering him unable to use his vital energy, akin to having his martial arts and techniques completely sealed. Without the enhancement of techniques and martial arts, relying solely on the physical strength of the second planetary level, his combat power might not even compare to Wu Bo. At this moment he panicked. But Ling Yan was just a 4-tier war emperor, right? Wait, war emperor? 4 tiers? You are a 4-tier war emperor, how is this possible? But the next moment Blackwater Star-Lord gasped in shock. What, a 4-tier war emperor? Is young Master Ling a 4-tier war emperor? What on earth is going on? Instantly everyone around looked incredulously at Ling Yan, and Lin Feng's eyes widened in endless fear as he stared at Ling Yan. A 4-tier war emperor, that meant just his basic strength was 100 times stronger than his own? 100 times, even with his combat genius and S-grade psychic powers he couldn't compare. For a moment his gaze towards Ling Yan was filled with jealousy. How could he possibly be a 4-tier war emperor? My senior brother has only just reached war emperor not long ago, Lin Feng roared inwardly in discontent, having struggled so much just to reach the 3rd tier of war king. Yet the Ling Yan he had always considered a waste was now so much stronger than him. How could this balance his mind? No, you must have used a massive amount of resources in a way that ruined your foundation. It must be like that, just like Luo Chang'e. I knew it. How could a rich, lazy young master like you possibly have such talent? But soon Lin Feng had an epiphany, his gaze towards Ling Yan instantly filled with disdain. Suddenly, the Lord of Blackwater Star also had a moment of realization. Yes, of course. Even the disciples of strong characters at the level of the old man Tian Yen need to have an S+ level of psychic talent and require a year of meticulous training and a massive infusion of resources to reach the Battle Emperor realm. How could such a genius exist on this tiny flame dragon star? Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, you are still as foolish and self-comforting as ever. Also, if you weren't so foolish you wouldn't have been played around by that Morong Shui, happily sending resources even after she slaughtered your entire family. You are not only stupid but truly despicable. Unfortunately, when Ling Yan heard Lin Feng's words he just scoffed with disdain. The look he gave Lin Feng was filled with endless mockery. With such intelligence, how could he be the protagonist? But then again, even if the protagonist's IQ isn't up to par, as long as he has the protagonist's halo he can continue to improve his strength. Wow. As soon as Ling Yan spoke, all the students below exploded in commotion. I was wondering why the Morong family was annihilated, and it turns out it was Lin Feng's doing. You just found out? This has been known for ages. Hiss. Lin Feng's entire family was actually killed by Morong Shui. No wonder Lin Feng wiped out the Morong family. Unexpectedly, our school's beauty turned out to be such a person. But I seem to remember on the day Lin Feng's family died, the first thing he did when he returned to school was to display his affection for Morong Shui, right? I even remember the ghostly look on Morong Shui's face when she saw Lin Feng. She must have thought Lin Feng was there for revenge. Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, I also remember Lin Feng had a lot of confessions. Who knew he was talking to the murderer of his family? For a moment, all the students in the school couldn't help but sneer. With Ling Yan here, Lin Feng is nothing but a paper tiger. Ling Yan, you really should die. When Lin Feng heard Ling Yan's words he roared in anger, almost unable to restrain himself from taking action. Unfortunately, knowing that he was no match for Ling Yan, he managed to hold back in the end. Well, let's first deal with this, the Lord of Blackwater Star. However, at this moment Ling Yan turned his gaze to the Lord of Blackwater Star below, and as he spoke everyone was stunned. Deal with the Lord of Blackwater Star? Ling Yan, what do you mean? This is my Flame Dragon Star. You come to my Flame Dragon Star unprovoked and move against the gods and emperors of my Flame Dragon Star. Do you think my Flame Dragon Star has no one left? Ling Yan spoke calmly. The next moment his eyes darted towards the Lord of Blackwater Star, flashing a hint of murderous intent. Kid, do you not know who I am? You dare to move against me, and on what basis? Because of your father. The Lord of Blackwater Star immediately narrowed his eyes. His Blackwater Star, although only a planet about the same size as Flame Dragon Star, was also the reason he sought refuge by becoming a bodyguard for a disciple of the old man Tianyan. But even so, he was not someone that a second generation like Ling Yan could insult. In a moment, murderous intent rose in his heart too. To teach you a lesson, I don't even need my father to make a move with your planetary double-layer strength. You're not even worthy of my father taking action. Regrettably, upon hearing the words of the Blackwater Star Lord, Ling Yan merely scoffed in disdain. Wu Bo, go and remove his arms. Ling Yan then calmly spoke. Wu Bo was taken aback. Young master. Me, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't the young master overestimating me? Haha, Ling Yan, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? This old guy is merely at the 8th level of the War God stage, while the Blackwater Star Lord is at the 2nd level of the planetary stage. Their strengths differ by more than tenfold. Even if he were to burst forth with all his might, he couldn't possibly breach the Blackwater Star Lord's defenses. How do you expect to remove his arms? As soon as Ling Yan spoke, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. At this moment, not only Lin Feng but also the students below were dumbfounded. Asking a war god to remove the arms of a planetary-level Star Lord, was Ling Yan's joke a bit too much? However, what they failed to see was that the Blackwater Star Lord's face had turned rather unsightly. His entire body's vital energy was sealed, relying only on his physical strength, which, although not enough to cause injury, would make it difficult to defeat Wu Bo. I said if you can beat him, then beat him. Go on, Wu Bo, Ling Yan spoke with a smile. Wu Bo, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and drew out a 5th-tier peak-long sword. Blackwater Star Lord, no offense, Wu Bo shouted lowly, and the next moment his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light rushing at great speed towards the Blackwater Star Lord on the ground. A mere war god seeking death, the Blackwater Star Lord felt insulted upon seeing this. He wanted to draw his own weapon, but to his horror he found he couldn't control his spiritual power to open his storage ring. What's going on? His face drastically changed. Without his weapon his strength would plummet again, die. Unfortunately, before he could react, Wu Bo had already arrived in front of him, and with a fierce slash his sword came crashing down. With a sword cry that tore through the heavens and earth, a terrifying sword chi hundreds of meters long fiercely slashed towards the Blackwater Star Lord. If he could mobilize his vital energy, the Blackwater Star Lord could naturally dodge instantly, but with his vital energy immobilized and unable to use his speed-enhancing martial skills, he knew he couldn't avoid this sword. Even if my strength is greatly reduced, you still can't break through my physical defense. The Blackwater Star Lord roared angrily, placing his arms over his head ready to block the strike. However, in an instant the tremendous sword chi fiercely chopped down on his arms. With a splatter, in just a moment the Blackwater Star Lord's arms were directly severed by the sword chi and blood instantly spilled onto the ground. Impossible, the Blackwater Star Lord cried out in shock, but in the next moment he swiftly dodged to the side. Instantly the relentless sword chi directly slashed onto his shoulder. At that moment his entire shoulder and left arm were instantly torn apart by the sword chi. With a thunderous roar, the sword chi finally crashed onto the ground, instantly slicing open a crack hundreds of meters long in the earth, which spread to nearby high-rise buildings, cleaving them in two. And this horrifying scene left everyone present in disbelief, their mouths agape. Even Lin Feng was shocked as he looked at the Blackwater Star Lord, who had both arms and his shoulders severed. The Blackwater Star Lord, having narrowly escaped death, glanced at his shoulder and saw the gaping wound, a wave of fear instantly sweeping over him. What just happened? Why did my physical defenses seem to vanish completely? In that moment terror roared within the heart of the Blackwater Star Lord. Not just him, even Wu Bo, who had dealt the blow, was completely dumbfounded. When he had swung his sword, had the opponent not dodged at the last moment, he might have been split in two. Cutting through him felt like slicing through tofu, or even easier than tofu, for tofu at least offers some resistance. At that moment Wu Bo also looked in astonishment towards Ling Yan, who still wore a smile on his face, showing no sign of surprise. Was it the young master who had dismantled the opponent's defenses? What exactly was going on? Wu Bo looked at Ling Yan in shock. The young master seemed more and more inscrutable, with one mysterious technique after another emerging endlessly. Blackwater. You have 1 minute to leave Yanlong Star, and you are henceforth forbidden from entering its territory. Otherwise the next time we meet will be your end. Ling Yan spoke calmly to the Blackwater Star Lord at this time. Killing the opponent would be easy for the current Elder Wu, but since the opponent was a registered Star Lord, unless he attacked first or if he slaughtered innocents on Yanlong Star, there was no reason to kill him. You despicable brat. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, the Blackwater Star Lord felt angry but also a trace of fear in his heart. He always felt that the other party wanted to kill him, but he had no quarrel or grudge with the other party. Eventually he decided to leave. With the technology of this era, a severed hand could still be repaired. There was no need to lose his life over it. Ling Yan, you dare to attack the Blackwater Star Lord? Do you really think my master, the Elder Tianyan, is just for show? If you dare to kill him, I swear I will make sure your Ling family is buried with him. However, just then Lin Feng burst out angrily. But as soon as he spoke, the face of the Blackwater Star Lord instantly darkened. Damn it, so you're not the one being killed? Even a fool could tell now that Lin Feng wanted Ling Yan to kill him, so Lin Feng could then seek Elder Tianyan to deal with and annihilate the Ling family. This wasn't my intention, young Master Ling. I was wrong just now, I'll leave immediately. At this moment, the Blackwater Star Lord panicked and hurriedly apologized to Ling Yan in the sky. Elder, why are you apologizing to him? You did nothing wrong, it's all Ling Yan's fault. Does he even have the guts to attack a Star Lord like you? Upon hearing the Blackwater Star Lord's apology, Lin Feng's face couldn't hang on, but as soon as these words came out, the face of the Blackwater Star Lord turned even darker. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ling Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze towards the Blackwater Star Lord instantly filled with lethal intent. No, Master Ling, listen to my explanation. Blackwater Star Lord's face was deathly pale. Why are you cowering, Star Lord? If he dared, he would have made a move already. He's just running his mouth here. Unfortunately, Lin Feng just sneered and continued to mock. Enough. However, the next moment a furious shout erupted from the ground. Snap! Then a dark shadow shot up into the sky, and in the next instant a massive foot brutally kicked Lin Feng's face. Caught off guard, Lin Feng was spun around several times on the spot before coming to a stop. Disbelieving, Lin Feng touched the corner of his mouth. Blood, all blood, and several teeth were spat out. He turned around in shock, only to find that the person who had kicked him was Blackwater Star Lord, whose seal of blood and energy had now disappeared. The majestic power of water surged around him. Even so, he still did not dare to make a move against Ling Yan. Blackwater Star Lord, what is this supposed to mean? You dare to strike me? Have you forgotten who you are? Lin Feng suppressed his anger and roared. Damn it, who am I? I'm the guardian summoned by Elder Tianyan to protect you. I'm not some slave you can just beat up. Talking to Master Ling like this, are you trying to get him killed so Elder Tianyan can deal with the Ling family? Did you think I couldn't see through your petty schemes? Blackwater Star Lord burst out angrily. If it weren't for this kid stirring up trouble everywhere, why would I be implicated? His grand speech instantly woke everyone around. Good lord, that seems to be the case. Lin Feng was trying to use others to do his dirty work. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful, and it was only noticed by Blackwater Star Lord. Elder, you misunderstood. That wasn't my intention. Lin Feng also realized he might have been a bit confused. His own master had warned him when he left. The Star Lord's position is supreme, even he couldn't command at will. This Blackwater Star Lord was also invited to be his guardian and deserved some respect. But who knew that in a moment of folly he had schemed against him and was caught? Snap! Unfortunately, what awaited Lin Feng was a slap from a water elemental. Pfft! In an instant, a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with a lot of teeth sprayed out from Lin Feng's mouth. You hit me again. Lin Feng incredulously, and then a wave of humiliation rushed to his forehead. The opponent had just kicked him once, and now, even though he had apologized, he was still being physically attacked. At that moment he looked at Blackwater Star Lord with eyes full of resentment. You dare look at me like that, seeking death? Seeing Lin Feng's gaze, Blackwater Star Lord snorted coldly. The next moment the power of water erupted wildly and huge slaps brutally hit Lin Feng's body. Even though Lin Feng was a supreme genius, facing an opponent who was 3 major realms higher, he was no more than an ant. In just an instant he was beaten beyond recognition and fell from the sky. Boom. Eventually Lin Feng landed heavily on the ground, and although his mental strength was strong so he did not lose consciousness, the pain throughout his body made his hatred reach its peak. His bloodshot eyes stared at the Lord of Blackwater Star in the sky. Listen here, kid, don't think you're all that just because you're a disciple of Elder Tianyan. Elder Tianyan has over 100 disciples, and only one became a star. 50 of the rest didn't live past 50 years old, and even those who survived ended up being mere planets. Though there are differences even among planets, you're currently just a battle king. Your arrogance will get you killed sooner or later. I'm not sticking around for this. If you need a guardian, ask Elder Tianyan to find someone else. With a cold snort, the Lord of Blackwater Star didn't hesitate and shot up into the sky at a high speed, fearing he wouldn't be able to escape if he delayed any longer. This sudden turn of events stunned all the teachers and students around, including Zhao Xian. They instinctively looked at the departing Lord of Blackwater Star, then at Lin Feng, who lay in the abyss, his body drenched in blood, and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. It was their first time hearing of a genius who managed to anger his own guardian to the point of getting beaten up. Indeed, Lin Feng was a talent. The phrase alienated by all couldn't be more apt for him. The Lord of Blackwater Star knew better. Had he left 10 seconds later, he might have been a corpse. Ling Yan, watching the departing Lord of Blackwater Star, laughed as well. Suddenly Lin Feng on the ground screamed in pain, clutching his chest and writhing in agony. Then Ling Yan saw a golden light emerge from Lin Feng's body, shooting up into the sky and entering his own body. Ding! Congratulations on successfully turning the son of fortune Lin Feng against his guardian. Fortune value plummeted. Ding! Congratulations, you've absorbed fortune and gained rule points. 1.5 billion. A notification sound followed. It was still Lin Feng who had provided a whopping 1.5 billion rule points. Apparently, the stronger his power, the more rule points he could spew out. Unfortunately, losing so much fortune meant his growth rate would be much slower than before unless he burned more fortune to boost his power. Ling Yan thought, his eyes flickering slightly. Now Ling Yan's total rule points had reached over 40 billion. He could almost create and upgrade many rule points. As for why Ling Yan could make the Lord of Blackwater Star's water power disappear, it was mainly because Ling Yan had instantly created an S-level talent for water power when he saw the opponent only 10 million. Just like that, he had made his money back, a value beyond worth. Principal, should we start the college entrance exam? Ling Yan spoke up at that moment, his words snapped everyone back to reality. Right, I almost forgot about the important matter. The principal then wiped his sweat. Dear students, let's proceed with the martial arts exam first, which is crucial. Each class will take turns. He quickly used the loudspeaker to spread his voice across the entire martial arts field. Upon hearing the principal's words, the students who loved a good spectacle suddenly remembered that today was the day of the martial arts exam, a major event that concerned their entire future. Under the guidance of various teachers, all the students began their assessments in an orderly fashion. Thanks to Ling Yan, this year our school was equipped with a whopping 100 new testing devices, speeding up the process considerably. Each device could handle 2 classes at a time, and each test took no more than 10 minutes. At this rate, it would take no more than 3 to 4 hours to complete all the tests. As for Ling Yan, he was escorted by Zhao Xian and others to the front of the largest tester. Honestly, this was Ling Yan's first time facing such a sophisticated testing device. Previously, the Ling family had used a device similar to the power level scanners from Dragon Ball to measure strength and fist power. These old devices weren't very accurate, but they were convenient. Young Master Ling, you are in class 1, so you can be tested in the first group. Just follow the prompts, the principal said cheerfully to Ling Yan. Is this a 4th-tier tester? Ling Yan frowned as he looked at the device before him. Yes, young Master Ling, this tester can measure explosive power up to the 3rd celestial level of the War God stage. I brought it from the provincial city myself, and it should be completely sufficient for your needs, Zhao Xian hurriedly explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan's mouth twitched slightly. War God 3rd celestial level, considering my current explosive power, it might actually not be enough. By the way, isn't Lin Feng also limited to using this tester? Let him go first. Suddenly Ling Yan spoke up. Lin Feng, who had been glaring at Ling Yan with resentment, was stunned. He had just consumed a 4th-tier healing potion and his body had recovered to its limit. The 4th-tier potion had more than adequately healed his injuries. Hearing Ling Yan's suggestion, Lin Feng was puzzled. Why is he letting me go first? What does Ling Yan mean by this? Does he still remember that my academic performance used to be better than his and that my student number comes before his? If it weren't for your sheer luck, how could you have surpassed me? Realization dawned on Lin Feng, and a trace of disdain flashed through his mind. Now that he had a background that could surpass Ling Yan, overtaking him was just a matter of time. In his view, Ling Yan was merely lucky, born into a good family and fortunate enough to awaken a prestigious profession. Soon I'll show Ling Yan that being a genius isn't just about having a strong realm. a true genius is someone with exceptional talent and tremendous explosive power, which is even more crucial. Because explosive power not only shows a high professional level but also a deep mastery of skills and techniques. All these combined give a high total score. If it were only about levels, then every year's top scholar would be some useless young master from a big family. Lin Feng thought to himself, I'll let you see what a real genius is. With no hesitation, Lin Feng strode toward the giant device towering like a fortress several tens of meters tall. Zhao Xian and the others also became solemn. Although they looked down on Lin Feng's character, they couldn't deny that his current background and strength were the most terrifying in Yanlong Star. Even Ling Yan couldn't compare to him. Lin Feng didn't waste any words and went straight to the tester. In the first round he tested his vital energy. Since vital energy values are hidden within the blood, Lin Feng extended his hand into the device. Immediately a blood sampling needle pierced his fingertip and a drop of fresh blood fell onto the device. Beep beep beep. Vital energy value, 18,744 realm. Battle King level 1 martial arts realm. Score, 40 points. A prompt sound followed. Yes, it was 40 points. It might seem low, but there was still the potential for explosive power bonuses. With these bonuses, the score could easily reach several hundred points. Although the college entrance exam is called the martial exam, the total score is not just a few hundred points. Theoretically, it's limitless. The scoring rule is to take the higher of the martial arts realm score or the soul strength score, then multiply it by the explosive power multiplier. The final score obtained is a person's total score. An ordinary Battle Earth level 1 might score 10 points, each small level increase adds 1 point. Battle General level 1 is 20 points, each level increase adds 2 points. Battle King level 1 is 40 points and each small level adds 4 points. If one reaches the realm of Battle Emperor level 1, the score would be 80 points. This is why the realm's contribution to the enhancement of strength in the exam score is not significant. Even if the realm is significantly stronger, the score only doubles. Although this makes a big difference, the biggest difference still relies on explosive power, because with explosive power easily multiplying several times or even dozens of times more than super geniuses, as long as the explosive power is sufficient, it means the person's talent is sufficient. Attending a good school and with more resources, it's easy to surpass those with weaker explosive power but higher realms, of course. This all applies to combat professions. There are also auxiliary professions such as alchemist, healer or enchanter, etc., which require participation in the professional martial exam. The content of the professional martial exam is completely different. Since Ling Yan is not taking the exam, there's no need to elaborate further. However, if Ling Yan were to take the exam, he would undoubtedly become the top scorer among humans. Having grown into a 5th-tier alchemist at 18 is enough to crush all contemporary human graduates. Moreover, once revealed, all the alchemists of the entire human civilization would compete to approach Ling Yan. An 18-year-old 5th-tier alchemist. What concept is that? The first alchemist in human history to awaken was an SS-grade alchemist, but even he only reached the 5th tier at 25. An 18-year-old 5th-tier alchemist like Ling Yan is enough to cause a sensation not just among humans but even across other civilizations in the galaxy. What awaits Ling Yan then would naturally be endless assassination attempts. But assassinations? Would Ling Yan be afraid? If necessary, he could just make more rules to conceal himself. These so-called assassinations would then become mere deliveries to Ling Yan. While Ling Yan was deep in thought, Lin Feng had already completed testing his soul strength. To test soul strength, one wears a helmet that measures the intensity of the soul. Beep beep beep. Soul strength, 49,200 realm. War King level 4 martial realm score, 56 points. To everyone's surprise at the scene, Lin Feng had reached the 4th level of the War King, whereas he had previously only demonstrated the spiritual power of the 3rd level. He was nearly at the 5th level now. However, only Ling Yan knew that Lin Feng had experienced a slight increase in soul strength due to the extreme pain he felt when his fortune had plummeted. One could imagine just how painful the removal of fortune was. Of course, Ling Yan had also asked the Supreme Will why Lin Feng's strength increased faster as his fortune was consumed, which seemed peculiar. The Supreme Will's answer was straightforward. Everyone possesses fortune, and the level of one's fortune represents their ultimate achievement in life. Every time a person ascends a realm, seizes an opportunity or gains some benefits, they consume some of their fortune. when the fortune is fully consumed, that's when their potential reaches its limit. At that point, unless they find a special way to gain more fortune, they can no longer increase their strength or gain any benefits. The reason why Lin Feng's strength increased every time Ling Yan schemed to deplete his fortune was actually because a trace of the dissipating fortune was absorbed by Lin Feng to directly enhance his strength. This was also a form of protection that fortune offers to its possessor. Having absorbed billions of fortune, it's inevitable to take 1,000th or 1/10,000th to boost the master's strength to prevent further plundering of fortune. If all the fortune Ling Yan plundered had been used on Lin Feng, the 20 to 30 billion fortune would have been more than enough to elevate Lin Feng's realm to that of a war god. Unfortunately, now that Ling Yan had encountered Lin Feng, all these benefits had gone to Ling Yan, and Lin Feng could only gain a little leftover to enhance his strength slightly. As strength increased, so did the amount of fortune manipulated within one's body. This allowed Ling Yan to plunder more fortune while also enabling Lin Feng's strength to increase more rapidly. This was why every time Lin Feng was calculated against and nearly died, his strength would increase. When Lin Feng saw that his soul strength had actually increased by a small realm and more, he looked at Ling Yan with a complex expression. Damn, this guy must think that his strength increases are all thanks to my provocations. Although this was true, it was at the expense of his own potential. Could it be that he has misunderstood something? Seeing the look in Lin Feng's eyes, Ling Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He better not get addicted to this and come to me every few days for a whipping. At that point, I really would have to take in so much fortune. Ling Yan, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. This is my talent. At that moment, Lin Feng, with a face that seemed to be asking for a beating, looked at Ling Yan and coldly smiled. Then he walked over to a huge fourth-order titanium black iron strength tester. This machine, known as the force measuring device, is designed to test the explosive power of a martial artist's strike by converting the force into numerical values. High-end versions of this device can even estimate the strength of soul attacks. Lin Feng approached the device and closed his eyes. In the next moment, his formidable mental power burst forth wildly. Instantly, this overwhelming force surged like a flood, eventually converging into a mind god cone. Although this mind god cone was somewhat immature and unstable, the terrifying power it contained was unmistakably evident. The mind god cone, a technique of Master Liu Yan, this is one of the most difficult among the 5th-tier mental power martial arts. Seeing its form, it seems he's not far from mastering it. Lin Feng's martial talent is truly formidable. Mr. Wu, standing beside Ling Yan, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at this sight. What, a 5th-tier martial technique? How is this possible? Lin Feng is only at the 4th level of the Battle King realm, a martial arts prodigy. This is definitely a martial arts prodigy. No wonder he caught the eye of Elder Tianyan. At this moment, Zhao Xian and others were utterly shocked. They were also extremely frightened, as the principal had just informed them about who Lin Feng really was. Provoking such a vengeful genius, how could they possibly withstand trouble if he decided to retaliate? This thought filled them with deep anxiety. Logically, they should be overjoyed at discovering such a talent among them, but now all they felt was despair. Boom! While they were pondering, Lin Feng's mind god cone fiercely struck the force measuring device, causing it to tremble slightly. Beep, beep, beep. Destructive power, 437 million kilograms. Explosive power multiplier, 198 times. The average multiplier for a non-professional warrior at the 4th level of the Battle King realm is 4.5 times. Overall explosive power, 44 times. Overall score, 2,464. A prompt soon reached everyone's minds. With the announcement of this prompt, everyone present was shocked, their eyes widening. An overall explosive power of 44 times. It's worth noting that this multiplier is equivalent to that of a typical warrior at the 4th level of the Battle King realm. They are 44 times stronger. Lin Feng's combat power could then be compared to that of a typical warrior at the 1st level of the Battle Emperor realm, whose average multiplier is only about 7 times. Overcoming 7 minor realms and 1 major realm, this surely qualifies him as a super genius. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with awe. Such talent, even entry into the prestigious Lungting Academy would be a breeze, as the Academy's required explosive power multiplier is only 20 times. Not bad at all, Ling Yan remarked upon seeing these values, unsurprised. An S-rank spirit manipulator typically receives a 15 times boost, while a combat genius could double this value. That means the basic enhancement alone could reach an impressive 30 times. coupled with the nearly mastered Mind God Cone adding 2.5 times strength, and Lin Feng's practice of the soul casting scripture, although only a third-tier technique, had reached major completion, thereby nearly tripling the strength of his soul throughout his body. All in all, achieving nearly 200 times the strength enhancement could be considered normal. Watching himself unleash a 44 times burst of equal level strength, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Master, can you see this? I have grown," Lin Feng thought excitedly to himself. He then turned around, his gaze calm, and looked at Ling Yan. "Ling Yan, it's your turn. My 44 times burst might not catch your eye. After all, with your talent as the young master of the Ling family, reaching 70 to 80 times the burst of an ordinary person shouldn't be a problem, right?" Although his tone was calm and his expression serene, Ling Yan and the others around could still detect the pride and sarcasm in his voice. You do have some self-awareness. A 44 times burst really is no different from trash." Unfortunately, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ling Yan responded very seriously. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, Lin Feng's face instantly turned dark. "This kid, he really takes the bait as soon as it's offered. Good, very good, let's see how you manage to exceed my burst later," Lin Feng snorted coldly. Ling Yan smiled slightly and walked straight to the front of the machine. However, he did not immediately enter the machine for testing. "I've said it before, this machine's level is too low, it can't test my strength. President, does your association have a 5th-tier tester?" Ling Yan glanced at the machine's strength and then frowned. His level had already reached the 4th heaven of the Battle Emperor. In theory, as long as he unleashed 100 times burst strength, he could smash the machine in front of him. Even Lin Feng, this waste, could produce a 200 times burst. "Surely I'm not worse than him." "Calling you fat and you're out of breath. Although you also have telekinesis, what about it? Can you use a 5th-order martial technique like me?" Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Mr. Ling, your level is the 4th heaven of the Battle Emperor. This machine can withstand a burst of 75 times strength. That should be enough, right? We do have a 5th-tier tester, but it would take half an hour to get it now." Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Zhao Xian wiped his sweat. A 75 times base burst strength, even for an ordinary S-level genius, might not be achievable. Lin Feng's weaponry was due to his combat genius talent, which could stack. Thus, he could only apologetically say to Ling Yan. But after hearing these doubts, Ling Yan didn't bother to waste words and directly punched into the void. Boom! Instantly, the telekinetic fist with a diameter of 100 meters tore through the void. Thunderous booms, in an instant, amid a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. This tens of meters tall machine made of high-grade alloy burst open, turning into a sky full of fragments. The sudden change shocked everyone present, their eyes wide open. It exploded, just like that. However, Lin Feng just frowned slightly. Of course, he soon disregarded it as 75 times base burst strength, the equivalent of 12 or 13 times the comprehensive burst strength of a battle emperor of the 4th heaven, compared to his own 44 times. Was simply not on the same level. "Let's wait half an hour then," Ling Yan spoke calmly, his words still carrying a hint of mockery towards Lin Feng standing beside him. As expected, upon hearing Ling Yan's comment, Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. "Humph, just wait until I advance my realm." Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. However, he didn't dwell on this for long, as a rather intriguing idea suddenly struck him. "Supreme will. Can I change the strength corresponding to my blood chi intensity, for instance? Under normal circumstances, 1 point of blood chi corresponds to 100 kilograms of strength. Can I create a rule that makes my 1 point of blood chi contain 200 kilograms of strength, or even 1,000 kilograms of strength?" Ling Yan voiced his doubt. This was a new thought. Blood chi values correspond to martial realms, and reaching a certain level of blood chi means achieving that realm. However, these values aren't determined by a person's strength but by the strength of their blood. What if some prodigy's 1 point of blood chi inherently held 200 kilograms of strength? It's not impossible. After all, although star beasts have the same blood chi intensity as humans of the same level, their strength varies greatly, some even several times that of a human at the same level. Though there are weaker ones, generally the strength represented by a point of blood chi isn't necessarily just 100 kilograms. If he really could obtain such a rule, his power would skyrocket again. Ding, rule detected. Bloodline enhancement LV1 can increase the quality of blood chi by 200%, thus 1 point of blood chi can unleash 200 kilograms of strength. Cost, 1 million. Bloodline enhancement LV2 can increase the quality of blood chi by 400%, thus 1 point of blood chi can unleash 400 kilograms of strength. Cost, 100 million. Bloodline enhancement LV3 can increase the quality of blood Qi by 800%, thus 1 point of blood Qi can unleash 800 kilograms of strength, cost 1 trillion. Ling Yan was right in his guess, and this rule seemed much more powerful than the usual professional rules. A rule that enhances the quality of blood and soul, is there also one that enhances soul strength? Ling Yan asked curiously. Ding, rule detected. Soul enhancement LV1 can increase the quality of the soul by 200%, thus 1 point of soul strength can unleash 200 kilograms of soul destructive power, cost 1 million. Indeed, just like bloodline enhancement, it also improves, and LV2 also costs 100 million. 100 million was no issue for the current Ling Yan. However, upgrading to LV3 was a bit frightening, needing a whopping 1 trillion, but thinking it over, Ling Yan felt relieved. This thing could enhance the quality of both blood and soul. Unlike the ordinary professional rankings, these might be obtained from above the professional level, but Ling Yan guessed that enhancing blood quality might only be possible with a very high-level profession, otherwise such professions would have already appeared among humanity, but as of now there seems to be no record of this. Supreme will create these 2 level 2 rules for me. Ling Yan didn't hesitate and directly spoke to the Supreme Will. Ding, command accepted. Beginning the creation of 2 major rules. As the notification sound from the Supreme Will dropped, Ling Yan immediately felt as if his blood began to boil at that moment. At the same time, his soul also started to tremble and condense, as if an invisible force was transforming Ling Yan's bloodline and soul. Simultaneously, Ling Yan could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing wildly. Originally at the 4th tier of the Battle Emperor level with a total blood Qi value of 4 million equivalent to 400 million strength units, his strength now began to surge rapidly. It quickly reached 1 billion and then soared continuously, reaching a total of 1.6 billion in physical strength. The same was true for his soul. Although the strength of his soul did not change, Ling Yan found that his mental reach could now extend from the original 40 kilometers to a full 160 kilometers, that is to say, Ling Yan could now extend his mental attacks up to 160 kilometers away, though the power would decrease significantly over such distances. If he could perform within 16 kilometers, Ling Yan's mental strength could unleash a power equivalent to 15 times his 1.6 billion strength, which is a terrifying 24 billion in power, and this was without the addition of combat genius or various martial techniques and skills. Ding, rule creation successful. Ding, due to the host's enhanced bloodline strength, the rule physical growth has undergone a qualitative transformation. Physical growth LV7, gain 1 billion kilograms of strength per day changed. 2. Automatically gain 1 million blood Qi value per day, equivalent to 400 million kilograms of strength. A notification sound then also transmitted into Ling Yan's mind. Physical growth has actually mutated, but that makes sense. If it continued to increase strength as before, wouldn't the effect only be a quarter of that of soul growth? Ling Yan thought about this and smiled slightly. This Supreme Will is indeed meticulous. There are still 40 billion rule points left, might as well upgrade it all at once. Thinking this, Ling Yan began to check the rules he currently had. Automatic enlightenment should also be upgraded. When it becomes equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation experience per day, then Tier 6 martial techniques can be quickly mastered to an incredible level. Even Tier 7 martial techniques would take only a few days to learn. Besides, there are these several major combat rules like mental control and such. The best would be combat genius and mental control. As for the power of fire, having enough is adequate. Supreme will upgrade the rules according to my wishes. Ling Yan directly spoke. Ding, command accepted. Begin rule creation. A system notification sound followed immediately. In an instant an invisible force surged into Ling Yan's entire body. At that moment Ling Yan could clearly feel his mental strength beginning to skyrocket rapidly. At the same time his mind was also filled with endless combat techniques and experience. Having received these memories, Ling Yan felt as if he had been honing his skills in battle for tens of thousands of years. His mastery over various techniques and martial skills reached a profound level of perfection. Suddenly a notification chimed, signaling the start of an infusion of 1,000 years of cultivation experience. Please prepare yourself. But just at that moment a prompt sound instantly surged into Ling Yan's mind. Before he could react, a thunderous roar echoed. In an instant a vast flood of memories poured into Ling Yan's brain. In a blink Ling Yan's consciousness once again entered the cultivation space. Inside this space Ling Yan could clearly perceive his consciousness splitting. into several parts, each part cultivating his various techniques and martial skills independently. Even though these skills had already reached a highly refined level, there was still room for improvement. Ling Yan did not hesitate and began to refine all his techniques and skills. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. Finally, by the 400th year, Ling Yan successfully transformed his first martial skill, the Mind Piercer. Not only did he enhance the strength of the Mind Piercer, but he also increased its count from the peak of 50 to a full 100. Each of these 100 Mind Piercers could unleash power equivalent to a 5th-tier martial skill mastered to perfection. Naturally, when combined, their power was extraordinarily terrifying, even slightly surpassing the limits of 6th-tier martial skills. Over the next few centuries, Ling Yan transformed other martial skills and techniques. Martial skills were relatively simpler to enhance. In just 800 years, Ling Yan managed to elevate almost all his martial skills to the 6th tier, and their proficiency reached a transcendent level. As for the techniques, even after 1,000 years had passed, a breakthrough had not yet been achieved. However, Ling Yan had a general idea of what was missing: more advanced techniques as templates. It seems I need to spend some time acquiring more skills to learn. After all, my rule allows me to cultivate all techniques and skills simultaneously. Even if I cultivate 10,000 or even millions of them, I can still gain 1,000 years of experience from all these skills every day. With enough experience, perhaps at a certain point I won't need higher level techniques or skills anymore and can derive them myself. With this thought, Ling Yan made his decision. As for where to obtain these techniques and skills, that was simple. His family had a library of techniques, although they were all 4th tier or lower. For 5th tier and above, he would need to purchase them or visit places like the Longting Academy or the main house. The main house even his father had visited only twice and he had never been there. Ling Yan wondered what the main house was like now. His eyes flickered slightly. The so-called Ling family's main house was not actually the home of the martial venerable Ling Xian, but rather the family founded by Ling Xian's only son. The son, who is still alive to this day, is the clan leader of the main family. The clan leader has reached the strength of the 10 heavens of the constant star, making him a great power just half a step into the star system realm. The family resides in the Wild God star system, and it's safe to say they are the first family right after the strongest, the Wild God in this star system. Ling Yan and his ancestors, on the other hand, were separated from the main family long ago because of their weaker talents. They were appointed by the clan leader to guard the ancestral flame dragon star of the Ling family. However, due to being far from the main family, coupled with a sparse population leading to a scarcity of geniuses and the clan leader's constant seclusion, they have not developed much. Having been here for over 300 years, they only have a few star lords in the Dragon Tang star system. Although this is quite remarkable compared to other families, it is still many times weaker than the main family. Ding, congratulations, all rules have been upgraded. You have spent 4 billion rule points. Meanwhile, a series of notifications also reached Ling Yan's mind, prompting him to open his attribute table directly. Name: Ling Yan, martial arts level. War Emperor quadruple heaven soul level. War Emperor quadruple heaven chi and blood, 4.08 million, 1.6 billion kilograms. Soul, 4.08 million. Occupation: rule creator, unique, apothecary, 5th rank medium. Techniques: Crimson Flame Golden Body Technique, 5th rank masterful. Soul Condensation, 5th rank masterful. Martial skills: Heavenly Fire Palm Imprint, 6th rank masterful. Crimson Flame Golden Body, 6th rank masterful. Flame Step 9 Heavens, 6th rank masterful. Mind Spike, 6th rank masterful. Rule creation: Physical growth LV7, 1 billion kg/day. 0/10 billion. Soul growth LV7, 1 million soul strength/day. 0/10 billion. Automatic enlightenment LV4, gain 1,000 years of cultivation experience every day. 0/20 trillion. Teleportation LV4, within 10,000 meters 1,000 times/day. 0/10 billion. Flying LV5, 1,500%. 0/10 billion. Mind control LV6, 3,000%. 0/1000 billion. Flame control LV5, 1,500%. 0/10 billion. Combat genius LV6, 3,000%. 0/1000 billion. Automatic alchemy LV3, 100 years per day. 30 billion. True sight LV2, 0/10 trillion. Merging with the heavens and earth LV2, 0 out of 10 trillion. Water control LV5, 1,500%. 0 out of 10 billion. Bloodline enhancement LV2, 400% 0 out of 10 trillion, Soul Enhancement LV2, 400% 0/10 trillion, Armor Break LV2, 1 trillion, Rule Points, 280 million. The creation of these various rules has allowed Ling Yan to accumulate so many rule points, all of which are now completely exhausted. It's also worth noting that after upgrading Mind Control and Combat Genius to LV6, the enhancement to his strength has surged from the original 15 times to a whopping 30 times, which is precisely the enhancement multiplier for an SS grade genius. An SS grade genius with proper cultivation can easily become a constant Star Realm powerhouse in the future. But the billion rule points that Ling Yan consumed could simply be obtained by casually defeating a powerhouse at the 5th level of Planetary Realm. The cost effectiveness was quite good, however, all the rule points were spent. If something urgent like just now when he had to spontaneously create a control over water occurred without any rule points, wouldn't that be troublesome? Yet, looking at the less than 300 million rule points left in the background, he felt somewhat helpless. He glanced around and suddenly his gaze fell on Lin Feng, who was staring intently at him. Feeling Ling Yan's gaze, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned his face away. "Were you just looking at me?" Ling Yan asked directly. "Who is looking at you? You're not a beauty, why would I look at you?" Lin Feng retorted with a cold snort. Snap! Unfortunately, the next moment an invisible slap fiercely landed on Lin Feng's face. Instantly a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out from Lin Feng's mouth, the sudden slap leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Yan incredulously. What, is he sick? However, on the other side, Ling Yan was laughing because that slap had just earned him 100 million rule points. Since it was delivered at Lin Feng's proudest moment, the reward of rule points was exceptionally high. Satisfying. Thinking this, Ling Yan's gaze towards Lin Feng suddenly shone with brilliance. Seeing this, Lin Feng became somewhat panicked. "Ling Yan, what are you doing? It's the time of the college entrance examination. Hitting a student like this is illegal. I advise you not to come any closer." An irritated Lin Feng immediately warned Ling Yan. Unfortunately, Ling Yan was already slowly raising his hand. "Principal Zhao Xian, aren't you going to intervene?" He then angrily looked towards Zhao Xian and others. "That student Lin Feng, your exams have already finished, so it doesn't count as hitting you during the exam period. Technically, you should have left earlier." Zhao Xian spoke somewhat helplessly to Lin Feng. Towards Lin Feng, jokingly, he had disliked this kid for a long time, there was no need to appease him anymore. "You guys." Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, Lin Feng was so angry he was at a loss for words. He still wanted to see how he could crush Ling Yan. How could he possibly leave now? Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, several more psychic palms slapped over. Slap, 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 slap. Lin Feng, completely unable to resist, was slapped around like a ping-pong ball in the air, wildly swinging from side to side, his mouth spraying fresh blood. Finally, after a good 7 or 8 minutes, Ling Yan stopped his actions. "Ding, you have gained 300 million rule points for beating him up at his proudest moment." The next moment a notification sound also transmitted into Ling Yan's mind. At this time, Ling Yan also stopped, not because he didn't want to continue hitting, but because Lin Feng hadn't generated any new rule points in the last 5 minutes. If it weren't for personal grudges, Ling Yan would have stopped much earlier. Boring, the strength is still too weak. So many family members dead, how can the strength still be so weak? Ling Yan shook his head in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng lay on the ground covered in blood, but the moment he heard Ling Yan's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from the insult, which was more devastating than a physical beating. "Ding, you have caused a psychological blow to Lin Feng, earning 6 billion rule points. Alert! The protagonist Lin Feng has hit rock bottom in luck today and can no longer generate more luck. You have two choices. Option 1, spare him, let him enhance his strength and thus burst out more luck. Option 2, kill him outright. Since today's protective luck is exhausted, he can be slain. However, the amount of luck that can be absorbed now will be less than 1/10,000th of the total." Right then, a prompt unexpectedly sounded in Ling Yan's mind, making his eyes light up. In the next moment, a murderous intent erupted from Ling Yan. Lin Feng, already unconscious from anger, was jolted awake by this murderous aura. Struggling, he lifted his head only to meet Ling Yan's icy gaze. He wants to kill me." Lin Feng's face paled, filled with unwillingness and fear. It turned out that it wasn't necessary to completely exhaust Lin Feng's luck before killing him, one only needed to exploit his luck massively within a day to do so. "It seems even the son of luck isn't invincible." Ling Yan chuckled at this realization. Indeed, the protagonist could still burst out luck when oppressed by others, just like when Luo Chang'e oppressed Lin Feng, causing his luck to plummet. However, Luo Chang'e couldn't absorb the luck and thus Ling Yan did. This was because Luo Chang'e's oppression was a result of Ling Yan's machinations enabling him to absorb the luck. If Lin Feng were randomly hit by a passerby on the street, he would also burst out luck, but since no one absorbed it, it would eventually return to Lin Feng's body. Some of it would be absorbed by Lin Feng himself, thus significantly boosting his strength. This is why every major ordeal the protagonist faced drastically increased his strength. As long as the luck wasn't absorbed by others, such severe trials were a quick way to enhance the protagonist's strength without affecting his ultimate potential. Unfortunately for Lin Feng, he encountered Ling Yan. While each beating might boost his strength each time Ling Yan absorbed his luck, his ultimate achievement diminished. Eventually, he might not even reach the planetary realm. Lin Feng might be a dull character, but killing him now would be a loss. Whether used to spur Luo Chang'e's strength or to wait for his own power to grow to continue exploding his luck, sparing him was much more worthwhile. After all, the Supreme will also said that killing him now wouldn't yield even 1/10,000th of his luck value, indicating that this guy's luck potential was not low. Today I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Go back, heal your wounds and train madly. After a disdainful sneer, Ling Yan no longer paid attention to Lin Feng lying on the ground. No sooner had these words been spoken than Lin Feng's fortune soared from hell back to heaven. Wait for it, Ling Yan, I will definitely have my revenge for today's humiliation, Lin Feng roared internally. However, at that moment he didn't even dare to glance at Ling Yan, fearing that if Ling Yan changed his mind his fate would be sealed. Suddenly a thunderous boom erupted not far away. Everyone turned their heads only to see a colossal device towering over 200 meters high and covering hundreds of acres appearing on the school's sports field. This massive device was none other than a fifth-order tester. Fifth-order testers are generally used by god-tier warriors and can test up to the explosive power of the triple heavens of a planet. It's here, Ling Yan, you may now proceed to your college entrance exam, Zhao Xian hurriedly spoke to Ling Yan. Let's check it out, said Ling Yan with a slight smile, and with a light step he flew towards the massive testing device. The high-level officials and students who had finished their assessments also hurriedly followed. Soon everyone arrived in front of the testing device with Ling Yan. At just 18 he possessed the explosive power of a triple heaven god-tier warrior. Though it was a god-tier level without the use of any martial techniques, skills or professional enhancements, this talent was already terrifying. Entering Longting Academy was now a possibility. However, whether he could actually get in still depended on whether Ling Yan's overall explosive power could reach more than 20 times his base level. If he could achieve that, coupled with his realm, his score could be close to Lin Feng's. With this thought, everyone looked at Ling Yan with hopeful eyes. Even Lin Feng, who was healing his wounds, stared intently at Ling Yan. Ling Yan then placed his hand into the testing device. The next moment a metal needle plunged down, piercing Lin Feng's fingertip. This needle could even pierce through the triple heavens of a planet. Naturally it could break through Ling Yan's defense. Seeing this, Ling Yan's eyebrows raised slightly. His defensive power had quadrupled due to a bloodline enhancement reaching 4 times that of an ordinary battle emperor of the fourth heaven. However, compared to that terrifying explosive strength, it was still somewhat lacking. It seemed he needed to find a profession that could enhance his defensive abilities. Otherwise, when it came to fighting, an opponent with lesser strength might still break through his defenses, which could complicate matters. Ling Yan pondered this for a moment. Of course, in a real battle he could use defensive martial arts techniques and the power of flames combined to boost his defense. The defensive force he could unleash would definitely match his attack power, but the main concern was preventing surprise attacks like those from Lin Feng, the berserk headhunter who loved to ambush. Beep beep beep. The blood value test is complete. The candidate's blood value is 4.08 million. Martial realm score 112 points. Soon a prompt sound spread throughout the entire campus. SSS, this battle emperor of the fourth heaven, truly a battle emperor. Ling Yan is incredible. Nonsense. How could someone who breaks a fourth order tester be weak? Haha, this reminds me of Morong Shuet, that woman who always called Ling Xiao useless, right? If she knew that Ling Yan could reach the level of a battle emperor in the college entrance exam, she'd probably jump out of her grave in shock. Grave? Her ashes were scattered by Lin Feng. What grave is there? Suddenly, the entire school was abuzz with intense discussion. What does it matter if his basic score is high? Without sufficient explosive power he still won't be able to get into Longting Academy, Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully, yet deep down he felt a bit nervous because Ling Yan also possessed telekinetic power and even the power of flames. If Ling Yan really could achieve 20 times the explosive power and Enter Longtang Academy, wouldn't he have to see Ling Yan often? Thinking of this, he became even more annoyed. By now Ling Yan had already completed the mental strength test. Beep beep beep, testing complete. The candidate's soul strength is 4.08 million, soul realm score 112. Just then another voice sounded. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. It was rare for soul strength and vitality to be exactly the same, but they didn't think too much about it as Ling Yan had already approached the explosive power tester, facing a huge target over a 100 meters tall. Ling Yan didn't waste any words and directly unleashed his telekinetic burst. Buzz 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 buzz. In the next moment, as the air around him fluctuated, spears of telekinetic energy rapidly formed. The moment these telekinetic spears appeared, Lin Feng's previously arrogant face instantly turned extremely ugly. Impossible, how could this be? Telekinetic spears are a fifth-order martial technique. How could this trash have learned it? And more than just the basics, Lin Feng roared in disbelief. Zhao Xian and others were utterly shocked. Telekinetic spears, and so many? 20-inch, 30, 40, no 50. This is impossible. 50 is the limit for telekinetic spears. No, it's not stopping, it's still increasing. 70 now. This can't be real, right? Even a masterfully executed telekinetic spear couldn't exceed 50. But look, the intensity of these telekinetic spears is much stronger than those Lin Feng formed earlier. It seems even one spear could reach the standard of a fifth-order martial technique. With so many combined, it must be stronger than ordinary sixth-order martial arts, right? A full 100 telekinetic spears. What kind of monster is this Ling Xiao? As the number of telekinetic spears reached a whopping 100, all the strong figures present were utterly shocked by this terrifying sight. A battle emperor mastering a sixth-order martial technique was one thing, but reaching a transcendent realm was another. If word of this got out, the entire human race would be in an uproar, and Ling Yan without hesitation moved his thoughts in an instant. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in a flash all the telekinetic spears shot towards the target at a destructive speed. Boom 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 boom, in an instant a series of earth-shattering explosions spread across the heavens and earth. The massive impact caused the entire fifth-order tester to tremble crazily, even cracking the target. The scene made everyone present shudder. What terrifying destructive power it must have been. Finally, the mind-piercing spike fully exploded. The loud noise also subsided in an instant. Drip drip drip, destructive power, 2.49 trillion kilograms, power multiplication factor, 6,240 times, the average multiplier for a non-professional martial artist at the Emperor Quadruple Heaven level is 7.5 times, the comprehensive explosive power is 832 times, the comprehensive score, 93,184 points. The entire combat power tester trembled for dozens of seconds before the figures appeared. However, the next moment the values that appeared before everyone's eyes completely dumbfounded everyone present. 832 times comprehensive explosive power. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What is going on? There must be a malfunction with the machine. Didn't you see that the tester itself cracked? The limit for a triple heavenly planet is a force of 3 trillion kilograms. This 2.49 trillion kilograms of destructive power is definitely real, but Ling Yan is just at the Emperor Quadruple Heaven level. How could he possibly inflict such damage? SSS grade profession. It must be an SSS grade profession. My Flame Dragon Star. No, my Dragon Ascension Star system actually produced a genius above SSS level. Terrifying, it's really too terrifying. For a moment, all the students present cheered excitedly, while Ling Yan looked at the value and twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking without even using his combat genius, this power could reach 180,000 times, and an 180,000 times power multiplier would mean that Ling Yan could now kill a non-professional 8th heavenly bound planet realm fighter who doesn't use any techniques or skills. Of course, those in the 8th heavenly bound of the planet realm usually practice 5th order martial arts and skills, and their proficiency almost always reaches a master level. Their basic explosive power can generally reach 15 to 20 times. Subtracting this basic explosive power, it would be equivalent to the explosive power of an ordinary 1st heavenly bound planet realm fighter, and this fighter would also have to be non-professional. But those who reach the planet realm, almost 1 in 100 doesn't have a passive ability, and most of those who have passives are at least A level or above. S-level passives are also quite common. A-level passive at the very least can strengthen the combat power by 6 times, and S-level Passive even more can strengthen at least 10 times, so combining these, Ling Yan's destructive power is just equivalent to the peak combat power of a war god. But this is already extremely terrifying, right? Ling Yan is currently only at Emperor Quadruple Heaven. To reach the combat power of the peak of the war god at Emperor Quadruple Heaven, wouldn't it mean he could instantly kill the ordinary 5th or 6th heavenly bound of the planet realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this be? Ling Yan, you must have cheated. Even with an SSS talent, such an explosive power of over 6,000 times is impossible. How could your telekinetic power reach such a high level? However, at this moment, seeing this terrifying number, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout loudly. His scream instantly attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, many people were drawn by Lin Feng's loud shout, a strength enhancement of over 6,000 times. Indeed, it was somewhat beyond expectation. However, everyone soon came to terms with it. The tales of SSS grade geniuses speak of increasing one's power by 100-fold. That means, to achieve an enhancement of over 6,000 times, one would need 60 times the strength. However, if Ling Yan could cultivate the 6th level techniques and martial skills to perfection, it would be a different story. His display of 6th level martial skills had already shown his profound mastery, judging from the fluctuations emanating from Ling Yan. Even if it wasn't a 6th level technique, it was certainly at the 5th level. Moreover, after cultivating 6th level techniques and martial skills to the realm of perfection, one could enhance one's strength by 8 times. Combined together, this was precisely over 60 times. Considering this, everyone present was utterly astonished. Their eyes widened in shock. Ling Yan had actually managed to cultivate his techniques and skills to such a formidable level. Most importantly, Ling Yan possessed an SSS grade professional level. If this news were to spread, the entire human race would be in uproar. An SSS grade genius, even among the human race, appears only once in thousands of years. Each one, as long as they survive and are well nurtured, could almost become a powerhouse at the galactic level. No wonder Lin Feng was so agitated. Who wouldn't be unsettled if their archenemy suddenly became a top-tier genius of the human race? Are you questioning me? Ling Yan looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flickering slightly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, yet he still couldn't bring himself to believe the reality before his eyes. Indeed, an SSS grade profession might not appear even once in thousands of years within the entire human race, and an SSS grade mentalist in the tens of thousands of years of history of the human race had only appeared once. I don't believe your professional level has reached SSS grade unless you reveal your professional background. Lin Feng clenched his teeth as he stared at Ling Yan. The one thing he had always been proud of in his life was his identity as a mentalist. Now that Ling Yan had completely overshadowed him, how could he accept this? What a pity! If it were anyone else being doubted, they would definitely find various ways to prove they weren't cheating and would openly confront Lin Feng, but Ling Yan's approach was simple. With a thought from Ling Yan, a gigantic hand once again delivered Lin Feng his favorite smack across the face. The terrifying force once again sent Lin Feng's teeth flying. You a piece of trash, dare to question me? Ling Yan looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. This waste keeps showing up, maybe it's better just to kill him, lose a little, it's just a small loss. Thinking this, Ling Yan's thoughts burst forth and a huge mental spike condensed, ready to end Lin Feng's life. You dare to kill me, Ling Yan, you dare to kill me. If my master knows about this, he will surely annihilate your Ling family. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face paled, and he also shouted angrily at Ling Yan, annihilate my Ling family? That old man Tianyan, he doesn't have the qualifications. Ling Yan smiled coldly, ready to make his move. Boom. Just at that moment, a terrifying and majestic aura enveloped the entire Yanlong star in an instant. In a flash, not only the Yanlong star but also the starry sky within tens of millions of kilometers was shrouded under this terrifying pressure. An unprecedented powerful force made all the God of War level powerhouses on Yanlong star instantly gasp for air under this terrifying power. Strangely, those below the God of War realm did not feel this supreme pressure at all, only experiencing bouts of palpitations. Even Ling Xiaotian, who was outside the Star Beast fissure at the edge of the Yanlong star system, clearly felt this terrifying aura. A star-level powerhouse, why would such a being come to our Yanlong star? Ling Xiaotian, feeling the powerful force coming from a distant place, had an extremely solemn expression. Without hesitation, he rushed into his spaceship and flew towards Yanlong star at high speed. Meanwhile, everyone in the school, upon sensing this terrifying aura, looked around in horror, not knowing what had happened. Only Ling Yan frowned. Telekinesis. It has reached a level where even I can only seal about 1/10 of it. It seems the visitor is an SS-class psychic. In the entire Longting star system, only the old man Tianyan could be this person, but how could he arrive so soon? With Ling Yan's intelligence, he could instantly guess the owner of this telekinetic force just from the telekinesis alone. His control over telekinetic power could seal those below SS class, and it was effective even against SS class and could even seal 1/10 of SS plus class. However, sealing 1/10 seemed to have little effect, or, as expected, a terrifying starship spanning hundreds of kilometers in diameter slowly descended from the sky. Fortunately, the roaring sound of the engines was concealed, so no one felt anything unusual. Otherwise, just the sound of the engines alone would have been enough to kill all the people on Yanlong Star. As this starship, which seemed like a moving continent, landed, half of the people on Yanlong Star saw it. A 7th-tier starship. How could Yanlong Star have a 7th-tier starship descending? It is said that even star-level powerhouses only possessed such starships if they were above the 5th heavenly layer. Such a big figure, even a single slap from them could destroy our Yanlong Star. Hush, it's better to keep your voice down. Such a high-level existence can sense every blade of grass and tree on the entire planet. What if they get angry when they hear you talking? Don't say it's us. Even the gods of war are nothing but ants in front of such powerhouses. Would you care what an ant says? At that moment, everyone who saw this spaceship was shocked by the terrifying 7th-tier starship. Meanwhile, the God of War level beings were extremely shocked because they were all suppressed by this force and pinned to the ground, unable to move. Master, it's Master who has come to save me. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was immediately excited, his eyes turning red with emotion, for he had finally waited for his master. Click. Finally, the massive spaceship's hatch slowly opened. In the next moment, a colossal force of 100,000 warriors from the War God Legion burst forth from within the ship. The War God Legion stood suspended in the void stretching from the horizon directly above the school below. The sight of so many warriors turned everyone present pale with fear. War gods, a full 100,000 war gods, a legion formed of war gods, truly befitting of a stellar realm's mighty figure. Boom. However, the next moment an elderly man emerged from the spaceship, followed closely by over 100 strong beings of the planetary realm. Lin Feng's senior brother Junyi also followed closely behind the elderly Tianyan with his hands clasped behind his back. Master, Master, you've finally come, Lin Feng shouted excitedly upon seeing the old man. Yet when Tianyan saw Lin Feng, his brows furrowed. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Tianyan asked, his brow furrowed. His words left Lin Feng and everyone around thoroughly confused. Wasn't Tianyan supposed to rescue Lin Feng? It seemed as though he didn't even know Lin Feng would be there. Master, it seems that brother Lin Feng is also from Yanlong Star. I had forgotten to mention, Junyi reminded Tianyan. That's right, I've grown old and forgetful, Tianyan suddenly realized, then his eyes lit up. Wait, Lin Feng, you're here too. Was it you who achieved those explosive test scores at Yanlong Star Kaiyun City's 7th middle school during the college entrance examination half an hour ago? Suddenly recalling something, Tianyan asked eagerly, half an hour ago? That was me, Lin Feng replied with a laugh. Yes, half an hour ago. Ling Yan hadn't even started the test yet. Haha, fantastic, I never imagined your talent would reach SS level or above, truly worthy of being my disciple. Tianyan laughed excitedly upon hearing Lin Feng's words, but his laughter was cut short as he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, that can't be right. Your realm has indeed improved these past few days, but there's no way you could have blown up a 4th tier tester. Tianyan's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Everyone present was baffled by the mention of blowing up the tester. Even Lin Feng looked distressed. Master, my talent is still at S level, and even with the enhancement from my combat genius, it has only just reached SS-. Lin Feng said, his expression uneasy. It wasn't me who blew up the tester. Not you? Then who was it? Tianyan's face fell upon hearing this, followed by confusion. Master, what exactly happened? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Brother, you might not be aware, just half an hour ago Longting Academy received a report from a 4th tier testing device indicating that the energy values and physical strength were at the level of a 4th tier war emperor, but the explosive power had far exceeded the testing limits of the device. From the last video sent back, Longting Academy has determined that the burst of power has reached at least 400 times that of the combat emperor quadruple heaven. Moreover, it was telekinesis that was used, so this message was sent to the master himself. This burst of power has reached at least the standard of SS level telekinesis. the master is coming in person to take this genius as his direct disciple. I told my junior brother that although his talent is decent, it pales in comparison to this genius. Junie explained the whole situation. After finishing, he didn't forget to mock Lin Feng, which immediately made Lin Feng's face look even uglier. The martial arts examination isn't just about casually testing and reporting scores. The entire process must be recorded on video, and the recording equipment must be provided by the Martial Artists Alliance, with all results transmitted in real time to the governing supreme star of the jurisdiction. For the Longting star system, that would naturally be Longting Star. As the premier academy of the Longting star system, it was naturally the first to receive the data of Ling Yan's punch that shattered the testing device. However, upon hearing the words "Combat Emperor Quadruple Heaven," everyone present was shocked and turned their gazes to Ling Yan. Even Lin Feng looked at Ling Yan in astonishment. Impossible, how could this be? Lin Feng could hardly believe it. His own master had come to take Ling Yan as a disciple and had even traveled a great distance personally, and to think that such prestige was given with tens of thousands of war gods and hundreds of planetary-level powerhouses coming just to take Ling Yan as a disciple. For a moment, jealousy, resentment and envy completely took over Lin Feng's consciousness. His gaze towards Ling Yan was again filled with hatred. But these gazes also caught the attention of Elder Tianyan. Immediately his eyes, which were emitting a sharp brilliance, instantly turned towards Ling Yan. In a flash, he felt a magnificent spiritual telekinetic force surrounding Ling Yan, and this telekinesis was incredibly strong, many times stronger than what he had experienced at the Combat Emperor Quadruple Heaven level, not just SS level, but beyond SS level. For a moment, Elder Tianyan was so excited that he trembled. He felt as if he had finally found his successor. "Young friend, was it you who destroyed the testing device? Do you know what your final score was?" Elder Tianyan eagerly looked towards Ling Yan. "Elder Tianyan, Ling Xiao's test results have just come out. They are still displayed on the testing device. You can see for yourself." Before Ling Yan could speak, Zhao Shen excitedly pointed to the huge fifth-order testing device nearby and spoke. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, Elder Tianyan and his group hurriedly looked towards the testing device. There Ling Yan's assessment details appeared. Candidate name: Ling Yan. Origin: human race, Longting star system, Yanlong star, imperial capital, martial realm, Combat Emperor Quadruple Heaven, Soul Realm, Combat Emperor Quadruple Heaven. Occupation: telekineticist, flame combat, soil burst power 6,240 times, combined burst power 832 times, combined score 93,184 points. Evaluation: possesses a sixth-order transcendental realm martial technique, mind cone, and an unknown fifth-order technique suspected to reach transcendental realm, a talent evaluation that could potentially rank as SSS. A series of messages shook the understanding of Elder Tianyan Jun-E and all planetary-level powerhouses. 666. Over 6,000 times explosive power. How is this possible? An SSS-level professional talent evaluation. This is huge. Ling Yan's talent will definitely cause a sensation among all humanity. For a moment, every planetary realm powerhouse present was so shocked that their faces changed dramatically. Elder Tianyan, witnessing the terrifying explosive power and the overall score along with the SSS professional evaluation, was completely dumbfounded. Seal off the entire examination hall, block all messages. The next moment, without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Boom!" In an instant, a majestic psychic force enveloped the entire school, cutting off all inquiries. 100,000 war gods in the sky guarded around the school. Elder Tianyan also hurriedly sent a message to the overseer of the Longting star system, Longting. In less than 2 minutes, all the news about Ling Yan that had been sent out by curious students around had vanished from the net. Anyone daring to post about Ling Yan's recent exam on the net would immediately have their account permanently banned and their water meter checked immediately, and all this happened in less than 10 minutes. Seeing the message from the overseer Longting, Elder Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Then his gaze towards Ling Yan became complicated. If Ling Yan's talent was just SS level, he would have taken him as his successor no matter what, but Ling Yan's talent has reached SSS level. Frankly, he wasn't qualified. What does an SSS level genius mean? In the tens of thousands of years of human history, only 3 have appeared, 2 are still alive today. One is the martial god of the human race, an invincible powerhouse in the Star River realm, the guardian deity of the human race. The other is the martial venerate known as the second most talented in human history. And he is a very rare psychic master, which just shows how prestigious Ling Yan's status is now. Master, are you really considering taking him as your disciple? He is just a rich second-generation wastrel. Taking him might disgrace your doorstep. On the other side, Lin Feng spoke with a somewhat ugly expression. As soon as he said this, everyone present had a strange look on their faces. Even Elder Tianyan frowned. Junior brother, do you have a grudge against him? Junie asked with interest. It's either him or me. If it weren't for you masters arriving, I would have been killed by him, Lin Feng said angrily, the psychic spike from Ling Yan still in his head. He clearly understood the situation. An SSS-level genius, even his own master wouldn't dare offend, because such a genius, if they survive, would definitely become a powerhouse in the star system realm and might even challenge the Star River realm like Lord Martial God. But what can he do? He and Ling Yan were irreconcilable enemies. He simply wanted to let his master know that he, as a disciple, had become mortal enemies with Ling Yan, a genius of rare caliber. Therefore, the only viable solution was to eliminate Ling Yan now. Otherwise, once Ling Yan grew in power, it would mean the end for both the master and his disciple. Indeed, as soon as he voiced this, the face of Elder Tianyan changed instantly. He looked deeply at Ling Yan and Lin Feng, surprised to discover such deep animosity between the two. This was partly why he had not paid much attention to Lin Feng before. Otherwise, with his status, a simple inquiry would have revealed the feud between Lin Feng and Ling Yan. My fellow disciple, you do have a penchant for provoking these geniuses, he mused. Last time it was Luo Chang'e, and now you've even managed to offend an SSS-tier genius. By the way, as I recall, your previous master, who was also my nephew, devoted his life to fighting for the human race and died within 10 days of taking you in. Due to your schemes. What now? Are you planning to have your master and me clean up your messes too? Junie always found Lin Feng disagreeable, and now he couldn't help but mock him openly. As these words were spoken, everyone around looked at Lin Feng with surprise. It seemed even his own fellow disciples didn't like him much. Junie, do you think that by mocking me now Ling Yan will spare you in the future as he rises in power? Lin Feng retorted coldly, starting to slander Ling Yan. With those words, anger quickly surfaced on Junie's face. Lin Feng, do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because we share the same master? Junie sneered. Buzz! In the next instant, a powerful surge of telekinetic force brutally struck Lin Feng's chest. Thud! The immense force made Lin Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the ground, staining it red. You dare to hit me? Lin Feng exclaimed, glaring furiously at Junie. Enough! However, just at that moment, Elder Tianyan suddenly shouted loudly. The tremendous roar startled both Lin Feng and Junie into silence. Disciple, calm your anger. I overreacted. Junie quickly apologized, thinking his master was about to punish him. Master, I know my fellow disciple looks down on me, but for him to strike me in front of others, isn't that a bit too much? Lin Feng angrily addressed Junie, his chest barely healed now with almost all ribs broken again. What would you have me do then? Elder Tianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the rules you previously set for me, master, fratricide among disciples should at least result in severe punishment like facing the wall for a year or at worst expulsion from the sect. Lin Feng hurriedly cited the sect rules. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, a subtle sneer appeared on Junie's lips. Elder Tianyan's gaze towards Lin Feng at that moment was filled with disgust. This disciple had been trouble since he joined the sect, which was tolerable. Elder Tianyan was not afraid of Ling Yan, a genius who had not yet come into his full power, but now here was Lin Feng embarrassing and scheming right before him, even attempting to have him punish Junie. Did this young man not realize who Junie was? Junie, the sole direct descendant of Elder Tianyan, represents the last bloodline of his lineage. Finally, Elder Tianyan took a deep breath. Lin Feng, you have greatly disappointed me, he said calmly. I thought your talents were decent enough to grow into a pillar of the human race. But since you've joined my tutelage, all you've done is cause trouble. With such a temperament, it's unlikely you'll achieve great things. Therefore, from today onwards, you no longer need to study under me, and I am no longer your master. His words shocked everyone present, their eyes wide with astonishment. Master, what do you mean by this? Lin Feng also couldn't believe it, staring incredulously at Elder Tianyan. Tisk, 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 can't you understand? You've been expelled by your master, boy. Ling Yan couldn't help but gloat at this moment. With these words, Lin Feng's face turned pale and he scrambled up from the ground. Master, are you afraid of Ling Yan too? He's just a war emperor. Even if he grows stronger, it will take a long time. If you strike him down now. He desperately strategized. Silence! Elder Tianyan shouted angrily. Lin Feng's words had thoroughly enraged him. the human race has grown in just a few years to rival other major civilizations because of unity and the protection of talents, and now you suggest I kill Ling Yan. It's clear that taking such action, even if successful, would definitely lead to my death. A disciple like you is not worth keeping. Our human race's genius is not something you can just decide to kill. You think you can manipulate your master into doing your dirty work? Did you think I've lived these thousands of years in vain? I only took you as my disciple because you were the last of my fourth disciple's lineage. Enough, since you are no longer my disciple, I need not waste words on you. From this moment I never want to see you again. Get out. Elder Tianyan's harsh words echoed. After speaking, he gave Ling Yan a glance but said no more, directly soaring into the sky toward a spaceship above. Today was truly a day of misfortune. Not only did he fail to gain a talented disciple, but his newly accepted disciple had also offended others. Now he was in no mood for kindness. 100,000 war gods and hundreds of planetary-level powerhouses watched the drama unfold without hesitation and followed him. Master, as Elder Tianyan resolutely left, Lin Feng let out a cry of despair and, overwhelmed by frustration, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lost his wife and his troops too. Who gave you the courage to calculate against a constant star when you've just started? Did you really think everyone was as foolish as Liu Yan? Ling Yan sneered as he looked at Lin Feng collapsed on the ground, but his gaze shifted toward Junyi, who had not yet left, a hint of intrigue appearing in his eyes. It seemed that Junyi's earlier words were deliberate, meant to provoke Lin Feng into misspeaking. Why would someone harbor such malice towards Lin Feng for no reason? Ling Yan was curious. He immediately opened Junyi's attribute panel. What's this? However, upon seeing the other party's attribute panel, Ling Yan's eyebrows raised in surprise. Name: Junyi. Martial arts level, Battle Emperor 1st layer. Soul level, Battle Emperor 3rd layer. Chi blood, 1,100 million kilograms. Soul, 3.78 million. Profession, Expert Saboteur, SS+. Psychokinesis, S+. Martial technique, Psychokinetic Sword Rain, 5th level. Master. Description: as an expert saboteur, a special class profession, he gains strength by designing traps for others. The higher the talent and strength of the person being sabotaged, the more significant the increase in strength obtained. Note: Junyi is a special supporting character, with the main character being Lin Feng. Suppressing him can deplete his fortune value. Indeed, Ling Yan was surprised to find that Junyi also had a special profession, getting stronger by sabotaging others. Quite an interesting profession, though it's a pity it only enhances strength and not other aspects. Although weaker than Luo Chang'e, Ling Yan remembered that in the original story, Junyi often caused trouble for Lin Feng. Moreover, this guy improved rapidly, nearly succeeding in his schemes against Lin Feng several times. Perhaps because Lin Feng was the main character and he was just a supporting character, so eventually, after realizing Junyi's schemes, he killed him. Ding! Junyi's psychokinetic realm has been upgraded to Battle Emperor 7th layer, martial realm upgraded to Battle Emperor 5th layer. At this moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed in Ling Yan's mind. The sound made him freeze. He had improved by 4 minor realms in an instant. This guy's profession is something special, and soon Ling Yan noticed an involuntary gleam of surprise on Junyi's face. Though he masked it well, only Ling Yan, who had been observing him closely, noticed it. Ding! Congratulations, the main character Lin Feng has been expelled from his sect, losing a major backing, and his fortune value plummets. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing fortune value. Rule points increased by 100 billion. At this moment, another notification sounded in Ling Yan's mind. 100 billion rule points. Ling Yan was somewhat shocked. No wonder Junyi was able to advance 4 minor realms so suddenly. It turned out to be because of this. 100 billion, enough for me to significantly enhance my strength. Ling Yan smiled slightly. Brother Ling Yan. At this moment, Junyi, who was beside him, looked at Ling Yan and spoke with a smile, his words causing Ling Yan to raise an eyebrow. What is it? Ling Yan said with a smile. Brother Ling Yan, with such exceptional talent, I, Junyi, admire you greatly. I have an invitation here for a gathering of geniuses hosted by Longting Academy. Even the top few of the Longting leaderboard will be back during the gathering. If Brother Ling Yan is interested, you can come and try after the college entrance examination. Junyi said with a smile to Ling Yan. Seeing this, Ling Yan's eyes flashed. He naturally knew of this gathering. In the original story, Lin Feng's talent increased to S level after the 100 Stars Genius battle. It was here that he first met Junyi, and then got schemed against by Junyi, nearly losing his life. Got me this time with his schemes, huh? Since that's the case, I might as well check it out. I'm not the useless Lin Feng, I'm curious to see what Junie is up to. With that thought, Ling Yan accepted the invitation. I'll definitely be there, he murmured, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Junie, hearing this, smiled contentedly and in the next moment soared skyward towards the airship. Buzz! The next moment, as the airship vibrated, the seventh-tier vessel that shrouded the heavens and earth, casting hundreds of miles into darkness, rapidly ascended into the sky and soon left the planet's atmosphere, heading deep into the starry sky. Finally, they are gone, finally. As the airship departed, Zhao Xian and the others around him couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They all turned their gazes towards Lin Feng, who lay dispirited on the ground, having just regained consciousness. At that moment, Lin Feng's aura was extremely dark, as if he was on the verge of a rampage. It's all fake, all of it. Master Tianyan, I can't believe you would disregard our master-disciple bond and expel me from the sect for Lingyan. Enraged, Lin Feng trembled, his aura fluctuating violently. Just a clown. Meanwhile, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Lin Feng. He had planned to kill this fool, but now it seemed unnecessary. This fool still had his uses. With that in mind, Lin Feng quickly scrolled through his smart wristwatch and soon found a contact. He had forcefully added this guy as a friend before, not expecting it to be useful now. Ling Yan smiled slightly and then composed a message and sent it. After glancing at Lin Feng one last time, he ignored him. Tomorrow is the 100 Stars Genius Battle and I need to prepare well for this opportunity. Watching Ling Yan's departing figure, Lin Feng's eyes filled with a resentful aura. However, at this moment he no longer dared to provoke Ling Yan. Previously he had backing, but now that it was gone he could only keep a low profile. 100 Stars Genius Battle, I hope my feeling isn't wrong. Struggling, Lin Feng stood up and soared towards his home. Meanwhile, in the Zhu Xian star system, the Luo family, Lin Feng has been expelled from the sect. Ha! This kid has finally been expelled. This time I must kill him. A loud laugh erupted from Luo Changa's room. The next moment, Luo Changa, with sword energy swirling around him, walked out with his hands behind his back. Elder Luo Cheng to Yanlong Star, he commanded loudly, "Yes, young master." An elder dressed in a green robe appeared instantly in front of Luo Changa and bowed slightly. As Luo Changa's talent emerged, his status as the young master of the Luo family was solidified. After all, he was the only descendant to inherit the sword spirit body from Luo Zhuxian. Even the elders of the Luo family on this 7th heavenly layer planet showed great respect when facing Luo Changa. Back on Yanlong Star, in the Ling family's grand hall, Ling Xiaotian stared in astonishment at Ling Yan's report card. Over 6,000 times burst strength and an SSS rating left Ling Xiaotian's face looking very impressive. The excitement twisted his handsome face into a grimace. This, how is this possible? Old Wu, is this true? Ling Xiaotian looked incredulously at Old Wu standing beside him. Master, it is indeed true. I witnessed it myself. Even Elder Tianyan was there. Old Wu proudly recounted the events. Hearing Old Wu's explanation, Ling Xiaotian finally accepted the staggering news. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could my son Linger's son not be a genius? How could his talents be anything less? In that moment, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh, his terrifying aura spreading in all directions. Boom! The terrifying aura enveloped the entire Yanlong Star, causing it to tremble wildly under its influence. Feeling this powerful aura, Ling Yan's pupils shrank. Damn, 8th level of planetary strength, has Dad become overpowered? Ling Yan found it hard to believe as he stared at Ling Xiaotian. Although he knew Ling Xiaotian was strong, he never knew how formidable he truly was. After all, the original story described Ling Xiaotian being besieged by several 6th-order star beasts, ultimately perishing together with them, but the true strength of those 6th-order star beasts was never detailed. However, seeing Ling Xiaotian's power, Ling Yan guessed that those beasts' strength must have been formidable, possibly even reaching the half-step 7th-order demonic beast level. Wait, those demonic beasts in the original story appeared on the night of the college entrance exam. Suddenly Ling Yan remembered this detail. His brow furrowed. Looking at the time, it was almost right. Son, what reward do you want? Tell me, and I'll get it for you. Ling Xiaotian, in his excitement, spoke to Ling Yan with a smile. A reward? Dad, how many 6th-order star beast corpses or cores do you have? Ling Yan pondered for a moment before asking directly. 6th order. Ling Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. I usually buy 6th-order star beast corpses and cores to provide funds to the soldiers guarding the star beast rift. After all, there's no use for me keeping these items. But lately, for some reason, there have been more 6th-order star beasts, so I still have 5 corpses and 7 cores unhandled. However, these are all on the Star Beast battlefield. If you want them, I could transport them over with a spaceship, but it might take a couple of hours. Ling Xiaotian calculated slowly. At this, Ling Yan's brow furrowed again. The increase in 6th order Star Beasts? It seems that the Star Beast rift is really about to become a problem. This rift was only mentioned twice. In the original story, once when Ling Xiaotian died in battle, and the second time when Lin Feng, having become extremely powerful, came back to completely clear and close the rift. At that time, a quasi-7th order Star Beast appeared. A quasi-7th order. I wonder if I could destroy it with Dad's help. Thinking this, Ling Yan made up his mind. Even if it was just a corpse, a quasi-7th order Star Beast could still earn him 30 billion rule points. If we add the Beast Core, that would even reach 6 billion. Of course, there's also the possibility of obtaining the Force of Life during the kill, and if that happens, that would be a whopping 9 billion rule points. This is way more exhilarating than just honestly battling Lin Feng. Moreover, the stellar beasts that perished along with Ling Xiaotian were definitely not weak either. Altogether, Ling Yan estimated that he could gain at least 100 billion, maybe even 200 billion rule points. With this, it would be enough for him to create a batch of powerful rules. Thinking this, Ling Yan made up his mind in an instant. I also want to check out the Stellar Beast Rift. Ling Yan spoke to Ling Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. Ling Yan's current realm had already reached the 4th level of Battle Emperor. His burst strength was even stronger than most of the war gods on the battlefield except himself. With such strength, he was indeed more than qualified for the battlefield. Good, none of the descendants of the Ling family are cowards. Your strength is also sufficient, and today is just the right day for me to take you for some real experience, Ling Xiaotian said with a domineering smile. The old ancestor of the Ling family was a martial venerable, one of the only 2 individuals in the entire human race to be named with the character martial, one a martial god and the other a martial venerable. Both not only had formidable strength but shared a trait: they both emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The number of foreign race powerhouses and stellar beasts they had hunted was countless. As a descendant of the martial venerable, it was natural to possess a certain level of combat ability, otherwise it would be a joke if word got out. Ling Xiaotian, being a man of quick action, no sooner had he spoken than he took Ling Yan aboard his own spaceship and sped towards the outer space. In the vast emptiness of space, 3 billion kilometers away from Yanlong Star, a huge desolate planet quietly hovered in this star-scarce region, in the extreme north of the desolate star. A terrifying spatial rift, thousands of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters high, stood quietly on the ground, and in front of the rift, a large number of spaceships were docked. These ships were mostly 5th tier with some 4th tier as well. Each spaceship had a large number of combat personnel resting on board. As soon as a stellar beast appeared from the rift, a large number of combat personnel would rush to slay these beasts. The corpses were piled up at the rear of the battlefield and were handled by specialized personnel who dissected and rapidly froze them before sending them on transport ships to Yanlong Star. It could be said that the stellar beast corpses produced from this spatial rift were enough to satisfy 30% of Yanlong Star's population's cultivation needs for flesh and blood. However, today something was amiss. All the god-level warriors were fully armed, guarding outside the rift. Normally, only 1/5 of the god-level warriors would be sufficient, with the rest rotating shifts. But today was different, as the number of stellar beasts emerging from the rift was 10 times more than usual. Typically, not even one 5th tier stellar beast would appear in a week, but now 3 had already emerged. What in the world was going on? Even with riots over the years, there had never been such a large number of stellar beasts appearing. A war god holding a giant sword had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He had slain countless 2nd and 3rd order celestial beasts, yet their numbers seemed inexhaustible. Such anomalies often foretold sinister developments. Last time a riot broke out, 2 6th order celestial beasts appeared simultaneously. This time, there would surely be no fewer. Has anyone managed to contact the speaker? Asked an elder swordmaster as he deftly maneuvered 10 flying swords to swiftly slaughter the emerging beasts. The message has been sent. If the speaker sees it immediately, he should arrive in about 20 minutes, a warrior god replied helplessly. 20 minutes, hopefully no 6th order beasts appear in that time. Alas, if they do, we might have no choice but to meet our demise. Why now, during such turmoil? Upon hearing it would be 20 minutes, the other warrior gods breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that no 6th order beasts would emerge. But just then, a thunderous roar erupted from a spatial rift, unleashing a cataclysmic force that flooded over the battlefield like a deluge. the fierce aura turned everyone's complexion gravely pale. A sixth-order beast has truly come, the swordmaster murmured. In the next moment, a terrifying figure hundreds of meters tall slowly emerged from the rift, a black panther engulfed in dark flames. Its every step draped the surrounding earth in these dark flames, vaporizing any nearby celestial beasts into black smoke that soared into the sky, turning the ground into a sea of magma. The demon flame shadow panther, it's actually him, everyone gasped. A year ago, this very panther had appeared but was beaten back into the rift by Ling Xiaotian. Who would have thought that after a year not only would it return but also with much greater strength? Now, as intelligent as a human, the panther spoke effortlessly in human tongue, its sole purpose being to annihilate its old foe Ling Xiaotian and by extension all nearby humans, to allow its celestial beast army to invade human territories. Demon Flame Shadow Panther, the speaker is currently resting. You better not wake him, this time you might not be strong enough to escape, the swordmaster warned as he flew towards the panther with his flying swords. The panther sneered at his words. It seems he's not here. Well then, I shall collect some interest first. With a cold snort, the panther moved. Its massive body transformed into a mighty blaze, charging at terrifying speed towards the 50 warrior gods. Quick! Coordinate an attack! A god of war roared, signaling to the others and all the starships behind him to unleash their strongest strikes. Thunderous booms echoed as a torrent of annihilating firepower and the full-force attacks of these godlike warriors transformed into streaks of light hurtling towards the massive black flames. In just an instant their forces collided, and a terrifying explosion of extreme power erupted. The flames surrounding the demonic flame shadow leopard were blasted away, yet that was all. These attacks couldn't even touch the body of the creature. With a roar, the next moment a furious roar burst forth from the mouth of the demonic flame shadow leopard. Then a towering black flame surged from its body, overwhelming the godlike warriors with a sky-covering tide. Wherever it passed, all human warriors and star beasts along its path were instantly reduced to ashes. Facing the sea of black flames stretching thousands of meters wide and reaching a kilometer high, all the gods of war fell into complete despair. Run! Without hesitation, everyone turned and fled frantically towards the sky. However, they were still far too slow. The towering black flames rolled over them like a crushing wave. Just as these gods of war were about to be turned to ash, a dramatic change occurred. People of the flame dragon star, you think you can harm me? Suddenly a thunderous roar shook the heavens, coming from across the sky. In the next instant, a torrent of red flames fell from the sky, crossing over the gods of war and colliding directly with the black flames. Boom! In a moment, a deafening explosion reverberated across the desolate planet, sending a tidal wave of destructive energy in all directions. The impact wave blasted all the godlike warriors away, causing them to spit blood and fly backwards. However, they quickly recovered, stabilizing themselves in the sky. It's the chairman, Lord Chairman has arrived, and so quickly, haha, we're saved. It seemed that Lord Chairman had been on his way back all along. Heaven hasn't forsaken us. Relieved laughter erupted among all the godlike warriors. Compared to their minor injuries from the impact, being alive was a blessing. Immediately, everyone excitedly looked towards the sky. Indeed, a heroic-looking middle-aged man stood at the doorway of a colossal sixth-tier starship, accompanied by a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him but appeared even more handsome. That man, it looks like the chairman's son. I heard a few days ago that the chairman's son had awakened as a psychic master, and now he can even fly. Truly like father like son. Recognizing the identity of Ling Yan, none of the godlike warriors had any doubt. After all, who else could resemble the chairman so closely at this age if not Ling Yan? Yenner, watch how your old man beats this demonic flame shadow leopard to a pulp. To think it dared to attack while I was away, completely disregarding the martial code. Ling Xiaotian, overlooking from above, also looked up at his own demonic flame shadow leopard and scoffed coldly. Subsequently, Ling Xiaotian's right hand grasped into the void. With a hum, a long spear engulfed in blazing flames materialized in his hand. Dad, don't forget what I told you earlier. Just then Ling Yan, who was nearby, spoke up. His words made Ling Xiaotian pause, and he quickly remembered the warning his son had given him about being cautious of traps. Understood. Ling Xiaotian nodded solemnly, taking his son's advice to heart. After all, being cautious could never hurt. Vile beast, meet your end. In the next moment, Ling Xiaotian bellowed furiously, his figure transforming into a streak of firelight as he charged at terrifying speed toward the demonic shadow leopard below. The speed was so great that he reached the front of the demonic shadow leopard in an instant. the leopard roared back, its body ablaze with black flames as it rushed toward Ling Xiaotian. Boom, in an instant the two clashed fiercely. The sounds of their battle echoed thunderously, and with each collision, terrifying energy rippled outwards in all directions. The fearsome aura released during the fight had indeed made the celestial beasts on the battlefield suffer greatly. The human side had already retreated completely, while these celestial beasts were initially pursuing their advantage. The appearance of these two powerful gods battling changed the situation entirely. Fire-red flames and black fire splattered everywhere. Any celestial beast touched by the flames, be it a first, second, third, fourth, or even the two fifth-rank warrior-class celestial beasts, were instantly turned to ash upon contact with the flames. A battle between a sixth-rank ultimate celestial beast and an eighth-layer planetary strong being was truly not something ordinary people could intervene in. Watching all this, Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. However, just then a massive surge of life force suddenly erupted from the ground. This life force varied, some were mere specks, others like strands of thread, and the most abundant, those of the fifth-rank celestial beasts who had died, were as thick as thumbs. All this life force crazily converged towards Ling Yan. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the life force of a second-tier 3-star celestial beast. Rule points gained, 3. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the life force of a third-tier 4-star celestial beast. Rule points gained, 400. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the life force of a first-tier 3-star celestial beast. Rule points gained, 0.3. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the life force of a 5th-tier 1-star celestial beast. Rule points gained, 1000000. In an instant, countless notification sounds crazily echoed in Ling Yan's mind, and as more and more celestial beasts emerged from the spatial rift, these notifications only increased. Of course, 90% of the celestial beasts from the spatial rift were first tier, only yielding 0.1 to 0.9 rule points each, not even amounting to 1 whole point. However, 1/10 of these beasts reached the second tier, and third tier beasts were less than 1 in 1,000. Although these lower-ranked celestial beasts were numerous, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, with millions emerging every minute, and 90% of them were killed by the shockwaves of the battle. The rest, after dashing towards those starships, would be bombarded and killed by the starships and the powerful human warriors. Calculating the total, this could bring Ling Yan about 1 million rule points per minute. This kind of effortless earning felt quite nice. If this pace continued for a full day and night, he could gain at least several billion rule points. However, it was estimated that there weren't that many star beasts on the other side of the star beast rift. Therefore, it was the star beasts of this planetary realm that were really impressive. Even the weakest planetary realm star beast could bring in a billion rule points. Thinking of this, Ling Yan turned his gaze towards the core battlefield. His father was extremely powerful in combat, but unfortunately his two major talents were somewhat lacking. However, watching Ling Xiaotian continuously overpower the demon flame shadow leopard, he couldn't deliver a killing blow due to insufficient attack power. The opponent had a talent that allowed it to absorb the black flames and rapidly repair its injuries. But then again, although a combat genius could enhance overall combat strength, the troublesome part was that it relied on techniques. Even if the power techniques were strong enough to enhance the burst damage, it mostly improved through combat experience. It's like a seasoned martial arts master fighting a strong man. Though the master's strength isn't as great, he could easily overpower the strong man, and a combat genius was just like that. As a result, Ling Xiaotian's attack power wasn't quite sufficient. Never mind, it was time to boost his father's talents. After all, for Ling Yan, 18 million rule points were a drop in the ocean. He began calculating. Ling Xiaotian's flame talent and combat genius were only at B-. To raise them to A would only cost 200,000 rule points. For the current Ling Yan, that really was trivial. An A-level talent could increase combat power by 600%. If combined, they could even compare to an ordinary SS-level talent. The enhancement in combat power was definitely more than just a little. As for higher-level talents, that could wait until Ling Xiaotian had more time to develop. Starfall. Finally, in the midst of battle, Ling Xiaotian caught a flaw in the demon flame shadow leopard. With a thunderous shout, the long spear in his hands instantly transformed into a gigantic flame spear thousands of kilometers long, smashing down towards the demon flame shadow leopard with a destructive force. The demon flame shadow leopard, frightened, let out a fierce roar and condensed all its demonic flames at the front, forming a massive shield. However, the shield shattered instantly upon collision. The massive spear directly struck the demon flame shadow leopard's head. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook tremendously, the giant body of the demon flame shadow leopard was blasted flying, smashing through several large mountains before it finally stopped. Climbing up from the ground still frightened, it was clear to see a deep, bone-deep hole at the center of its forehead. Even its skull was cracked. If Ling Xiaotian's destructive power had been just a bit stronger, it would have been the end of it. Without hesitation, the demon flame shadow leopard turned and ran towards the crevice. "Think you can escape? Too late." Ling Xiaotian, witnessing this scene, snorted coldly and charged forward, aiming to catch up with his foe. However, due to the distance of several kilometers, the demon flame shadow leopard plunged right into the opposite side of the crevice. Ling Xiaotian prepared to rush in and finish off his opponent, having chased enemies to the other side of the crevice more than once before. However, just as he reached the crevice, he suddenly remembered Ling Yan's words. Note, this demon flame shadow leopard, although cowardly, would definitely not flee with just minor injuries. Last time, it was only after being severely beaten that it had fled. With this thought, Ling Xiaotian immediately guessed that this might be a trap, and so he turned around, prepared to head back. Ling Xiaotian, you really are clever for not falling for it. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Everyone assist me in killing this human. However, in the next moment, four unique voices of star beasts suddenly came from the opposite side of the crevice. The next instant, 4 star beasts, each of the 6th order and 7 stars or higher, burst out from the other side of the crevice, charging towards Ling Xiaotian with ferocious speed. Instantly, the human warriors witnessing this scene from afar turned deathly pale. For 6th order star beasts, how could this be possible? These star beasts had actually all collaborated to design a hunt for Ling Xiaotian. Seeing these star beasts, Ling Xiaotian was furiously enraged. These were the beasts that had escaped his clutches over the years. To think that they had now banded together, dare to scheme against me. You're seeking death, Ling Xiaotian roared furiously, and in that instant a surging battle intent erupted from him. Without hesitation, Ling Xiaotian, wielding the fire dragon spear, charged directly at the 4 formidable star beasts. In an instant, the battle commenced. It wasn't that Ling Xiaotian was being overconfident, but he knew that if he retreated, all the war gods who had followed him through life and death, along with all the awakened ones, would perish. Even knowing the slim chances of victory, he had to fight. This was his duty as the speaker and as the guardian of the flame dragon star passed down through his family. The strength of the 4 star beasts was extremely formidable, and although the demon flame shadow leopard was still the strongest, the combined strength of the others was also formidable. Together they managed to force Ling Xiaotian into a gradual retreat. The war gods all resorted to using long-range weapons to furiously attack the 6th order star beasts. However, if it were a 6th order 1 star, the weapons mounted on their 5th order spacecraft might still be useful, but these were star beasts of 6th order 7 stars and above. It's time to add fuel to the fire for Dad. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan smiled slightly, and the next moment he did not hesitate to contact the Supreme World Creating Rules. Instantly, 2 invisible forces tore through the void, instantly entering Ling Xiaotian's body. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying power burst forth from Ling Xiaotian. The flames around his body turned from red to deep red. The 4 unprepared 6th order star beasts were blasted flying out by this terrifying flame. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, all 4 celestial beasts crashed onto the earth tens of kilometers away. This power, Ling Xiaotian felt the surge of power within him and was filled with disbelief. His talent had actually improved, although it was said that people could enhance their talents in desperate situations. Such cases were rare. He never expected this to happen to himself. Not only that, but his realm had also jumped directly from the 8th to the 9th celestial layer. Although it was only a difference of 1 layer, the enhancement in strength was significant. Wow, the combat power detector showed that the chairman's combat power had doubled. Moreover, the chairman's flames seemed to have become even more powerful than before. Talent enhancement. This was a talent enhancement. Fantastic, the chairman's talent has improved. We are sure to win, we are definitely going to win. At that moment, all the war gods present who detected the chairman's increase in combat strength with their portable detectors could not help but exclaim excitedly. The surrounding human race also cheered. Impossible, how could this be possible? How could talent just improve like that? On the other side, the demon flame shadow leopard and the other 4 celestial beasts, while unwilling, also felt a great fear. Previously they could escape, mainly because Ling Xiaotian's destructive power could breach their defenses but couldn't kill them instantly. But now it was different. With the enhancement in talent, his destructive power was sure to increase. Roar! Without hesitation, as the demon flame shadow leopard roared, all four celestial beasts turned around and fled frantically. Boom! However, in the next moment a fierce fire fell from the sky, landing right in front of them. Ling Xiaotian's speed was much faster than before. If I hadn't awakened my talent today, I would have been killed by your schemes, and now you want to escape? Dream on, leave your corpses behind. Ling Xiaotian's tone was ice cold to the extreme. In an instant he stepped forward and transformed into a streak of firelight, charging at the four celestial beasts with terrifying speed. Puff 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 puff. The speed of the firelight was so terrifying that in the blink of an eye it pierced through the heads of the four celestial beasts. After the firelight passed through, each of the celestial beasts' foreheads bore a blood hole thick enough for a person. Inside the blood holes their brains were all burned to ashes. Boom 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 boom. Eventually, amid four loud booms, these four powerful celestial beasts of the 6th tier and 7 stars fell to the ground utterly lifeless. Buzz 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 buzz. At the same time, four streams of life force visible only to Ling Yan soared into the sky and entered Ling Yan's body. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the life force of 4 6th tier celestial beasts, obtaining rule points, 85 billion. A notification sound also transmitted into Ling Yan's mind. Apart from the most powerful demon flame shadow leopard, which contributed 30 billion, the rest were between 15 and 20 billion. If even the physical bodies and beast cores were fully absorbed, the total could harvest up to 250 billion rule points. It only took 200,000 to enhance Dad's talent. What a profit! Thinking of this, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. After Ling Xiaotian roughly adapted to his own strength, he would upgrade him to an S-rank talent. At that moment, it was certain that the combined talent level could absolutely reach the standard of SSS grade. Everyone follow me and flatten the entire Starbeast Rift. Ling Xiaotian, holding a long spear in the sky, also shouted spiritedly, kill, flatten the Starbeast Rift, kill. All the war gods were immensely excited at this moment. Instantly following Ling Xiaotian's grand gesture, all the war gods charged with him into the spatial rift ahead. Let's see. Ling Yan was not idle either. With a tap of his foot he transformed into a streak of light and entered the massive spatial rift in front of him at a terrifying speed. Buzz! As Ling Yan passed through the spatial rift, a forest filled with towering trees, some reaching up to hundreds of meters high, appeared before his eyes. In this forest, a large number of star beasts charged toward the spatial rift from all directions. Ling Xiaotian, along with dozens of war god realm powerhouses, directly entered this rift and began a frenzied extermination of these star beasts. A massive amount of life force crazily surged into Ling Yan's body. Is this the other side of the Starbeast Rift? Ling Yan slightly raised his eyebrows. The other side of the Starbeast Rift was only briefly mentioned in the novels of his previous life. Now, seeing this forest, Ling Yan did not hesitate and rushed towards the sky, wanting to see just how vast this place was. As Ling Yan flew higher, the full view of this continent gradually came into view. Soon Ling Yan realized this was a huge continent with a diameter of about 70 to 80,000 kilometers. What does a diameter of 70 to 80,000 kilometers mean? If the Earth's surface area were spread out, it would only be about 30 to 40,000 kilometers in diameter, that being the longest measurement at the equator. On average, the Earth's surface area is only equivalent to a circular continent with a diameter of about 20,000 kilometers, of which more than 70% is water. This 70 to 80,000 kilometers is about 7 to 8 times the size of Earth's surface area. One can imagine how terrifying the number of star beasts here must be. Without hesitation, Ling Yan immediately activated the True Eye and swept across the ground below. In an instant, he had a rough estimate of all the strong positions in this star beast space. There were 4 6th order star beasts, although their strength was much weaker than that of the demon flame shadow leopard and the others. It seems that in the original story the demon flame shadow leopard must have not perished along with Ling Yan's father but had escaped back. Otherwise, Lin Feng entering later would not have encountered a new 6th order peak monster. Ling Yan quickly thought of this detail. Then Ling Yan immediately sent the locations of these 4 6th order star beasts to Ling Xiaotian. Although Ling Xiaotian was puzzled about how Ling Yan knew the positions of these star beasts, he did not doubt it and directly charged towards these 4 locations. In the hands of the greatly empowered Ling Xiaotian, all 4 6th order star beasts were like ants, merely facing them for a moment before they were instantly annihilated. Meanwhile, Ling Yan used teleportation to stay behind Ling Xiaotian and absorbed all the life force from these star beasts. He has amassed 17 billion units of life force. Although these 17 billion rule points are not as high as the average of the previous 4 celestial beasts, they have allowed Ling Yan to acquire a total of 1 million rule points. As for the corpses and beast cores, Ling Xiaotian will also give them to himself afterwards. After all, he was the one who killed all the celestial beasts this time. As for the compensation for other strong beings, the corpses of the 5th and 4th tier celestial beasts are completely sufficient. Son, come here, I have found a celestial beast for you to practice with. However, just as Ling Yan was worried about how to use the 200 billion rule points in the backstage, the excited voice of Ling Xiaotian suddenly came from the smartwatch. Practice. Ling Yan was puzzled. He knew his own strength, so there was no need to show off, right? Yes, aren't you here this time to find celestial beasts to gain experience? I have prepared everything for you. Ling Xiaotian's voice continued. He had not forgotten the excuse Ling Yan had casually mentioned before. Oh, I forgot about that. Ling Yan's mouth twitched. With no other choice, he had to fly quickly to the location given by Ling Xiaotian. Soon after crossing over 1,000 kilometers, Ling Yan finally arrived above a plain. On the ground, a giant earth buffalo dozens of meters high and over 100 meters long was leisurely grazing. As for Ling Xiaotian, he was waiting in the sky for Ling Yan. Dad, this is what you meant by practice. Ling Yan looked at the 5th tier 5-star giant earth buffalo below and his mouth twitched again. It might be a bit strong, but no worries with your dad here, just go for it, nothing will happen. Ling Xiaotian, seeing Ling Yan's expression, thought he was a bit nervous and quickly comforted him. After all, although Ling Yan's burst strength was powerful, the celestial beast itself was stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm, and this earth buffalo controlled the power of the earth. Its strength was 3 times stronger than ordinary 5th tier 7 or 8 star beings. Ling Yan's overall burst strength might have reached over 800 times, but his realm was still only at the 4th level of Battle Emperor, which was weaker compared to celestial beasts equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of Battle God. It would still be somewhat dangerous in a real fight. Dad, I think you've misunderstood something. However, at this moment Ling Yan helplessly spoke up. His words made Ling Xiaotian pause, then without saying much more Ling Yan directly slapped down with a palm into the void. Buzz, Chapter 74, 400 billion rule points. Rule, professional replication. In an instant an invisible force transformed into a terrifying giant handprint that enveloped thousands of kilometers, pressing down towards the ground. Moo, the earth buffalo, sensing something was amiss, looked up puzzled. Boom, unfortunately in the next moment an endless force directly turned it into a mist of blood. Then the ground was also struck by this terrifying force, creating a horrific giant handprint crater that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiaotian could not help but widen his eyes and gasped in shock. My strength is not as weak as you think, Dad. A mere 5th tier 5 star is still not enough to test the limits of my combat power. Ling Yan helplessly spread his hands and spoke. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiaotian's mouth twitched. Well now, isn't he good at pretending? Truly, my son. But soon Ling Xiaotian felt something was off. Wait, with your explosive power you shouldn't have been able to instantly defeat that giant earth buffalo. Are you hiding your strength? It didn't take long for Ling Xiaotian to sense something amiss. I didn't use any techniques to enhance my explosive power. I've used everything else. Ling Yan didn't hide anything from Ling Xiaotian. After all, his true trump cards were not these common professional rules, but rather the bloodline sublimation that no one else possesses other than himself. Not using techniques? No wonder, right? I almost forgot you also have the professional talent of a combat genius. Ling Xiaotian suddenly remembered this point. However, he was unaware that Ling Yan's current combat skill level had reached the terrifying rank of SS-, which meant he could enhance his explosive power by 30 times. He still thought Ling Yan's explosive power was similar to his own. The reason for such powerful combat ability was just that his level as a psychic master had reached SSS and above. Even so, if an SSS talent could increase the explosive power by 4 times, wouldn't it reach SSS plus talent? Such a talent had never appeared in the human race until now. My son Ling Yan truly has the makings of a martial god. Thinking this, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but feel immensely excited. Such talent. Enough to attract the attention of the ancestors, right? Son, your talent must have been known by the high levels of our race by now. If I'm not mistaken, in the next few days the ancestors or someone from the higher-ups will come looking for you. Are you still planning to participate in the 100 Stars Genius battle? That battle for you seems to have little use now, doesn't it? Ling Xiaotian pondered for a moment before saying to Ling Yan. Indeed. With Ling Yan's talent going there really seems a bit like bullying. The 100 Stars Genius Battle is just a small-scale talent selection battle held jointly by around 100 planets near the Flame Dragon star. Such selections happen tens of thousands of times a year in the Dragon Ascension star system alone, not to mention across the entire human race. With Ling Yan's talent now considered top-notch among the human race if word got out that he participated in such a small-scale talent battle, it would indeed leave countless people speechless. This genius battle is unusual. I feel I will gain a lot of opportunities, so I must go this time. Ling Yan, however, didn't hesitate at all. Jokingly, if he didn't seize the greatest opportunity himself, it would greatly reduce his growth rate. Moreover, this could be the last fatal blow to Lin Feng, the protagonist. After this time, this protagonist can wrap up his story. Is that so? Hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Xiaotian frowned slightly. It's said that super geniuses have a sense of their own opportunities. If Ling Yan says so, then this opportunity must be extraordinary. Alright then, since that's the case, your old dad will accompany you on this trip, Ling Xiaotian thought to himself and said slowly, his eyes flashing. Early the next morning, Ling Yan boarded the 6th-tier spaceship of Ling Xiaotian and set off into the depths of the starry sky. As for the bodies of the 6th-tier star beasts that were killed last night, they had already been transported to the Ling family on Earth, where Ling Yan had absorbed them completely. He explained to Ling Xiaotian that he possessed a professional talent called Devouring Enhancement, which allowed him to devour any form of energy matter to rapidly increase his own strength. This talent made Ling Xiaotian realize why Ling Yan's strength had improved so swiftly, growing to his current level in less than 10 days. Although Ling Xiaotian had not asked before, he had been extremely curious. Now that he knew the reason, he felt nothing but excitement. Although Devour-type talents are powerful, they come with a significant drawback. They are considerably weaker in combat power among their peers. However, Ling Yan not only lacked this drawback but also possessed the strongest combat talent of the human race. Combined with his devouring talent, doesn't it mean that as long as Ling Yan is provided with enough resources, he could become a superpower at the planetary, stellar and even galactic levels? Thinking of this, Ling Xiaotian, who had thought he could rest after clearing the Star Beast Rift, was now filled with a fighting spirit. It seems he needed to accumulate more resources for his son. After all, the time he could bring resources to his son was limited. Once Ling Yan's realm advanced to the planetary level, his combat power would likely surpass that of Ling Xiaotian's own at the 9th heavenly layer of the planetary realm. Meanwhile, Ling Yan, who was carrying over 500 billion rule points, was in a cabin of the spaceship contemplating what rules to enhance or create this time. Although his combat rules already included the power of flames and telekinesis, they were somewhat limited. But with so many special professions in the world, if he were to use rule creation for all of them, even a vast number of rule points would not suffice. Ling Yan felt somewhat helpless at this thought. If he could replicate other people's professions, he might be able to save a large batch of rule points. With this thought, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. Replication rules, wondering if it would work. He directly spoke to the Supreme Will in his consciousness. Supreme Will, can you create a passive ability that allows me to replicate others' professions? Ding. Possible. Rule manifestation. Profession replication LV1. Can 100% replicate all professions below grade D. Success rate decreases for grades above D. The higher the level, the lower the success rate. Creating needs rule points, 10,000. Profession replication LV3, can 100% replicate all professions below grade A-, requires rule points, 1 million. Profession replication LV4, can 100% replicate all professions below grade S. Requires rule points, 100 million. Profession replication LV5, can 100% replicate all professions below grade SS-, requires rule points, 100 billion. Indeed, this rule existed and the required number of rule points was merely a portion. Seeing this, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Professions of grade SS were almost considered super geniuses that only appeared a few times a year in a mid-level star system like the Long Teng star system. But I only need to spend 100 billion to copy directly. The cost-performance ratio is absolutely high. Ling Yan thought of this and was very satisfied. It meant that as long as he could copy 10 professions, he would break even. If he could copy professions that exceeded the upper limit of this rule, then it would be a huge profit. Moreover, the most important thing is that this copying seems to be unlimited. Thinking of this, Ling Yan did not hesitate. Supreme will create this rule level. LV5 Lingyan directly addressed the Supreme Will, a mere 100 billion I am not lacking at all. Ding command accepted rule creation successful, rule points consumed, 100 billion, instantly a prompt from the Supreme Will sounded. The next moment the method of using the profession copying rule appeared directly in Lingyan's mind. He only needed to be within 10 meters of the other party to initiate the copying. For Lingyan, who possesses the power of teleportation, not to mention 10 meters, even if Lingyan needed to touch the other party before copying, there would be no problem at all. For now, there are no other rules needed, just wait until more rule points are accumulated and then upgrade all at once to enhance strength passively. Lingyan glanced at the remaining over 300 billion rule points and did not continue to use them. These rule points will be used in case of emergency. Meanwhile, 3,000 light-years away from Yendragon Star, in a desolate star system, a number of spaceships rapidly passed through artificial wormholes and jumped into the star space. These ships were at least Tier 5. Several Tier 6 ships could be seen as well. All of these ships steadily docked on a lush green planet. The beauty of this planet amazed everyone, but 100 years ago, this planet was still a lifeless dead planet. However, just in 100 years, it had already turned into a planet teeming with life. Moreover, this planet of life also saw the emergence of many powerful beasts. The location for this 100 stars genius battle was on this planet, home, with a spatial fluctuation Lu Yan's spaceship instantly appeared in this star space. Lin Feng, who was in the control room, looked at the lush green planet ahead, his eyes filled with excitement. He felt a mysterious force seemingly calling him. For some reason he always felt that as long as he found what was calling him, he no longer needed to worry about Lingyan. Thinking this, he prepared to enter the planet without hesitation. However, the next moment a Tier 6 spaceship directly blocked his path. The family crest on the spaceship made Lin Feng's face turn ugly. The Luo family, yes, the spaceship blocking Lin Feng was none other than Luo Changa's spaceship. The next moment Luo Changa's projection directly appeared in front of Lin Feng. TSK tisk TSK Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, we meet again. I told you before that we would meet again soon. Luo Changa, looking at the still proud Lin Feng, couldn't help but tease him with his hands behind his back. Luo Changa, what are you doing here? Lin Feng's face was icy as he snapped, what are you here for? Of course, it's to find you. Weren't you so proud when you made me apologize last time? Luo Changa responded with a cold smile. What? You want to trouble me again? Didn't we make it clear last time? Hasn't our grudge been settled? Are your words worthless? Are the words of the Luo family as meaningless as farts? Lin Feng snorted coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? Settled? Why do you think I bowed my head if not for old Master Tianyan? Do you think I don't know that you've been expelled by old Master Tianyan? Today I'm here to show you what true power looks like. Luo Changa's tone turned utterly frosty. The next moment he slightly waved his right hand. Click. The next instant Lin Feng was horrified to see a monstrous cannon, tens of thousands of meters in diameter and hundreds of thousands of meters long, slowly extending from the 6th tier spaceship in front of him. Buzz! The cannon began to frantically gather energy. Alert! Alert! The spaceship has been locked. Escape is impossible. Initiating emergency escape mode. Amidst the urgent alarm sounds, before Lin Feng could react, the floor beneath him cracked open and a capsule spaceship enveloped him. Boom! Then the capsule was shot out of the spaceship. Bang! The next moment Luo Changa's spaceship's cannon also exploded with force. A terrifying beam of light tore through the void and struck directly at Lu Yan's spaceship. Boom! Instantly, with a thunderous roar, the spaceship exploded violently. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The capsule that had just flown out was immediately shattered by the shockwave. Lin Feng, protected inside, was engulfed by the shockwave. Boom! In an instant Lin Feng's bones shattered, his flesh consumed by flames, turning him into charred remains. Fortunately, because he was hundreds of kilometers away, the explosion's residual effects did not obliterate him completely. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully destroyed Lin Feng's only spaceship, temporarily preventing him from space travel and significantly slowing down his growth. You have earned 10 million villain points. Ding, you have severely injured the protagonist Lin Feng, earning 10 million villain points. In no time, 2 notification sounds echoed in Luo Changa's mind. Instantly a smug smile spread across Luo Changa's face. Without hesitation, he used all 20 million of his villain points to break through his limits. Instantly his level jumped by 2 sub-ranks. Now he had reached the 4th level of Battle Emperor. Meanwhile, the anomaly had been observed by other powerful beings and a speaker from nearby planets. although they did not understand what had happened seeing the Luo family's crest and the peak 6th tier starship, everyone chose to remain silent. The Luo family was a well-known name in the Longting star system, especially since their territory was near this part of the galaxy. For the powerful beings on these neighboring planets, the Luo family was an entity not to be provoked, however. Among these spacecrafts, a pair of cold eyes from a deep blue ship fixed upon Luo Chang'e. This person was none other than Sikong Yenran. Shin Shui star was not far from Yenlong star, so it too participated in this battle of the 100 stars. Accompanying her was none other than her grandfather, the Lord of Shin Shui star. It was said that the young master of the Luo family had awakened the sword spirit physique and was now being heavily groomed by his family. Who could have provoked him? The Lord of Shin Shui star furrowed his brows as he stared at a distant spacecraft. That ship, it seemed to bear the insignia of Yenlong star. Could it be Ling Yan? Sikong Yenran slowly began to speak. She had just witnessed the entire process, and thinking back to how Ling Yan once offended Luo Chang'e, her expression suddenly became complicated. What, a spacecraft from Yenlong star? And isn't Ling Yan the grandson of Elder Ling? What's going on? How did he offend Luo Chang'e? Upon hearing Sikong Yenran's words, the Lord of Shin Shui star's expression changed. Sikong Yenran, hearing her grandfather's words, bit her lip. Her grandfather was unaware of her going to Yenlong star to break off her engagement. Indeed, even the fact that Luo Chang'e was pursuing her and had accompanied her to Yenlong star was unknown to him, as he had always been guarding the star beast rift on Shin Shui star. Helplessly, Sikong Yenran still shared some details of the incident. As soon as Sikong Yenran spoke, the Lord of Shin Shui star's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You went there to break off an engagement? His face instantly darkened, even becoming extremely grim. Grandfather, I initially felt that since I had joined the Long Tongue Academy and Ling Yan, who had no awakened talent, wasn't in the same league as me, so. Sikong Yenran had never seen her grandfather so furious, and her face immediately became conflicted. Enough. Regrettably, the next moment Sikong Shin Shui suddenly bellowed. The terrifying sound wave frightened Sikong Yenran into silence. If you did not wish to marry him, you could have simply told me. With my relationship with Xiao Tian, a mere mention would have sufficed. But you chose to break off the engagement and even brought the young master of the Luo family with you? Was this a breakup or a coup? Sikong Shin Shui berated loudly. He was not angry about the broken engagement itself, but about the manner in which it was done. Initially, the engagement between the two was also decided by him and Ling Yan's grandfather, and later they both felt it was rather hasty. What if the two did not like each other? Wouldn't it be a mess? Thus, they had long agreed that if one party's child had second thoughts, a hint from the elders would be enough. However, he had never imagined that his granddaughter would go to break off the engagement accompanied by the young master of the Luo family. This was like throwing the Ling family's face to the ground and stepping on it. Sikong Yenran, who had never seen her grandfather so angry, was immediately frightened, her face turning pale. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to. And your father, once we return, I will surely break his legs. Now, stay here quietly. With a cold snort, Sikong Shin Shui then directly opened the spacecraft's hatch and flew out. Grandfather, what are you going to do? Sikong Yenran asked anxiously. With a cold huff, Sikong Shin Shui summoned the mighty power of Shin Shui around him, transforming into a streak of light, and swiftly dashed towards the distance to intercept your little boyfriend. Hearing her grandfather's words, Sikong Yenran's eyes welled up slightly with tears. Did I really do something wrong? She murmured to herself, unable to hold back. On the other side, after witnessing the spaceship being blasted apart, Luo Chang'e quickly emerged from the wreckage along with Elder Luo Chang. Luo Chang'e soon found Lin Feng lying on the ground like charred wood, barely breathing. What a pitiful sight for the protagonist. To think he would end up like this. It's unfortunate that I'm not the one who had your master expel you from the sect, or else my villain score would probably break 1,000,000,000. Luo Chang'e thought with immense satisfaction. Despite being mocked openly and covertly by many since he turned 18, Luo Chang'e never bothered much, as those mocking him were of similar or even more powerful familial backgrounds. However, Lin Feng was the second person to truly teach him what shame felt like. The fact that an orphan with no parents made him a prestigious young master apologize was something that filled him with endless rage every time he thought of it. And today he had finally crushed him in return. Luo Chang, heal him, Luo Chang'e commanded. Right away, young master. Without any further words, Luo Chang took out a healing potion and roughly poured it into Lin Feng's mouth. In the next moment, Lin Feng's injuries began to recover rapidly. Luo Chang crippled him. Before Lin Feng could fully recover, Luo Chang'e's calm voice ordered again. Luo Cheng didn't hesitate, grabbing Lin Feng's hands and with a slight force tore them apart. Blood sprayed across the sky as a scream erupted from the still semi-conscious Lin Feng. The excruciating pain brought him fully back to consciousness. Luo Changda, I swear I will kill you, Lin Feng yelled furiously. At that moment his hatred for Luo Changda reached its peak, not just towards Luo Changda but also towards Ling Yan and even the elder Tian Yan. If it hadn't been for their expulsion and the disclosure of his expulsion to the Luo family, he wouldn't have suffered this torment. In his eyes, it must have been Elder Tian Yan who leaked the news of his expulsion, and he added Elder Tian Yan to his list of people to kill. If only he had the strength, he would surely execute him. Unfortunately, in the next moment Luo Cheng had already grabbed his legs and lifted them. With a tearing sound, Lin Feng's legs were forcibly ripped off. The tragic sight turned the faces of all nearby prodigies deathly pale, and the expressions of the Star Realm powerhouses were equally grim. The actions of this young master of the Luo family were too ruthless. What kind of deep grudge must there be to warrant such extremity? Truly, this Mr. Lin is quite the uninteresting character. Why not just kill him? Luo Changda sneered coldly. At this moment he had gained a full 40 million rule points. He was reluctant to kill Lin Feng, but it was just lip service. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Feng was instantly terrified. As long as he was alive, he believed he could surpass Luo Changda, but if he really died, then everything would be over. Stop! Suddenly a furious shout came from the stars. The next moment a terrifying aura flashed by, snatching Lin Feng directly from Luo Qing's hands. Luo Qing's face darkened, instantly incredulous that someone dared to interfere with the Luo family's affairs, and noting the speed much faster than his own, Luo Changda frowned and looked over only to see an old man dressed in a blue combat suit holding the battered Lin Feng in his arms. Ling family boy, are you alright? Xikong Xinshui asked anxiously to Lin Feng. At this time Lin Feng's body was burned beyond recognition, his appearance indiscernible. He had decided to make a move only after hearing Luo Changda mention the surname Lin, not knowing Luo Changda was talking about Lin, not Ling. Old man, who are you? Are you also here to save this Mr. Lin? Luo Changda looked at Xikong Xinshui and scoffed coldly. Not having seen Xikong Yenran's grandfather before, he did not recognize him at first. Young Master Luo, isn't it a bit too much for you to harm a human race genius like this? Xikong Xinshui retorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger, while the power of Xinshui surged wildly around him. Xuanshui's power, the seventh heavenly layer of the planet. Seeing this, Luo Qing's expression grew solemn. His realm was also at the seventh heavenly layer of the planet. He might not necessarily be a match for this old man. You are Xikong Xinshui? However, upon hearing Luo Cheng's words, Luo Changda quickly realized the identity of the old man in front of him. With Luo Changda's intelligence, he instantly guessed that Xikong Xinshui had mistaken the person. Indeed, it is I. I hope for young Master Luo's sake you can spare this young man from the Ling family. I, Xikong Xinshui, will surely repay you generously. Xikong Xinshui spoke earnestly. Although wary, he was not just any planetary-level powerhouse. He and Ling Yan's grandfather had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses to achieve their accomplishments. Even against the Luo family he held no fear. After all, they would not likely strike him directly, being a star master himself. As for offending them, as long as he could protect Ling Yan, what did it matter? Hearing this, Luo Changda instantly revealed a playful smile. Since it's Elder Xinshui who wishes to save him, then I will spare him. After all, you are Yenran's grandfather, and I cannot dismiss your dignity, can I? Luo Changda was actually relieved to have an excuse not to dispose of Lin Feng. After all, keeping the young man around to slowly build up his antagonist value was much better. Killing him would end that possibility. Moreover, he was giving face to Xikong Yenran. Initially he approached Xikong Yenran because she was the female lead, seeking antagonist value, but as time went on he genuinely began to like her, even enjoying his role as a devoted follower more and more. Thank you, young Master Luo. I apologize for today's offense, I must leave now. Hearing Luo Changda's words, Xikong Xinshui couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart, yet a smile still appeared on his face. After speaking, he did not hesitate to quickly flee with Lin Feng in his limbs. Little did he know what would he think if he found out the person he rescued wasn't Ling Yan. He would probably be disgusted to death, right? Watching the other party's departing figure, Luo Changda nearly couldn't help laughing out loud. Minutes later, Xikong Yenran looked at the young boy soaked in the nutrient solution of the healing pod, his body charred black, and for some reason her heart felt a pang of distress. Such a powerful Ling Yan had been severely injured by a sneak attack from the despicable Luo Chang'e. This child has suffered. Sikong Xian Shui sighed and quickly contacted Ling Xiaotian. However, the call request went unanswered for a full half-minute. Perhaps the other party didn't want to pick up. Look at the trouble you've caused. If it weren't for you, how could Ling Yan have possibly offended Luo Chang'e? At this moment, Sikong Xian Shui couldn't help but glare at Sikong Yenran. Beside him, Sikong Yenran, after being glared at, also bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. She too was feeling regret. Fortunately, the video connected the next moment. In the next moment, Ling Xiaotian's heroic projection appeared before them. Sikong Xian Shui, what's the matter? However, Ling Xiaotian's expression was extremely calm. Normally, their calls were as warm as those between close relatives. Seeing this, Sikong Xian Shui felt somewhat guilty. Xiaotian, about Yenran's matter I only just found out myself, that girl she. Sikong Xian Shui tried to explain, I have other matters to attend to. If there's nothing urgent, Sikong Xian Shui, I will hang up now. Ling Xiaotian was also holding a grudge. Before, he was happily considering the future daughter-in-law who came to assess his son, but it turned out to be a call for a breakup, even bringing the young master of the Luo family. If it were another family, they might have had to grit their teeth and accept this humiliation, but sadly he was from the Ling family. Not only did they have a strong background to not fear the Luo family, but Ling Yan's strength could also crush Luo Chang'e, hence no disgrace was faced. Therefore, while still angry, he was not ready to show a good face to the Sikong family. Wait, don't hang up yet, there's been a big incident. Ling Yan was injured right at the place of the 100 Stars talent battle. I barely managed to save him and he's here being treated. Sikong Xian Shui hurriedly stopped Ling Xiaotian, who was about to hang up. With these words, Ling Xiaotian's expression instantly became strange. He glanced at a distance where Ling Yan was floating in the air meditating, somewhat baffled. Are you sure it's Ling Yan? Ling Xiaotian was somewhat speechless. Yes, it's definitely Ling Yan. If it weren't for my timely arrival, he would have been killed by that Luo Chang'e from the Luo family. It's also Yenran's fault. If not for her, Ling Yan wouldn't have provoked Luo Chang'e. Sikong Xian Shui sighed helplessly. Then he took a photo of Lin Feng, who had been burnt to a crisp and was having his limbs reattached. However, seeing this charred figure, Ling Xiaotian simply shook his head. That's not my son, and my son isn't that dark, Ling Xiaotian said seriously. With these words, both Sikong Xian Shui and Sikong Yenran were utterly baffled. Aham, Xiaotian, Ling Yan got burned so black because of the spaceship explosion flames. Sikong Xian Shui quickly explained, that's not right either, my son's limbs are intact. Ling Xiaotian shook his head too. At this moment, veins were throbbing on Sikong Xian Shui's forehead. Xiaotian, I know you're upset, but this is no joking matter. You better come quickly. I'm worried that Luo Chang'e will come to cause more trouble. Sikong Xian Shui took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to Ling Xiaotian. I'm not joking. This really isn't my son, and my son is right here beside me. Look, have you got the wrong person? Ling Xiaotian decided not to tease Sikong Xian Shui anymore. Hearing that the other party had offended Luo Chang'e just to save Ling Yan, he felt a bit of his anger dissipate, but he was speechless. How could they save the wrong person? What? It's not Ling Yan. How is that possible? The exploded spacecraft was from your Yanlong star. Don't tell me your Yanlong star has other people coming to compete. However, after hearing Ling Xiaotian's words, Sikong Xian Shui was instantly dumbfounded. It was my Yanlong star spacecraft. It must have been Lin Feng. That kid is also from my Yanlong star, and he even became a disciple of Elder Tianyan, though unfortunately he was expelled from the sect. I can't believe he's gone and provoked Luo Chang'e again. Tisk tisk, truly talented, offending people wherever he goes. You saved him, but you should be careful. This kid is an ingrate. Everyone who has been kind to him has ended up dead. Hearing Sikong Xian Shui's description, Ling Xiaotian immediately guessed Lin Feng's identity and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. You see, this kid not only almost killed his own son but also caused the death of the respected master Lu Yan, whom he had always revered. That man had served Yanlong Star for hundreds of years, but just 10 days after taking this kid as a disciple he died. Doesn't that tell you something's wrong with this kid? What? Saved the wrong person? Sikong Xian Shui and Sikong Yenran were completely dumbfounded at this moment. The person they risked offending the Luo family to save turned out not to be Ling Yan. Alright, Ling Yan and I will be there soon. You better listen to me. Ditch this kid or don't blame me if you get dragged into this. Ling Xiaotian finished speaking and hung up the phone without another word. At this moment Sikong Xianshui was completely overwhelmed. Yanran, you clearly said this kid was Ling Yan. Sikong Xianshui looked at his granddaughter somewhat anxiously. I just said it was Yanlong Star's spacecraft, it could have been Ling Yan. Sikong Yanran also felt somewhat guilty. Where am I? Just then a weak voice came from the healing pod. The two instinctively looked over only to see the charred young man had woken up. However, upon seeing Sikong Yanran, Lin Feng was completely stunned. In his life Lin Feng had never seen such a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She was more than 10 times prettier than Morong Shui is. Was it you who saved me? What's your esteemed name? Lin Feng will definitely repay your kindness for saving my life. Lin Feng stammered out his thanks, but as soon as he spoke, the faces of Sikong Yanran and Sikong Xianshui darkened. It was indeed Lin Feng, and his way of talking was indeed suspicious. Without even asking, you conclude that it was Sikong Yanran who saved him? Anyone with a brain can see that this guy isn't looking to repay a favor, he just wants to use this as an opportunity to meet Sikong Yanran. Grandfather, I'll go prepare for the genius battle. You can handle this guy as you see fit. Sikong Yanran clearly isn't the type to be fooled. She instantly saw through Lin Feng's intentions and after speaking briefly with Sikong Xianshui left. Miss, you haven't told me your name yet. Lin Feng watched Sikong Yanran leave and immediately shouted out in desperation, enough, don't push your luck. Your injuries are almost healed, you can leave now. Sikong Xianshui coldly spoke and then opened the healing chamber, letting Lin Feng, whose injuries hadn't fully recovered, come out. This guy is really as shameless as Xiaotian described. We can't let him fixate on Yanran. Sikong Xianshui, watching Lin Feng emerging from the healing chamber, was extremely cautious. Thank you, Elder, for saving my life. Lin Feng will surely repay your great kindness one day. Knowing that Sikong Xianshui was Sikong Yanran's grandfather, Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Unfortunately, the next moment Sikong Xianshui waved his hand and the force controlling the spaceship flung him out of the ship. In the next instant the spaceship fluctuated and disappeared from Lin Feng's sight. Lin Feng, floating in the starry sky, immediately felt suffocated by the surrounding cosmic rays bombarding him. Feeling his body being crazily impacted by the cosmic rays, he quickly activated his energy spacesuit to envelop himself. Luo Changde, I will definitely make you pay for this grudge, you wait and see. Lin Feng venomously glared at the distant starry sky, at the massive Luo family spaceship, Buzz. Just then a 6th-tier advanced spaceship burst out of an artificial wormhole into the star domain. The moment the spaceship appeared, it was detected by all the surrounding ships. Seeing the emblem of a flaming dragon, everyone knew that the people from Yanlong Star had arrived. Xiaotian actually came personally to escort Ling Yan. Inside the Xian water starship, Sikong Xianshui was stunned when he saw the spaceship. Could it be that the other party knew that the young master of the Luo family would come? He was well aware of how powerful the star beast rift on Yanlong Star was, even he might not be able to hold it for long. Therefore, seeing Ling Xiaotian himself coming, he was somewhat shocked. But with Ling Xiaotian here, even the young master of the Luo family couldn't harm Ling Yan. He was one of the few people from other planets who knew Ling Xiaotian's true combat power. In the entire Luo family, unless it was the old ancestor and those few old generation planetary limit powerhouses who came, no one else was a match for Ling Xiaotian. Young master, the people from Yanlong Star have arrived. On the other side, Luo Chang spoke to Luo Changde, who was nearby, and upon hearing this, Luo Changde's face darkened. Yanlong Star, these 3 words were the greatest humiliation of his life, as he had been defeated twice on this small planet. Now that he had regained his face once, he was determined to regain it a second time. This time Yanran was also present, and he was determined to crush Ling Yan under his feet in front of her to let Yanran know who the real genius was. A boundless pride appeared on Luo Changde's face. He saw his previous defeat to Ling Yan as normal, even though Ling Yan was only at the 3rd level of the Battle King realm but possessed a profession no less than S-ranked. Initially being just an ordinary person without any profession, he naturally was no match, but now things were different. He too possessed an S-ranked sword spirit body, and in a short period of time he had cultivated the ancestral exquisite sword technique to the beginner level. Now his strength was among the top of all S-ranked battle emperors of the 4th level. Facing Ling Yan again, he was confident he could defeat him in one move. This was the confidence of a super genius. Of course, going directly to cause trouble would be quite demeaning. Those unaware might think the young master of the Luo family was just idly bullying the weak for fun. This was not conducive to establishing his persona as a high-end antagonist at all. Ding. All participants of the 100-star genius battle, please bring your geniuses to gather above the equator of green shade star. Just at this moment, a notification sound transmitted into all the starships. Hearing this notification, Luo Changa's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, he could emerge as the leader in this genius battle, and then crushing Lingyan would definitely have a great effect. He wondered how many antagonist points he could earn from crushing Lingyan. Surely, it must be better than that failure Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Luo Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Luo Qing, let's go participate in the 100 Stars contest. Luo Chang'e spoke without hesitation. Yes, young master. Although Luo Cheng was puzzled, he did not hesitate, and after giving the command, the spaceship sped towards the equator of green shade star at high speed. Following the announcement, spaceships also gathered at high speed above the equator of green shade star. The spaceships that could come here were at least of the 5th tier, escorted by God of War level powerhouses from the planets, and there were even quite a few 6th tier powerhouses. The number of spaceships had already reached over 700, although it was officially called the 100 Stars contest. Over the years, the number of participating planets had reached over 700, and as long as a planet wanted to participate, it just needed a God of War level powerhouse to bring the geniuses. Each planet could have 50 slots. Almost every planet would fill up these slots, but there were exceptions. Some planets, due to not having many geniuses, only brought 20 or 30. Of course, some were just there to join in the fun, so they brought even fewer. For instance, Xianwater Star and Exquisite Immortal Star only had Luo Chang'e and Sikong Yenran coming. Soon team leaders from each planet leading the geniuses enveloped in energy spacesuits stepped out from the spaceships. These energy spacesuits were like a thin layer of energy film enveloping these geniuses within. Not only can it withstand the external cosmic rays, but it can even fend off some battle damage. To exit the spacesuit, one must at least reach the planetary realm. That's why the planetary realm is so named. Its possessors have the power to break free from the confines of a planet. Thus, even the leading warriors, godlike in their strength, step out in spacesuits. As more and more planetary geniuses arrive, the crowd has swelled to over 3,000. These talents size each other up, even starting to look up information about the other prodigies around them. However, among the crowd, a solitary figure catches everyone's attention. Lin Feng, his lone presence stands out starkly. The reason everyone is so fixated on him, though, is because Lin Feng, in an attempt to show off, has dispensed with the surrounding energy spacesuit and is enveloping himself with just his psychokinetic power. As for oxygen, a device at his waist supplies it. Hiss, a psychokinetic master. Who would have thought that one could survive in the cosmos? Who is this youth, from which planet, and why is he alone? Is he perhaps a prodigious talent from some planet here for training? To possess the strength of the 7th heavenly layer of the War King realm at such a young age, he must be either from a great family or a supreme genius. What? The 7th heavenly layer of the War King? How can anyone even fight against that? In previous years, this level alone could have clinched the championship. Instantly, the surrounding prodigies and leading warriors couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at Lin Feng, because of being expelled from his sect 2 days ago, which caused a sharp decline in his fortunes, and also because of being inexplicably beaten up today. Lin Feng had suffered a considerable loss in his fortunes. The ultimate result was an enhancement in his abilities. As Lin Feng, a psychokinetic master with extremely powerful sensory abilities, hears the surrounding prodigies' exclamations, he can't help but lift his head proudly in arrogance. Yo, isn't this Lin Feng? What, have the injuries from my beating healed so quickly? Just then a mocking voice comes from the depths of the starry sky. At this voice, Lin Feng's initially proud face instantly turns extremely cold and stern. With the advancement of technology, humanity has discovered that sound can indeed travel in the universe, just through a different medium. As is widely known, the transmission of sound requires the vibration of a medium. For instance, on Earth it needs air or striking an object to make it vibrate and thus produce sound. But in the cosmos, the medium for sound transmission has become dark matter. Previously, humans were unable to see or detect the presence of dark matter and thus believed that sound could not travel through the starry sky. However, with technological progress, dark matter has been detected and can be heard through special devices as it transmits sound. The speed at which dark matter transmits sound is terrifyingly fast, far surpassing the speed of light. After reaching the planetary realm, one can hear sounds transmitted through dark matter without any instruments. Thus, as Luo Changsong's words are heard, everyone around instantly understands. So, the person Luo Changsong had beaten up was Lin Feng. At this moment, all the geniuses who had wanted to approach Lin Feng and make friends with him were scared and all shrank back. Luo Changsong was not someone they could afford to provoke. Lin Feng's face darkened, ready to retort, but the next moment his expression suddenly turned excited. He saw Xikong Yanran and Xian Shuixing's lord descending from Xian Shuixing's spaceship. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng quickly flew over to them. Miss, I have not yet repaid you for saving my life before. May I know your name? Lin Feng will definitely repay your kindness. Lin Feng hurriedly spoke, his eyes fixed intently on Xikong Yanran. His gaze immediately filled Xikong Yanran's heart with endless disgust. How annoying can this man be? He still clings to this so-called debt of gratitude even though I've told him I don't need it. Does he only see women as opportunities? No need, Xikong Yanran coldly spoke out. Miss, I sincerely want to repay you. Surely you didn't save me without reason. I'll do anything to repay you. I am a disciple of Elder Tianyan. Of course, if you don't want to talk now, we can wait until there are fewer people around. Lin Feng thought maybe Xikong Yanran was just shy because of the crowd. In his view, she must have taken an interest in his talents. Women are all the same, he thought, just like Morong Shuet, this girl must be too. Confident in his own talents, Lin Feng was oblivious to how his words made everyone around him stunned. Even Luo Changsong, who was just watching the drama unfold, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this Lin Feng crazy? But someone soon frowned. Wait, he said he's a disciple of Elder Tianyan. Could he be that Lin Feng? Everyone's faces changed upon hearing Lin Feng's words, as taking on a new disciple by Elder Tianyan was quite the news known to anyone with a slight interest in current affairs. For a moment, all eyes on Lin Feng were filled with shock. Lin Feng's expression turned confident. Even though he had been expelled from his sect, he was still very proud of being Elder Tianyan's former disciple. Unfortunately, Xikong Yanran, who had already seen through Lin Feng's identity, grew even more disgusted. Are you ever going to stop? If I had known the person being beaten was you, why would I have let my grandfather save you? Who do you think you are? The person I wanted to save was someone else, not you. You'd better stay away from me. I have no interest in knowing you. Xikong Yanran spoke harshly. With that, Lin Feng was stunned. The person she wanted to save wasn't me. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? And nobody expelled by Elder Tianyan, and yet you dare to covet Yanran. Now you're nothing more than an orphan, nobody really thinking you're something special. At this moment, Luo Chang'e finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. What, expelled from the sect? That explosive wasn't Elder Tianyan known for his good temper? With over 100 disciples, not one had been expelled before. What on earth did Lin Feng do to earn such universal condemnation? Didn't you see? Even his lifesaver came to visit him. This guy must be up to no good. Tsk tisk tisk, expelled by Elder Tianyan. I reckon Lin Feng won't ever find a strong master to take him as a disciple in his lifetime. Luo Chang'e's words instantly ignited the gossip-hungry souls around them. The once confident Lin Feng, hearing the surrounding mockery, his face turned exceptionally ugly. Luo Chang'e, if you keep quiet, no one would assume you're mute. Our feud isn't settled yet. Who do you think you are? A nothing but a good-for-nothing who relies on his family. What right do you have to compare yourself with me? Lin Feng, furious and embarrassed, coldly snorted at Luo Chang'e, then began a tirade of crazy insults. However, as soon as these words came out, Luo Chang'e's expression turned extremely cold. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura blasted onto Lin Feng's body. Spurt! The next moment, a spurt of fresh blood sprayed out from Lin Feng's mouth. His body was blown back swiftly, but in the next moment Luo Chang'e grasped the void and Lin Feng was confined by an invisible force in the starry sky. Crack crack crack. As Luo Chang'e's power intensified, Lin Feng's bones began to shatter wildly. Luo Chang'e, how dare you lay a hand on me? Feeling the terrifying pain in his body, Lin Feng screamed in horror. You really thought I wouldn't kill you, do you think the master of Xin Shui Star will save you a second time? Luo Chang'e looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. Indeed, as soon as these words came out, the master of Xin Shui Star directly turned his head away, clearly unwilling to intervene in Lin Feng's affairs. Nonsense, he had only saved this youngster by accident before. Who would have thought that this kid would be such a deadbeat, not keeping a low profile and being so arrogant? It's a wonder how this kid has survived till now. It feels like there's something seriously wrong with his brain. Yanran, stay away from such people, it might lower your intelligence. Master Xin Shui then worriedly instructed his granddaughter. I have no interest in such idiots. Xikong Yanran nodded deeply in agreement, her unfiltered words heard by Lin Feng. The despicable Luo Chang'e making me lose face in front of Miss Yanran. I must make you die without a burial place. Lin Feng roared in his heart, yet at this moment, intimidated by the beating, he ultimately didn't dare to say it out loud. Wow, isn't this lively, Lin Feng? Why is it that you're either being beaten up or on your way to being beaten? Just then a teasing voice reached everyone's ears. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of the voice. They saw a flying ship engraved with a giant flame dragon had already docked nearby. Shortly after, two men who looked very much like father and son flew over quickly. And what shocked everyone was that these two individuals arrived amidst a cosmic storm without the use of spacesuits. For a moment, these geniuses were shocked again. The chairman of the Yanlong starred Ling Xiaotian. Is that his son? Wasn't it said his son was a wasteful scion with no real talent or learning? How come he seems to be quite powerful? He appears to be a mentalist just like Lin Feng, only he seems more at ease, as if strolling in a courtyard. Definitely stronger than Lin Feng. Wait, can't you see his realm? Hiss, even I, at the 5th level of the planetary realm, cannot discern it. What's going on? And suddenly, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder, and those in the planetary realm were even more astonished. They could not sense Ling Yan's realm at all. This means that Ling Yan already possesses the ability to block their probes. His strength undeniably was formidable. Ling Yan. Ling Yan, ah Ling Yan, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Ling Yan arrive, both Lin Feng and Luo Changde looked at Ling Yan with resentment. As for Sikong Yenran, seeing Ling Yan withstand the cosmic storm with his own body handsome and elegant, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of infatuation. In that moment it seemed as if the image of Ling Yan she had conjured in her mind since childhood had come to life before her, even better than she had imagined. Feeling an unusual gaze, Ling Yan looked towards Sikong Yenran. In an instant he saw Sikong Yenran staring intently at him. This Sikong Yenran, could it be that she hated me because of my previous rudeness towards her? Well, it seems normal following the script of this breakup drama. It's good that she hasn't challenged me to a life and death duel in 3 years. Ling Yan, seeing the look in Sikong Yenran's eyes, couldn't help but feel a cold disdain in his heart. These so-called heroines are all the same, never considering their own faults. A sneer of disdain appeared on Ling Yan's lips. Afterward he simply withdrew his gaze. Seeing Ling Yan's disdainful smile, Sikong Yenran felt a slight pain in her heart. Indeed, what she did in the past made Ling Yan thoroughly dislike her. In an instant she gave a bitter smile. This feeling, it seemed she had felt it before. It was when she first learned that Ling Yan for another woman sought death and even debased himself to the point of kneeling and pleading. Her heart then was even more painful than now. It was also from that day that the Ling Yan she had imagined since childhood crumbled. She had waited a full 3 years hoping to hear that Ling Yan had come to his senses. Unfortunately, the end result was that Ling Yan was almost killed by other suitors of that woman. She also learned that Ling Yan had completely lost his chance to awaken to his profession. It was for this reason that she decided to break off their engagement, because the Ling Yan in her childhood imagination was not the same person at all. Only when she actually arrived at Yanlong Star did she realize that everything seemed false. Ling Yan not only had terrifying talent and strength, but his mind was also extremely rational, definitely not the brainless fool rumored to be. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Seeing Ling Yan's cold gaze, she knew she and Ling Yan were drifting further apart. Thinking of this, tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked at Ling Yan, her gaze filled with unwillingness. This scene made Lin Feng and Luo Changde, who had been paying close attention to her, look extremely displeased. Luo Changde was upset for 2 reasons. First, the goddess he had been wooing for so long seemed to be affectionate towards another man, which irritated him greatly. Second, the goddess did not harbor any resentment towards Ling Yan, meaning he gained no points as a villain. Lin Feng finally understood why the master of Xin Shui Star had mistaken him. It turned out that the person they had wanted to save from the beginning was Ling Yan. Ding, the protagonist Lin Feng is infuriated because his beloved likes you, leading to a great decrease in his fortune. You gain 30 billion rule points. Ding, the protagonist Luo Changde is infuriated because his beloved likes you, leading to a great decrease in his fortune. You gain 100 billion rule points. At this moment 2 notification sounds reached Ling Yan's mind. What's going on? Both of these people like Sikong Yenran, Luo Changde is one thing, but what's up with Lin Feng? Even Ling Yan was baffled by the content of these notifications. And why do they think Sikong Yenran likes me? Are they sick? Ling Yan was somewhat speechless. Ling Yan, if it weren't for your collusion with Luo Changde, how could I possibly have been expelled by my master? You wait, I will definitely seek justice later. At this moment Lin Feng shouted angrily at Ling Yan. It was unclear whether his anger stemmed from being expelled or because the woman he liked actually liked Ling Yan. At this moment he seemed to understand why Ling Yan's gaze had been so malicious towards him, because now he too wanted to slaughter Ling Yan. Alright, what goes around comes around, right? Since it's a misunderstanding, let's deepen this misunderstanding. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. Dad, let's go greet the master of Xin Shui Star. After saying this, Ling Yan, ignoring his father Ling Xiaotian's confusion, directly flew towards the master of Xin Shui Star and others. What is this kid up to now? Ling Xiaotian was puzzled, but still quickly followed. Sure enough, upon seeing Ling Yan and Ling Xiaotian approaching, the master of Xin Shui Star immediately frowned. Ling Yan, what are you doing here? Seeing Ling Yan and Ling Xiaotian approaching, Si Kong Yan ran asked anxiously. My dad wants to meet the master of Xin Shui Star. We're not here for you. What are you anxious about? Ling Yan said coldly. Although his tone was icy, his face was filled with a smile. Meanwhile, because Ling Yan used psychokinesis to block the surrounding sounds, Lin Feng and Luo Chang'e, seeing Ling Yan and Si Kong Yan ran talking and laughing, instantly turned even darker. You kid finally willing to see me? The master of Xin Shui Star said somewhat helplessly to Ling Xiaotian. After all, you are my dad's good friend. If we don't meet now, it wouldn't be nice to meet your old man after death, Ling Xiaotian said gloomily, which immediately infuriated the master of Xin Shui Star, puffing his beard and glaring. This kid is as irritating as ever. Yet, under the burden of his own fault, the master of Xin Shui Star could only glare at his granddaughter beside him. The matter of Ling Yan and Yan Rant's marriage, the master of Xin Shui Star felt somewhat conflicted and wanted to explain. Everyone seems to be having such a great time. What exactly are you discussing? At this moment, Luo Chang'e, with a cold face, flew over, barely suppressing his rage as he spoke. Luo Chang was also by his side, his hands carrying the blood-drenched body of Lin Feng. However, the group had just entered when they heard the word marriage, and instantly, the held Lin Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes fiercely fixed on Ling Yan, filled with resentment. Luo Chang'e also felt extreme anger swelling within him. Luo Xiao was joking, he said, we were just chatting casually. Seeing Luo Chang'e, the master of Xin Shui Star, still quite wary, quickly spoke with a smile. What we discuss is none of your business. What, didn't you get enough last time? Unfortunately, Ling Yan did not give Luo Chang'e any face at all. Indeed, hearing Ling Yan's words, Luo Chang'e, already harboring hatred for Ling Yan coupled with old and new grievances, completely exploded in rage. You dare to covet the woman I desire, seeking death? Luo Chang'e roared, and instantly a long sword appeared in his hand with a grasp of the void. What's going on? Aren't Ling Yan and Luo Chang'e on the same side? Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He had initially thought Ling Yan and Luo Chang'e were in cahoots, especially since Ling Yan had captured him, which had led to his master's death because of offending Luo Chang'e. But seeing now that the two were about to fight, his heart surged with excitement. Not only him, but everyone else's faces also changed dramatically. When had the son of the master of Yen Dragon Star offended Luo Chang'e? Didn't you see? It must be over a woman, right? I heard before that the master of Yen Dragon Star and the master of Xin Shui Star are close. Maybe Ling Yan and this Si Kong Yan Ran were already an item. Having offended the Luo family, the Ling family will probably have a hard time. At that moment, the surrounding planetary-level powerhouses were all abuzz with discussions. The might of the Luo family, all of them put together, was no match for it. Therefore, even those who were on good terms with the Ling family dared not speak up now. Luo Xiao, please calm your anger. If my grandson has caused any offense, please forgive him. The master of Xin Shui Star's face went pale. Although he knew Ling Xiaotian was powerful, he was unaware of the true background of the Ling family. He only knew that his old friend and a few brothers were also masters of stars, but what of it? A few masters of stars were absolutely no match for the Luo family. Today, whoever dares to stop me from killing Ling Yan, kill without mercy. Chapter 82. My son is also someone you can touch. Unfortunately, Luo Chang'e didn't pay him any heed. After a warning roar, he instantly turned into a sword light and charged at Ling Yan. Luo Chang also immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiaotian and the master of Xin Shui Star to block them from intervening. Meanwhile, Luo Chang'e's speed was so fast that many nearby war gods were shocked to discover that their own speed couldn't match Luo Chang'e's. Unfortunately, this speed seemed like a joke in the eyes of Ling Xiaotian and Ling Yan. With this strength, you dare to lay hands on my son is simply courting death. Ling Xiaotian sneered, remaining composed and not making a move. Even as Xian Shui Xingzhu was about to rush forward, he was held back. What are you doing? Although Luo Chang'e was no match for Ling Yan before, he has now awakened his sword spirit body. His strength has increased dozens of times over. Xian Shui Xingzhu exclaimed in shock. yes, Uncle Ling, Luo Changa's strength is not on the same level as before. Si Kong Yen Ran also couldn't help but speak up anxiously. Don't worry, my son is not that weak, Ling Xiaotian said dismissively after hearing their words without offering any explanation. The first form of the absolute immortal sword technique, terminal strike. Luo Chang'e already roared out, unleashing his strongest strike. Clang! In an instant, a terrifying sword chi hundreds of meters long descended towards Lingyan with a destructive force. The absolute immortal sword technique, the famous skill of the sword Sei Luo Ju Xian, Luo Chang'e has actually learned the first form. Lingyan is finished now. Everyone sighed at this moment. Kill him, just like that. Kill Lingyan, Lin Feng held in Luo Qing's hand roared excitedly. However, watching this terrifying sword chi, Lingyan just helplessly shook his head. Still a bit weak, after casually commenting, Lingyan stretched out his two fingers. Clang! At the next moment, as the sword chi smashed down on Lingyan's hand, it was easily caught between his two fingers. How is this possible? Luo Chang'e's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene, but before he could react, Lingyan slightly exerted force with his fingers. Boom! Instantly, the huge sword chi explosively shattered into countless fragments. One of the sword chi fragments was casually flicked by Lingyan's fingers. Swish! The fragment instantly streaked across the starry sky. Pfft. In an instant, the fragment directly pierced through Luo Chang'e's chest. He incredulously looked at Lingyan, then at the crack in his own chest. Pfft. The next moment, a large mouthful of fresh blood uncontrollably sprayed out from his mouth. You dare, how dare you? Luo Chang'e spat out blood and growled at Lingyan, but the next moment his eyes rolled back and he fainted. This sudden change made everyone present incredulously widen their eyes in shock. Lingyan. He actually dared to make a killing move. Moreover, Luo Chang'e couldn't even withstand a single move in Lingyan's hands. What on earth is going on, young master? At this moment, Luo Qing finally regained his senses and roared incredulously, dropping Lin Feng. He instantly turned into a streak of light and rushed to Luo Chang'e's side, stuffing a fifth-tier healing pill into Luo Chang'e's mouth. The next moment, the power of the pill rapidly dispersed. Luo Chang'e's chest wound then began to heal quickly. However, although the wound was healing, Luo Chang'e did not regain consciousness. You brat, you're seeking death. At this moment, Luo Qing completely lost his temper, roaring furiously. He turned and charged towards Lingyan, slamming down a palm strike. Instantly, his boundless power converged into a massive palm that smashed down towards Lingyan. My son, you dare to touch him too? Seeing this, Ling Xiaotian also coldly huffed. The next moment, he saw his right hand sweep across the void and endless flames surged out from his hand. The terrifying power of flames transformed into a fireball that soared into the sky and collided with a giant hand. Boom! With a deafening explosion, both the giant hand and the fireball shattered into fragments of energy, scattering across the sky. Impossible! Luo Qing's face twisted in shock at the sight. Ling Xiaotian stepped forward. Thunderous roars erupted as flames burst forth from his body, rolling towards Luo Qing with overwhelming force like a tsunami. Before Luo Qing could react, the terrifying aura slammed into him, enveloping him in a giant fiery handprint. Planetary ninth heaven, you are a planetary ninth heaven, Luo Qing exclaimed in astonishment. What, the planetary ninth heaven? Is the Flame Dragon Star Lord actually a planetary ninth heaven? How is that possible? A planetary ninth heaven can rule over hundreds of life-bearing planets. How could the Flame Dragon Star Lord be one? This is terrifying, and moreover, the Flame Dragon Star Lord's power of flames seems absurdly strong, not like a normal S-class talent at all. Over 40 years old and already a planetary ninth heaven, doesn't that mean the Flame Dragon Star Lord could definitely become a stellar-level powerhouse in the future? In an instant, all the planetary-level powerhouses around were shocked as they watched Ling Xiaotian. Even the master of Xian Water couldn't help but click his tongue, marveling at the young man's growing strength. Ling Yan's father is a planetary ninth heaven? With his age and talent, won't he definitely become a stellar level powerhouse in the future? Meanwhile, Si Kong Yenran stared blankly at the imposing Ling Xiaotian. For a moment she began to laugh self-deprecatingly, recalling how she had initially looked down upon the Flame Dragon Star when she first arrived. Now she realized that the real fool was herself. You can't kill me, I am an elder of the Luo family. If you dare to kill me, my ancestor will never let you go. Luo Qing roared at Lingyan. Unfortunately, upon hearing his words, Ling Xiaotian only laughed. The next moment his right hand clenched in the air violently. With a squelch, Luo Qing's body was suddenly crushed by an immense force, instantly compressing into a lump as his bones shattered and blood sprayed from his body. With another forceful squeeze from the fiery giant hand, Luo Cheng was turned into a pulp and then burnt to ashes in an instant. Noisy, you dare to attack my son and still expect to live? It's absurd, Ling Xiaotian scoffed disdainfully. Anyone who dared to attack his son would pay a heavy price even at the cost of his own life. Shall we also kill this kid? Ling Xiaotian then glanced at Luo Chang'e nearby. Hearing Ling Xiaotian's words, the master of Xin Water and other powerhouses nearby sweated profusely. Luo Chang'e was the major young master of the Luo family and the sole heir of Luo Juxian. Would killing him not provoke Luo Juxian to take action personally? As for Ling Yan, his eyes flickered slightly. Ding, congratulations on defeating the guardian of the main character Luo Chang'e and pushing him to the brink of death. It led to a decrease in his fate energy. You have earned rule points, 30 billion. Ding, congratulations on absorbing the life force of the 6 heavens of the planet, earning rule points, 1 billion. At this moment 2 notification sounds reached Ling Yan's mind. Hearing the notifications, Ling Yan's eyebrows raised. This Luo Chang'e is becoming more valuable. It must be due to the villain points he obtained earlier, which enhanced his talent. This guy earned 100 villain points and I got 10,000 rule points from it. Also, when he suppressed Lin Feng while I was away, that earned me 40 billion rule points. Keeping this guy around is still somewhat useful. After all, he can be used to harvest the fate energy of other talents. Thinking this, Ling Yan waved his hand dismissively. Killing him outright would be too boring. Let's play a bit more, Ling Yan slowly said. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaotian also nodded in agreement. Indeed, killing him directly would be letting him off too easily. However, not killing Luo Chang'e. Ling Yan's gaze then shifted towards Lin Feng nearby. But this kid, there's no need to keep him. If by chance he really inherits that legacy, it would not be so simple to kill him later. Although having the legacy would later make it easier to earn more rule points, it's better not to take the risk, Ling Yan pondered. At this moment, Lin Feng, hiding in the shadows, was frantically recovering his strength. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, watching Luo Chang'e, who was unconscious in the starry sky, felt a rush of exhilaration, yet also a different kind of emotion. Although he despised Luo Chang'e, he still saw a chance to surpass him. But Ling Yan was too powerful. If relying solely on himself, he simply didn't have the strength to confront him. After repeatedly suffering defeats at Ling Yan's hands, he finally recognized that he was no match for Ling Yan. Fortunately, Luo Chang'e was also no match for Ling Yan, which meant the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, to avenge Ling Yan, he felt that allying with Luo Chang'e, the enemy who killed his master, was not an impractical idea. After all, Luo Chang'e had only taken the life of his master Lu Yan. In contrast, Ling Yan had made him lose his dignity and his status as Elder Tianyan's disciple. Comparatively, his hatred for Ling Yan was even more bone deep. However, the next moment he seemed to feel Ling Yan's gaze. Lin Feng quickly looked over and immediately saw Ling Yan's meaningful smile. Not good, he's going to make his move on me. Lin Feng knew exactly what Ling Yan was thinking. At this moment, all strategies were tossed aside. Staying alive was paramount. Boom! Without hesitation, he activated all his psychic power and transformed into a streak of light, flying at high speed towards a nearby planet. For some reason, he felt that only by heading to this planet could he possibly survive. Trying to escape, too late. Unfortunately, just as he moved, Ling Yan's cold voice directly transmitted into his mind. Humming sounds. In an instant, around Lin Feng appeared no less than 100 psychic spikes. At the same time, Lin Feng was horrified to discover that his psychic power had suddenly gone out of control. Who initiated the attack was clear without words. At that moment, a boundless fear spread from his heart. Ding, the protagonist Lin Feng is extremely afraid of you and his luck value has significantly decreased. You have gained 100 billion rule points. Ding, reminder, today Lin Feng's luck value has plummeted, he can be killed. Following these reminders came another. At this moment, Ling Yan was completely determined to kill Lin Feng. Ling Yan, do you really want to kill me? I am also a proud son of mankind. I also possess an SS grade talent. Are you not afraid of mankind's punishment if you dare to touch me? Lin Feng shouted in anger and fear. As soon as these words were spoken, all the powerful beings around widened their eyes in shock. What? SS grade talent? No wonder he became the disciple of Elder Tianyan. Lin Feng's talent is indeed so powerful. If Ling Yan kills him, that would be troublesome. In no time, all the powerful beings present widened their eyes in shock. Even Sikong Yenran looked at Lin Feng with worry, for the crime of killing a proud son of mankind was no light matter. Do you think I would really fear such a so-called punishment? Ling Yan looked at Lin Feng's desperate roar and sneered disdainfully. At this moment he did not hesitate any longer. Over 100 Thought God spikes were activated at once. All the Thought God spikes instantly turned into invisible streaks of light that rapidly converged from all directions. Puff puff puff, in the next instant, all the Thought God spikes pierced through Lin Feng's body. At that moment Lin Feng's body was riddled with holes, including his head and soul. Watching the broken body of Lin Feng, Ling Yan, not taking any chances, directly blasted a void palm strike. Boom boom boom, in an instant a fierce fire like a flood enveloped Lin Feng's broken corpse, and in just a moment Lin Feng was completely burned to ashes by the flames. This decisive and resolute action silenced everyone present. The SS grade talent unexpectedly died by Ling Yan's hand. It indeed validated the saying, only the geniuses who survive are considered geniuses, the dead ones are but corpses. Ding! Congratulations on your successful kill of the protagonist, Lin Feng. You have gained 1000 billion luck points. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill of the protagonist. You have received an additional rule reward, Protagonist Nemesis LV1. At that moment a notification sound also followed into Ling Yan's mind. Seeing this, Ling Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng is thoroughly dead now. What is this Protagonist Nemesis? Ling Yan, somewhat puzzled, opened the introduction of the Protagonist Nemesis. Protagonist Nemesis LV1, possessing this rule will naturally become the nemesis of the protagonist, and your total combat power will double when facing the protagonist. This rule can only be upgraded by killing protagonists. The stronger the male and female protagonists killed, the more rule experience points you will get. Upgrade needs 0 out of 10. The Supreme will also brought out the introduction, and seeing the introduction Ling Yan's eyebrows raised. It turns out to be a rule that can double one's combat power. Although it is only useful when facing protagonists, it is still an extremely good passive ability. As for others besides the protagonist, they pose much less danger to Ling Yan. Under the same level, there are many who can defeat the protagonist, but none who can kill him. The power of fate is not just mere talk. Now Ling Yan has mastered how to weaken the protagonist's fate to the extreme on the same day, which involves relentlessly suppressing him. Once the fate is weakened to a certain extent, a direct kill is possible. As for the methods of suppression, there are plenty. Even the most foolish brutal beating can plunge one to the bottom. Once the protagonist's fate has hit rock bottom, he can be obliterated anytime, anywhere. Therefore, the protagonist is no longer a significant threat to Ling Yan, assuming of course that the opponent's fate isn't extraordinarily defiant. There are those with heaven-defying talents whose luck is also at the pinnacle, making it impossible to suppress their fate in a short time. However, such geniuses are extremely rare, and theoretically Ling Yan shouldn't encounter one, right? Lin Feng is dead, and now the inheritance is mine alone. Ling Yan slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Gentlemen, isn't it time to start this genius battle? How much time has passed? Ling Yan then looked around and slowly addressed the planetary realm powerhouses surrounding him. As soon as he spoke, those strong ones exchanged glances, realizing they had all forgotten this matter. They then turned their inquiring gazes toward Ling Xiaotian. After all, as the strongest present and one of the first to host the 100 Stars talent battle on his planet, it was natural to follow Ling Xiaotian's lead. Gentlemen, although there have been some interruptions, this 100 Stars contest will continue. Moreover, to compensate for everyone's losses, I will personally add some rewards. The star currency reward for the top 10 will be doubled from the original amount. Those who make it into the top 3 will have a chance to receive a 5th order top weapon. As for the first place, you can get a personal mentoring session from the Star Lord himself, Ling Xiaotian calmly announced to the hundreds of talents and team leaders from various planets. As expected, his words made all the geniuses in the starry sky tremble with excitement. A mentoring session with the Flame Dragon Star Lord, and all star currency rewards are doubled. I remember the top 10 could earn over 10 billion star coins, and now it could be 20 billion. And 5th order top weapons, even I don't have those. I envy these youngsters. Not to mention you, I've been promoted to planetary rank for over 30 years and still have nothing. What poor planet are you from? The Western Domain Star. Oh, the so-called poorest Western Domain Star. Never mind then. In no time all the God of War and planetary level powerhouses present were filled with emotion, while the geniuses were incredibly excited and filled with fighting spirit. With that settled, let me announce the rules for this competition. As usual, the main task is to hunt star beasts. According to their levels, hunting a second tier 1 star beast earns 1 point, a 2 star earns 2 points, hunting a third tier 1 star is worth 100 points, a 4-star tier 4 beast is worth 10,000 points, a 1-star tier 5 beast a whopping 1 million points, and if one could hunt down a 1-star tier 6-star beast that would naturally bring them 100 million points, this hunt will be recorded live and the final points will be converted into star coins at a rate of 10,000 star coins per point. The reward payout will be distributed among all the planets participating in this genius battle. Ling Xiaotian slowly explained the rules once again. These rules had been established since the inception of the 100 Stars Genius Battle and had been used ever since. After all, if you want to send your genius to earn star coins, there should be some investment, right? Knowing the rules already, all the strong participants nodded in agreement without any objections. However, none of them noticed the slight sinister smile on the corner of Ling Xiaotian's mouth. Now all contestants from each planet stepped forward. Ling Xiaotian called out again. Instantly, the geniuses from all the planets began to move forward, including Sikong Yenran. Her S-ranked Xian water spirit body was considered top tier among the geniuses from these 700 planets. The only one comparable to her was an S-ranked battle demon body endowed with immense talent and strength enhancement. This physical prowess was incredibly formidable. Besides these, there were only about a dozen S-ranked geniuses. Yet, for some reason, not a single participant from Yen Dragon Star stepped forward. Before coming, Ling Yan had instructed by Ling Xiaotian that this assessment might pose great dangers. It was best not to let their geniuses sacrifice themselves needlessly. As for an excuse, Ling Xiaotian personally compensated those who did not participate by giving them a vast amount of resources. These resources together were even more terrifying than the rewards for entering the top 10. Therefore, all the geniuses happily accepted their rewards and tossed the idea of the 100 stars genius battle to the back of their minds. Well, Lord of Yen Dragon Star, only your planet's geniuses are left. A 4-layered heavenly planet powerhouse spoke to Ling Xiaotian with some respect. Isn't my genius from Yen Dragon Star here already? Ling Xiaotian smiled slightly, then glanced at Ling Yan next to him. In the next moment, Ling Yan stepped forward. Instantly, all the geniuses' eyes widened in shock. No way? He's participating too. Even Luo Chang'e was no match for him, and he's joining our little genius battle. While this is just bullying. But well, he indeed qualifies. Wails filled the air, as moments ago they were still hoping to be guided by Ling Xiaotian, a future immortal and potential super powerhouse of the stellar level. Just a bit of guidance could have saved them many detours. If they had seized the opportunity well, they might even have had the chance to become disciples under Ling Xiaotian. Unfortunately, now they had no hope at all. Having witnessed Ling Yan's terrifying power, they could only hope to scrape through to the second round. But why would such a genius join such a minor battle? Isn't this just a product of boredom? The corners of many Star Lords' mouths twitched. Good gracious, they were being fleeced right over their heads. With Ling Yan's strength, scoring millions of points with ease was a given. Wouldn't that mean earning billions? Such a vast sum of money would have to be jointly provided by them all. But now, they could only grit their teeth and accept it. Fortunately, there were many planets. If each of the 700 planets contributed a billion each, that would make 700 billion. Now let the assessment begin. Ling Xiaotian, however, paid no heed to the silent grievances of these geniuses and with a grand sweep of his hand initiated the process. Buzzing sounds filled the air. In an instant, the floating platforms beneath all the geniuses swiftly carried them at high speeds towards the planet Greenvale below. Ling Yan did not hesitate either. With a tap of his foot, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging towards the planet at an incredible speed. His velocity was so great that he soon pierced through Greenvale's atmosphere and entered the planet. However, instead of joining the other geniuses, Ling Yan chose to reach the far side of Greenvale at a rapid pace because he remembered that the opportunity he sought was located there. Eye of Truth.